Chapter 601 The Most Beautiful Woman in the World. Marriage. Baiwang Peak. In front of the steps. The four waited for a while. And the disciple who went to report hurried back and said respectfully, Uncle Linghu. Uncle asked you to go to the martial arts training ground. Linghu Qingju frowned slightly. Martial arts training ground? The disciple said, Master is watching the disciples' competition with several other peak masters. And there are other guests. All there. Linghu Qingju narrowed his eyes and said, Who else? The disciple replied respectfully, There are also elders from the Kyoto branch. Elders from the Shuicheng branch. Elders from the Lucheng branch. And Uncle Linghu? You? Before he finished speaking, Linghu Qingju had already led people. Turned around and walked down the steps. And said coldly, Ask Elder Sun from the Kyoto branch and his disciples to find me at Jianfeng. The disciple froze in place, stunned for a while. And when he saw the four people walking away, he hurried back to the martial arts training ground. Uncle Master, why are there so many people coming to Baiwang Peak today? On the way back to Jianfeng, Luo Qingzhou asked. Linghu Qingju said lightly, Maybe Master Mo is very hospitable. After all, the annual test is coming soon, and the elders from all over the country are back. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her face and asked cautiously, Uncle Master, is your relationship with other peak masters very bad? Linghu Qingju had a cold face and did not answer. Luo Qingzhou did not dare to ask more. The few people returned to Jianfeng and entered the bamboo forest. Not long. The two sisters Su Feng and Su Yu, with Sun Jiang, Zhang Yuanshan, and Chu Xiaoxiao, came from a small path not far away. When Sun Jiang and the other two saw Sister Dao, they were all stunned. Chu Xiaoxiao immediately ran over with excitement on her face, holding Sister Dao's hand, and said in surprise, Sister Dao, why are you here? When did you come? Linghu Qingju took Su Feng and Su Yu and left silently. When the master and apprentice met, there was naturally endless talk. Zhang Yuanshan was also full of surprise, saying, I thought Sister Dao had left Kyoto, but I didn't expect that she was actually in this sect. Sun Jiang pondered for a while, and asked, Linger, did Master Linghu bring you up? Sister Dao had tears in her eyes, bowed to him, and said, I am unfilial and have caused trouble for Master. Sun Jiang said with a loving face, It didn't cause trouble for anything. The Jinui just asked a few times, but didn't make things difficult for Master. The sect didn't say anything, just deducted some salary. Then he sighed again and said, But the Kyoto branch must be cancelled. Sister Dao cried and said, Master? Sun Jiang smiled and said, It's okay. It's cancelled. Master is more comfortable in this sect. He was silent for a while, looked at her and said, Linger, Master believes that those Jinui, the guards, were not killed by you and your father. As for the murder of the Zhongwu Marquis, it should have nothing to do with you. I know your father. He doesn't have the ability, let alone you. But I guess the guards will blame you for this matter. You must not go to Kyoto again. Just practice well here, and don't go out at ordinary times. By the way, why did Master Linghu Feng suddenly help you? Sister Dao wiped her tears and said, It was junior brother Chu who asked Uncle Linghu for help. Sun Jiang looked at the young man next to him, and said with a face full of relief, Fei Yang, your master was not wrong about you. When Linger took you in, they were still unconvinced. Now who can compare with your achievements? Your character is even worse. You can consider the friendship of fellow disciples, and ask Master Linghu Feng to save Linger. It's very good. Master is very relieved. Luo Qingzhou said, It's not all about friendship. My senior sister and I are good friends. Even if she really killed the Jinui, I will definitely help her. Zhang Yuanshan frowned and said, More than 20 Jinui were killed, and the Shongwu Bo mansion was wiped out. I heard that the commander of the Jinui was at the level of a great martial artist, but even his soul was destroyed. I'm afraid the murderer is not just one person, but maybe a force. Sun Jiang glanced at him and said, Okay, let's not discuss this matter. Since we have come to the sect, the affairs of the court have nothing to do with us. No matter how powerful the Jinui are, they dare not come to our Lingxiao sect to act presumptuously. Linger, you have to work hard and don't let down Uncle Linghu's help. When the time comes, strive to worship the Sword Master. Peak, become an inner disciple here, and repay her well. Sister Dao said with red eyes, Well, disciple will remember it. The few of them talked for a while, and seeing that it was getting dark, Sun Jiang said, Okay, this is Jianfeng. You men have set foot here, and it is not convenient for us to stay for long. Linger, anyway, your senior brother and I, as well as the junior sister, are all practicing on the peak. And we can get together again at any time. Fei-yong, have you ever thought about coming to the sect to practice? The situation in Kyoto is complicated now. Those Jinyu ignore the law, arrest people everywhere, torture them into confessions, and make people panic. I think it is safer for you to come to the sect. Luo Qingzhou said. Disciple is also considering it. Sun Jiang nodded, said nothing more, and left with Zhang Yuanshan and Chu Xiaoxiao. Chu Xiaoxiao reluctantly said, Sister Dao, I'll come to see you next time. Sister Dao nodded and encouraged. Xiaoxiao, work hard and strive to become an inner disciple next year. Yeah. Chu Xiaoxiao agreed and looked at Luo Qingzhou and said, Brother Chu, I will definitely catch up with you. After a pause, he smiled and said, I'm talking about cultivation. Don't think too much. Luo Qingzhou said, I will try to practice slowly and wait for you. TSK. Chu Xiaoxiao pouted, waved, and left with Sun Jiang and Zhang Yuanshan. Luo Qingzhou and Sister Dao sent them out of the bamboo forest before returning. Luo Qingzhou said, Sister, it's getting late. I still have to go to the Sutra Pavilion to choose a technique. Let Chan Chan stay here first. I'll be back soon. Sister Dao nodded and said, Don't worry. I won't bully her. And I can't beat her. Luo Qingzhou leaned close to her ear and said, Sister, I warn you. Don't tell her bad things about me like last time. Understand? Sister Dao laughed and whispered, Then Jade Foot illustration. Which episode has it been updated to? How should I know? If you want to see it, go buy it yourself. Luo Qingzhou was too lazy to pay attention to her. Walked to Xia Chan, held her cold little hand and said, Chan Chan, you wait for me here. I will come to you after I choose the technique. Outsiders are not allowed to go there. Otherwise I will take you with me. Xia Chan nodded obediently and whispered, Then you. Hurry up. Luo Qingzhou said, I know. After speaking, he waved his hand and turned to leave. Seeing him walk away, Sister Dao walked to Xia Chan, took her hand and said, Miss Chan Chan, it's cold outside. Let's go inside and wait for him. Xia Chan lowered her head and followed her into the house obediently. Sister Dao turned her head and looked at her again, secretly sighing in her heart. That guy is really lucky. He can actually marry such a gentle and well-behaved woman. Obviously he has such strong strength. But he is as gentle and lovely as a kitten. Thinking about those female disciples who were arrogant and insolent just because they had some strength, she sighed in her heart and liked the girl next to her more and more. Chan Chan, can you sleep with me tonight? She asked. Xia Chan lowered her head, not knowing how to answer. Dao Jie entered the room, closed the door, and whispered, I will tell you about Chu Fei-yong's embarrassing stories and secrets. Xia Chan nodded immediately and whispered, Okay. Who knew that just after she finished speaking, she suddenly remembered that the bad guy said at the foot of the mountain that he would let her tie her hair into 2 ponytails tonight. She hesitated for a moment. Her face became hot again, and she whispered, No. No. I have something tonight. He called her his wife in front of so many people, so she naturally had to fulfill her duties as a wife. She was stupid and useless. She would not help him refine medicine or sing for him like Bailing. Nor would she help him bathe and make clothes like Xiao Dai. Nor would she help him write, paint, or give him advice like the second lady. She could only help him kill people. But he was getting more and more powerful. And maybe he wouldn't even need her to kill people in the future. Then, she could only serve him. So, she couldn't refuse. Otherwise, she would be of no use to him. She didn't want to be a useless person in front of him. She wanted him to need her forever. So, she was willing to be his horse. Willing to listen to his command. As long as he didn't dislike her. As long as he didn't throw her away. She would always listen to him obediently and agree to all his requests. Her name was Xia Chan. Xia Chan who killed with one sword. And Chan Chan who was obedient is Chan Chan. Luo Qingzhou followed Ling Hu Qingzhu to the main peak. In the flower garden on the back mountain of the main peak, he saw Fairy Zixia picking flowers with a basket in the flower garden. Fairy Zixia wore a red dress. Her black hair reached her waist, and she bent down to pick flowers. Her figure was graceful, like a fairy among the flowers. When Luo Qingzhou saw her, Xiaoya's figure flashed through his mind again. However, they looked a little similar the first time they saw each other. But after that contact, it seemed that there was no connection. Xiaoya's personality was obviously not like this. Even if there were some differences between the personality of the soul and the body, the difference would not be so great. Luo Qingzhou and Linghu Qingju waited quietly outside the flower garden. After a while, Fairy Zixia came out of the flower garden with a basket of flowers, glanced at the two of them, and smiled. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly bowed and said, "Master, this is his real master." Fairy Zixia looked at him, sized him up and down, nodded slightly and said, "Your temperament is indeed different. Unfortunately, if you have a pretty face, I'm sure that not only the female disciples of our Lingxiao sect will go crazy, but also the disciples of other sections. Your cultivation speed is unmatched in the 5 major sections." Luo Qingzhou bowed his head and said respectfully, "It's all because of Master's good teaching." Fairy Linghu on the side curled her lips slightly, as if to say, "Flatterer." Fairy Zixia smiled, but didn't say much. She looked at her and said, "Qingju, have you told Feiyang about that?" Linghu Qingju said coldly, "No. His wife is here too." Fairy Zixia paused and said, "Feiyang, let's go. I will take you to the Sutra Library in person, and we will talk while walking." Luo Qingzhou thanked him quickly and stretched out his hand, saying, "Master, let me help you carry the flower basket." Fairy Zixia smiled and said, "No, it's not nice for a man to carry a flower basket. And your wife is also on the mountain. If you smell the flowers, how will you report to her when you go back later?" Luo Qingzhou said respectfully, "My wife trusts me very much." Fairy Zixia glanced at him, smiled slightly, and said, "Feiyang, there is something I want to tell you. Xianyan Pavilion wants to marry our Lingxiao sect. Their saint girl has practiced both body and soul, and her body is a great martial artist. The realm of the middle stage. The soul is the realm of the late stage of the soul refining realm. The last time their pavilion master came to see me, I talked to her. She knew that I had accepted a direct disciple, so she proposed to marry us. I would like to ask your opinion." Luo Qingzhou frowned slightly and said, "Master, do you want your disciple to marry?" Fairy Zixia nodded and said, "Yes. Only you are worthy of the saint. What do you think?" Luo Qingzhou immediately bowed and said, "Master, the disciple is already married, and has more than one wife. So more. Master Xia's love. This incident, the disciple could not agree. Will care. She is the maiden of Xianyan Pavilion. If I tell her your talent and physique, she should consider it. The disciples' wives at home are ordinary people, and they all want to live a bland life. If she is a proud girl of heaven, if the disciple marries her, she will break the calmness of the family and hurt the wife at home. The disciple does not want to see such a thing. Her sister-in-law is the most beautiful woman in the world." "No objection," Fairy Zixia said. "Feiyang, are you really unwilling? There are many disciples who want to go. Men have great ambitions. You have such a good talent. You could have made great achievements with her and have a bright future. You can even ascend to heaven and live forever with your wife. Are you willing to give up all this for your wife at home?" Luo Qingzhou still bowed his head and said respectfully, "Master, I have made up my mind. I'm sorry." Linghu Qingju on the side looked at him with complicated eyes. Fairy Zixia also looked at him with complicated expressions. After a moment of silence, she nodded and said, "Okay. Then I will help you reject her." As the three of them talked, they soon came to the Sutra Library. Luo Qingzhou suddenly said, "Master, I have now been promoted to the realm of a great martial artist. Can I go to the treasure pavilion to choose a few more treasures?" Fairy Zixia smiled and said, "What treasure do you want? In fact, judging from your progress, too many treasures will hinder your cultivation speed." Luo Qingzhou said respectfully, "I just want a few of the most common magic tools to take back to my wife. I always bring some gifts home when I go out, so that I can make them happy." Linghu Qingju, who was standing aside, looked at him again, his expression dazed for a moment. Chapter 602 The Eldest Lady's 10 Sides of Ambush. It was already evening. There was no one on the road leading to the Sutra Library. The three of them went up the steps. At the door of the Sutra Library, the middle-aged man in the Confucian robe was still sitting. He was looking down at a book. When he heard the footsteps, he looked up and was stunned for a moment. Then he stood up and said in surprise, "Sect Master?" Linghu peeked, "Master, why are you together?" As he said that, he looked at the young man behind them again, and his face was even more surprised. "Didn't this young man just come last time?" Fairy Zixia said. "Elder Lin, Qingju and I are here with our disciples to choose a technique." The man in the Confucian robe was stunned for a moment. Then he said, "Master, the sect has a rule that even if you are a direct disciple, you can only come to the Sutra Library once a year if you have no other special achievements. This disciple has been here last time. You? Zixia smiled and said. He does not have any special achievements. But after choosing a technique here last time, he suddenly rose 2 levels. From the middle stage of the martial artist to the realm of the great martial artist. So, according to the rules, he is qualified to reselect a technique. As soon as these words came out, the man in the Confucian robe was immediately shocked. Rise 2 levels? From the middle stage of the martial artist. Directly promoted to the great martial artist? He looked at the young man in front of him again. Fairy Zixia turned around and said, Fei Yang, you need to show Elder Lin your true cultivation. Don't worry. Elder Lin won't tell anyone. Yes, Master. Luo Qingzhou agreed. And his robe suddenly swelled up. And the air flow around him swirled, completely releasing his aura of a great martial artist. Master? The Confucian robed man was stunned again when he heard his address. Seeing that he had really advanced to the realm of great martial arts master, he couldn't help but sigh. It is true that there are talented people in every generation. The young people nowadays are getting more and more amazing. Last time, Linghu Peak Master personally brought him to choose a martial arts method. I felt strange. Today, I saw that the Sect Master and Linghu Peak Master personally brought him again. And I knew that this disciple was not simple. I didn't expect. Then he hurriedly bowed and said, Congratulations, Sect Master, for receiving such a talented disciple. As he said, he glanced at Linghu Qingzhou next to him. Linghu Qingzhou on the side had a cold expression on his face. Fairy Zixia said with a smile, Elder Lin, you only need to know about this matter. And you can't tell outsiders. The fact that I accepted a personal disciple cannot be spread for the time being. If outsiders ask, just say that he is Qingzhou's disciple. The Confucian robed man immediately said, Don't worry, Sect Master. I know the importance. Fairy Zixia nodded, without saying anything more, and took the 2 into the door and up the stairs. Hiss. As he walked up the stairs, Luo Qingzhou was suddenly stepped on. Fairy Zixia heard the sound and turned around and asked, Fei Yang, what's wrong? Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said, It's okay. I'm thinking about what kind of exercises to choose later. Fairy Zixia smiled and said, I will help you choose later. As she said that, she continued to walk upstairs. Luo Qingzhou turned around and glanced at Linghu Qingzhou next to him. Linghu Qingzhou had a cold expression on his face and didn't even look at him. Luo Qingzhou thought to himself, it must be the word master that annoyed her. After all, when he first came here, he called her master in front of Elder Lin. But who knew that he would call Fairy Zixia master again today? She must feel embarrassed. The 3 of them went straight to the 4th floor. Luo Qingzhou first looked through the bookshelf by himself. After a while, Fairy Zixia said from the bookshelf in the corner, Fei Yang, come here. Luo Qingzhou hurried over. Fairy Zixia took a book and handed it to him, saying, This is the Chaoqi Yeyue internal power mental method, which is very suitable for you to practice now. You can take a look. Luo Qingzhou took the book, flipped through a few pages, and said, Since Master thinks it's okay, then I'll take this internal power mental method. Fairy Zixia walked to another row of bookshelves, searched for a while, took out another martial arts book, flipped through it, and handed it to him, saying, You major in boxing, and you chose Vajra Fist last time. So this Vajra Explosion Fist is very suitable for you. It is not only extremely strong and masculine, but also has fierce moves. It is very powerful when combined with your Vajra Fist gloves. In addition, it will make your fist power at the great martial master level burst out exquisitely. Luo Qingzhou quickly took it and said, Thank you, Master. Fairy Zixia said, You can choose another martial arts method. Go and see it yourself. Or let Qingzhou help you with it. Luo Qingzhou nodded and went to the bookshelf to look for it himself. Suddenly, he found a few big words written on a bookshelf in the right corner, Demon Clan Kung Fu. He was stunned for a moment and walked over curiously. There were only a dozen books on the bookshelf, which looked lonely, and there was a thin layer of dust on the books. He reached out and picked up the first book, looked at the cover, and there were 3 big words written on it, 1,000 Demon Claws. He opened it and read a few pages, but it turned out to be a kung fu that required sharp claws or sharp nails to practice. So he had to put it down and picked up the second one. When he turned to the 3rd book, he was stunned. There were 4 big words written on it, Nyo Mo Geo Sticks. Nyo Mo Geo Sticks? Nyo Mo Magic Kung Fu? He was moved and immediately turned the pages and read. There were pictures and words on the pages, And the words were actually the words of the demon clan. As he was looking at the stick techniques in the picture, a cold voice suddenly came from the side. Why are you looking at the demon clan's skills? Luo Qingzhou came back to his senses and turned his head and said, Uncle, how come the skills above are recorded in the demon clan's language? The two books just now all use my Great Yin language. Linghu Qingzhou took a look and said nothing. At this time, Fairy Zixia came over after hearing the voice, took a look at the book in his hand, and said, if I remember correctly, this technique should have been obtained by an uncle from an ancient secret realm. Because the demon clan's stick technique requires the inner strength of the demon clan. No one practiced it, and no one translated it at that time. So it has been kept until now. Luo Qingzhou heard this, lowered his head, and flipped through a few pages, and asked, Master, the remaining technique? Can I choose this one? Fairy Zixia was slightly startled, and said, Fei Yang, there is only one chance a year to come in and choose a technique. You must choose it well. Luo Qingzhou nodded and said, Disciple will choose it. Linghu Qingzhou on the side said coldly, This is the demon clan's technique, which requires the inner strength of the demon clan to cooperate. And it is a stick technique. You? She suddenly stopped talking, because she suddenly remembered the fight that night. His dark and hard stick, and his strange bull-mooing charging technique. Whatever you want, she said coldly. Fairy Zixia was about to persuade her, but seeing her reaction, a hint of doubt appeared in her eyes. She said nothing more and nodded. You decide for yourself. Then she asked, Do you understand the language of the demon race? Luo Qingzhou shook his head and said, Do Master and Uncle Master understand? Fairy Zixia also shook her head and said, We don't understand it very well. We only know some simple words of the demon race. The words of this kind of skill should be extremely profound. We dare not translate it randomly. If we make a mistake in a word, it will be troublesome. If you want a complete translation, you have to go to the back mountain to find Uncle Master Nye. But it's not possible now. Uncle Master Nye is in seclusion now. So I'm afraid it will take some time. Linghu Qingzhou's eyes moved and he said coldly, If you are not in a hurry, you can stay in the mountain for a few more days, just in time to practice the skills you just selected. If you don't understand, you can ask your master. Luo Qingzhou said, It's okay. I have a friend who knows the language of the demon race very well. I'll just find her. Linghu Qingzhou's lips moved, as if he wanted to say something, but he held back. Fairy Zixia asked, Do you write it down on the spot? Or take it out and stay in the sect for 2 days to remember it? You can't take this technique down the mountain. Luo Qingzhou said, There are only 3 techniques. Give me half an hour. Master, Uncle, you can read the books first. Or chat. After that, he took the last book, went to the table not far away, sat down, and began to memorize every page of every book carefully. In the pavilion, it was quiet. The 2 women looked at each other, walked to the window a little further away, and looked outside. Outside, night fell, and the snowflakes were still falling silently. Fairy Zixia looked at the snow outside, and was silent for a while. Then she said softly, Qingzhou, has he practiced the demon clan's skills? Linghu Qingzhou said lightly, I don't know if it is true, but he has a stick, which is very powerful. Judging from the battle that night, he has not practiced stick techniques, so he chose that technique. Fairy Zixia turned her head and looked at her and said, Why do I feel that he is becoming more and more mysterious? Do you know what realm his soul has reached? Linghu Qingzhou looked at the night outside and said expressionlessly, It should be no worse than mine. Fairy Zixia was stunned, pondered for a while, and said, He has practiced both the body and the soul, and has made rapid progress. And there are various. He has all kinds of strange skills and weapons, and even guided you to refine the 6 Meridian's divine sword. His identity and background are so mysterious. There must be a very powerful master behind him. Linghu Qingzhou was silent for a while, and said, Could it be that he is very powerful? Fairy Zixia shook her head. No matter how talented he is, without the guidance and help of a good teacher, it is impossible for him to cultivate his body and soul to this level in such a short time. Qingzhou, you and Master Shifeng both have strong soul cultivation talents. The sect has spent a lot of resources on you, and you have also been taught by your uncle. But what is the result? He is a young man without a sect, but he has caught up with you. Don't you think it's strange? Also, you are a genius in sword training. But what happened? With just a few words, you changed your mindset. With just a few instructions, your sword skills suddenly improved by leaps and bounds. And your achievements are higher than those of your hard training for many years. Finger sword, did you think about it at the beginning? Ling Hu Qingju moved her lips. And when she was about to argue, Fairy Zixiao looked at her again and said, also, his wife. That young and immature girl. How old is she? Qingju, are you scared today? After these words came out, Ling Hu Qingju was stunned. And then her cheeks became hot, staring at her and said, Senior sister, you peeked at me? Fairy Zixiao smiled and said, I didn't peek. I saw it accidentally. Then she smiled slightly, sighed lightly, and said, Qingju, Fei Yang is not an ordinary person. I believe you know it in your heart. Cherish the friendship between you and him. And when the time comes, our Ling Xiao sect may have to rely on him. Ling Hu Qingju turned his face away and said coldly, You are his master. Fairy Zixiao smiled and said, Who said he could only have one master? But if you don't want to be his master, you could be something else. Ling Hu Qingju didn't say anything else. Fairy Zixiao took out the communication certificate and said, Come, let me at him. I will go and tell them about the Saint of Xianyan Pavilion in a few days. But the Saint is proud and arrogant. If she knew that Fei Yang rejected her, she would be very angry. Ling Hu Qingju took out the communication certificate and said, You can tell her that it was you who rejected her. Fairy Zixiao shook her head and said, I didn't refuse at that time. And it was impossible for me to refuse later. She is not a fool. During the annual test, the Saint should come to watch the competition. Let Fei Yang meet her then. Maybe Ling Hu Qingju looked at her, with a complex emotion in his eyes. Faintly, Sister, you may not know him yet. He has deep feelings for his wife. Even if the Saint of Xianyan Pavilion is beautiful and outstanding, he will not accept her. Fairy Zixiao smiled and said, Sister, do you know him well? Men are all lustful. You know that? Right? Ling Hu Qingju said coldly. At least he won't. Fairy Zixiao smiled and said, Unless there is someone more beautiful in his family. He has seen enough beauty. But I have seen the Saint of Xianyan Pavilion. She is indeed worthy of the title of the most beautiful woman in the world. No matter how many wives he has. I am afraid they can't compare to her. Ling Hu Qingju said nothing more. Scratched out the name in the treasure certificate. And pasted it together, with the treasure certificate in her hand. The two communication treasure certificates trembled slightly. Fairy Zixiao stretched out her jade finger, and scratched the mirror of the treasure certificate a few times. In front of the desk. When Luo Qingzhou was seriously memorizing the last book of Niu Mo Jiu Gun, he suddenly felt the communication treasure certificate on his body vibrate. He was afraid that it was from Nangong Meijiao. And it was news about the city. So he quickly took it out and took a look. Who knew it was a message to add a friend? Fairy Zixiao wants to add you as a friend. Do you agree? Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment. And looked up at the window, not far away. Fairy Zixiao smiled at him. Raised the communication treasure in her hand and shook it. Luo Qingzhou had no choice but to click agree. You have added Fairy Zixiao as a friend. You can have fun with her, and you can also give her a cute and memorable name. Recommended name, Baby Zixiao. Zixiao Nyonyo. Queen Zixiao. Master Zixiao. Etc. Luo Qingzhou was confused. How come there is such a thing when adding friends now? Has the system been upgraded? He did not renote it. Fairy Zixiao would be enough. He did not think about it anymore. Put away the communication treasure. And continued to memorize the skills seriously. At this time, in the back garden of a mansion in Kyoto City, a beautiful girl in a white dress was practicing the guqin seriously in the pavilion. Suddenly, her expression changed slightly. She took out a piece of jade and looked down. In the room, the girl in a pink dress was pounding medicine at the table seriously. While pounding, she pouted her lips and muttered, Stinky son-in-law. Bad son-in-law. You don't take me out to play. Don't even think about playing with my rabbit next time. Then, she suddenly turned her head and looked outside the door. Hey, wasn't the young lady playing Spring River Moon Night just now? Why didn't she finish playing and suddenly played 10 sides of ambush? Chapter 603. Half an hour later, Luo Qingzhou finally memorized all 3 exercises in his mind. The 3 of them went downstairs. Elder Lin, who was guarding the door, saw that he had nothing in his hands. When he was about to ask, he suddenly remembered that he seemed to have a photographic memory. Uncle Lin. Excuse me. Luo Qingzhou bowed his hands. Elder Lin nodded slightly and said with a smile, Practice hard and strive for a good ranking in this annual test. It will be worth it for the sect master and Ling Hu Peak master to personally bring you to choose exercises. Luo Qingzhou said, disciple will definitely work hard and will never let master and uncle down. Zixia smiled and went out. Linghu Qingzhu was the first to go out, standing in the wind and snow as night fell. His green clothes fluttered and his face was full of coldness. Luo Qingzhou followed him out and said, Master, uncle, then I will take my leave first. It's just getting dark, and I should be able to get home in time. Linghu Qingzhu turned his head and looked at him. Very Zixia said, are you in such a hurry? It's snowing and windy, and we have to pass through the Yunwu Mountains on the way. I'm afraid it will be dangerous. Let's go back tomorrow. When Luo Qingzhou was about to speak, Linghu Qingzhu suddenly said coldly, a man's promise is worth 1,000 gold. What did you promise me before? Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and thought about it carefully. He had promised her to practice swordsmanship with her, and promised to tell her the story of my son and Maya today. I don't know what she was talking about. Fairy Zixia smiled and said, Fei Yang, go to Jianfeng to stay for 1 night. Your senior sister is still there. Try to curry favor with your senior uncle Linghu. She will take good care of your senior sister. After that, she left alone with a flower basket and quickly disappeared in the night ahead. Luo Qingzhou then whispered, Master, what are you talking about? Linghu Qingzhu narrowed his eyes and said, you must do what you promised me. If you can't do it, you will bear the consequences. After that, he walked down the stairs. Luo Qingzhou had no choice but to follow behind, saying, Uncle Master, I'll stay tonight and tell you a story. Linghu Qingzhu said nothing more, walking coldly in front. The two soon arrived at Jianfeng. A dim light was on in the bamboo forest hut. There was a faint voice coming from inside. Luo Qingzhou walked into the courtyard, knocked on the door, and said, Chan, I'm back. Sister Dao came over and opened the door, looked outside, and said, are you alone? Where is Uncle Master Linghu? Luo Qingzhou walked into the room and said, what's wrong with me being alone? Sister Dao doesn't welcome you? Sister Dao stood at the door and said, it's not that I don't welcome you. It's late, and this room is too small. Miss Chan and I can sleep together. What about you? Luo Qingzhou walked to the bed and sat down on it directly. He held Chan's hand and turned to look at. She said, Sister, since this bed is only big enough for 2 people, then you can let me and Chan sleep on it, and you can just go out. Sister Dao. Luo Qingzhou said, Sister, I am a guest. Shouldn't I be able to sleep on it? Sister Dao rolled her eyes at him and said, that's my bed. Girls can sleep on it. How can you? If Uncle Linghu doesn't find a place for you, then I will take you to my father's place later and let you sleep with my father. It's quite spacious there. Luo Qingzhou said, you are repaying kindness with enmity. Sister Dao laughed and said, how can you repay kindness with enmity? My father will not eat you. He was mean to you because he misunderstood you. This time you saved him. He is grateful. Luo Qingzhou patted the bed and said, this bed is very soft and warm here. Sister, I will sleep here tonight anyway. You can do whatever you want. Before Sister Dao finished speaking, footsteps and voices were heard outside. It was Su Feng and Su Yu's voice. Sister Dao quickly opened the door and said respectfully, Sister Su Feng. Sister Su Yu. The 2 sisters greeted her and walked in. Su Feng said, Junior brother Chu, you didn't even tell us that you were here. We just found out. Su Yu also said, that's right. Junior brother Chu, you didn't even talk to us. My sister and I brought you to Jianfeng in the first place. Luo Qingzhou quickly bowed his hands to apologize and explained. Xia Chan stood up from the bed, looked at the sisters in front of her with a stiff look, and then looked at someone. Luo Qingzhou introduced them quickly, 2 senior sisters. This is my wife. You can just call her Chan. Then he added, Chan. Call me senior sister. Xia Chan lowered her head, approached him, and whispered in a low voice, Master. Senior sister. Su Feng and Su Yu looked at her and greeted her. Su Yu took her hand and said, Chan is so cute. Junior brother Chu, you are so lucky. Su Feng looked at the sword in her hand and asked, Junior brother Chu, is Chan a swordsman? Luo Qingzhou said, I guess so. Su Feng immediately became interested when he heard it, and said, Chan, what is your cultivation level? Let's go out and exchange sword skills. Okay? Sister Dao on the side couldn't help but look at her. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said, Senior sister Su Feng, there is no need to spar. My Chan has only practiced the basics, and is definitely not your opponent. Su Feng looked at him and said, "It's okay. I only use sword moves. And I won't hurt her. It just so happens that I am also a sword practitioner. I can give her some pointers. Although I can't teach her sword skills. It's okay to give her some pointers." Sister Dao's mouth twitched, and she looked at her with some pity. When Luo Qingzhou didn't know how to refuse, the wooden door creaked open, and Ling Hu Qingzhu walked in a green dress. The hut was narrow, and several people standing inside immediately seemed a bit crowded. Su Feng and Su Yu hurriedly bowed respectfully. "Master." Sister Dao also bowed immediately and said, "Uncle Ling Hu." Luo Qingzhou knew her purpose and said, "Uncle, please sit on the bed." Ling Hu Qingzhu said expressionlessly, "No," seeing that everyone was huddled together. Luo Qingzhou said, "Uncle, how about we change places?" After saying that, he heard the wind and snow outside sobbing. Thinking of Chan Chan's thin body, he had to say, "Forget it. It's warmer with more people." "Then I'll start?" Except for Ling Hu Qingzhu. Everyone else was a little confused when they heard it. Sister Dao asked, "Start what?" Luo Qingzhou coughed and said, "Tell a story. The night is long, and stories come to accompany. Today I will tell you a heart-wrenching story about." He glanced at Ling Hu Qingzhu and said, "It's about a handsome hero and a handsome divine eagle. It's called the Divine Eagle Knight." Ling Hu Qingzhu suddenly said coldly, "Isn't it a story about a master and his apprentice?" Luo Qingzhou said, "Of course, there are masters and apprentices in it. But the most important thing is the story of the hero named Yang and the Divine Eagle. One man and one eagle, roaming the world, taking revenge and being vengeful." Ling Hu Qingzhu looked at him coldly and said, "I don't want to hear about the eagle." Su Feng and Su Yu saw that their master seemed very unhappy, and hurriedly said, "Junior brother Chu, we don't want to hear about the eagle either. What's so good about a man and an eagle? It's meaningless." Luo Qingzhou said, "This is a love story that transcends races. The love between a man and an eagle. Don't you think it's magical and attractive?" Sister Dao on the side whispered, "I just feel disgusted." Su Feng and Su Yu also nodded in agreement. Luo Qingzhou looked at Chan Chan next to him. Xia Chan would not lie. Seeing his gaze, she could not help but ask, "Isn't it the love story of Guer and Ant?" When this was said, Ling Hu Qingzhu's eyes suddenly lit up, and he ordered in a cold voice, "Tell it, Guer and Ant." Luo Qingzhou had no choice but to say, "Okay. This story is called The Gratitude Between Master and Disciple." Without waiting for others to speak, he immediately began to tell the story. Ling Hu Qingzhu's lips moved, but he held back again. The girl of you picked lotus by the autumn water, with narrow sleeves and light silk, revealing 2 golden bracelets. She picked flowers in the reflection of her shadow, and the flowers looked like her face, and her heart was only in turmoil with the silk. Luo Qingzhou directly skipped the previous childhood plot, and just mentioned it in a few sentences, and saw Gua Jing taking Yang to Zhongnan Mountain to become a disciple. Then he talked about the first time he met Xiaolongnu. Then he talked about accidentally entering the ancient tomb, being taken in by Xiaolongnu, and calling her aunt for the first time. Everyone was silent and enjoyed it when they heard this. When Ling Hu Qingzhu heard the word aunt, his heartbeat accelerated and he stared at him blankly. After several months, the two had already mastered the external skills of the Jade Girl Heart Sutra. Xiaolongnu explained the formula and method of practicing the Jade Girl Heart Sutra. Yanggua asked about the difficult parts, and the two of them went to the flowers, untied their clothes, and practiced. Ling Hu Qingzhu's cheeks were slightly hot when he heard it, and he secretly said in his heart, "Jade Girl Heart Sutra, untie clothes, untie clothes." Luo Qingzhou omitted a certain plot that made people vomit blood, and only told that Xiaolongnu and Yanggua had a misunderstanding because of other things, and then left alone. Yanggua searched everywhere and met other people. Then, he returned to Xiangyang City, had his arm cut off by Guafu, met the Divine Eagle, practiced swordsmanship, etc. Save as much as possible. As for the ambiguity between Yanggua and Xiaolongnu, and all kinds of love words, none of them were mentioned. Finally, it was said that Xiaolongnu was poisoned, fell off a cliff, and disappeared. Then, Yanggua and the Divine Condor became the famous Divine Condor heroes. The story ends here. After Luo Qingzhou finished, the room fell silent. After a while, Sister Dao said, "The story is wonderful, but a little sad. Guer should have found his aunt, and shouldn't have written her dead." Su Feng and Su Yu also frowned and said, "Junior brother Chu, your aunt is so good. Why let her be poisoned and disappear? Is your aunt dead?" Luo Qingzhou said. This is a suspense. Maybe she is dead. Maybe she is still alive. So you asked again, was Guo alone in the end? Wasn't there a good girl to accompany him? Luo Qingzhou said, it should be the smart and lovely Guoxiang who accompanied him. At this time, Lenghu Qingzhu, who had been silent for a while, suddenly said, Chu Feiyang, the story is intermittent, and many logics are wrong. You deliberately omitted the story between Guo and his aunt. Right? Luo Qingzhou said, Uncle, I only remember these. Lenghu Qingzhu didn't say anything else, and looked at Sister Dao next to him. Luo Qingzhou's face changed slightly, and he had to say, Uncle, let me think about it again. After a while, he said with a stiff face, I remember. In the end, Guo found his aunt, and then lived happily with her. As soon as these words came out, Su Feng, Su Yu and Sister Dao all smiled. Unexpectedly, Lenghu Qingzhu suddenly said, they lived happily together. Did they live together as a master and apprentice? Or, Luo Qingzhou was about to answer, but seeing her cold eyes, he could only sigh in his heart and said, in fact, Guo has long liked his aunt, and his aunt has long liked Guo. They finally broke through the shackles of the world, got married, and lived a happy life in love. When these words came out, Dao Jie and Su Feng and Su Yu were all stunned, with stunned faces, and Lenghu Qingzhu was very satisfied and said, think carefully about the previous plot. It is impossible for them to fall in love suddenly. There should be some mutual affection and strong affection. Is there any? Seeing her threatening eyes, Luo Qingzhou could only say, yes. Disciple remembered it. There was no way. He had to repeat the ambiguous plot between Yang Guo and Zai Longnu that he had omitted before, without missing a word. After he finished, Dao Jie and Su Feng and Su Yu, who had just felt incredible about the ending of the master and apprentice suddenly becoming husband and wife, were all moved. Great. Guo and aunt are finally together. They are a good match. They are of similar age, and they have experienced so many life and death separations. They should have been together. Su Yu sighed. I envy such a relationship. Lenghu Qingzhu was also stunned, immersed in the story, and did not come back to his senses for a long time. Luo Qingzhou waited for a while, cough cough, and said, Uncle, senior sisters, it's late. It's time to go back and rest. Chan Chan and I also want to rest. Xia Chan secretly glanced at him, lowered her head, blushed, one little hand holding a sword, and the other hand tightly grasped two thin ropes ready to tie a pair of ponytails. Chapter 604 You are so pretty. It was early morning. Outside the house, the wind and snow were still blowing, and everything was white. After the story was told, Lenghu Qingzhu said nothing and took Su Feng and Su Yu away. No other emotions could be seen on his face, and he did not tell them how to live. There were only 3 people left in the house, staring at each other. Luo Qingzhou directly pulled Xia Chan to sit on the bed, looked at Sister Dao and said, Senior sister, don't you want to leave? How about we squeeze together? It's very warm for 3 people to sleep together. Go away. Sister Dao rolled her eyes at him, went over and picked up her pillow and quilt, and said, don't say you didn't even bring your quilt. Luo Qingzhou said, I really didn't bring it. Senior sister, lend it to me for one night. Don't even think about it. Sister Dao directly put the pillow and quilt into the storage bag, then walked towards the door with long legs, and said, I'll sleep somewhere else. Luo Qingzhou immediately stood up, took out his own quilt, sheets and pillow from the storage ring, and said, come on, Chan Chan, let's make the bed. Sister Dao's steps froze, turned her head and looked at him and said, Chu Feiyang, you are such a rogue. Luo Qingzhou ignored her and bent down to make the bed. Chan Chan lowered her head and helped with a red face. Sister Dao didn't dare to stay any longer, opened the door, walked out, and helped them close the wooden door by the way. The footsteps in the courtyard gradually faded away. After making the bed, Luo Qingzhou went over to open the door and looked outside. After seeing that everyone had left, he locked the door, took off the mask on his face, and walked to the bed impatiently and said, Chan Chan, where are your twin ponytails? Xia Chan blushed, lowered her head, and slowly loosened her hands. Woo! Outside the window, the cold wind whistled. A sobbing sound of a flute suddenly sounded beside the cliff not far away. Lenghu Qingzhu, dressed in green, stood there, looking at the abyss of the sea of clouds in front of him, and was whistling the jade flute in his hand. One night passed quietly. The next day, The wind and snow were still there. Early in the morning, Luo Qingzhou took Xia Chan and prepared to go down the mountain. Sister Dao and the two sisters Su Feng and Su Yu sent them to the intersection of the back mountain. Linghu Qingzhou didn't know where he went. Luo Qingzhou didn't waved to the three sisters, and said goodbye to Xia Chan and left. Daojia returned to the bamboo hut. As soon as she opened the door, she suddenly found that the small bed in the corner had collapsed. Chan, let me sing a song for you. Walking down the mountain, Luo Qingzhou was a little bored and decided to sing a song for the little girl next to him. Xia Chan said, "Oh." Luo Qingzhou cleared his throat and began to sing. "I have a little donkey. I never ride it. One day I rode it to the market on a whim. I was holding the ponytail in my hand. I was very proud. I don't know how. I splashed mud." Xia Chan listened blankly, thought it was very nice, remembered it silently in her heart, and prepared to go back and sing it to Bailing. When Luo Qingzhou was singing for the 5th time, he suddenly found a familiar figure standing on the rock next to him, dressed in green, holding a jade flute. The cold wind blew. The sleeves fluttered. The green hair danced. And the cold eyes were staring at the two people. Luo Qingzhou let go of Chan's little hand, and hurried over to Bao and said, "Master, why are you here? I wanted to say goodbye to you, but I couldn't find you." Linghu Qingzhou looked at him expressionlessly, and after a moment of silence, he said, "After you go back, practice well. If there are no special circumstances, remember to come for the annual test next month." Luo Qingzhou said, "Okay." Linghu Qingzhou did not speak again. Luo Qingzhou waited for a while, and said with a bow, "Uncle Master, shall we go down the mountain first?" Linghu Qingzhou looked at the girl behind him, and still did not speak. Luo Qingzhou did not stay any longer, and took the girl beside him, and said goodbye. Linghu Qingzhou looked at the two people holding hands together, and the backs of the two people pressed together, and the white fingers clenched the jade flute in his hand, and suddenly said, "Chu Fei Yang." Luo Qingzhou stopped and turned to look at her. Linghu Qingzhou met his eyes, was silent for a while, and then showed a faint smile on his face, saying, "From now on, you can call me uncle. No need to call me anything else. Also, your wife is very beautiful and powerful. You must treat her well." Luo Qingzhou was stunned and said, "Yes, uncle, I will." The two looked at each other again for a moment. Luo Qingzhou led the girl beside him, and continued to walk down the mountain, and soon disappeared in the wind and snow under the hillside. In the woods, the cold wind whistled, and the sobbing sound of the flute sounded again. Luo Qingzhou and the others went down the mountain, took the horses from the stable at the foot of the mountain, and then rode away. Since it was still early, Luo Qingzhou was not in a hurry to go back. He took Xia Chan and wandered around on the small road by the Yungu River, checking the nearby villages, houses, etc. There were many empty houses by the river, although simple, but also spacious. On one side of the house is the vast river, and on the other side is the field covered with ice and snow. It is not difficult to imagine that when spring comes, there will be green grass everywhere, colorful flowers, and various birds catching fish. Maybe there are some stupid little animals. Thinking of the little animals, Luo Qingzhou suddenly remembered the little fire fox in the storage ring and took a look immediately. The little fire fox was chasing two little rabbits, looking fierce. Obviously, Huagu's soul has not awakened yet. The little wild rabbit he put in before is also missing. Maybe it was eaten by the little fire fox, or it was burned to ashes by its fire. Except for Dabao and Erbao, who are not afraid of its flames. Other small animals are naturally not its opponents. Even he has to be careful every time. Huagu's soul has been sleeping for so long, and has not woken up yet. I don't know if there is anything wrong. He has to ask Sister Yu to help take a look tonight. By the way, let Sister Yu help him translate the demon clan's martial arts 9 claws of the bull demon. Think about it carefully. From the beginning of knowing Sister Yu until now, Sister Yu has been helping him. All the progress of his soul, and even the progress of his body, are inseparable from her. Whether it is magic tools, martial arts, or other difficult problems, as long as he goes to her, she can almost help him solve them. Even in the nightly practice, she has been sacrificing herself to help him. So, if he really wants to call her a master willingly, he thinks Sister Yu is his only true master. But unfortunately, Sister Yu seems unwilling to be his master. To be honest, he didn't know how to repay the other party's kindness. She didn't need stories and scriptures for the time being. As for the thunder tribulation, he didn't know when he would have to wait. So every time he saw her now, he felt a little uncomfortable, always feeling that he owed her too much and it was difficult to repay. If he asked her for help again, he would be embarrassed. Tonight, he had to ask her to help translate the exercises again, so he could only continue to be thick-skinned. Luo Qingzhou thought, should he take the initiative to give her a few gifts? Thinking of the gifts, he suddenly remembered that he had just left in a hurry and forgot to go to the treasure pavilion to choose gifts. The master said last night that he would go to the treasure pavilion to choose treasures during the day today. He was promoted from the middle stage of martial arts master to the realm of great martial arts master. According to the rules, he was qualified to enter the treasure pavilion to choose 3 treasures. Thinking of this, he immediately reined in the horse, turned the horse's head, and returned the same way. Xia Chan was stunned in his arms for a while, turned her head and looked at him. Luo Qingzhou kissed her cold face, hugged her waist and said, I left in a hurry just now and forgot to get the gift. Chan, what gift do you want? I'll get it for you later. Xia Chan lowered her head slightly and whispered, No. Who knew that as soon as she finished speaking? Luo Qingzhou said, That's great. You can only take 3 gifts. 1 for Xiao Dai, 1 for Chur, and 1 for the second lady. After all, the last gift was given to you, and they don't have any. Xia Chan pouted slightly and ignored him. This bad guy just likes to tease her. She won't tie her ponytails next time. Humph. Luo Qingzhou rode his horse and just returned to the foot of the mountain, and suddenly saw Linghu Qingzhou standing on the hillside where he stood yesterday waiting for him. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, turned over and got off the horse, and said, Chan, you wait for me here. I'll be back soon. After that, he walked quickly towards the hillside. Linghu Qingzhou held a jade flute in her hand, wearing a green dress, and looked at him expressionlessly. When he approached, she took out 3 brocade boxes and handed them to him, saying lightly, a jade pendant, a pearl flower, and a hairpin. I helped you choose them. I forgot to give them to you just now, but I knew you would come back. Luo Qingzhou was stunned, looked at her, and then took the brocade box and thanked her. Thank you, uncle. Linghu Qingzhou looked at the brocade box in his hand and said softly, They are all small magic tools, specially made for girls. They can calm the mind, avoid dust and insects. They are pretty. Your wife should like them. Luo Qingzhou opened the brocade box and took a look. He thanked her again and said, Thank you for troubling uncle. The two looked at each other and were silent for a few seconds. Luo Qingzhou put away the brocade box and bowed, saying, Uncle Master, it's snowing outside. Please go back to the mountain. I'll take my leave now. Linghu Qingzhou was silent for a moment, looked at him and said, I stood on the edge of the cliff for a long time last night, thinking about a lot of things. Then I went to see you outside the bamboo forest hut. Luo Qingzhou froze for a moment. Linghu Qingzhou looked at his ordinary face and showed a hint of self-mockery on his face. I didn't expect that. I didn't even know what you looked like. I met you for the first time last night. After a pause, he said, Chu Feiyang, you are pretty and have a good figure, but you are a little perverted. Luo Qingzhou. Linghu Qingzhou smiled faintly and said, Okay, I'm going up the mountain. You should leave quickly. Don't let your wife wait anxiously. Also, the light was too dim last night. I didn't see anything. I just heard you say in your dream G. After saying that, he turned around and walked away quickly. The green dress soon disappeared into the woods in the distance. Luo Qingzhou stood on the hillside, stiff for a long time, then turned around and walked down the hillside, came to the big horse and the little horse, lowered his head, and said faintly, Chan, the son-in-law is dead completely want to find a crack to crawl into. Chapter 605 Sister Yu's Answer. It was snowing all the way. It was almost noon when the two entered the city. It was very easy to enter the outer city without inspection. Luo Qingzhou paid some money and sat in a carriage with Chan, a group of tourists from other countries, and entered the city easily. The new year is approaching, and the city is getting more and more lively. In addition to the bustling people of Dian on the streets, there are also many tourists from neighboring countries wearing various strange costumes. The capital of Dian attracts many foreign tourists every year. Of course, there will definitely be more this year, because all countries have sent envoys, and several princes have come one after another. In addition to participating in the Taikong festival held every 3 years in Dian, they also come for the eldest princess. At that time, the 5 major sects of Dian will also send people to participate. At that time, the capital will be really lively. The killing of the deputy commander of the Jinui, and so many Jinui yesterday, did not seem to have any impact on the liveliness of the city. But Luo Qingzhou knew that the danger to him and the Qin mansion had not been lifted, and the whole family was in danger of being destroyed at any time, being remembered by that person. Even if the eldest princess came back, nothing could be changed. Not to mention that the eldest princess had admitted defeat and returned. Therefore, he had to continue to practice and become stronger until the trouble was completely solved. Luo Qingzhou took Xia Chan, each wearing an animal mask, mixed in the crowd of street performers, shuttled everywhere, and after making sure that no one was following, he turned into the alley and returned to the Qin mansion from the back door. The mansion was quiet. Luo Qingzhou went directly back to the Meixiang garden, talked with Miss Qin for a while, and gave away all 3 gifts. Xiao Dai and Qiu'er were very happy. Qiu'er was in the small courtyard again, with a stern face, practicing flying knives. After lunch, Luo Qingzhou took Xiao Dai to the exiled immortal residence. It was called reading, but it was actually practicing. The courtyard door was locked, and a wooden sign was hung outside the door, reading, "No idle people allowed to disturb." Xiao Dai was embroidering in the room. Luo Qingzhou entered the room, got on the bed, sat cross-legged, and began to recall the moonlit night internal power mental method in his mind. As the name suggests, it is more effective to practice this set of internal power mental method in the morning when the vitality is the strongest and at night when the moonlight is the strongest. Of course, it can also be practiced at ordinary times. Luo Qingzhou closed his eyes and did not rush to start. He first recalled and pondered every sentence, and wrote down some of the sentences he did not understand. Half an hour later, he read the sentences he did not understand several times again, and found that there were still a few paragraphs and some words that he did not understand. Because it is an internal power mental method, it must be fully understood before it can be practiced. So he did not dare to mess around. After thinking about it, he took out the communication treasure and prepared to ask Linghu Qingzhu. When he was about to write on the jade, he stopped again. He decided to ask Sister Yu first to see if Sister Yu could answer, and then ask Uncle Linghu to see if the 2 answers were the same. This was also a way to test Sister Yu. After all, he only knew that Sister Yu's spirit was powerful, but he didn't know whether her body had been cultivated. Thinking of this, he immediately edited the message and sent it to Sister Yu first. "Sister Yu, I have a question. When the body breathes in and out, water and fire meet, and the wind blows, do you know what it means?" After the message was sent, he waited for a while, and when he was about to send it to Master Linghu again, the message suddenly came back. "Sister Yu, lifting up the kidney water, lowering the heart fire. 1 inhalation and 1 exhalation. It is called the meaning of water and fire. When breathing, the body generates wind. The wind is strong. The fire is strong. And the wind can generate fire. So it is necessary to blow it with wind." Luo Qingzhou, "Thank you, Sister Yu. Sister Yu is really amazing." After the message was sent, he thought about it, and sent another message to Master Linghu. "Master, I have a question to ask. When the flesh breathes in and out, water and fire meet, and it is blown by wind, what does it mean?" A certain back garden. A beautiful girl in a snow-white dress was sitting in the pavilion, lowering her head, quietly looking at the jade in her hand. After the message was sent, she thought about it carefully again, and felt that the explanation seemed unclear. She hesitated for a while, and tapped her jade finger lightly. When she was about to send another message, the surface of the jade suddenly lit up, and a message prompt appeared. Her jade finger froze for a moment, and she took it back. After a moment, another message prompt appeared. "Zhu, when inhaling, lift the perineum and retract the navel. When exhaling, lower the perineum, open the crotch and lift the buttocks, and retract the gate of life." In the whole process, what is lifted is the kidney water, and what is dropped is the heart fire. 1 inhalation and 1 exhalation is called water and fire meet. Also called heart and kidney communicate. Wind is air. Air belongs to yang. Water is blood. Blood belongs to yin. And only when yin and yang are balanced can the organs in the body be balanced. The human body is like a bellows. When the wind is strong, the fire is strong. Wind can start fire, and fire can boil water. Luo Qingzhou, "Thank you. Uncle, you are so good." After the uncle's explanation, I immediately understood. By the way, uncle, I still have a few questions. Do you have time to answer them? In the pavilion. The girl clenched the jade in her hand and looked at the snowflakes outside the pavilion. Her beautiful and flawless face was as cold as snow. Exiled immortal residents. Luo Qingzhou asked all the questions he didn't understand. And Ling Huqiju answered them one by one. After thanking him, he chewed over and over again, and then began to carefully try to practice for the first time. Lingchan Moon Palace. In Xia Chan's room. Bailing was pestering her to talk. Chan, tell me quickly. Where did your uncle take you to play yesterday? What did you play? Where did you sleep last night? Did your uncle bully you? Chan, did you tie your hair into 2 ponytails? There are still traces on your hair? Why did you suddenly think of tying your hair into 2 ponytails? Although it's cute, it doesn't fit your style as a cold-faced swordsman. It's more appropriate for me to tie it. By the way, does your uncle like your ponytails? Chan, how did you go? Did you take a carriage or ride a horse? Bailing asked non-stop. Xia Chan blushed and didn't say anything. Finally, she couldn't help but said, Uncle, teach me to sing. When this was said, Bailing's eyes lit up and said, Really? Uncle's song is so beautiful. Please sing it for me. I want to listen. Xia Chan said embarrassedly. I can't. Bai Ling immediately said, It doesn't matter. You sing the lyrics and the melody. It doesn't matter if you sing it wrong. I just want to listen to Uncle's song. Xia Chan hesitated for a while, then lowered her head and sang in a low voice. I am a little donkey. Bailing suddenly laughed and said, Chan, why are the lyrics so funny? Did your uncle write them? I am a little donkey? Why not a little wild horse? Xia Chan was stunned for a moment, then immediately reacted, blushing and saying, No, that's not right, it should be. I have a little donkey. Ha ha ha. Bailing was immediately amused by her and laughed so hard that she almost fell to the ground, holding her stomach, and said, Chan, how could you have thought that you were a little donkey? Ha ha ha. Xia Chan's little face became even hotter. Then she pouted her lips again, muttering in her heart, It's all the fault. It's all the fault of that bad guy. Last night she let her be. Bai Ling stopped laughing and said, Chan, I won't laugh anymore. You continue singing. Judging from the lyrics and tune of this first sentence, this song is cheerful and concise. And it sounds very nice. You sing the rest. Xia Chan lowered her head and hesitated for a while, and then continued to sing in a low voice. I never ride one day. I rode to the market. I held a ponytail in my hand. Wait. Hearing this, Bai Ling suddenly interrupted and said, Chan, you remembered it wrong again? You were riding a donkey. How could you hold a ponytail? What about the ponytail? Shouldn't it be a small rein or a small whip? Even if it's a reverse ride, it should be the donkey's tail that is grabbed. Right? Xia Chan looked at her blankly, blinked in confusion, and thought seriously for a while, and said just, That's it. The ponytail, I remember. He sang it like this. Bai Ling was puzzled. How could it be? Riding a donkey and grabbing a ponytail. Son-in-law, huh? She suddenly looked up and murmured, Ponytail. She suddenly raised her head and said with a strange look, Chan, you continue to sing. Sing all the lyrics below? Xia Chan said oh, and continued to sing the rest of the lyrics. After listening, Bai Ling's eyes flickered and fell into deep thought. He stared at her hair for a while, and then stared at her face and body for a while, with a very strange expression. Xia Chan said weakly, What happened? Bai Ling suddenly smiled and said, It's okay. The song of the uncle is very nice. I will sing it to the young lady later, and ask the young lady to compose a song for me. When the uncle comes in the evening, the young lady will play the piano, and I will sing to give the uncle a surprise. What do you think? Xia Chan hurriedly said, No. Don't. Bai Ling smiled and said, Why not? Such a nice song. The uncle may not have finished teaching it. I will sing it to him in the evening to see if there is anything wrong, and then ask him to teach us the song in full. Xia Chan said anxiously, I secretly remember. Bai Ling smiled, touched her little head and said, It doesn't matter. The uncle won't laugh at you. When the time comes, let's laugh at the uncle together. Okay? Xia Chan looked at her in confusion. Bai Ling giggled, jumped out of the room, and said, I'll go find the young lady. In the evening, After practicing the set of internal skills several times, Luo Qingzhou quickly mastered it. After finishing the exercise, he and Xiao Dai returned to Meixiang Garden. I was busy yesterday and today, but I didn't take a bath, so I have to take a good bath tonight. Qior and Zhuer quickly prepared hot water. Miss Qin Er personally helped him take a bath, gently rubbing his back and talking to him softly. Luo Qingzhou was so comfortable that he almost fell asleep. After taking a bath, Miss Qin Er said softly, "Brother Qingzhou, go and greet your sister and talk to her. Bailing has come several times, and she must miss you too." Luo Qingzhou hugged her and kissed her for a while. Then he wore a white Confucian robe, held an umbrella, and went out gracefully. When he arrived at Lingshan Moon Palace, Bailing's clear and beautiful singing was ringing in the courtyard. Chapter 606 Four Snowmen and Snowball Fights in Lingshan Moon Palace. Hey, the tune is familiar. Luo Qingzhou stood at the door, pricked up his ears, and listened carefully. La 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 la. The voice of Bailing is crisp and pleasant. Even if it is just a few words, it is very pleasant to listen to. But this tune. Dong dong dong. Luo Qingzhou raised his hand and knocked on the door, muttering in his heart, how can Chan Chan be so stupid? Can such a thing explode? Who? Little Bailing is singing. No one is allowed to disturb. The crisp voice of Bailing and the sound of brisk footsteps came from the yard. Luo Qingzhou coughed and said, who else can it be except your son-in-law? Open the door quickly. The Bailing stopped behind the door and said, son-in-law, you took Chan Chan out to play, but you didn't take her out to play. She is angry and won't open the door for you. Luo Qingzhou said, son-in-law brought you a gift. Squeak. The yard door opened immediately. Bailing was wearing a pink dress, holding a pink flower branch in her hand, blinking her big eyes, and said happily, Uncle, what's the gift? Luo Qingzhou gave her a slap on the forehead and said, Uncle, saliva. Do you want to eat it? Bailing immediately covered her head and pouted. Luo Qingzhou pushed her away and walked in. He looked in the courtyard and didn't see Chan Chan. So he asked, what song were you singing just now? Bailing rubbed her head, snorted, pouted and said, I won't tell you. Bad uncle. You didn't take me out to play. And you beat me when you came back. Woo. Luo Qingzhou turned around and looked at her and said, did Chan Chan teach you to sing? Bailing turned her pretty face away and said, humph. Luo Qingzhou asked again, did Chan Chan tell you the lyrics? Bailing twisted her body, humph. Luo Qingzhou didn't say anything else. His eyes were fixed on her. Silence for a moment. Bailing secretly turned her head away and glanced at him. Seeing that he was looking at her, she turned her head away again and snorted, saying, don't try to threaten me. My lady and Chan Chan are in the back garden. If you dare to do anything, I will scream. Unless you cover my mouth. Luo Qingzhou immediately fulfilled her wish, covered her mouth directly, picked her up, and walked into the house. Bailing struggled in his arms, her little fists pounding his chest, her little feet under the pink skirt kicking non-stop, and her mouth woo crying. Luo Qingzhou carried her into her boudoir, closed the door, and then threw her on the bed. Bailing lay there, immediately covering her bulging chest, begging for mercy, Uncle, I was wrong, don't bully me. Luo Qingzhou stood by the bed and said, sing the song you just sang in the yard for me again. With the lyrics. Bailing whimpered, Uncle, I don't know. Luo Qingzhou sat down on the bed, stretched out his hand, and began to untie the belt around her slender waist. Bailing hurriedly begged for mercy, Uncle, don't the window. The window is not closed. Luo Qingzhou paused for a moment, stopped and said, Bailing, you are not allowed to sing this song again in the future. Do you hear? This song is not good. Next time, Uncle will teach you a good song about flowers. Okay? Bailing nodded immediately and said, Yeah. Luo Qingzhou was about to get up and leave. He took a look at her feet on the edge of the bed, held her calves, took off her shoes, and said, Bailing, your shoes are really beautiful. Then he threw away the shoes, touched the pink stockings on her feet, and said, your socks are also beautiful. Did you make them yourself? Bailing pouted and looked at him. She didn't struggle or speak. The meaning of her eyes seemed to be self-evident. Luo Qingzhou stroked her for a while, then got up and said, I'm going to pay my respects to the eldest lady. I was a little rushed this time, so I didn't bring you a gift. I'll bring it to you next time. Just as he walked to the door, Bailing suddenly said, son-in-law, what song are you going to teach me? I want a nice one. Luo Qingzhou thought for a while and said, flirtatious. Flirtatious? Bailing was stunned when he heard this, and looked at him strangely. He thought to himself, the young lady just said he was a philanderer, and he wrote a philandering song. Is he trying to defend himself? Luo Qingzhou cleared his throat and sang a few lines. The heart of the flower is hidden in the stamen, and the flowering period is mist. Your heart forgets the season, and never lets people understand it easily. Why don't you hold my hand, and listen to the sun and the moon sing a song together? Bai Ling opened her eyes wide. Luo Qingzhou said, how is it? Is it nice? Bai Ling was stunned for a moment, then carefully recalled the lyrics and melody, and said, Uncle, what a strange song. But it sounds like it has a different flavor. The song is also strange, without any charm. Very straightforward. But it is well written. Then she whispered, it turns out that he is not that playboy. Luo Qingzhou opened the door, looked at her and said, just listen to your uncle, and I will teach you more beautiful songs in the future. Hearing this, Bai Ling shyly took off her other shoe, revealing her other slender foot in pink stockings, bit her pink lips and said, Uncle, is this okay? Luo Qingzhou's lips twitched, and he rolled his eyes at her and said, Uncle means that you should not deliberately embarrass me in front of the eldest lady and others in the future. What are you thinking about? Is my uncle that kind of person? After that, he left angrily. After walking a few steps, he stepped back, stared at her feet in pink stockings for a few more times, and said seriously, put on your shoes. Don't catch a cold. After that, he left quickly and went to the back garden. In the back garden, Xia Chan was wearing a light green dress and practicing sword in the snow. Miss Jean was wearing a snow-white dress and sitting in the pavilion, reading a book quietly. There was a guqin on the table, and music scores were placed next to the guqin. Luo Qingzhou stepped on the thick snow, entered the pavilion, and bowed and said, Mississippi. Miss Jean still lowered her head and turned the pages of the book quietly. Her face was as cold as snow, and she seemed not to hear his words. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her clothes and said, Miss, it's cold outside. You are wearing a little thin. You should go back to the house to read a book. Miss Jean still ignored him. Luo Qingzhou suddenly felt a little embarrassed. He stood for a while and had to bow and say goodbye. Then I won't disturb you while you read. When he was about to leave, Bai Ling suddenly came out of the room and said, Sir, you are not allowed to leave. Luo Qingzhou stopped and looked at her. Bai Ling immediately shouted, Chan Chan, didn't you just say that you wanted to build a snowman? Can you let your uncle help you? Otherwise, your little hands will be frozen. Xia Chan put away her sword and stood under the snow-covered tree without saying a word. Bai Ling immediately whispered, Uncle, Chan Chan told me that she liked to build snowmen when she was a child. But unfortunately, she never built one again after growing up. And she was never happy again. Luo Qingzhou glanced at the girl under the tree, walked over, and said softly, Chan Chan, do you want to build a snowman? Uncle will help you. Okay? Xia Chan looked behind him, and Bai Ling winked at her. She looked at the white figure in the pavilion again, was stunned, and whispered, okay. Luo Qingzhou looked around, walked to the corner, and said, there is a lot of snow here. I will build it here. Great. Bai Ling immediately ran over happily and said crisply, Uncle, let's build for. Okay? You, me, Chan Chan, and Mississippi. Luo Qingzhou squatted on the ground, digging the thick snow, and said, one is enough. Bai Ling looked at Chan Chan next to him. Xia Chan also squatted down, holding the snow with her little hands, and whispered, four. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her, and saw that her little face was red from the cold, and said lovingly, okay, build for. Chan Chan, you go to the pavilion. Uncle will help you build. Xia Chan shook her head, and built another snowman seriously. Bai Ling whispered, Uncle, let's build together, so that we can be happy. Luo Qingzhou didn't say anything and quickly built it. There was a lot of snow in the corner. He quickly built a snowman half a person tall, and then took things to make eyes and nose. After finishing all of them, he helped Chan Chan next to him build one. Bai Ling on the other side blew on her red little hands and said, Son-in-law, your hands are so cold. Luo Qingzhou ignored her, quickly helped Chan Chan build a snowman, and then went to help her build one. Bai Ling rubbed her hands, and went to build the fourth one. The three of them quickly built 4 big snowmen. Bai Ling went to find red fruits, pink flowers and other things, and began to decorate the snowman. Son-in-law. The one in the middle is the young lady. Dress up the young lady more beautifully. Yours is too fat. And the nose and mouth are not well made. And the young lady's skirt. Son-in-law made it too short. Luo Qingzhou followed her instructions, and helped the snowman in the middle lose weight very seriously. And made a long skirt again. In the pavilion. Miss Jean was looking here. After a while. Bailing said again, Son-in-law. The bottom doesn't look good. Make a pair of feet for the young lady. The young lady's feet are so beautiful. It's a pity not to make them. Luo Qingzhou grabbed the snow and turned his head to look at the pavilion. The moment he turned his head, Miss Jean lowered her head and continued to read quietly. Bailing whispered, Son-in-law. Do you want to take a peek before making it? Luo Qingzhou glared at her and said, You could only talk. How about you do it? Bailing immediately raised her red little hand and said pitifully, Son-in-law. My hands are almost frozen off. Luo Qingzhou ignored her again, slightly modified the snowman's cheeks, and then clapped his hands and said, The top is too heavy. If the bottom is made of feet, it will collapse. This will do. Just after he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a chill in his neck, and quickly reached out and grabbed a bunch of snow. Bailing giggled and jumped away, saying, Son-in-law. It was Chan who put it in. After that, she threw a snowball that had been made at him, and with a pop, it hit his face. Giggle. Bailing giggled. While running, she grabbed the snow from the ground, quickly made a ball, and then shouted, Chan, help me. Luo Qingzhou just stood up, and suddenly there was a bang behind him, and another ball of snow hit him. Turning his head, he saw Xiachan hiding under a big tree not far away, revealing only half of her little face and a dark eye. Peeking at him. Bang! At this time, the snowball in Bailing's hand hit his neck again. Luo Qingzhou didn't dodge at all. He immediately grabbed a handful of snow from the ground and quickly made a ball. He pretended to throw it at Xiachan, who was hiding behind the tree, but suddenly turned around and threw it behind him. Pa! The snowball just hit Bai Ling's pink and tender smiling face, and it broke into pieces immediately, and the snowflakes splashed all over her face. Woo! Bai Ling immediately wiped her face, and while running away, she grabbed the snow from the ground and continued to throw it, shouting, Chan. Hit him. Smash the son-in-law. Luo Qingzhou grabbed another snowball and threw it at Xiachan. The three of them chased each other in the back garden and started a snowball fight. Luo Qingzhou didn't dodge every time, and soon he was hit with snow foam all over his head and body, and his neck was also cold. When he was chasing Bai Ling to throw, another snowball suddenly flew from behind, hitting the back of his head accurately, and then splashed into his neck. He was confused. Bailing was running away in front. Chan was hitting him on the right. How come the snowball flew from behind? He turned his head and saw the pavilion behind him. In the pavilion, Miss Jean still lowered her head and read the book seriously. Her flawless face was as cold as snow, and no other expression could be seen. Pa! Just as he was stunned, Bailing suddenly threw a snowball and hit him hard on the face. Giggling, son-in-law, come and chase me. Luo Qingzhou immediately grabbed the snow from the ground, squeezed it into a snowball, chased after her directly, and stuffed it into her clothes. Ah! Bailing screamed immediately, and her neck shrank due to the cold. She squatted on the ground, stretched out her hand to dig, and whimpered, Good ice, bad son-in-law. He went in Chan. Help me get revenge. Pa! Xiachan's snowball flew immediately and hit Luo Qingzhou's head. Luo Qingzhou immediately grabbed the snow from the ground and chased after her. Xiachan hurriedly ran back and forth between the flowers and trees, with a rare smile on her usually cold face. Seeing this smile, Luo Qingzhou was happy and immediately raised the snowball in his hand and said, Chan, stretch your face over here and catch the ball. No. Xiachan continued to dodge nimbly. Luo Qingzhou threw several snowballs in a row, all of which hit the tree. Xiachan started to fight back while running away. Luo Qingzhou was chasing, and suddenly two snowballs flew from behind, hitting the back of his head. He turned his head and saw Bai Ling enter the pavilion, grabbing the snow on the railing, looking at him with a smile. Luo Qingzhou threw the big snowball he had just made. Bai Ling screamed awe and immediately jumped to avoid it. Unexpectedly, the snowball hit Miss Jean's pretty face behind her with a pop sound, and the snow immediately splashed and stained her face. A lot of snow fell down along her collar and fell into her fair neck. The three of them froze in place when they saw this scene, and fell silent. Chapter 607 Sister You, do you need my help? Ga. A jackdaw flew through the air, breaking the silence in the back garden. Luo Qingzhou froze, and hurried over to say, Miss, I didn't mean it. Bai Ling on the side immediately said, Son-in-law, you did it on purpose. You just aimed at the young lady. Then, she quickly handed the snowball she had just rolled in her hand to Miss Qin, and urged, Miss, hit him. Smash the son-in-law. Miss Qin did not respond, took out a handkerchief, and gently wiped the snow foam on her face. Her flawless face was still as cold as snow, and she did not show any other emotions. Pa! Bai Ling suddenly threw the snowball in her hand, which hit Luo Qingzhou's nose. She then ran out of the pavilion and said with a giggle, Son-in-law, I'll help the young lady to hit it. You can't fight back. Luo Qingzhou ignored her, raised the back of his hand, wiped the snow foam on his nose, and still looked at the girl in front of him. He hesitated for a moment, and said cautiously, Miss, go back to your room and change your clothes. Snow has fallen into your clothes. Miss Qin paused after hearing this, slowly raised her head, looked at him indifferently and said, Does it have anything to do with you? Luo Qingzhou hesitated, seeing that her mood seemed to be wrong tonight. He didn't dare to stay any longer, and bowed his hands and said, It's getting late, so I won't bother the young lady. After saying that, he glanced at Xia Chan not far away, and then glanced at the four snowmen in the corner, and turned to leave. Bai Ling hurriedly called behind him, Son-in-law, play for a while. Isn't it okay if I don't sneak attack you? Luo Qingzhou ignored her and left quickly. After leaving Lingshan Moon Palace, he thought about the snowball fight carefully. He felt that the snowballs behind him were not simple. They didn't seem to be thrown by Bai Ling. Could it be Miss Qin who threw them? It's unlikely. How could the cold Miss Qin play such a childish and cheerful game? It doesn't fit her character at all. Miss Qin's face tonight was not much different from before, but she was obviously not happy. She didn't use this tone when she talked to him before. Did she encounter something annoying? Or did she suddenly remember something annoying in the snowy season? Luo Qingzhou returned to Meixiang Garden with doubts. He entered the room. He told Miss Qin what happened just now. After hearing this, Miss Qin laughed and said, Brother Qingzhou is so brave that he even dared to hit my sister. Luo Qingzhou said, I didn't mean to do that. I was going to hit Bai Ling. Miss Qin laughed and said, with Brother Qingzhou's ability, he won't make such a mistake. Brother Qingzhou must have suspected that those snowballs were thrown by my sister. So he wanted to test my sister. Right? Luo Qingzhou did not admit it. I dare not hit the eldest lady on purpose. If my mother-in-law knew about it, she would say that I had no rules and no taboos. Miss Qin picked up the teapot and poured him a cup of hot tea. She laughed and said, Brother Qingzhou, are you afraid that Wei Ma will tell mother? Or are you afraid that Wei Ma will think too much? Luo Qingzhou picked up the teacup, took a sip, and said, I haven't done anything wrong. What am I afraid of? The two talked on the couch for a while, and seeing that it was getting late, Fong went to bed. Chior came in and changed the stove, and blew out the oil lamp on the table. Fong quietly retreated and closed the door. Brother Qingzhou, the new year is coming next month, and the princess will be back soon. Wei Mo always feels that something is going to happen. It's okay. No matter how big the problem is, your husband will take care of it. Brother Qingzhou, if the princess gives up, do we have to leave immediately? Yes. With the character of that emperor, he can't tolerate us. After all, we have already chosen sides. Last time in the palace, we borrowed the princess's power and made him swallow his anger. If the princess gives up, she will lose power, and we will be in more danger. But, didn't Brother Qingzhou say last time, even if the princess gives up, I won't give up. I will definitely kill him. If I can't use the princess's hand, I will rely on myself. If he doesn't die, our Qin family will not be at peace even if we escape from Dian. Brother Qingzhou, you are alone, it's so difficult. I'm not alone. Second miss, don't worry. Just stay at home quietly. I'll take care of the things outside. By the way, this time I went out. I went to the Yungu River to take a look. The environment there is very good, and there are some empty houses. We can live there temporarily. It's close to Lingxiao sect and Yumu Mountains. Even if we encounter danger, it's easy to hide. Well, I've asked Dad to notify the eldest and second brothers. I hope they can come back once. I have a good talk with them. However, with the eldest brother's personality, it may be a little difficult. He has been practicing hard since he was a child. He has been determined to revive the glory of our Qin family since he was a child. So he entered the Dragon and Tiger Academy. Now suddenly tell him to give up everything and leave. Hey, the two talked for a while, and the voice of the second Miss Qin gradually became smaller. Not long after, she fell asleep unknowingly. Luo Qingzhou held her and waited for a while. And then his soul left his body and flew to the roof. He first observed the streets for a while, and after seeing nothing unusual, he rose into the air and flew to the West Lake. Tonight, he needed Sister Yu to help him translate the demon clan's skills. Danger could come at any time. He must seize every opportunity to strengthen his strength, so that he could give the Qin family the greatest protection when danger came. He must not see anyone in the Qin family get hurt. He rushed all the way, and soon arrived at the West Lake. There was no trace of Sister Yu on the attic, or among the lotus flowers. He sank directly into the lake, entered the secret passage, and walked into the stone room with the cold jade bed. There was still no trace of Sister Yu in the stone room. He hesitated for a moment, took out the communication treasure, and sent a message to Sister Yu. Sister Yu, are you coming to the West Lake tonight? Zhu Yan sent a few more messages. Xiao Yangyang. In this season of heavy snow, this king looks at the snow with melancholy and a lonely face. I miss you. Please reply. Yangyang. Tell me a joke. I'm not in a good mood today. Little bastard. If you don't reply, I'm going to go down the mountain and kill you. Ungrateful thing. Every time you come to make me bleed, then leave me and ignore me. Don't you feel guilty? Luo Qingzhou quickly replied, Senior. I had something to do during the day, so I didn't see the message. I still have to practice tonight, and I will chat with you tomorrow. Zhu, liar. I will never believe you again. If you dare to ask me for blood next time, I will fart and send you to the sky, and then beat you into slag with one fist. Luo Qingzhou Senior. I never lie. If I lie, I will be struck by lightning. Zhu, humph. Luo Qingzhou ignored it and looked at the next message. Xiao Meijiao, have you returned home? Did you do anything bad outside last night? Don't come to me tonight. I heard from my father that the deputy commander of the Jinui and many Jinui disappeared out of thin air after leaving the city yesterday. The inspection in the city is very strict. Luo Qingzhou, I came back early. Was Xiaochan watching? What bad things can I do? Princess, you should also be careful. The message was sent and replied quickly. Xiao Meijiao, did you do something bad? Luo Qingzhou, God will punish bad people. Princess, I have a gift here. I will give it to you. It is a purple whip. It suits you very well. Xiao Meijiao, pervert. Do you like me to whip you with a whip? Luo Qingzhou's jade suddenly lit up. Sister Yu replied, no. Luo Qingzhou was secretly disappointed, but he didn't feel embarrassed to say more. After all, she also had her own things to do. It was impossible for her to always come out to help him. He thought for a while and replied, okay. Sister Yu, then you have a good rest. He replied to the princess again, Princess, no more chatting. I have to practice. I went to the sect to get a few skills this time. I have to make the most of my time to practice recently. Xiao Meijiao, okay. Don't be too tired. The princess will be back soon. I will notify you when the time comes. Don't go out recently. Stay at home. So many people have died in the Jinui. The emperor will not let it go. Although his majesty will not make a big move on the surface for the time being because of the Taikong banquet and the foreign envoys, he will definitely send people to investigate secretly. So you have to be careful. Luo Qingzhou, yes. Princess. Good night. Xiao Meijiu, say you miss me. Luo Qingzhou said, Princess. I missed you. Xiao Meijiu, practice well. I won't disturb you. When Luo Qingzhou was about to put away the message, he suddenly thought of Long Air. Long Air is a member of the demon clan, so he should understand the words of the demon clan. He immediately sent Long Air another message. Miss Long Air, are you in the Dragon Palace? I came to the bottom of the lake and want to ask you for a favor. After the message was sent, before waiting for a reply, Sister Yu suddenly sent another message. What are you doing? Luo Qingzhou immediately replied, in the West Lake, preparing to practice. Sister Yu, do you need my help? At this time, Long Air's message came back. Sir, Long Air is practicing in the Dragon Palace. You can come directly. Long Air is waiting for you at the door. By the way, I remind you that Long Air is not wearing any clothes. Luo Qingzhou asked, Do you understand the language of the demon tribe? Little dragon girl, of course I do. Longer is a demon tribe member, and has learned the language of the demon tribe since childhood. Come on. I can't wait to help you. Luo Qingzhou thought about it, and decided not to bother Sister Yu to come again. Since Sister Yu didn't take the initiative to come tonight, it means that she must have something tonight, or she is not feeling well. It's not good to bother her all the time. Anyway, Longer also understands the language of the demon tribe. Thinking of this, he replied to Sister Yu, Sister Yu, you should have a good rest at home. I will practice by myself. There is nothing I need your help with. Good night. At the same time, over the west lake outside, a moon-white figure was floating silently in the highest dark clouds. And on the lake below, two spirits were holding jade stones and carefully exploring the entire west lake. Chapter 608 Sister Yu, help me teach someone a lesson. At the bottom of the lake, the light is dim. The passage to the Dragon Palace hidden at the bottom of the forest slowly opens. The water surges, and the stone tablet moves. Long Hair, wearing a black dress and bare white jade feet, swims out of the cave. But at this moment, a dazzling light suddenly shot down from the lake above her head and flashed past her. The light seemed to be exploring something, constantly moving around her. Long Hair looked up, and her dark pupils suddenly turned green. Her sight instantly penetrated the deep lake and flew to the surface of the lake. On the lake, two figures were holding jade stones and flying slowly close to the lake. The light at the bottom of the lake was emitted by the jade stones in their hands. Miss Long Hair. At this time, Luo Qingzhou swam over. When Long Hair saw him, he immediately swam over and grabbed him, quickly pulled him into the passage, pointed at the light outside and said nervously, Sir, there is a spirit exploring above. I don't know if it is looking for me or something else. Luo Qingzhou looked at the light moving around. His expression became solemn. It should be someone from the government. The new year is approaching, and envoys from various countries have come to Kyoto. It should be to prevent accidents. So every place in the inner and outer cities must be carefully checked. It's not because of you. Sir, let's go in quickly. Long Hair has to close the door. Long Hair hurriedly pulled him down the steps. The hole above his head began to close quickly, and in a blink of an eye, the stone tablet returned to its original position. The entire lake bottom forest was silent. The light explored the nearby area again, and then gradually went away. The two entered the Dragon Palace. Long Hair said happily, Sir, didn't my sister come tonight? That's great. No one will disturb us. Luo Qingzhou looked at her warily, and got down to business. Miss Long Hair, I have something I want to ask you for help. I have a demon clan technique written in the demon clan language. Can you help me translate it? Long Hair nodded and said, Of course. But sir, how do you want to thank Long Hair? Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, Except for that, everything else is fine. Long Hair pouted, rolled her eyes, and said, Then don't move. Sir, let Long Hair suck out the thunder spirit energy with her mouth. Okay. Once a night. A month should be enough. Luo. The corner of Qingzhou's mouth twitched, and he said, Change the conditions. For example, stories, scriptures, etc. Longer pouted and said, Sir, it's useless for Longer to have these now. Longer is about to pass the second thunder tribulation, so he wants the thunder spirit energy. Then he said coquettishly, Sir, okay. Anyway, you don't have to work hard. Just let Longer take it yourself, and you can still feel comfortable. Why not do it? Luo Qingzhou said seriously. Don't think about this. Change the conditions. Longer said again. Well, sir, if you agree to Longer will give you all the treasures in this palace. Okay. Luo Qingzhou's eyes looked at the treasure chest in the corner. At this moment, the communication treasure on his body suddenly vibrated. He took it out and took a look. He thought it was a message from Zhu Yin, but it turned out to be a message from Sister Yu. What are you doing? Luo Qingzhou was slightly startled, hesitated for a moment, and replied, At the bottom of the lake, with Longer. Ask her for help if you have any problems. Sister Yu, is there anything wrong? Sister Yu, I'm here at West Lake. Luo Qingzhou quickly replied, Sister Yu, there are two spirits outside exploring West Lake. They should be government officials. You have to be careful. If nothing happens, go back quickly. Don't let them find you. Sister Yu already found you. When Luo Qingzhou saw this message, he was shocked, hurriedly put away the message, and said to the girl in front of him, Miss Long. Take me out quickly. Sister, you seems to have been discovered by those two spirits. When Longer heard this, his face changed, and his figure flashed and walked in front. The two quickly went out from the open passage, and when they were about to float to the surface of the lake, they suddenly saw a moon-white figure standing quietly under the big tree in front of them. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, and hurried over and said, Sister, you have been discovered by the two spirits above? Where are they? Then, he looked around with a serious expression. Long also looked around nervously. The white figure looked at the two people and said in a light tone, I found them. Luo Qingzhou? Longer was also stunned and said, Sister, the young master just said that you were discovered by the two spirits above. The white figure said indifferently, I didn't say that. Luo Qingzhou froze. But he was relieved in his heart and said, Okay. I was wrong, sister you. It's good that you haven't been discovered. Let's go to the Dragon Palace first. Maybe those two people will come to check. Longer also hurried to the entrance and invited, Sister, come in quickly. The white figure turned around and said, No. I'm going to the stone chamber. After speaking, the figure flashed and floated outside the forest. The two stood there, looking at each other. Longer asked in a low voice, Sir, what did my sister say to you just now? How could you have misunderstood? Luo Qingzhou took out the communication treasure, took another look, and said, Maybe I misunderstood. By the way, Longer, why does sister you look unhappy? Longer didn't dare to say more, and said, Longer doesn't know. By the way, sir, do you still want Longer to help you read the demon language? Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment, and secretly thought in his heart, Sister Yu also understands the demon language, but she doesn't seem to be happy tonight, and it's not good to always trouble her. Thinking of this, he looked at the demon girl in front of him and said, Miss Longer, please tell me clearly first. What reward do you want? Longer smiled and said, It's just a little help. Longer doesn't need reward. Just joking with you. Sir, let's go. Just after she finished speaking, she suddenly felt the communication treasure on her body vibrate. She showed a trace of doubt on her face, took it out and took a look, and her face suddenly changed. I need a lot of blood tonight. You prepare it. Longer. Miss Longer. What's wrong? Luo Qingzhou stood behind her and asked in confusion. Longer froze, then came to her senses, quickly put away the message, turned around, and forced a smile on her face. Master, it's okay. That Longer thought about it carefully. Let's go to the stone chamber. It's dangerous for my sister to be there alone. I'm afraid the two people upstairs will suddenly come down to search. Luo Qingzhou nodded and said, Okay. He turned around and swam ahead. Longer sighed secretly, followed him with a bitter face. The two quickly entered the underground passage and came to the stone chamber. In the corner of the stone chamber, on the cold jade bed, a white figure was sitting there quietly, with eyes closed, practicing. Longer hurried over and said flatteringly, Sister, is there anything you need? Longer is here to serve you. Luo Qingzhou's face was full of doubts. The white figure closed his eyes. His expression was cold, and he didn't speak. Longer had a bitter face and didn't dare to disturb him again. Luo Qingzhou came over and whispered, Miss Longer, let's go to the cave over there. Sister, you may be practicing. Let's not disturb her. Longer didn't dare to leave. She looked at him and said, Young master, take out your things. Longer will translate them for you here. Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment, looked at Yubai's figure on the bed again, and then took out the demon clan skills that he had written in advance and handed it to her. Longer took it in her hand, looked at it carefully for a while, frowned and said, Young master, why are there all ancient characters on it? Some of them Longer can't understand. Luo Qingzhou was stunned when he heard this and said, Aren't you from the demon clan? You can't understand the ancient characters? Longer sighed and said, The demon clan has developed for so many years, and many ancient characters have been simplified or changed. Daddy didn't teach Long the young master. Can you understand the ancient characters of humans? Luo Qingzhou, Longer said. Can you? Luo Qingzhou didn't speak, lowered his head, and looked at the demon clan characters in her hand. Longer asked again, Young master, Longer is asking you a question. Can you understand the ancient human characters? Forget it. I'll find someone else. Luo Qingzhou took the technique from her hand and said, Miss Longer, you should go back to Dragon Palace quickly. I'll be here to accompany Sister Yu. Longer. Humph. Young master forgets his loyalty when he sees beauty. abandons after having sex, changes his mind when he sees something new, and loves the new and hates the old. Longhair muttered softly, and looked at Yubai's figure on the bed again. He didn't dare to stay any longer, and immediately walked over and said flatteringly, "Sister, then Longhair will go back first. You should practice well, and let young master accompany you. If you have anything, you can call Longhair at any time." After that, he immediately left the stone room and ran away quickly. The stone room was quiet. Luo Qingzhou held the technique in his hand and looked at Yubai's figure on the cold jade bed. He was a little embarrassed and didn't know how to start. Sister Yu is practicing, so don't disturb her for now. Thinking this in his heart, he walked to the door and decided to practice in another stone chamber. There is also a hot spring there, so he can practice while taking a bath. Who knew that just as he walked to the door, the Yubai figure sitting on the cold jade bed suddenly said, "Is there something?" Luo Qingzhou paused, turned around and looked at her, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Sister Yu, I have a demon clan technique here, written in ancient demon clan characters, and Longhair can't understand it very well. I didn't want to bother you. Let me see." The Yubai figure opened her eyes and said lightly. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly took it and handed it to her, saying, "What a coincidence. The name is Nyo Emojio Sticks, which is very similar to the names of the two demon clan techniques that Sister Yu helped me translate before. I wonder if it is from the same person." Yubai took it in her hand and looked down quietly. Luo Qingzhou stood by the bed, holding his breath, not daring to disturb her. He looked through Yubai's halo and saw her hazy face. He thought to himself, Sister Yu always hides her face like this. Is it because it's not pretty? Or does she not want others to see the emotions on her face? The white figure lowered his head and looked at it quietly for a moment before he said, "It is indeed a stick technique. It is indeed very coincidental that it is related to the internal skills and the bold demon magic skills that you practiced before." When Luo Qingzhou heard this, he was immediately happy and said, "Sister Yu, you mean that I can practice this skill, right?" The white figure raised his head and looked at him and said, "It can indeed be practiced." Luo Qingzhou took out his black and hard stick with a swish, waved it a few times, and said, "Sister Yu, look, can this stick be used for practice?" The white figure took a look and did not answer. He handed him the skill and said, "Then you practice it." Luo Qingzhou froze for a moment and said, "Sister Yu, that I don't understand this skill. Does it have anything to do with me?" The white figure looked at him coldly and said. Luo Qingzhou hesitated, muttering in his heart, "Didn't you say you wanted to help just now? Why is it like this again suddenly?" As expected, a woman's heart is as elusive as a needle in the sea. How did I offend you? Although he thought so in his heart, he certainly didn't dare to say it. So he could only say, "Sister Yu, can you help me translate it?" The white figure looked at him and said lightly, "What's the reward?" Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, and immediately said seriously, "Sister Yu, just tell me what you want. As long as I can do it, I will never refuse. Even if Sister Yu didn't help him translate this demon clan technique. As long as Sister Yu asked, he would definitely help." He was worried that he couldn't repay her. The white figure stared at him for a while and said, "Then help me teach someone a lesson." Luo Qingzhou was stunned when he heard this and said, "Teach someone a lesson? If that person provokes Sister Yu, I will help Sister Yu kill that person directly. Sister Yu, don't worry. I am very professional in killing people and will never leave any traces." The white figure looked at him and said, "Kill him? That's fine." Luo Qingzhou immediately said, "Who is that person? Sister Yu, please tell me. I will take action tomorrow and make sure that he will die silently and without any trace, and no one will know." The white figure said, "My husband?" Luo Qingzhou, "What's wrong? Don't dare?" The white figure said lightly. Luo Qingzhou froze and said, "Sister Yu, why do you suddenly want to kill your husband?" The white figure said, "He treats me badly." Luo Qingzhou said, "Then Sister Yu can leave him and don't want him anymore. A husband and wife are bound by love for 100 days. I think if he is not guilty of a heinous crime and has not hurt Sister Yu too much, Sister Yu has no need to kill him." The white figure looked at him and said nothing more. Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment and said, "Sister Yu, how about I help you teach him a lesson? You said he was very powerful last time. I may not be able to beat him, but I can sneak attack and teach him a little lesson. Do you think it's okay?" The white figure said coldly, I want to see him cry. Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched. And he secretly said in his heart, I didn't expect Sister Yu, who has always been cold, to have such deep resentment. It seems that Sister Yu's husband is really a piece of shit. He immediately said, Okay. I have a hidden weapon here. I guarantee that he will cry. The white figure said nothing more, looking down at the skills in his hand. Luo Qingzhou looked at her and asked carefully, Sister Yu, what's his name? Where does he live? I will take action tomorrow. He thought to himself, now I can finally know where Sister Yu lives. Chapter 609 Sister Yu is reluctant? The stone room was silent. The white figure lowered his head and looked at the technique in his hand quietly. Without answering, Luo Qingzhou did not dare to disturb him again. After a while, the white figure said lightly, I will tell you, and you will remember. Luo Qingzhou immediately said, Sister Yu, please tell me. Just tell me your name and address. Of course, if Sister Yu is not convenient to tell me the address, you can tell me the route he takes every day when he goes out. The white figure raised his head, looked at him and said, Do you really want to teach him a lesson? Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment and said, I just want to help Sister Yu vent her anger. The white figure stared at him for a while, then slowly lowered his head and looked at the technique in his hand, as if hesitating about something. Luo Qingzhou said cautiously, Sister Yu, are you reluctant? The white figure was silent for a moment, looked up at him and said, Yes. Luo Qingzhou was embarrassed and said, Forget it. In fact, I shouldn't interfere in Sister Yu's family affairs. I was abrupt. Sister Yu, just pretend that I didn't say anything. The white figure didn't say anything. Luo Qingzhou regretted it secretly in his heart. It is said that for couples, reconciliation is not persuasion. Sister Yu had a conflict with her husband, and she just wanted to teach her husband a lesson. He just said that he would help her kill that man. Isn't this stupid? Even if it is a lesson. What is his identity? Why should he care about other people's family affairs? Why should he teach other people's husbands a lesson? A third party? Thinking of this, Luo Qingzhou wanted to slap himself a few times. Next time, there are some things you must ask clearly before speaking, so as not to be self-righteous and self-indulgent. I will read. You remember. The white figure spoke again. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, and then he realized that Sister Yu was talking about the Demon Clan's skills. The first time just now. Sister Yu should have talked about the Demon Clan's skills. But how much he wanted to teach Sister Yu's husband a lesson. Something was wrong with him. Zhongji is the master of the stick road, which means being flat and upright, regardless of the big or small gate. The body and the weapon must be in a straight line, which is the so-called Ziwu. The white figure began to recite. Luo Qingzhou suddenly came back to his senses, and immediately waved away the complicated and messy thoughts in his mind, holding his breath and concentrating his mind to remember. The stick hides the person. The person hides the stick. The stick is close to the body. The long stick is used short. The short stick is used long. And the person and the stick are one. The first stick of the bull demon. The gust of wind pierces, stirs up the wind and clouds. The white figure looked at the skills in his hand and recited slowly. Luo Qingzhou stood in front of the bed, closed his eyes, and remembered every word and every sentence clearly in his mind. Although there are only 9 sticks, the moves of each stick are ever-changing and exquisite. It is impossible to explain them clearly with words alone. So after the first stick was finished, the white figure stopped. After Luo Qingzhou remembered everything in his mind, word for word, she began to help explain every move and every style. Luo Qingzhou also drew pictures of the stick moves. When the white figure explained the moves, he also leaned his head over, looking at the pictures drawn on the paper, and every move appeared in his mind. After explaining for a while, his waist and neck were a little painful, so he moved a little. When he was about to continue listening, the white figure said lightly, You can sit up and watch together. It will be more convenient. Each paragraph of text is accompanied by a simple picture. Only by reading and explaining the two together can you fully understand it. Hearing this, Luo Qingzhou glanced at her, took off his shoes without hesitation, got on the bed, and sat with her. At this time, he was thinking about the technique and cultivation, and didn't think much about anything. The white figure pointed to the text and picture above, and slowly explained, This move has 12 sticks drawn on it, all of which are stick shadows. The meaning of this paragraph is... She paused, turned her face slightly, and looked at him. Luo Qingzhou sat side by side with her, because he wanted to read the text and pictures above, and listened very seriously. His head unconsciously stretched to her, and he was very close to her, and their cheeks were almost touching. Sister Yu, why don't you talk anymore? Luo Qingzhou also turned his face and looked at her. Their cheeks were close, but the white figure's cheek was still hidden in the halo, and the emotional changes on his face could not be seen clearly. The stick is swift, like a storm, but it is also like a dream bubble. You can withdraw the stick and change your moves at any time, disappearing and making unpredictable moves. The white moon figure paused and continued to speak. Luo Qingzhou watched and listened carefully, and his hands couldn't help but gesture. At this moment, his pupils and mind were full of ever-changing, whirring sticks, as if he suddenly entered another mysterious world. He had forgotten everything around him, and could only hear the sound. He recited in his heart. The shadow of the stick flew in his mind, and his hands moved unconsciously, and his elbows touched the people next to him from time to time. The white moon figure explained quietly, and ignored his dancing and moving his hands. After the first move was explained, the stone chamber became quiet. Luo Qingzhou was immersed in his own world for a while, and then gradually came back to his senses. Sister Yu, I remember it. The ancient stick technique of this demon clan is indeed mysterious. There are so many variations in just the first stick. His face was full of surprise, and his hands were still unconsciously holding the stick. At this time, he realized that he seemed to be a little close to Sister Yu, and even his arms and shoulders were already close to Sister Yu next to him. He quickly moved to the side and said, Sister Yu, I remember the first stick. Let's talk about the second stick. The white figure said lightly, practice the first stick first. After you practice it, I will talk about the second stick. Hearing this, Luo Qingzhou thought that this stick technique was indeed too complicated. If he remembered too much, he might be confused when practicing. If he practiced the wrong moves, wouldn't it be a waste of time? He immediately said, okay. Sister Yu, how about I try it now? At this moment, a burst of hurried footsteps suddenly came from the passage outside. Then, Long-Ear hurried in and said, Sister, Master, it's bad. The two spirits have come to the bottom of the lake, and they seem to have found the passage here. You? Long-Ear saw that the two were sitting on the cold jade bed, and suddenly froze at the door. He turned around and said with his back to them, Sister, Master, you continue. Long-Ear didn't see anything. Long-Ear won't disturb you from having an affair. Long-Ear will go and kill them. Luo Qingzhou immediately got off the bed, walked behind her and said, I just asked Sister Yu to help me translate the exercises. What nonsense are you talking about? Where are the two spirits? Are they here? Long-Ear quickly turned around and said, They are almost here, swimming towards this side. They are holding search instruments in their hands. It seems that they have discovered this place. Luo Qingzhou was about to speak, and the white figure sitting on the cold jade bed said lightly, I have set up a barrier outside, and they should not be able to detect this place. Long-Ear looked at her and said, Sister, there are only two of them. Should we kill them directly? Anyway, at the bottom of the lake, Long-Ear can make them disappear completely, and no one will know. Luo Qingzhou immediately said, Don't alert the enemy unless it is absolutely necessary. They came here to explore tonight, and there must be others who know about it. If they suddenly disappear, they will come later. There will be more people, and they may even search the entire West Lake. Recently, envoys and tourists from various countries have come to Kyoto, and they will definitely check very strictly. We'd better not cause trouble. Let's wait and see. If they don't find us, let them leave. Long-Ear nodded and said, Then listen to the young master. After that, seeing someone very fierce staring at her, she quickly added, It's better to listen to my sister. Sister, what should we do? The white figure of you sat on the bed and said lightly, Wait. Luo Qingzhou said, Wait and see what happens. Long-Ear immediately clapped his hands and said, Sister, you are right. Long-Ear also thinks it's best to wait. Young master, let's listen to my sister and wait. Luo Qingzhou looked at her. How come this girl treats Sister Yu so much like Xiao Yu treats him? She looks like a little dog. Long-Ear said, Sister, young master, you guys keep busy. Long-Ear will go to the cave entrance to watch. After that, he left immediately. Luo Qingzhou was afraid that she would mess around, so he followed her out. When the two came to the entrance of the cave, they looked outside through the gaps in the water plants. At the bottom of the dim lake, two beams of light moved around and searched. And then two spirits, holding jade, appeared and quickly approached the secret passage. Luo Qingzhou immediately performed the breath-holding technique. staring closely at the two figures that were getting closer and closer. If they were discovered by the other party, they could not leave here no matter what. The two spirits were getting closer and closer, and finally stopped at the entrance of the cave, and the jade in their hands began to shine back and forth around. Young master, Longer is afraid. Luo Qingzhou then realized that the demon girl next to him had already stuck to him, and her entire cheek had been buried in his neck. Luo Qingzhou did not dare to move, and his eyes were fixed on the outside. After another moment, the two spirits held the jade in their hands, slowly moved away, and continued to explore other places. Luo Qingzhou walked to the cave entrance, and after seeing them walk away, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Miss Longer, will you be discovered in the Dragon Palace?" Longer raised her cheek and said, "No. There is a formation there. They can only see trees and nothing else when they enter the forest." Luo Qingzhou felt something was wrong below, and immediately looked down, and saw that her lower body had turned into a snake tail, which was wrapped around him and rubbing gently. "Sir, Lama wants to." Lama raised her little face, bit her lips, and said in a charming voice, "Let's go to the Dragon Palace to mate." "Okay." As soon as she finished speaking, Luo Qingzhou looked behind her. Longer's body stiffened, and the rubbing of her lower body also stopped. She turned her head and looked. Yu Bai was standing in the passage not far away, looking at her quietly. "Young master, those two people were so scary just now." Lama was scared to the point of showing his tail. Young master and sister continued to be busy. Lama will go out and follow those two bad guys to prevent them from disturbing young master and sister. After speaking, she immediately changed back to human form and left in disgrace. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly reminded, "Miss Longer, don't act rashly. It's best not to get close." Longer said outside, "Longer knows." "Young master, go in and accompany sister. Sister needs you." Luo Qingzhou was a little embarrassed, turned his head and said, "Sister Yu, Miss Longer just loves to talk nonsense. Ignore her. Let's go in. I'll try the first stick. Sister Yu will help guide me." At this moment, there was a sudden boom outside. The waves rolled, and a huge energy fluctuation suddenly spread rapidly from not far away. At the same time, a sinister laugh that only the soul could hear came from the water. "Hey, little demon, let's see where you can escape today. I borrowed this Buddha-like golden bowl from the Jinshan temple specifically to deal with demons like you who hide in the dark. Come back with me honestly, and then I will lock you up with an iron chain, just in time to perform a wonderful show for the emperor in front of foreign guests. Demon, show yourself." Chapter 610 Sister Yu, where is your home? I want to go. Swoosh. Luo Qingzhou rushed out of the cave without any hesitation. The forest at the bottom of the lake not far away was bursting with golden light and surging waves. A man in a black robe was holding a golden bowl and floating in the air with a grim smile on his face. A thick golden beam of light shot out from the golden bowl, just covering Longer's body. Longer struggled desperately, but couldn't get free, her face full of panic and pain. Not far behind her, another man in a black robe was holding a large golden net, blocking her way. The man in a black robe holding the golden bowl shouted above the forest, "Demon, why don't you show your true form quickly and enter my golden bowl to avoid the pain of flesh and blood?" Swoosh. At this moment, a flying sword suddenly came behind him silently, then shot out and pierced his head in an instant. The black-robed man reacted very quickly, turned around suddenly, and aimed the golden bowl in his hand at the flying sword. Ding! The flying sword pierced into the golden bowl, and it trembled inside, and could no longer fly out. Humph! There are accomplices. Today I will capture all of you monsters, and take them back to serve as a warning to others. The black-robed man sneered, and the golden bowl in his hand flashed, and he began to look for the person who attacked him from behind. Bang! A fist suddenly appeared from his side, and hit his throat. The black-robed man's face changed, and the golden bowl in his hand immediately blocked in front of him. Bang! Golden light burst out. The fist flashing with golden fist light hit the golden bowl in his hand heavily. The golden bowl flashed with Buddha light and easily blocked the fist. The black-robed man smiled contemptuously, and when he was about to punch, he suddenly saw a purple lightning wrapped around the golden bowl like a snake, and then along his arm. It instantly wrapped around him. His whole body trembled suddenly, and he almost lost control of the golden bowl in his hand and dropped it. Boom! 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 At this moment, fists with lightning and thunder rolled towards him from all directions again. His current soul cultivation is only at the soul refining realm. The reason why he can instantly trap the demon girl below is entirely due to the Buddhist magic weapon in his hand. At this time, under Luo Qingzhou's violent fist, he completely lost the power to resist. After several more lightning bolts wrapped around his body, he finally couldn't hold the golden bowl in his hand and fell down. Without the protection of the golden bowl's Buddha light, his soul could no longer withstand the power of lightning and thunder, and instantly began to shatter. He stared with frightened eyes and wanted to escape, but he couldn't move. Boom! Luo Qingzhou punched again, smashing his entire soul directly, and then turned into ashes in a thick lightning bolt. At the same time, the man in black robe below was also caught up by Long Air, who escaped from the trap. Long Air swept his tail and smashed him directly into the mud on the ground. Then he opened his mouth and spit out dense water arrows, instantly piercing his soul with holes. Go to H.L. Long Air immediately turned back into human form. The red dot between his eyebrows was charming, and a blue long sword suddenly appeared in his hand. With a swish, it pierced into the soul of the man in black robe. Then the light burst out, and the man in black robe disappeared on the spot. Most of the trees around collapsed. The waves surged, spreading rapidly from the bottom of the lake, affecting the entire West Lake. Above the lake, the waves rolled, and the water flowed directly to the lakeside. Long Air put away the sword, and put away the evil spirit and murderous aura on her body. She said with a moved face, "Master, thank you for coming to save Long Air. If you hadn't appeared, Long Air would have been captured by these two bad guys. Master, Long Air has no way to repay you, but to repay you with her body." Luo Qingzhou immediately interrupted her. "It's not advisable to stay here for long. You better leave here quickly. These two spirits were killed, and their bodies must be guarded by someone. They will definitely track them down here." Long Air said, "I hid in the Dragon Palace. They shouldn't be able to find me." Luo Qingzhou walked to the golden bowl that had lost its light, observed it carefully, and did not reach out to touch it. He said solemnly, "That's hard to say. They even borrowed the Buddhist magic weapon, which means they have more powerful magic weapons in their hands. If you are discovered, you will be unable to escape. It's better to go out and avoid the limelight, and come back after the new year. Where is the Yumu Mountains? There is a misty river. You go there to hide first. Even if someone tracks you there, you can escape at any time. It is safer than hiding here and being caught in a trap." Long Air frowned and said, "But Long Air can't bear to leave the young master." She glanced at Yubai's figure not far away and said, "I can't bear to leave my sister either." Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while, and said, "I may go there soon. And it's not far from here. It only takes a moment for the soul to go there. When there is a chance, I will go to see you as Sister Yu. If someone bullies you there, tell me, and I will find someone to help you." Long Air asked curiously, "Does the young master know anyone there? Is it a human or a monster? Is it a man or a woman?" Luo Qingzhou said seriously, "Miss Long Air, don't dawdle. Go pack your things quickly. It's best to go out tonight." Long Air saw that he was serious, and didn't dare to delay any longer, and quickly agreed. Just as he was about to go to the Dragon Palace, Luo Qingzhou suddenly said, "By the way, Miss Long Air, there are so many treasures in your Dragon Palace. Can you fit them in? If not, you can leave them with me first. I'll give them to you when you need them." Long Air turned around and said, "Sir, those things in the Dragon Palace are Long Air's dowry. If you are willing, Long Air can leave them with you. It's okay if Long Air doesn't want them." Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment and said, "Take them all away." Long Air glanced at someone behind him, and didn't dare to joke anymore. He immediately opened the entrance and swam in. Luo Qingzhou turned around and looked at the white figure behind him. His lips moved, but before he spoke, the white figure said lightly, "I can't do it. Not that I won't help you." After hearing this, Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment and asked, "Sister Yu, as long as you do it, will your sect find out?" The white figure was silent for a moment and said, "Yes." Luo Qingzhou frowned. "Did they do anything to you?" The white figure shook his head slightly and said, "I planted the oath mark myself. If I use the sect's skills, they will know." Luo Qingzhou said, "Then what? Will they come to embarrass you?" The white figure did not answer again, and said lightly, "Don't come out recently, and don't come here. Practice well. If there is anything, send me a message." After saying that, he was about to leave. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said, "Sister Yu, can you tell me about your sect?" The white moon figure paused, turned his head and looked at him and said, "What do you want to do?" Luo Qingzhou slowly clenched his fist and said, "Xiao Yu told me that you have paid a lot for the sect and no longer owe the sect anything. They are not qualified to restrain you. So, I want them to give you freedom." The white moon figure looked at him quietly for a while and said, "Why?" Luo Qingzhou said resolutely, "Sister Yu, believe me, I can definitely help you." The white moon figure said lightly, "I mean, what identity do you have to help me?" Luo Qingzhou paused. She said, "Friends, confidants, and Sister Yu's kindness to me. Isn't that enough?" The white figure said, "Not enough." Luo Qingzhou was stunned and looked at her for a while. When he was about to speak, her figure flashed and appeared in the distance, saying lightly, "Go back quickly." Luo Qingzhou looked at her disappearing back and was stunned for a long time. Suddenly, Longer's voice came from behind him. "Sir, Longer has packed everything." Luo Qingzhou turned around and looked at her, saying, "Let's go quickly. It's almost dawn. Don't be unable to leave the city by then." Longer walked to the front of the golden bowl, reached out to pick it up, and put it directly into his storage ring. Luo Qingzhou immediately said, "We can't take this thing. There may be tracking marks on it." Longair said, "Sir, it's okay. Longair has a treasure that can block these marks. When the time comes, Longair will erase all the marks on it and give it to you. This is a magic weapon of Buddhism. If you have it, your strength will definitely be greatly enhanced." Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment and said, "This golden bowl can restrain you. Even if someone with a much lower cultivation than you has it, he can capture you. If possible, I suggest you take. It is destroyed." Longair smiled and said, "Magic weapons are not easy to destroy. Sir, Longair will give it to you when the time comes. Even if you want to take Longair, Longair is willing and can't wait." Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while after hearing this, and then looked down at her snow-white jade feet under her skirt. He was stunned and asked in confusion, "Miss Longair, where is the red rope on your foot?" Longair smiled and stretched out his right hand. The sleeve slipped off, revealing a section of snow-white arm and a bright red rope on the wrist, and said, "Sir, it's here." Luo Qingzhou was stunned. "Didn't you say?" Longer smiled and said, "Longer lied to you. You know you like feet, so I tied it there to seduce you. In fact, this is a magic weapon given to Longer by my father. It's very powerful. If you didn't show up just now, Longer would have used it." Luo Qingzhou, "Your Highness." Longer walked in front of him, looked at him reluctantly and said, "Longer is leaving. I don't want to leave you. You must visit Longer in the future." "Okay." Luo Qingzhou said, "I will go." Longair looked around and whispered, "Can I go without my sister?" Luo Qingzhou was about to speak. Longair suddenly stood on tiptoe, bit his lips, then hugged his neck with both arms, kissed him for a long time, and then let go, and said charmingly and tenderly, "Sir, Longair will miss you. Longair will make herself better and more charming, and then continue to seduce you, and make sure you are willing to mate with Longair." After saying that, she laughed and swam away quickly. Luo Qingzhou stood there for a while, and when he saw that the sky above his head was already bright, he immediately swam up. When he returned to Qin's house, he suddenly received a message from Sister Yu. After seeing the message, he was stunned. "Sister Yu, I will come to see you tonight. Where do you live?" Luo Qingzhou looked at the message, hesitated for a long time, and then replied, "Maple Leaf Alley, Qin's house." The message came back quickly, "Okay." Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a while, and then regretted it. After all, Qin's house is his home in reality. He and Sister Yu are just soul friends. Even if Sister Yu is very kind to him, he should not involve her in reality. Once involved in reality, it will be a bit weird. After all, both of them are married in reality. He suddenly secretly met a woman in his own home, which seemed a bit sorry for the second lady in Chanshan. He thought for a while and replied, "Sister Yu, can you not come home?" After a long time, the message came back, "I want to go." Luo Qingzhou was stunned and a little confused. But seeing her say this, it was not easy to refuse. After thinking about it, he could only say, "Then Sister Yu, be careful. Don't be followed. I'll wait for you on the roof tonight." "Sister Yu, Luo Qingzhou held the message inside. Just when he was about to put it away, he suddenly received another message. After a closer look, it turned out to be from Xiaoya, who had disappeared for a long time. "Xiaoya, brother, Good brother. Sister misses you so much. Sister can finally go out. Sister can finally see brother. Good brother. Sister brought you a lot of treasures. There are also socks of various colors. All worn by sister once. Luo Qingzhou replied, Xiaoye. Don't come out for the time being. Wait until after the new year. The outer city is under strict control now. And there are souls searching everywhere. Sister you, and I will not go out for the time being. Xiaoye, no. I miss my brother. So I have to go out. I have to see my brother. I haven't seen you for a long time. I miss you so much. Luo Qingzhou explained, I can't go to West Lake. I killed someone there last night. Longer has left. Sister, you won't go there for the time being. I won't go there again. Where can you find me? Xiaoye, brother. Where do you live? I can go to your house to find you. Didn't you say that you were very frugal, and like socks that have been worn by others? I have a lot here. And I will definitely welcome you. Luo Qingzhou, no need. I won't tell you where I live. Xiaoye, humph. Then I'll ask my senior sister. Luo Qingzhou, you dare. Xiaoye, I'm going to ask. Humph. Luo Qingzhou, Xiaoye. You don't listen. Do you? I'm telling you. I've advanced again. Now I'm in the spirit severing realm. And the root of the thunder spirit has awakened. My whole body is covered with thunder and lightning. If you don't listen, be careful, I'll shock you. Also, when you pass the tribulation, don't expect me to help you. Xiaoye, brother. Brother, you are so awesome. You even advanced again. Good brother. No. I must meet you. And I must express my admiration for you in person. Good brother. Great brother. I can't wait to meet you. Hug you and kiss you. Luo Qingzhou, shut up. Xiaoye, no. I will open my mouth. Ow. Cough cough. Burp vomit. Luo Qingzhou put away the communication treasure and ignored her. Chapter 611 Good News. At noon, after Luo Qingzhou accompanied Miss Qin Air to lunch, he went to the exiled immortal residence. He decided to spend half an hour reading. The rest of the time was used to practice the inner strength. Because the house was not soundproof, and he was afraid of damaging the house. He did not practice the Vajra blasting fist he had just brought from the sect. As for the Bull Demon 9 sticks, he decided to wait until Sister Yu came in the evening to practice it, so as not to make mistakes. After all, it was a demon clan skill, and it was his first time to practice stick skills. If someone guides, it will naturally be twice the result with half the effort. Judging from Sister Yu's proficient understanding of this set of stick skills last night, the other party should not only practice the spirit, but also the realm of the body. Sincerity and wisdom are called nature. Sincerity and sincerity are called teaching. Sincerity leads to wisdom, and wisdom leads to sincerity. In the study, there was a clear reading sound. Xiao Dai sat in the corridor, embroidering flowers quietly. And by the way, always pay attention to whether there are annoying sparrows coming down to make noises. The snow finally stopped, and everything was white. The trees in the courtyard were still piled with thick snow, and crystal clear icicles hung under the eaves. The sun was still hiding in the clouds. It was cold, and the whole palace was silent. There were more and more pedestrians on the streets of Kyoto, both in the outer city and the inner city. In addition to the people of Dayin, there were many more tourists from neighboring countries. All merchants had prepared goods for the new year in advance, and some shops had already hung festive lanterns in front of them. In the palace, preparations were also being made for the Taikong festival, which was held once every 3 years in Dayin. The prosperity and bustle on the surface were covering up the undercurrent of the Dayin Empire. After watching for a while, the princes from all over the country returned to Beijing one after another. What relieved all the people was that the eldest princess, who led the troops on the border, was also on her way back to Kyoto. So the rumors at the beginning were broken. But for some people, they were very disappointed. There were 2 consecutive deaths in the palace. A young eunuch and a palace maid, both of whom angered Nandong Yang for some unknown reason, were beaten to death by him. The queen mother was furious when she heard this, and went to his bedroom to reprimand him. Nandong Yang apologized sincerely. The matter was dropped and not spread. Of course, except for the 2 dead servants. This was a trivial matter for anyone. In the evening, the sun pushed away the clouds and revealed its red face. The golden light fell into the courtyard, dispelling some haze and coldness. Xiao Dai got up from the corridor, stretched, walked into the courtyard, and bathed in the sun. She smiled unconsciously. The sky is finally going to clear up, she murmured. But she also knew that in this season, The sunny weather could not last too long. Swish, swish, swish. In the back garden, Luo Qingzhou was holding the black wooden stick and practicing the stick techniques. Because he was afraid of making too much noise, he did not use his internal force, but just slowly mastered the techniques, so that when Sister Yu came tonight, he would not know how to do anything and waste time. When the sun was about to set, he put away the stick and went to the front yard. In the front yard, Xiaodai was holding a broom and sweeping the snow on the bluestone slab. Her tired face was pink and her forehead was covered with sweat. Luo Qingzhou hugged her and kissed her, saying, "Why sweep the snow? If you are bored, go find Xiaodai to play. The master doesn't need you to stay here." Xiaodai wiped the sweat from her forehead and said, "That won't work. What if the master is thirsty? No one will pour tea or water. What if the master is hungry? No one will bring snacks or fruits. What if someone suddenly breaks in? No one will stop them. The role of a servant is very important." Luo Qingzhou nodded and agreed. "That's right. What if this master suddenly wants to do something? Xiaodai is proficient in various martial arts." The little girl blushed and said, "Master," when the two returned to Meixiang Garden, it was already dark. When Luo Qingzhou was about to have dinner with Miss Qin Er in the study, Mayor suddenly rushed over and said, "Son-in-law, Miss Qin Er, the eldest son is back, and the master and the lady are calling you over." Miss Qin Er immediately said with joy, "Is the eldest brother back? Where is the second brother?" Mayor said, "Only the eldest son is back." Miss Qin Er, Sir Baiqiu, frowned slightly while wearing a thick fox fur coat. Why did the eldest brother come back at this time? Did something happen in the academy? The two quickly went out and came to the front hall. In the hall, Qin Lang, dressed in a blue suit, was asking about the recent situation at home. Qin Wenzheng sat on a chair, holding a teacup, and did not speak. Song Ryue was next to him, proudly talking about the recent store business. After listening to this, Qin Lang said solemnly, "Mother, you can make money by doing business, but you must not take shortcuts. Do things that harm others and benefit yourself. And don't violate regulations and disregard the law." Qin Wenzheng frowned and said, "Langer, do you think we are that kind of people? Don't you know your mother yet? Can she do such a thing?" At this point, for some reason, he suddenly got angry again, and said with a gloomy face, "Even if we did that, it's not your turn to teach you a lesson." Qin Lang saw that he was angry, and hurriedly apologized. "Dad, the child has no other intentions. Just reminding you. The child came back tonight because there is a happy event to tell you." At this time, Luo Qingzhou came in from outside with Miss Qin Er. Miss Qin Er smiled and said, "Brother, you are so anxious to come back. What is the happy event?" Qin Lang turned his head and looked at them. Luo Qingzhou bowed and said, "Big brother." Qin Lang nodded. A smile appeared on his face, and said, "Let's eat first, and we can talk while eating." In the dining room next to them, the maids had already served a table full of exquisite dishes. The hot steam was thick, and the fragrance was floating. The family came to the table, and sat down one by one. Song Ryue couldn't wait to ask, "Langer, what is the good news? Did you win the award in the academy? Or did you have another breakthrough in your cultivation?" Qin Wensheng also looked at the eldest son in front of him seriously. Qin Lang smiled, picked up the wine pot, poured a glass of wine for everyone, and said, "By the way, why didn't Jianjia come?" Song Ryue sighed. "I just asked Mayor to call her. Mayor said she was not feeling well and was resting." Qin Lang frowned slightly and said, "Jianjia stays at home all day and doesn't go out or talk to anyone. Her body will only get weaker and weaker. Daddy, Mother, we still have to find a way to let her go out more. It would be even better if she could make a few friends." Song Ryue said helplessly, "Mother thinks so too. Every day when Mother goes to the store, she wants to take her to the inner city to play. But the girl is very stubborn and doesn't go out at all. Mother can't do anything." Miss Qin Er said softly, "Brother, sister is fine now. You don't have to worry. Tell us the good news you just said." Wei Mo can't wait. Qin Lang then remembered the business, smiled and glanced at a few people, sat down, and said, "Yesterday I entered the palace. The emperor personally sent someone to the academy to summon me to the palace, talked with me for a long time, and immediately appointed me as the acting commander of the Jinui. The emperor said that as long as I perform well, once I graduate from the academy next year, I can officially become the commander of the Jinui. At that time, I will do more meritorious deeds for the emperor, and maybe I will have the opportunity to lead troops to fight and revive the former glory of my Qin family. When he finished speaking, I thought everyone would be very excited and happy to congratulate him. But suddenly found that the table suddenly became silent. Qin Lang felt that the atmosphere was not right. And everyone's faces were not right. He was stunned and asked in confusion, Dad, Mother, Wei Mo, what's wrong? Qin Wenjun looked at him again. Without saying anything, lowered his head, picked up the wine glass, and drank it all. Song Ryua looked ugly, hesitant, and finally couldn't help saying, Langer, can you stop being the commander of the Jinui? Qin Lang frowned and asked, Mother, why? He looked at his father again and said, Dad, you once taught me since I was a child that I should be loyal to the emperor and serve the country when I grow up, and revive the prestige of my Qin family. I have always kept it in mind. Now the opportunity is rare, and the emperor has personally entrusted me with an important task. As long as I perform well, the emperor will definitely use me in the future. At that time, I will definitely work hard to earn a title for my Qin family again. After 100 years, I will have the face to meet the ancestors of my Qin family. Right? Qin Wenjun was silent for a while, looked at him and said, Langer, you have been studying in the academy for the past few years, and many things have happened at home. But we didn't tell you. The reason why we left Maching is not because of the monsters there, but because we have to go. After a pause, he said, our Qin family has stood up for the princess, and the Jinui has come to the mansion again and again to embarrass us. If it weren't for the princess who saved us last time, our family would have been imprisoned and tortured by the Jinui. When we were in Maching, the princess has saved us several times. The eldest princess has done us a favor, so we have to repay her. Qin Lang was stunned for a long time after listening to this, and said with a puzzled look on his face, Dad, I still don't understand. Is there any difference between being loyal to the eldest princess and being loyal to the emperor? Why do we have to stand on the same side? Did Dad believe those rumors and think that the eldest princess would betray the emperor? The eldest princess is the emperor's biological sister, and she is a woman. Do you think she would do that? Qin Wenjun was silent for a while, and said, the eldest princess may not do that. But our Qin family has indeed offended the emperor. The emperor is also. He said Jinui to trouble us several times. Your mother was almost framed by Jinui, but she was rescued. So, Langer, Daddy doesn't want you to. Qin Lang shook his head and interrupted him, saying, Daddy thinks too much. The emperor is a man of great talent and cherishes talents. How could he be jealous of us for such a small matter? If the emperor really wanted to deal with our Qin family, how could he summon me to the palace and let me be the commander of Jinui? Maybe our Qin family and the emperor really have conflicts, but those are just some small misunderstandings, and the emperor will not take them to heart at all. Then, he looked at the side of Miss Qin Air and said, By the way, His Majesty also told me that he invited Qin Zhou to the palace to talk last time. His Majesty said that he had a very pleasant chat with Qin Zhou. Moreover, His Majesty also said that he was very optimistic about Qin Zhou in the palace examination next year, and said that with Qin Zhou's talent, he might be able to get the top scorer. His Majesty thinks so highly of my Qin family, which means that he has long forgotten those small misunderstandings. Qin Zhou, when the time comes, we will serve the country together, share the worries of His Majesty, and then earn a title for the Qin family. It can be regarded as worthy of the identity of our Qin family men. What do you think? Luo Qinzhou broke the oppressive atmosphere, smiled on his face, and nodded. Brother is right. Then he said, Father-in-law, mother-in-law, don't think too much. Leave the outside things to me and my elder brother and second brother. We are the men of the Qin family, so we should naturally share the worries of the Qin family. You don't need to worry about it. Song Ryua looked at him in confusion, opened her mouth, and wanted to speak, but Qin Wenjun suddenly coughed and said, Okay, since Langer and Qin Zhou said so, it may be that we are overthinking. Let's eat. The food is getting cold. Miss Qin Air also smiled and said, Brother, eat the food. Qin Lang smiled and raised the wine glass, saying, Qin Zhou, brother toasts you a glass. Luo Qinzhou quickly raised the wine glass, stood up and said, Qin Zhou should toast brother. The two drank it all. Qin Lang ate for a while, and seeing that it was getting late, he stood up and said, Dad, Mom, Wei Mo, Qin Zhou, I have to go back to the academy, so I'll leave first. You guys continue eating. My second brother and I will have a holiday in a few days. and we will come back to reunite with you then. Several people stood up and sent him to the gate. Qin Lang rode on his horse, waved his hand, and quickly left the alley and disappeared into the night in the distance. Several people stood at the door with different expressions. Song Ryue frowned and said, Master, Langer. Qin Wenzheng sighed and said, You know Langer's temper. He can't be persuaded, and some things are no longer suitable to be told to him. Song Ryue said with an ugly face, Master, if Langer really wants to be the commander of the Jinui, should we be on guard against him? Qin Wenzheng looked at her and said seriously, We should be on guard against him now. We can't tell him about family matters anymore. Song Ryue trembled and said, But Langer is our son, he is your eldest son. How can we? Qin Wenzheng looked at the alley in the distance, with a trace of pain in his eyes, and said nothing more. Miss Jane Eyre said softly, Mother, when the eldest and second brothers come back from vacation, Waymo will have a good talk with him. The eldest brother has been practicing hard in the academy. Tonight is the first time he knows these things. For a while, he naturally can't turn around. When Waymo explains it to him, he will slowly understand it. Song Ryue sighed and said, I hope Langer is right. If the Emperor really lets our Qin family go and never embarrasses our Qin family again, that would be the best. Miss Jane Eyre didn't say anything else, and looked at the person next to her. Luo Qingzhou held her hand, silent, and didn't speak again. In fact, the matter is very simple. As long as that person dies, all problems will be solved. The sky is still the sky, and the earth is still the earth. If the eldest brother wants to be loyal to the Emperor and serve the country, there will naturally be a new monarch and a new country for him to display his ambitions. No matter whether that person will let them go, he will never let him go anyway. Looking up, the night sky is deep and the moon is high. Thinking that Sister Yu would come to the mansion tonight, he couldn't help but feel a little nervous and uneasy, always feeling like he was having an affair. But he knew in his heart that Sister Yu was not that kind of person, and he was just practicing. Brother Qingzhou, Sister is not feeling well. Go see her. At this time, Miss Jane Eyre suddenly said softly, Chapter 612 Sister Yu, I've come to your house. The dinner is over. Luo Qingzhou helped Miss Jane Eyre leave. Qin Wenzheng sat in the hall, frowning and silent. Song Ryue sighed on the side. The good news tonight was not only not good news for them, but also made them feel uneasy. Brother Qingzhou, the Emperor suddenly made this move. Do you know what he is going to do? Is it really like what my eldest brother said, that the Emperor wants to reuse our Qin family without holding a grudge? On the way back, Miss Jane Eyre asked with a frown. Luo Qingzhou said, Do you think it's possible? Miss Jane Eyre pondered for a moment and said, If Brother Qingzhou is like my eldest brother and is really willing to work for him, Waymo thinks it's possible. However, it's only possible temporarily. When he achieves his goal, he may not let us go. Luo Qingzhou said, So, either he dies or we die. Miss Jane Eyre was silent for a while and said, Waymo is a little worried about my eldest brother. Luo Qingzhou held her in his arms and comforted her. Don't worry. The princess will be back soon. I will ask her what she really thinks. Yeah. As they talked, they soon came to Meixiang Garden. Miss Jane Eyre stopped and said, Brother Qingzhou, Waymo is a little tired and wants to go back to rest. You go to my sister alone and say Hello to my sister on behalf of Waymo. Luo Qingzhou let go of her, helped her wrap up the fox fur coat, and said, Okay. Go in quickly. It's windy outside. Chior and Zhuer came over immediately and supported Miss Jane Eyre. Luo Qingzhou looked at them after they entered the courtyard. Fong carried the lantern alone and turned to leave. When they arrived at Lingchan Moon Palace, the clear and pleasant singing of the lark sounded again in the front yard. I am a little donkey. He never rides it. One day he rode to the market on a whim. He held the ponytail in his hand, and was very proud. Who is eavesdropping on the little lark singing at the door? The singing suddenly stopped, and footsteps immediately came to the door. Luo Qingzhou coughed outside the door and said, Ling. It's me. Squeak. The courtyard door opened. Bailing snorted coldly, Sir, why are you sneaky every time you come here? Hiding outside the door like a thief? Luo Qingzhou said, I heard you singing, so I was afraid to disturb you? Bailing was immediately confused and said, Singing? Who? Who is singing? Sir, I didn't sing just now. Did you hear it? Luo Qingzhou glanced at her, but didn't expose her, and said, I heard Mayor say that the eldest lady is not feeling well. What's going on? Bailing snorted, the young lady is fine. She just doesn't want to go out. Luo Qingzhou said, okay. The second young lady asked me to come and greet her. Since there's nothing wrong, then I'll leave. After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave. Bailing quickly grabbed him and said anxiously, Sir, why are you like this? Since you are here, go in and greet the young lady. Humph. You can't ignore the young lady just because she divorced you. Right? People should not be ungrateful. Xiao Dai often talks about the young lady's kindness, which is much better than you. Luo Qingzhou turned around and said, Is the young lady in the back garden again? Bai Ling said, No. She's in the room. Luo Qingzhou immediately said, Forget it. I don't dare to go into the room. Bai Ling grabbed his sleeve and said, Son-in-law, you are lying. You often sneak in. I have seen it several times. Luo Qingzhou immediately said seriously, Bai Ling, don't say such things. If others hear it, they will say that I am mean to the young lady anyway. Don't make such jokes in the future. Understand? Bai Ling blinked and said, Son-in-law, I didn't say anything. Don't you often go into Chan Chan's room? Why? Don't you dare to admit it? Luo Qingzhou was stunned when he heard it, and then reacted. The young lady is in Chan Chan's room? Bai Ling said. Yes. What do you think? Luo Qingzhou ignored her and went straight into the courtyard. As soon as he walked up the steps, he suddenly turned around and asked, Bai Ling, what is the young lady doing in Chan Chan's room? Bai Ling said, Chatting. Luo Qingzhou was stunned. It was hard to imagine that the two people who were always cold and didn't like to talk would sit together and chat. What kind of scene would that be? He was puzzled and walked into the house, stopped at the door, and eavesdropped. The room was quiet, and there was no sound of talking. Bai Ling followed in, went forward and knocked on the door, saying, Miss Chan Chan, the uncle is here. You should put on your clothes quickly. Don't let the uncle take advantage of you. Luo Qingzhou glared at her, and then stretched out his hand and pinched her pink face hard. Bai Ling immediately shouted, Ah! Uncle! It hurts! Miss Chan Chan, you'd better not put on your clothes. The uncle is blaming me for notifying you. Woo woo. Squeak. The door opened. Xia Chan was wearing a light green dress, holding a sword in her hand. Standing inside, Bailing immediately ran inside and complained aggrievely, Chan Chan, my uncle just grabbed my back. It hurts. While saying this, she rubbed her buttocks from behind. Luo Qingzhou ignored her and stood at the door and said, Miss, the second lady heard that you were not feeling well, so she asked me to come and greet you. Bailing immediately laughed Poochie, and then laughed chuckles non-stop inside. Xia Chan then said, Miss, in the back. Luo Qingzhou was stunned. Then his face sank, and suddenly rushed into the room, slapped Bailing's buttocks several times, and she froze on the spot with her eyes wide open. Next time you lie to your uncle, I'll tie you up and beat you. Luo Qingzhou snorted coldly, walked out of the room, and went directly to the back garden. Woo woo. Chan Chan. Chan Chan. Did you see that? My uncle spanked me several times. Woo woo, it hurts, please help me. Bai Ling covered her burning back and cried. Xia Chan ignored her, hesitated for a moment, and went to the back garden. In the pavilion, Miss Jean was sitting in a snow-white dress, with her head down, carefully changing the strings of the guqin. Luo Qingzhou walked over and said, Miss heard that you were not feeling well, so she came to ask me to pay my respects to you. Miss Jean lowered her head, gently twisting the pegs in her hand, and ignored him. Luo Qingzhou stared at her flawless face for a while, and then said, Miss, have you practiced the song Spring River Moon Night? Miss Jean said in person that she would play it for him after she learned it. Miss Jean paused, raised her head, looked at him, and said coldly, Do you want to listen? Luo Qingzhou nodded, yes. Miss Jean said indifferently, Go find someone else to play. After that, she continued to lower her head to change the strings. Luo Qingzhou? The atmosphere was a little awkward. Luo Qingzhou froze, did not dare to stay any longer, and did not dare to disturb her again, and bowed and said, Then the young lady is busy. I will go back first. After that, he turned and left. Xia Chan held the sword, stood under the eaves and looked at him, seeming to be gloating. Luo Qingzhou passed by her and whispered, Chan Chan, do you want to go riding tonight? Xia Chan's face changed, and she immediately fled to the pavilion, hiding beside Miss Jean, pouting at him. Luo Qingzhou looked at her demonstratively and left quickly. Just as she arrived at the front yard, the window next to her suddenly opened, and Beiling poked her head out from inside, angrily saying, "Stinky uncle. Bad uncle. My butt is swollen from you. Woo woo. It hurts." Luo Qingzhou turned his head and looked at her and said, "I don't believe it unless you show it to me." Bai Ling immediately whimpered, "It's really swollen. If you don't believe it, come in and see. It's red and swollen. Woo woo uncle is so cruel." Luo Qingzhou thought that he had something to do tonight, so he stopped joking with her and said, "Wait. I'll come and see you tomorrow night. If it's still swollen, I'll come and rub it for you." After that, he left quickly. Bai Ling looked at his back and suddenly shouted, "Uncle, the lady likes the snowman you made very much." Luo Qingzhou was stunned when he heard the words, and stopped to look at her. Beiling said, "Last night, the young lady stood in front of the 4 snowmen for a long time, but the snowman of the son-in-law was pushed down. I wonder if it was the young lady who pushed it. Did the son-in-law make the young lady angry?" Luo Qingzhou thought carefully and said, "Is it because I hit the young lady with a snowball when we were playing snowballs?" Beiling said, "It's possible." Luo Qingzhou shrugged his shoulders and said nothing more. He walked out of the door quickly, muttering in his heart, "I didn't expect the young lady to be so narrow-minded." Thinking about the young lady's usual personality, he couldn't help but feel funny. Back to Meixian Garden. He stood at the door and looked up at the roof and the sky of the entire Qin mansion. "I don't know when Sister Yu will come. I hope it will be later. Don't let him be seen when he is intimate with the second young lady later. It will be too embarrassing." Thinking of this, he decided to notify Sister Yu first. He took out the communication treasure and sent a message to Sister Yu. "Sister Yu, can you come later? Wait until I coax my wife to sleep." After a while, the message came back, "I'm here. Which courtyard do you live in?" Luo Qingzhou suddenly became nervous, immediately looked up and looked around, and replied, "Sister Yu, so soon? Where are you? I don't have time now. Can you wait for me outside first?" "Sister Yu, I'll wait for you on your roof." Luo Qingzhou froze for a moment, and quickly replied, "No, Sister Yu. So, you go to the exiled immortal residence to wait for me. I put your handkerchief in the back garden. You can find it in a moment." The other party did not reply again. Luo Qingzhou thought about it, hurriedly entered the small courtyard, walked quickly to the corridor, opened the window, and said to Miss Qin Air inside, "Miss Air, you go to sleep first. I have something else to do. I have to go to the exiled immortal residence." Miss Qin Air was wearing a plain white dress, and her hair was loose. She was reading a book on the couch. She was stunned when she heard the words and said softly, "Brother Qingzhou, don't be too tired." She didn't ask any more questions. He went to the exiled immortal residence, maybe to practice, or maybe to accompany Xia Chan. No matter what it was, she shouldn't ask too much. Luo Qingzhou agreed and left quickly. When he arrived at the exiled immortal residence, he immediately entered the room, and his soul left his body. Chapter 613 Sister Yu, no need to quibble. I'm just lustful. The soul flew to the roof. The whole Qin mansion was quiet at night, and there were no pedestrians. There were only a few lanterns with dim lights, swaying gently in the cold wind. Luo Qingzhou floated on the roof, looking around, but did not see the figure. He was puzzled and had to take out the communication treasure to ask, "Sister Yu, are you here? I'm waiting for you on the roof." "Sister Yu, below you." Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, and immediately turned around and looked at the garden behind the exiled immortal residence. Under the pear tree covered with snow, a moon-white figure was standing there, holding a handkerchief in his hand, motionless, as if he had merged with the white snow around him and the pear tree above his head, and there was not even any breath fluctuation on his body. Luo Qingzhou quickly put away the communication treasure and flew down. The white figure lowered his head slightly, looking at the snow-white handkerchief in his hand, with no other emotions on his face, and said lightly, "Don't you want it anymore?" Hearing this, Luo Qingzhou immediately snatched it away and said, "Yes. I just hung it on the tree because I was afraid that Sister Yu couldn't find a place." The white figure didn't say anything else. Luo Qingzhou put away his handkerchief and looked at her and said, "Sister Yu, when did you come?" The white figure looked up at him and said, "It's been a while." After a pause, he said, "I walked around your house for a while and saw." Luo Qingzhou's heart tightened and he said, "What did you see?" The white figure said lightly, "I saw you talking to your wife and heard your wife playing the piano." Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment. A hint of doubt appeared on his face. And then he hurriedly said, Sister, you may have misunderstood. Is the person you are talking about the one in the pavilion in the back garden of Lingshanyu Palace? The white figure said. Isn't it her? I've seen that she is the most beautiful person in your house. Isn't she? Luo Qingzhou showed a hint of embarrassment on his face and said, Sister, my wife lives in Meixiang Garden. The one you are talking about is my eldest sister-in-law. She is indeed very beautiful. The white figure said. Oh! The atmosphere was a little awkward. Luo Qingzhou had no choice but to change the subject. Sister, I'm going to practice stick techniques. Can you give me some guidance? The white figure of you didn't speak, and seemed to be thinking about something. After a while, she suddenly asked again, Since that is not your wife, why are you going there so late? Also, you and her two maids were flirting and touching each other. What does it mean? I also heard that you asked her to play the piano for you. Luo Qingzhou. This I didn't. The white moon figure said lightly, Don't quibble. It's just lust. I understand. Luo Qingzhou. The white moon figure walked past him, turned around in the garden, and said lightly, I'm just a little curious. You are so lustful. How could you let go of your beautiful sister-in-law? Can you tell me? Luo Qingzhou. Sister, don't quibble. Practice. The white moon figure interrupted him coldly and said, It has nothing to do with me. I just saw it and asked casually. Luo Qingzhou looked at the ground, wanting to find a gap to crawl into, and then crawl out when it was no longer embarrassing. The white figure said calmly, If you don't want to practice, then I'll leave. When Luo Qingzhou heard this, he was immediately delighted and said quickly, Sister, then you go first. I'll find a good place tomorrow and take you there to practice. The place at home is too small and not very convenient. The white figure glanced at him, walked to the stone table next to him, sat down slowly, and said, It's safer here. I think it's good. Luo Qingzhou. The atmosphere became awkward again. The white figure looked at him and said, Is the little firefox awake? After saying this, Luo Qingzhou remembered the business and looked at the little firefox in the storage ring. At this time, the little firefox was jumping and playing on the grass, and it didn't look like Huagu's soul was controlling it. He took it out immediately, grabbed the little firefox by the neck, and said with a worried look on his face, Sister, Huagu's soul seems to have never awakened. Is there something wrong? The white figure looked at the little firefox's eyes, pondered for a moment, and said, Bring it here. I'll check it. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly carried the little firefox, walked to the stone table, and handed it to her. The white figure stretched out a slender jade finger and gently touched the little firefox's eyebrows. The little firefox, who had just bared his fangs and had a ferocious face, suddenly widened his eyes and became gentle when he saw her, with his eyes full of obsession. When the slender jade finger touched its forehead, it even squinted comfortably. Seeing this scene, Luo Qingzhou spread its legs again and reconfirmed its gender. It's female. That's right. The white moon figure checked for a moment, put away the jade finger, and said, It's okay. She is still sleeping, and it may take a few days to recover before she wakes up. Luo Qingzhou worriedly said, After she wakes up, will the spirit of this little firefox really not hurt her? The white moon figure said lightly, No. Luo Qingzhou was relieved when he saw that she was so sure, and asked curiously, Sister, this little firefox seems to like you very much. Is there any smell on you that it likes? The white moon figure looked at him, paused, and said, Do you want to smell it? Luo Qingzhou froze. No. No need. Practice. The white moon figure took out the demon clan's skills, spread it on the stone table, and said in a calm tone. Luo Qingzhou immediately came back to his senses, and with a swish sound, he took out the black wooden stick, calmed his mind, and said, Sister, I will play slowly for the first time. Please help me see if there are any mistakes. Because we are in the mansion, I dare not use my internal force, and some moves may not be effective. The white figure said lightly, I have set up a barrier. You can practice. Luo Qingzhou was slightly startled, raised his head and looked around, and then with a bang, he suddenly punched out, and a golden fist light flew out. Who knew that just as he flew to the courtyard wall, a layer of moon-white light curtain suddenly appeared, and the fist light hit it with a puff, making only a very slight sound, and then immediately disappeared. Luo Qingzhou said happily, Thank you, Sister. At the same time, He became more and more awed by the strength of this Sister Yu. Swish. He didn't waste any more time and immediately used the first move. Then one move after another. The speed is getting faster and faster. And the moves are getting more and more fierce. The air in the garden suddenly rolled inward. And the snow on the ground and the branches was all rolled up by the strong wind. And began to spin rapidly around him. The moon-white figure sat in front of the stone table, watching quietly, occasionally lowering his head to look at the pictures on the exercises. The night passed quietly. The back garden seemed to be a world of its own, with strong winds whistling inside and sticks thundering. But the night outside was still silent. On the eaves of the front yard, a figure in a light green dress, holding a sword, stood there like a wooden sculpture, motionless. And in a small courtyard not far away, in the pavilion of the back garden, a beautiful girl in a snow-white dress was sitting quietly in front of the stone table. Dazed. In the corner of the wall not far away, a girl in a pink skirt was squatting there, carefully piling up the snowman that was pushed over. Shwa! 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 After practicing once, Luo Qingzhou became more and more proficient in the moves. The Yubai figure only corrected a few points, then sat there quietly and stopped talking. From the third watch to the fourth watch. Unknowingly, it was already the fifth watch. Luo Qingzhou was panting from practicing, and felt a fire burning in his body, running through all the meridians and acupuncture points in his body. This stick technique has 1,001 changes. Exquisite, swift and fierce, and extremely physically demanding. After most of the night, he was exhausted. Luo Qingzhou finished practicing the last time, and suddenly felt sore all over, and couldn't even lift his arms. He put away the stick, his soul heart pounding, and he panted and said, Sister Yu, let's stop here tonight. It's still early. I'll tell you about the Tao Te Ching for a while. The white moon figure was silent for a while, and said, I want to hear a story. Luo Qingzhou sat down opposite her and said, Okay, then I'll continue to tell Sister Yu the story of Journey to the West. The white moon figure said, Are there any other stories? Luo Qingzhou was slightly startled, and said, What kind of story does Sister Yu want to hear? I do have a lot of stories here, but most of them are about love and romance. Of course, there are also some mythological stories. The white moon figure seemed to think for a while, and when he was about to speak, Luo Qingzhou suddenly felt the communication treasure on his body vibrate. He hurriedly said, Sister Yu, wait a minute. Let me check the news. The Jinui he had just killed recently killed 2 more spirits in West Lake last night. He didn't know how the court would respond. He was afraid that it was sent by Nangong Meijiao. So he immediately took out the communication treasure and read it. The jade stone showed a lot of news. Not only did Nangong Meijiao send messages, but also Zhu Yan sent messages. Even Linghu Qingzhu, Long Air, and Xiao Yu all sent messages. I don't know if Long Air has arrived at Yunwu River safely. He clicked on Long Air's message first. Little dragon girl, sir. Long Air has arrived at Yunwu River. It's so long, so big, so deep, and the water quality is also very good. Long Air likes it very much. But it seems that this place is occupied by a big crocodile. Long Air may be bullied. When will you come to help Long Air? Long Air misses you. Luo Qingzhou thought about it and replied, I dare not leave the city recently. You bear it for now. I will go there with Sister Yu after a while. Xiao Long Nu replied immediately, No. Master. Long Air wants you to come alone. Luo Qingzhou, I am with Sister Yu now. Sister Yu just saw the message you sent. Xiao Long Nu, Master. Long Air was just joking with you. Long Air also misses Sister. When the time comes, come with Sister. Long Air will pick fruits and catch fish for you and Sister. Long Air loves Sister the most. Luo Qingzhou smiled, did not reply again, and looked up at the opposite side. Who knew that the Yubai figure on the opposite side was also looking up at him? Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and continued to read the message sent by the princess. Xiao Meijiao, bad guy. What are you doing? Luo Qingzhou replied, Princess. I'm thinking of you. Then he replied to Zhu Yan, Senior. Stop scolding me. I've forgotten all the stories because of you. I need to have a good rest at night. I'll chat with you tomorrow. Otherwise my brain won't be enough. Linghu Qingzhu's message was very simple. The court came to find you and said that the Jinui disappeared outside the city. They wanted to find you to find out the situation. But I scared them away. Luo Qingzhou's expression froze and he replied, Thank you, Uncle. It seems that the situation is not optimistic. The court dared to find Li Xiao's sect. The last message was sent by Celia. Good brother. Where is your home? I miss you so much. I want to see you. If you tell me, I will tell you a secret. A secret about your sister Yu. I know her husband, and have a close relationship with her husband. Luo Qingzhou looked at the message, stunned for a moment, and looked up at the opposite side with a guilty look. Coincidentally, the opposite side also looked up and looked at him. Luo Qingzhou immediately lowered his head, hesitated for a moment, and said, Xiao Ya, I am not interested in these. What does Sister Yu's husband have to do with me? I don't want to know. At this time, Xiao Meiju sent a message, a wu. Bite you. Luo Qingzhou couldn't help but smile and replied, a wu. Bite you too. No more talking. I want to practice. You should rest quickly. Xiao Meijiao, oh. You said yes? Luo Qingzhou, okay. Xiao Meijiao, tell your little princess. Who is the most beautiful woman in the world? Luo Qingzhou, you. Xiao Meijiao, is she as beautiful as your sister-in-law? Luo Qingzhou, princess. Go to sleep. I really want to practice. Xiao Meijiao, I want you to answer. She is not your wife. What do you have to be afraid of? You say I am not as beautiful as Wei Mo. I dare not say anything. But if you say I am not as beautiful as her. Wait for death. Luo Qingzhou, the princess is the most beautiful. No one can compare. Xiao Meiju, forget it. I won't force you. I know you have bad intentions towards your sister-in-law. You have the desire, but not the courage. Luo Qingzhou, princess. I really don't. Don't talk nonsense. Xiao Meijiao, a lustful person like you. How can you let go of such a beautiful woman? By the way, I have good news for you. The princess is back. Quietly back. And may see you soon. Luo Qingzhou, I am waiting for her too. Xiao Meijiao, don't mess around. The princess can't protect herself now. Don't expect her to protect your Qin family. Luo Qingzhou, princess. Go to sleep. Xiao Meijiao, oh. Luo Qingzhou, yeah. Oh. Xiao Meiju, get lost. Luo Qingzhou put away the message. Looked up with a smile on his face. The white figure opposite was also putting away the jade in her hand. Looking up at him. There was silence for a few breaths. Luo Qingzhou then remembered the business and said, Sister Yu, let me tell you a myth. The story of Chang'e chasing the moon. The white figure was silent for a moment. Stood up and said, No. I should go back. Luo Qingzhou was stunned. And quickly stood up and said, It's not dawn yet. Didn't Sister Yu just say that you wanted to hear a story? The white figure looked at him and said lightly, I see you are very busy. And you can't reply to all the messages. Right? Luo Qingzhou quickly said, No. Sister Yu. I'm wrong. I will never reply to messages next time I talk to you. The white figure didn't say anything else and flew to the roof. Luo Qingzhou's figure flashed. And he quickly followed her. Just as he was about to speak, he followed her gaze, and saw the courtyard of Lingshanyu Palace. In the courtyard, the mist was thick, and it was hazy and unclear. Luo Qingzhou suddenly thought of something. How did Sister Yu hear him talking to the eldest lady just now? And how did she see him flirting and touching Bailing and Xiachan? Chapter 614 Something is wrong with Lingshan Moon Palace. The moonlight on the roof is like water. The white moon figure looked at Lingshan Moon Palace, and was about to leave when Luo Qingzhou suddenly asked, Sister Yu, have you found that there is a formation there? The white moon figure paused, turned her head and looked at him and said, Where? Luo Qingzhou pointed to the courtyard of Lingshan Moon Palace, and said with a flickering look, Since my first soul out, I felt that there was something wrong there. Until now, I still can't see clearly inside. Sister Yu, can you see it clearly? The white moon figure said lightly, Your cultivation is not enough. Luo Qingzhou looked at it and said, Then Sister Yu, can you see what formation is arranged there? And the three people in Lingshan Moon Palace. Can Sister Yu see anything? The white moon figure looked at him and said, What are you doubting? Luo Qingzhou looked at the back garden there and said, I always feel that there is some secret hidden there. Miss Jean is my sister-in-law. Every time I see her, I always feel that I can't see through her. I always feel. The white moon figure also looked there and said, Her soul is damaged, and her body should have been traumatized. Although she is very beautiful, she is the most ordinary one there. Luo Qingzhou retracted his gaze and looked at her and said, Sister Yu is really amazing. She has been missing for several years, and must have suffered a lot of harm outside. Sister Yu, do you think she is just an ordinary person? The white moon figure said. Yes. But her two maids are not simple. Luo Qingzhou's eyes flashed. And he said, Sister Yu, which of the two do you think is the most complicated? The white moon figure said lightly. The one who uses the sword. Extremely talented. And pure soul. Dedicated to sword. The future is limitless. As for the other one, I can't see through it. After a pause, he said, the reason why you feel that place is mysterious every time you go there is probably because of her. She looks like a very ordinary person. But she is there. Like a formation eye. Making the place hazy, and no one can see clearly. Luo Qingzhou narrowed his eyes, and said, sure enough. I think the girl is not simple. But I tried several times, and returned in vain. And, he paused and said, I am a little confused. Why are the two of them so powerful? And would they be willing to be the maids of my eldest sister-in-law? The white figure looked at the courtyard over there, and said, maybe when they were young. She saved them. Or, the two of them felt sorry for her. Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, Sister Yu's guess should be correct. Because as far as I know, my sister-in-law did save one of them. And it was when the other was very young and helpless. The white moon figure looked at him and said, you are so concerned about your sister-in-law and the people around her. Do you really have other intentions? Luo Qingzhou smiled bitterly and said, Sister Yu doesn't know that I don't actually have any intentions towards the sister-in-law. But for the two maids around her, one of them. When I got married for the first time. I don't want to hear this. The white moon figure interrupted him and said, this is all your family affairs. And it has nothing to do with me. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her, and didn't continue. At the same time, he secretly muttered in his heart, didn't you bring it up first? You are the only one allowed to say it. But I am not allowed to speak. Domineering woman. The white moon figure was silent for a while. And said, I am leaving. Luo Qingzhou said, oh. The white moon figure looked at him and said, are you expecting me to leave quickly? Luo Qingzhou immediately said, no. I actually want Sister Yu to stay a little longer. The white moon figure said, but you didn't say it. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said, Sister Yu, stay a little longer. It's not dawn yet. Wait until dawn before leaving. Perfunctory. The white moon figure said coldly. And the figure flashed and disappeared. Luo Qingzhou raised his head and looked at the night sky. He was stunned for a while. And his eyes looked at Lingshan Moon Palace, not far away. Forget it. I still don't try it. Just pretend I don't know anything. That girl is so easy to bully. If they find out that she is a terrible master who pretends to be a pig and eats the tiger, then it will be troublesome. Then I won't dare to bully her in the future. Maybe I will be bullied by her in the future. As for the eldest lady, poor her soul and body are damaged. I don't know if his spiritual liquid is useful to her. I will trick her into taking a few drops tomorrow night to try. Thinking like this for a while, he was about to enter the house, when he suddenly saw a piece of light green clothes corner exposed in the corridor below. Chan thought I was tired of practicing and fell asleep here. So she was guarding me outside. A warm current flowed through his heart. Both pity and touching. It was freezing cold. And the little girl had been standing there. Wasn't she cold? He immediately penetrated the roof and entered the house. His soul returned to his body. And then he got off the bed and walked to the window quietly. Squeak. He suddenly opened the window and rushed out. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the figure who was about to escape. Then he picked her up and rushed into the house. Squeak. The window closed again quickly. The whole process was extremely fast. Xia Chan was still in a daze and had no time to react. When she reacted, he had already taken her into the house and held her in his arms. Let me go! She struggled in his arms. Her face was cold. Her hands were cold. And her body was cold. Luo Qingzhou held her, walked to the bed, put her on the bed, and said, Chan, stop struggling. Your uncle will warm you up. No, don't. Xia Chan sat up all of a sudden, and was pressed down by him again. Luo Qingzhou helped her take off her shoes and socks, quickly untied her belt, helped her take off her cold coat, and then stuffed her into the quilt. Xia Chan was about to get out, and he immediately said, if you don't listen, spank me. As he said that, he quickly took off his clothes, shoes and socks, got on the bed, got into the quilt, and held her tightly in his arms. Xia Chan struggled a few more times before gradually becoming docile. Her face turned red and she pouted, saying, bad guy. Luo Qingzhou pried her hands apart, pulled her sword out of the quilt, threw it under the bed, and ordered, Call me Brother Qingzhou. Humph. Are you going to call me? I'm going to bite you. No. I won't bite you, Brother Qingzhou. Be good. Luo Qingzhou hugged her tightly, rubbed her cold hands, and said distressfully, Silly girl. Why are you standing outside in such a cold weather? My son-in-law is so powerful that he doesn't need your protection at all. Don't be stupid again next time. Okay? Xia Qian's cheek was pressed against his arms. Without saying a word, Luo Qingzhou said again, Don't you know how to do the splits? Put your feet in your brother-in-law's arms, and I'll help you rub them. Humph. Do you want to take it? I'm going to bite it. No. I won't bite. A cold and tender foot soon appeared in Luo Qingzhou's arms. Stupid girl. Don't you know how to stay in the room? What are you doing standing in the corridor? Are you acting like a wooden stake? So stupid. Luo Qingzhou scolded her softly, while rubbing her gently. Xia Qian's cold little face was pressed against his neck, pouting her little mouth, tears in her eyes, not knowing whether she was scolded by him or moved by him. By the way, Chan, let me ask you something. Has Bailing ever practiced martial arts? Luo Qingzhou couldn't help but be curious and asked in a low voice. Xia Qian was stunned for a while after hearing this, and then said, I don't know either. Luo Qingzhou turned her little face up, looked into her eyes, and said, You stay with her every day. How could you not know? Chan, you never lie to anyone, let alone to your uncle. Can you tell your uncle the truth? Xia Qian's eyes were full of tears, and she said pitifully, I really don't know. No, I didn't lie. Luo Qingzhou frowned, secretly surprised in his heart. Bailing is so good at pretending? Even Chan doesn't know? Chan, have you really never seen her practice martial arts? No. Then what else does she do at home every day besides picking flowers and refining medicine? Sing. What else? Play. What else? No. I don't know. Luo Qingzhou fell into deep thought. That girl really looks bored every day, and she doesn't look like the kind of person who practices secretly or diligently. Is she a natural master? That's also possible. Forget it. Don't think about her anymore. No matter what happens to her, he can bully her at will anyway. At this time, Xia Qian suddenly said weakly, Bai Ling? She likes you. Luo Qingzhou pondered for a moment and said, Chan, don't believe her. Bai Ling, the girl, the son-in-law feels very strange about her. I always feel that sometimes I am very close to her, and sometimes I am very far away from her. Anyway, I can't see through her. And every time I don't know whether what she says is true or false. To be honest, the son-in-law has never had this feeling about others. Xia Qian was stunned and said, She is naughty. Luo Qingzhou looked at her and smiled, Chan. What about you? Are you naughty? Xia Qian lowered her long eyelashes and said shyly, Chan? No. Naughty. Luo Qingzhou stroked her soft hair, stared at her shy and pretty face for a while, leaned over, kissed her little mouth, and said, Chan. You said oh? Xia Qian showed a hint of doubt in her eyes, and her little mouth opened slightly. Oh, yeah. Luo Qingzhou kissed her a few more times, then pulled the quilt to cover them both. The girl in the quilt froze for a moment. Outside the window, the silver moon was like a hook, as cold as water. Not far away was Lingchan Moon Palace. Bailing built the snowman and decorated it carefully. Fong stroked the snowman's cheek and murmured in a low voice, Uncle, don't leave us. Stay with us forever, okay? Next to this snowman, there are 3 other snowmen leaning against it. The 4 snowmen, snuggling together. Bailing suddenly turned her head and looked behind her. Miss Qin, dressed in a white dress, had quietly stood behind her without knowing when, looking at the snowman she had just built. Her flawless face showed no other emotions. Bailing whispered, Miss, don't push the son-in-law down. Okay? Miss Qin looked at the 4 snowmen in front of her, silent, and did not speak. Bailing added in a low voice, The son-in-law is weak. Don't push him to the ground. The ground is icy if you want to push him. Push him on the soft bed. Go! Outside the city of Kyoto, on a narrow and slippery muddy road, someone was riding a horse and running quickly towards the city gate. Pa! The rider, perhaps in a hurry, was holding the horse's tail with one hand and patting the horses, but with the other hand. The horse seemed to have been running for a long time, panting and whining. but it was still squeezed out of its last bit of strength. After dawn, the city gate finally opened. The man on the horse suddenly roared and flew into the city gate. The horse under his crotch. His limbs softened, collapsed to the ground, foaming at the mouth, and could not get up for a long time. The alley was soon filled with noise. Chapter 615. Please forgive my unfilial behavior. It was a sunny morning. In the study of the exiled immortal residents, the sound of reading aloud could be heard. In the corridor, Xiaodai was basking in the sun and embroidering flowers. Occasionally, a few sparrows would land, but the little girl would ignore them as long as they were not too arrogant. Luo Qingzhou only read for half an hour. The sun was shining at this time, and it was a good time to practice internal skills and breathe. He first absorbed 2 drops of spiritual liquid, and after the energy in his body was ready to move, he sat in front of the window, bathed in the sun, and began to practice. The sun and moon treasure mirror on the table absorbed energy silently in the sun. In the storage ring, the tender buds from the tree roots have grown into a small sapling half a meter high, full of vitality. The little fire fox was still chasing the 2 little rabbits fiercely. I don't know when Huagu's soul will wake up. At noon, when Luo Qingzhou was about to go to the backyard to practice stick fighting, Chior hurried over and said, "Son-in-law, the young lady asked you to go to the front hall. The eldest son is back and said he has something to talk to you about." Luo Qingzhou was slightly startled when he heard this. He washed his face in the small courtyard and followed her to the front hall. The atmosphere in the hall was a little solemn. Qin Wenzheng sat on a chair with a sullen face, as if he had just been angry. Song Ryue stood aside with red eyes. Miss Qin Er stood beside her softly, supporting her. Xin Lang changed into a Jinui Qilin robe, with a golden Qi sword on his waist. He bowed his head to admit his mistake, but his tone was still tough. "Mother, I am just doing my job impartially. If Mr. Chu is innocent, I will not embarrass him. I just want to know where he lives and ask him some questions. Since he is your benefactor, I will be polite and will not be rude." Song Ryue said angrily, "I don't know. If I say I don't know, I don't know. Even if I know, I won't tell you." Luo Qingzhou listened to a few words at the door and walked in. In the hall, several people looked at him. Seeing him coming, Qin Lang hurriedly said, "Qingzhou, you came at the right time. Big brother has something to ask you. I heard that you know Chu Feiyang from Li Xiao sect. Do you know where he lives?" Luo Qingzhou said, "Big brother, I have only met Mr. Chu a few times and don't know his home address." Then he said, "Big brother, since you are a Jinui, it should be easy to find out his home address, right?" Qin Lang frowned and shook his head and said, "That person is very mysterious, and his whereabouts are strange. He is very alert every time we Jinui." At this point, he stopped talking and said, "We didn't find his home address either, and we don't even know how many people there are in his family. So we think there is something wrong with him. We checked the files and analyzed them carefully. We feel that the case of the extermination of the Zhongwu Marquis' mansion, the murder of the Jinui, and even the murder of Ma Chen Luoyu may have something to do with him. That's why I came back today to ask you." Luo Qingzhou bowed and said, "Brother, we really don't know. He will naturally not reveal to us the information that even you Jinui can't find. At the beginning, he saved my mother-in-law, and then we invited him to have a meal, and then there was no contact." Qin Lang stared at him for a few seconds and said, "Qingzhou, do you know what the relationship between Meiju and him is?" Luo Qingzhou was silent for a moment and said, "I don't know." Qin Lang narrowed his eyes and said, "Really don't know?" Bang! At this moment, Qin Wenzheng suddenly slammed the table and said angrily, "Langer, are you interrogating the prisoner? You just became the commander of the Jinui, and you came home to show off. After interrogating your mother, you interrogated your brother-in-law. After interrogating your brother-in-law, are you going to go to the Southern Kingdom Prince's mansion to interrogate the princess? Go! You are really awesome." Qin Lang bowed his head and said, "Dad, I have no other intentions. I am just investigating the case, and want to ask a few more people." Qin Wenzheng suddenly stood up and said angrily, "Investigate a fart case? Just think that I killed those bastards. Come! Take me to your cell and torture me severely. What kind of virtue are you Jinui? Who in this capital doesn't know? You are righteous and kill your relatives. I believe you will be promoted and make money in the future. Come on!" After speaking, he stretched out his hand and glared at him. Qin Lang's face suddenly changed, and he knelt down hurriedly and said, "Dad, I dare not. I came back today just to ask my mother and Qizhou if they know where Chu Feiyang lives. I have no other intentions. Let alone interrogation. Dad said this. And I am really ashamed. After speaking, he cowed out heavily. Qin Wenjing's chest rose and fell with anger, and his face was ashen. Song Ryue came over crying and said, Langer, get up quickly. Just listen to your father, and stop being the commander of the Jinui. Don't you know? Luo Chantian offended too many people when he was the commander of the Jinui and was killed. I heard that the deputy commander of the Jinui and many Jinui were killed. Why do you want to get involved in this mess? If something happens to you, what will happen to our family? Qin Lang raised his head, looked at her and said, Mother, the more dangerous it is, the more I will be. I must help His Majesty to get to the bottom of this. If the murderer is not found, everyone in Kyoto will be in danger. How can there be peace? My Qin family's ancestors followed the previous emperor to fight, who was afraid of death. Now that His Majesty is in need of people, it is also a good opportunity for our Qin family to rise again. I must seize it, no matter what. I must find a way to find the murderer and solve these cases. At this time, Miss Qin, who had been silent all the time, suddenly spoke softly, Brother, how do you know that the man is the murderer? The name of the Jinui. Everyone in Kyoto knows that they arrest people at will, torture them to extract confessions, and make them confess, which has caused many false and wrongful cases and killed many innocent lives. Maybe someone is avenging their family, or maybe someone is seeing injustice and eliminating harm for the people. So they kill those Jinui. Big Brother should be very clear that except for those Jinui, those murderers did not kill an innocent citizen. Right? Qin Lang looked at her and said, Wei Mo. Jinui is the sharp sword of the country. It may have been too rough in the past, but since Big Brother has taken the position of the commander of Jinui, he will definitely discipline and restrain his subordinates, and will not let them arrest people at will. But how can those who kill Jinui without authorization and create a family-destroying tragedy not be murderers? Wei Mo, you have read a lot of books, and should know the laws of our great Yin. Moreover, Jinui is under the direct command of the emperor, and the identity of the representative is not trivial. The murderer is so rampant and directly kills them. It is provoking the imperial power and ignoring the emperor. This kind of thing is extremely sinful. How can Big Brother turn a blind eye? Qin Wenjing said angrily, You are so smart. Sooner or later you will harm our family. Qin Lang looked at him, was silent for a while, and said, Dad, you taught me how to be a man. From childhood to adulthood, you have been teaching me to be loyal to the emperor and serve the country, and to work hard for the rise of the Qin family. I have always kept it in my heart and dare not forget it. But today, when I was about to show my ambition, why didn't you support me, but kept persuading me to give up? I really can't understand it. Qin Wenjing panted and closed his eyes. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes and said in a deep voice, Langer, this time is not the same as that time. When our Qin family was in Maching, we had already taken sides. Maybe the princess would compromise. Maybe the emperor would not embarrass the princess. But our Qin family will never be safe and sound. You have been practicing in the academy. You know the emperor. Do you understand the current situation? Qin Lang bowed and said, Dad, although I have only met the emperor a few times, I can see that the emperor is eager to seek talents and has great ambitions. He will never retaliate against our Qin family for the past. Besides, I am now serving the emperor. After Qinzhou passes the imperial examination next year, he will also serve the court. The emperor will only value our Qin family more. How could he touch our Qin family for something that didn't happen at all? Song Ryue on the side trembled and said, Langer, the Jinui came to trouble us again and again. If it weren't for Meijia and the princess, our family would have been captured by them long ago. The Jinui is the emperor's people, so these things may be indicated by the emperor. He treated our Qin family like that. So how could he suddenly promote you to the commander of the Jinui for no reason? There must be a conspiracy. Miss Qin Er said softly, Brother, Mother is right. This matter? I am afraid there is another reason. Qin Lang was silent for a while, stood up from the ground, looked at them and said, Dad, Mother, Wei Mo. After all, you still think I am useless. I shouldn't be favored by the emperor all of a sudden. I shouldn't become the commander of the Jinui all of a sudden. Right? Miss Qin Er hurriedly said, Brother, it's not like that. It's just Qin Lang waved his hand to interrupt her and said, Wei Mo, don't say anything. I know what you mean. Your worries are not unreasonable. But I have my own ideas and my own ambitions. No matter what, I will definitely investigate this case to the end. And I will definitely find the murderer. At this point, he looked at his father and mother. He said, Dad, Mom, I am the eldest son in the family, and I should work hard for the revitalization of the Qin family. I have no other choice. I have shouldered the responsibility of the family since I was born. So no matter what you think, I will not give up. After a silence, he said, in our Qin family, besides me, there are Chuaner, Wei Mo, and Qin Zhou. They are all excellent. So, Dad, Mom, if I am wrong, let me make mistakes. I am willing to find my ideals on this road, and I am willing to fight for the family on this road. If I fail, it doesn't matter. There are Qin Zhou and Chuaner. They will take care of you. Please forgive my unfilial behavior. After that, he knelt on the ground again and kowtowed 3 times to Qin Wenzheng and Song Riyue. Song Riyue cried. After Qin Lang kowtowed, he stood up from the ground, turned around, patted Luo Qinzhou on the shoulder, and said, Qinzhou, take good care of Wei Mo. Take good care of father and mother. Big brother's responsibility is to work hard for the family, and your responsibility is to take good care of them. Thank you. After that, he strode away. When he walked out of the gate, dozens of Jinui standing not far away immediately led their horses and walked in front of him respectfully. Qin Lang climbed on the horse, turned his head, and looked at the words Qin Mansion on the gate, then rode away with a firm look in his eyes. Chapter 616 I killed them all. My father-in-law is shocked. In the hall, Qin Wenzheng sat back in his chair and sighed heavily. Song Riyue wiped her tears. Miss Qin Air was beside her, comforting her softly. Luo Qinzhou stood at the door, looking at the sky outside, not knowing what he was thinking. With no emotion on his face, Qin Wenzheng suddenly said, Wei Mo, help your mother back to the room. I will talk to Qinzhou. Miss Qin Air agreed. Song Riyue said with red eyes, Master, what can't be said in front of me? I want to listen. I want to listen too. Qin Wenjing's face sank, and he shouted, Go back to the room. Wuo. Song Riyue didn't dare to say anything else, and left crying. Miss Qin Air helped her out together. When they got outside, Song Riyue supported her again and helped her wrap the fox fur tightly around her body. She said with tears in her eyes, Wei Mo, is mother stupid? Your father even had to hide his conversation with Qin Zhou from me. Woo-woo. Miss Qin paused and whispered, a little. You? Song Riyue paused for a moment, then stroked her chest, crying angrily, unfilial. None of you are filial. You know how to make me angry every day. Langer makes me angry. Chuaner makes me angry. Jianjia ignores me. Even you make me angry. And your husband scares and threatens me at every turn. Woo-woo, my life is so boring. When she was sad, she began to cry again. Miss Qin Air asked softly, Mother, where did brother Qinzhou scare you or threaten you? Song Riyue wiped her tears and said, every time mother said that he was unhappy. He glared at me and was fierce to me. Didn't you see how scary his eyes were? And last time in the exiled immortal residence, he almost stabbed mother with a sword. That boy is very fierce. Miss Qin Air. The hall was silent. After the mother and daughter left, Luo Qinzhou looked outside. After seeing that there was no one else, he walked to Qin Wenzheng and bowed his hands and said, What does father-in-law want to ask? Qin Wenzheng looked at him, was silent for a while, and said, Luo Chantian and Luo Yanyan. Their family. They were all killed by Qin Zhou. Before he finished speaking, Luo Qinzhou admitted it directly, with a calm face. When these words came out, Qin Wenjing's heart was shocked, and his whole body looked at him stiffly. Although he had doubts for a long time, he was still shocked and unbelievable when he heard him admit it at once, and behave so calmly. Luo Qinzhou said calmly, They poisoned my mother. If I hadn't married into the Qin mansion, Shao Dai and I would have been killed by them. On the day I left Chunghua Mansion, I swore to wipe out their entire family, leaving no one alive. Qin Wenjing's body trembled. He wanted to take a sip of tea to calm his emotions, but his hands were shaking and he couldn't hold the teacup. He asked in a trembling voice. Then Luo Qinzhou said, I killed him too. I deliberately let him take the exam for Dragon and Tiger College, and deliberately let him kill him when he was full of hope of getting the first place. At that time, he was in his mother's arms, and his mother's eyes were full of heartache and despair. But he didn't know that once in Chunghua Mansion, there was also a mother and son who were threatened by him and his mother, full of despair. So I cut off his head in front of his mother. Then, his mother, his brother, and his father, of course. There are also those Jinui. Luo Qingzhou spoke all this slowly. His face was calm from beginning to end, as if he was talking about someone else's affairs. Qin Wenzheng listened with a complicated expression, and sat in silence for a long time, then looked at him and said, Qingzhou, you alone? Luo Qingzhou said, yes. Qin Wenzheng fell silent again, and did not speak for a long time. Luo Qingzhou looked at him and said, Father-in-law, Qingzhou is not a bloodthirsty person, and has never killed any innocent person. Qingzhou is now a member of the Qin family. So no matter who it is, as long as they want to hurt my family, I will make him die first. After a pause, he said, including the one in the Golden Palace. Qin Wenzheng looked at him with complicated eyes for a while, and said with difficulty, Qingzhou, I didn't expect father-in-law really didn't expect all this was done by you. I had doubts before, but after thinking about it carefully, who are those people? They are all top masters. No matter how deep you hide, how can one person, alas? Father-in-law still underestimated you. Luo Qingzhou bowed and said, in fact, if Qingzhou is really alone, he will never be able to take revenge. He has the protection of the Qin family, the help of the second lady, the help of Princess Meijia, and the help of others. At this point, he raised his head and said slowly, the reason why Qingzhou is where he is today is because of the tolerance and kindness of my father-in-law, the Qin family, and the eldest lady. Qingzhou is just a son-in-law of humble status, and he is also a homeless vagrant who was driven out. But my father-in-law and mother-in-law, the eldest lady and the second lady, my second brother, and even all the maids and servants in the Qin mansion have never looked down on or hurt Qingzhou, and they have always protected and helped Qingzhou. This kindness, Qingzhou and Xiaodai will never forget. So, rest assured, father-in-law, as long as Qingzhou is alive, no one will be allowed to bully our Qin family. Qin Wending's eyes were moist. He stood up and patted his shoulder, and said with relief, okay? Qingzhou, father-in-law is not wrong about you, and Wei Emo is not wrong about you. You are a good man. What a bastard. What a bastard son-in-law. I Qin Wenzheng have never cared about these identities. As long as you are good to Wei Emo, that's enough. Speaking of this, he sighed again, Langer is stubborn, and it's not his fault. I taught him to be loyal to the emperor and patriotic since he was a child, and to take the revitalization of the family as his top priority. It's understandable that he can't turn around for a while. But don't worry. No matter what, he will. I will not do anything to hurt the Qin family. Don't blame him. The burden on his shoulders is too heavy. It's my fault. Luo Qingzhou said, father-in-law, you are too serious. In fact, my brother is not wrong. In the eyes of most people, we are wrong to stand on the side of the captain and princess. The emperor is orthodox, and all the court officials support him. Now that he is using my brother sees the hope of revitalizing the family, and naturally wants to show his performance. My brother thinks that if he performs well, the conflict between the emperor and our Qin family will naturally be resolved. And my brother's wish is to fight on the battlefield, and use his own efforts to win the title for the Qin family again. This is what a man should do. Therefore, Qingzhou admires my brother very much, and will never blame him for this matter. Qin Wenjing's heart suddenly surged with warmth, and he sighed, Qingzhou, my Qin family can recruit a son-in-law like you, which is a blessing for me. Qin Wenjing. And it is the manifestation of my Qin family ancestors. Luo Qingzhou said, Qingzhou is lucky to come to the Qin family. It is also a blessing from the previous life to marry the second lady. Qin Wenjing was silent for a while, looking at him and said, Qingzhou, have you visited Jianjia recently? Luo Qingzhou panicked for a moment, and hurriedly said, I go occasionally. The second lady is in good health. Qingzhou went to pay respects on behalf of the second young lady. Every time he went to the back garden, he left immediately after paying respects. Qin Wenjing smiled and said, don't be nervous. Your father-in-law didn't blame you for anything. Even if you go every day, it's okay. After all, Jianjia is your ex-wife. You were formerly married, and Jianjia is a loner, so you should visit her often. Don't be afraid of your mother-in-law. Go whenever you want. Talk to Jianjia more, and take her out to play and relax when you have time. Your mother-in-law has. I will support you. Luo Qingzhou glanced at him. I don't know if he was testing or true, and bowed his head. I will let the second lady go more. After all, You may have to test. And you need to take the opportunity to respond. You go back to study first. If you have something, I will let people notify you. Qin Wenzheng watched his back disappear into the corridor, outside. Was stunned for a while. And sighed, this kid? He hit so deeply. So powerful. I never dreamed that all these things were done by him alone, however. He is smart. How can he be so stupid about the things around him? Alas, I am definitely too embarrassed to speak up about this matter. I can only rely on Wei Mo. Luo Qingzhou returned to Meixiang Garden, had lunch, and took Xiao Dai to the exiled immortal residence to continue practicing. Just after practicing the internal skills, the communication treasure on his body suddenly vibrated. He took it out and took a look. It turned out to be sent by Princess Meijio. Little Meijio, Chu Feiyang, you are dead. Qin Lang has now become the commander of the Jinui, and just came to my house to ask me about you. Let's see what you can do now. The previous commander of the Jinui, the deputy commander, and those Jinui who went to investigate Chu Feiyang are all dead. If he doesn't die, the emperor will be suspicious. But he is Qin Lang, the eldest son of the Qin family, Wei Mo's elder brother. And it's over. What are you going to do now? Luo Qingzhou, what did the princess say to him? Xiao Meijiao, I said I do know Chu Feiyang, and we have a good relationship. I brought him home at the beginning. But as for where Chu Feiyang lives, who is in his family, and where he is now, I don't know. He came in alone, and his men were all outside the gate. They were very polite to me and left after asking questions. But I can see that he really wants to find out this case. And he probably won't give up. Luo Qingzhou, it's okay. Let him investigate. Xiao Meijiao, what if he finds out it's you? Luo Qingzhou, at most he can find out it's Chu Feiyang. Then let him go to Ling Xiao sect to find someone. Xiao Meijiao, this is not a solution. If you let him investigate like this, you will be exposed sooner or later. If you don't expose yourself, then he may be suspected and punished. Luo Qingzhou, it's okay. Wait for a while. It won't be long before the sky changes. Xiao Meijiao, what do you mean? Luo Qingzhou, nothing. It's almost the new year. A new year. A new beginning. Xiao Meijiao, I'm worried about you and the Qin family. Luo Qingzhou, thank you, princess. But don't worry. You know, no one can hurt me, let alone the Qin family. You saw that people like that disappeared in advance, didn't you? Xiao Meijiao, brother Feiyang, you are so domineering. The humble and poor Xiao Meijiu admires you so much. Come to Xiao Meijiu's boudoir secretly tonight. Xiao Meijiu will love you well. I'll tell you a secret. Xiao Meijia's toenails are painted in your favorite pink. Luo Qingzhou, no more talking. It's time to study. Xiao Meijiu, a wu. Bite you. Luo Qingzhou, a wu. Bite you too. Okay. It's time to study. Xiao Meijiu, oh. Luo Qingzhou, yeah. Another courtyard. In the back garden. In the pavilion. A girl in a snow-white dress was sitting in front of a stone table, lowering her head, quietly looking at the jade in her hand, with a hint of doubt on her flawless face. I would bite you. What do you mean? Chapter 617 Sister You. I was just observing your sister-in-law. Schwa. In the back garden of the exiled immortal residence, Luo Qingzhou was practicing stick techniques. Because he did not use internal force, the movement was not too loud. Xiao Dai sat on the corridor in the front yard and helped him watch outside. So he practiced with confidence. For him, stick techniques, sword techniques, and flying swords are all auxiliary. He majored in boxing, which is naturally more powerful. But this is not a good place to practice boxing. He has to find a suitable place to practice the set of a draw explosion fist he just brought from the sect. The spiritual liquid is used every day, and he insists on taking a medicine bath every night. But it will obviously take some time to break through to the middle stage of the great martial artist. In the evening, he put away the stick and returned to the room. First, he absorbed 2 drops of spiritual liquid, then sat on the bed, operated the internal strength method, breathed in and out for a while, and when the hot energy in his body subsided, he stopped, took out the martial arts stone, and looked at the data. Strength, 120,000. Speed, 1,000. Defense, 20,000. Spiritual power, 12,000. Since his physical body reached the great martial master realm, and his soul broke through to the spiritual division realm, his strength, speed, and mental power have doubled. The book records that in order to break through to the middle stage of the Great Martial Master realm, the strength must reach at least 180,000. The further you practice, the harder it is, and the more strength you need. He has to keep working hard. He took a cold shower in the front yard and returned to the Meixiang garden when it was almost dark. Miss Jean Eyre had returned and was reading a book in the study. The two had dinner together and chatted for a while. Luo Qingzhou did not dare to delay. After dinner, he said goodbye to Miss Jean Eyre and went out to the exiled immortal residence to continue practicing. Miss Jean Eyre knew about what happened to her elder brother today, which made him feel pressured. So he did not ask much. Luo Qingzhou came to the exiled immortal residence alone, looked up and looked around for a while, took out the communication treasure, and sent a message to Sister Yu. Sister Yu, when will you come? He felt that he had mastered the first stick of the Bull Demon 9 sticks, and he could continue to remember the second stick tonight. After a while, the message came back, unknown. Luo Qingzhou, okay. Then I'll wait for you in the exiled immortal residence. Putting away the communication treasure, he went to the back garden, sat down in the cold moonlight, and began to practice the Chaoqi Yeyue internal power mental method. If you want to break through the middle stage of the Great Martial Master, you naturally have to practice internal and external skills together to make the body inside and outside reach the best state. He sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes, calmed his mind, and soon felt the soft moonlight. The night passed quietly. In the Qin mansion, there was no sound. When it was almost dawn, he slowly exhaled a long white breath and opened his eyes. However, there was no one else in the back garden except him. Why hasn't Sister Yu come yet? He stood up, looked around, took out the communication token, and sent a message to Sister Yu. Sister Yu, why haven't you come yet? Is there anything tonight? After a long time, the other party did not reply. When Luo Qingzhou was about to practice on his own, the communication token suddenly vibrated. He looked carefully and saw that it was a message from Long Air. Little dragon girl, sir. Long Air was bullied. That big crocodile was so domineering that it wanted Long Air to be its concubine or else it would get out of here. But it was so ugly that Long Air felt like vomiting when she thought about mating with it. Sir, what should Long Air do? Luo Qingzhou frowned and replied, the Yungu River is so big. You can go somewhere else to hide. Little dragon girl, sir. No. Every section of the river here has an owner, and Long Air has to swim a long way to reach other places. Luo Qingzhou, has that big crocodile also transformed into a human? How high is its cultivation? Little dragon girl, its body can transform into a human form, but its head is still a big crocodile, and its tail is also very long and ugly. As for cultivation, it is not as high as Longer, but this is the territory it has been operating for a long time, and it has set up many powerful formations, and it has many subordinates, so Longer can't beat it. Luo Qingzhou pondered for a moment, thinking that this demon girl gave him a lot of treasures, and lent him the 1,000-year-old ice coffin, and he promised her to help her. At this time, she is in trouble, and she has no relatives and no one to rely on. If he ignores her again, wouldn't it be too ruthless and indifferent? Thinking of this, he immediately replied, I will try to leave the city later. If I can get out smoothly, I will help you. I have a way to deal with those formations. Little dragon girl, master. Thank you. Thank you for coming out to help Longer. Longer is so touched. When you come, Longer is willing to give you Longer's first drop of virgin dragon blood. Luo Qingzhou, I don't need it. It's my duty to help you. You have helped me a lot, and I may not be able to go out. I will try it first. Little dragon girl, sir. Long Air told you that Long Air's first drop of virgin dragon blood is very precious. If you get it, you can practice faster, and maybe you can break through the current cultivation level directly. If you don't hurry up and ask for it, Long Air is afraid that someone will snatch it away. Long Air is now alone and helpless. If he encounters a bad guy, he can't protect himself. Luo Qingzhou looked at the message and immediately fell into a dilemma. The temptation is too great. If he can practice faster, if he can break through quickly, then many current problems and dangers will be solved. But he can't, at least he shouldn't. Little dragon girl, sir. Come quickly. Long Air is waiting for you by the river. You will see it as soon as you come. Long Air has a red rope tied on his feet, which is very conspicuous. Luo Qingzhou sent a message to Princess Meijiao. Princess, do you know how many warriors in the palace are above the initial stage of the Great Martial Master? The message came back quickly. What do you want to do? I warn you. Don't mess around. I know of several great martial artists, among whom the eunuch Wei Tong, who is beside the emperor, is at the middle stage of the great martial artist realm. Li Zhong, who is known as the best master in the palace, has reached the late stage of the great martial artist realm for many years. According to my father's guess, he may have already broken through to the grandmaster realm. There is also Nanny Zhu beside the queen mother, who is unfathomable. There are also several masters at the great martial artist realm in the imperial guards. And there are many invisible formations in the palace. Chu Feiyang, if you dare to go, you will seek death. I won't let you go. Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while, and replied, Princess, don't worry. I'm just asking. I won't go. Xiao Meijiao, don't lie. Since you asked, you must have some ideas. Don't I know you? Wherever you ask, people will die. Didn't I help you to find out about the Zhongwu Marquis' mansion? As a result, it was quickly wiped out. Chu Feiyang, let me tell you, the palace is not other places. Not Zhongwu Marquis' mansion. You can't do anything wrong. You have to think about Wei Mo and the Qin family. Do you hear me? Luo Qingzhou, Princess. I understand. I won't be stupid. Don't worry. Xiao Meijiao, I can't rest assured now. My heart is so confused. You come to accompany me tonight. Okay? I won't bite you. I won't touch you. I just want to look at you and hug you. Okay? Luo Qingzhou, I have something to do tonight, so I can't go. Xiao Meijiao, Shui is sleeping with me tonight, and she never likes to wear clothes when she sleeps. Luo Qingzhou, Princess. Stop fishing. I really have something to do tonight. Xiao Meijiao, do you want to accompany your Wei Mo? Or your Xiao Dai? Chan Chan? Xiao or your sister-in-law? Luo Qingzhou, don't talk nonsense. I want to practice. Xiao Meijiao, okay. Then you can't lie to me. You are not allowed to go to dangerous places alone. Understand? Luo Qingzhou, yes. Princess. Xiao Meijiao, good night. Tonight, I will treat Shui as you and bite you. Luo Qingzhou didn't reply again, and thought for a while before replying to Long Air, I'm going out now. If I can leave the city, I will be at your place soon. Xiao Long knew, great. Sir, Long Air will wait for you. Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched, and he opened Sister Yu's message and read it for a while. Seeing that the other party still had no reply, he had to send another message. Sister Yu, you are busy. Don't come. I will practice alone. After sending it, he immediately put away the message and prepared to leave. But he looked at his body and hesitated. It turns out that every time the soul left the body was either accompanied by Xiao Dai or the second lady. Now there is no one here, and he is a little worried. Even if there are no bad guys, what if there are wild cats and mice? If the soul leaves the body, he is afraid that his strength is not enough and he can't help longer. He hesitated again, and had to return to the soul and prepare to go back to Meixiang Garden to sleep with the second lady, who knew that as soon as he went out, he suddenly found a figure standing under the big tree next to him, wearing a light green dress, thin body, holding a sword in hand. He was in a daze. Chan Chan, he called softly. Xia Chan heard the voice and immediately came to her senses, turning around to run away. Luo Qingzhou was prepared. When she shouted, he had already rushed over. When she was about to run away, he grabbed her and held her in his arms. Then, he jumped directly into the small courtyard of the exiled immortal residence. The second young lady was weak and must have fallen asleep by now. He was going to have a cold and would definitely wake her up. So he decided to ask Chan Chan for help. Anyway, this girl was a night owl and knew his secret. More importantly, her little mouth was very tight. Let go. Let me go. Xia Chan struggled in his arms. She never thought that she would be kidnapped when she was dazed outside. Is this bad guy going to use her as a horse again tonight? Woo. Luo Qingzhou carried her into the house, then into the room, put her on the couch, and said, Chan Chan, don't be afraid. Uncle won't bully you. Uncle has something tonight, and will practice later. So lie on the bed, and can't move or speak. You help Uncle to guard. Don't let bad guys, mice, wild cats, etc. get close to Uncle. Okay? Xia Chan was slightly startled, then stopped struggling, nodded and said, oh. She clenched the sword in her hand. Her eyes were firm. Luo Qingzhou suspected that at this time, even if thousands of troops came, She would rush up and fight to prevent the other party from getting close to him. Chan Chan is so good. Luo Qingzhou was moved, kissed her little mouth, and said softly, when uncle is done practicing, I will reward you well. Uncle will be your horse. Okay? Xia Chan immediately turned her pretty face away. Her little mouth slightly pouted. Bad guy want to bully her again. Luo Qingzhou stopped joking with her, pinched her delicate face, and said, you can sleep here. Don't get tired. After saying that, he turned back to the bed, sat cross-legged, and soon flew to the roof. Xia Chan clenched the sword in her hand, looked at him quietly, her little ears erect, and listened alertly to the slightest movement around. After Luo Qingzhou flew to the roof, he carefully observed the surroundings for a while, and when he was about to leave, he suddenly saw a moon-white figure flying in the midst of Lingshan Moon Palace. He was stunned for a moment, and saw the figure flying straight over and landing in front of him. She looked at him and said lightly, I was just observing your sister-in-law and the maid named Bailing. Luo Qingzhou was stunned and asked in confusion, Sister Yu, what are you observing them for? The white moon figure said lightly, nothing. Just curious. Luo Qingzhou said, what is Sister Yu curious about? The white moon figure did not answer, looking at him and said, didn't you just say that you want to practice? Where are you going? Luo Qingzhou froze for a moment and said, I, Sister Yu, I want to go out of the city to find Longer. Longer was bullied and needs help. I want to help her. The white moon figure turned around and looked at the dark night in the distance, saying, it's dangerous outside. Are you sure you want to go out? Luo Qingzhou said, Longer has helped me a lot. I promised her that I would help her no matter what difficulty she has. The white moon figure turned. She looked over at him and said, how many people did you promise? Luo Qingzhou paused for a moment and said, I only promised Sister Yu and Long Air. No one else. The white figure of you was silent for a moment and said, it's up to you. Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment and looked at her and said, Sister Yu, do you want to go with me? The white figure of you said lightly, you don't look like you want me to go with you. Do you? Luo Qingzhou, no. Sister Yu, it's just that I should be able to handle this matter by myself. There's no need to trouble Sister Yu. The white figure of you stared at him for a while and said, then go. Luo Qingzhou said, then Sister Yu. The white figure of you said, I'll stay at your house. Is there a problem? Luo Qingzhou. Sister Yu. Long Air said that the big crocodile is very powerful and has many subordinates. I thought about it carefully, and I may not be able to help her alone. Sister Yu, come with me. Of course he couldn't let her stay here alone. This is his home. No matter how much he trusts her, he can never let her stay here alone. And she seems to be very interested in the people of Lingshan Moon Palace. The white figure said lightly, I don't want to go. You go alone. Luo Qingzhou had to say, Sister Yu, Long Air only has 2 friends here. Now she is bullied outside. She is alone and helpless. Only we can help her. She keeps calling Sister Yu. I think Sister Yu should go to help her. The white figure didn't say anything else. She looked at the night in the distance in silence. At this time, the communication treasure on Luo Qingzhou's body vibrated again. He took it out and took a look. It was sent by Long Air. Little dragon girl, sir. That bad crocodile is here again. It's drooling and staring at Longer's feet. It's so scary. Sir, come and protect Longer's feet. Luo Qingzhou immediately put away the message and said, Sister Yu, if you don't want to go, forget it. I'll go alone. After that, his figure flashed and flew into the air. It doesn't matter. She can only see some things at most. And she won't do anything to hurt his family. If he didn't trust her at all, he wouldn't tell her his home address. If she really wanted to hurt him, he would have died many times. Luo Qingzhou thought so, and soon came to the city wall. He flew to a high place and looked down carefully. There was a round bead on the top of each arrow tower. Those round beads were the magic tools to restrain the soul. But his current soul realm is already the realm of distraction. So he is naturally not afraid of these things. What he has to be wary of now is the other souls hidden in the dark. He used the breathing technique to collect the breath of his soul, and then observed carefully in midair for a while, and then flew over the city wall with a whoosh. The 2 round beads below suddenly lit up, but they were gone in a flash and soon went out. Luo Qingzhou breathed a sigh of relief, and when he was about to fly towards the Yunwu Mountains, a figure suddenly flashed in the clouds in front of him and said coldly, Where are you, fellow Taoist? Leaving the city in the middle of the night? Luo Qingzhou was startled and looked at him. The man was wearing a Taoist robe, a wooden hairpin in his hair, holding a whisk, with a dignified face, staring at him with burning eyes. Luo Qingzhou calmed down and bowed, saying, "I am just passing by. Who are you? Why are you stopping me?" The Taoist stared at the fluorescent light on him and said, "I am Yichen Taoist from Zijin Temple in the inner city. I am ordered to guard the city gate here. Please tell me your name and sect. If you need to leave the city urgently, I will let you go." Luo Qingzhou said, "I am Jioding Taoist from Qingyan Temple. I came here tonight to practice at night and take a look at the scenery of Kyoto. I am going back to the temple now." Yichen Taoist frowned when he heard it. "Jioding Taoist? Since you are from Qingyan Temple, how can you not know the rules formulated by the 5 major sects and the court? Soul cultivators cannot enter the city at will. Don't you know?" Luo Qingzhou said. "I forgot." Yichen Taoist's eyes flashed, and he secretly held the magic weapon in his hand, and said coldly, "Can you show me your badge?" Luo Qingzhou said, "Of course." As he said that, he naturally took out a waist badge from the storage ring and threw it over. Just as Yichen Taoist reached out to catch it, a jet-black flying sword suddenly flew out from under the waist badge, piercing his palm with a swish sound, and then instantly pierced his soul. Yichen Taoist screamed in shock and anger. How dare the thief sneak attack? The light on his body flashed rapidly, and his broken body quickly closed. At this moment, Luo Qingzhou had appeared in front of him, and punched out with a boom. A purple lightning flashed, instantly smashing his soul into pieces, and then it disappeared in the lightning. Luo Qingzhou put away the waist badge and flying sword, and almost without any pause, whoosh, he disappeared from the spot. When the other 2 souls arrived, the original place was already empty, without even a trace left. Above the heads of the 2 people, a ray of moonlight floated silently. As Luo Qingzhou hurried on his way, he paid attention to the movements around him. The spirit just now was a Taoist priest from the Zijin Temple in the inner city. Naturally, he would not show mercy. He had heard from the princess that the Taoist priests there were lackeys of the court and liked to do evil just like the Jinui. The Jinui used corporal punishment, while they used the more vicious soul-extracting and soul-refining technique. Even a person with a strong will could not bear it, and was tortured into confessing. So they naturally deserved to die. His current cultivation level was not enough to face the top masters in the palace, so he could only slowly cut off some of the opponent's wings, wait until the opportunity comes, and then strike a fatal blow, running fast all the way. Cautiously, they soon arrived at the Yunwu Mountains. Not far ahead was the wide river between the Yunwu Mountains and Lingshao Peak. Under the moonlight, the river was like a belt, calm and waveless. Luo Qingzhou saw the girl standing on the boat, wearing a green dress, bare a pair of snow-white jade feet. Looking forward to it, in the river beside the girl, there was a huge shadow floating on the water, with its mouth opening and closing, as if it was talking. Luo Qingzhou looked at the scene, but did not go down immediately, but flew to the higher clouds, carefully observing the grass and trees below, and the things in the river. At this moment, the communication treasure on his body suddenly vibrated again. He hesitated for a moment, took it out and took a look, and it turned out to be from Sister Yu. When he saw the message clearly, his face suddenly changed. "Someone is following you behind you." Chapter 618 The Temptation of Dragon Blood. Someone is following. Luo Qingzhou immediately performed the dividing spirit technique, as if he suddenly stopped in place. But a wisp of soul suddenly floated up to the clouds and began to search behind. Because the soul after the separation of the spirit, the strength was greatly reduced. He did not dare to leave too far. After searching around 4 or 5 kilometers, he immediately returned, and the soul and spirit merged into one. He did not find the follower. But since Sister Yu said that someone was following, she would definitely not lie to him. It is very likely that the other party is powerful, and may also have the secret technique of concealing his breath and invisibility. So he did not find it. Thinking of this possibility, his heart suddenly tightened. I don't know if the other party saw the killing of the Taoist Yichen outside the city just now. And I don't know where the other party started to follow. Was it from outside the city or inside the city? He floated in the clouds, not daring to go down, and his eyes were still searching in the night sky behind. At the same time, he took out the communication treasure and replied to Sister Yu. Sister Yu, where is the follower? I went back to look for it, but didn't see it. After a while, the message came back. I have helped you deal with it. Luo Qingzhou was surprised. Sister Yu, you can't do it, right? Sister Yu, it's just that I can't use the sex skills. Luo Qingzhou, Sister Yu. Where are you now? How did you find the stalker? Do you know who the other party is? Sister Yu, I don't know. Luo Qingzhou looked around again and said, Sister Yu, are you in the city or outside the city now? The other party didn't reply again. Luo Qingzhou waited for a while, and then said, Thank you, Sister Yu, for your help. There should be no other stalkers. Right? Sister Yu, I don't know. Luo Qingzhou looked back vigilantly for a while, and received Longer's message. Little dragon girl, young master. You haven't come yet? Long Air was so scared. The big crocodile not only coveted Long Air's feet, but also Long Air's dragon blood. Long Air had been trapped by it with a formation, and could not go ashore. It was about to force itself on Long Air. Woo woo. Luo Qingzhou looked down. A layer of hazy light indeed appeared on the wide river surface, covering the nearby river surface. The girl on the boat was trapped inside. At the same time, the huge black shadow in the river was shaking its head and tail, stirring the river water. Looking arrogant, Luo Qingzhou did not hesitate anymore, and immediately put away the communication treasure and flew down. At this time, on the boat by the river, Long Air, wearing a green dress and a pair of bare white feet, angrily scolded the monster in the water with a cold and charming face. You want to eat swan meat? You are dreaming. My feet and virgin dragon blood are already owned by someone. Don't even think about it. Suddenly, a huge and ferocious crocodile head appeared in the river, opened its mouth and made a hoarse human voice. Hey, Miss Long, don't be angry. We all have our own needs, don't we? You need my. The territory also needs my protection. And I need your body. Isn't this good for everyone? As for the man you mentioned, if he is really that capable, why doesn't Miss Longer go to him now that she is in trouble? So, that man is not worthy of Miss Longer's commitment. Miss Longer should just follow me. With Miss Longer's ability and the blood of a true dragon, as long as she follows me and becomes a Taoist couple with me, then we will travel across the Yumu River and be the king and hegemon. And we will not be afraid of anyone. Long Air snorted. You are so ugly. I don't like you. The big crocodile laughed and said in a rough voice, being handsome can't be eaten. And this king looks domineering and majestic. Who wouldn't be afraid of him? Miss Long Air, you should obey me. Go to the wedding hall with me tonight, and live a fairy-like life. Don't worry, Miss Long Air. As long as you follow me, you will be the queen of this river area in the future. And even I will have to listen to you. Miss Longair said that I should go to east. I will go east. If Miss Longer says I will go west, I will go west. I will obey Miss Longer's orders and respect her more than my ancestors. Longer snorted coldly. What if I let you die? The big crocodile laughed and said, I can't die. If I marry Miss Longer, I will have to protect and serve Miss Longer well. Then he looked at her whole body with his eyes drooling, and said with saliva, Miss Longer is so beautiful and has the blood of a real dragon. How can I bear to die? I want to live for a few days. Tens of thousands of years. I have been mating with Miss Longer every day. Even if I were a god, I would not be willing to do it. Hee. Disgusting. Wishful thinking. Longer took out his azure sword and said coldly, Let me out. Otherwise, when my son comes, he will chop off your head and use it as a wine jug. The big crocodile grinned and said, This formation of my king. Even if a god comes, he will have to watch from the outside. Who is your son? Could it be a real dragon? World, do you have 3 heads and 6 arms? Even if you do, if he dares to come, I will tear him into pieces and swallow him in one bite, so that you will lose this idea and follow me obediently. Then the iron tail swung violently. The waves rolled, and sneered, Little girl, don't refuse to drink the wine. I will give you another half an incense stick of time. You should think about it carefully. Don't let me force you and hurt you. The red dot between Longer's eyebrows flashed, and he clenched the sword in his hand. When he was about to take action, his expression suddenly moved and he looked up. A familiar figure floated in the sky above his head, and his whole body was wrapped in fluorescent light. Hazy, and he couldn't see his appearance clearly, but she recognized the person at a glance. Young master. Long's face was immediately filled with excitement, and he quickly waved his hand and said, Young master, Longer is here. There is a formation here. Can you see Longer? The big crocodile raised its head and looked with its scarlet eyes wide open. Seeing that it was actually a human, it immediately smiled strangely and said sarcastically, Miss Longer, The lover you mentioned is this human? Hee hee. You are a descendant of the great demon clan, with noble dragon blood. But you are hanging out with a human boy. Don't you feel ashamed? How is this boy worthy of you? How can he compare to me? Longer ignored it, and still waved his hand and shouted, Young master! Young master! Here! The big crocodile sneered. Miss Longer. It's useless even if you shout your throat out. That boy can't see through my formation. Even if he can see you, he can't get in. My formation is a formation left by the ancient great powers. Even if a god comes, he can't At this moment, the figure in the air suddenly disappeared. The next second, he suddenly passed through the light curtain of the formation silently and appeared on the boat. The big crocodile stared with scarlet eyes. Luo Qingzhou landed on the bow and stood beside Long Air. Long Air burst into tears of joy and threw herself into his arms, hugging him and saying, Sir, you are finally here. Long Air's virgin dragon blood was almost taken away by this bad guy. Woo woo woo. Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, I remember you have a lot of treasures on you. Right? Are you sure you can't beat it? Long Air cried. I can't beat it. Long Air really can't beat it. The formation here is so powerful. Many of Long Air's skills can't be used at all. Wow! At this moment, the big crocodile in the water suddenly slapped its huge tail, splashing water, and shouted angrily, Boy! Let go of my Miss Long Air. You lowly human. You are not qualified to touch her. She belongs to me. Luo Qingzhou glanced at it, turned his head, looked at the darkness outside, and was still alert to whether someone was following him. Seeing that he ignored him, the big crocodile became even angrier. He raised his head from the water with a whoosh and shouted angrily, Come on! Fight with me for 300 rounds. Whoever wins, Miss Longer will be his. After that, the huge iron tail behind him swung suddenly and whipped the boat. Luo Qingzhou saw that the iron tail was coming fiercely and had a strong aura. The scales on the iron tail were dark and shiny. It was obviously refined into a magic weapon on his body. The coverage was so wide that he had no chance to dodge at all. Swoosh! He took out the black wooden stick directly, and the internal force in his body poured into his arm with a swish. Then his leg sank, and he swung the stick out suddenly. A sharp and piercing sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded in the air. Boom! With a bang, sparks flew. Luo Qingzhou's arm shook suddenly, and his whole body and the boat flew out diagonally on the water surface. With a pop, he landed on the water surface 7 or 8 meters away, splashing countless waves. After the big crocodile pulled out its tail, it screamed awe, widened its eyes, opened its mouth, and turned its head to see that the iron tail that had been refined into a magic weapon was actually smashed through the armor by a stick, revealing a bloody mark. Boy! I'm going to swallow you in one bite! The big crocodile roared, suddenly jumped out of the water, and then opened its mouth and spit out a mouthful of river water. The river water instantly turned into dense sharp blades, covering the boat like a storm. It's time! Luo Qingzhou's eyes lit up, and he held the wooden stick in his hand horizontally, and his pupils clearly faced those dense flying blades. He just wanted to try his stick skills. Bang 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 bang. He suddenly jumped up, and the black wooden stick in his hand suddenly turned into dense stick shadows, and hit those flying blades at an extremely fast speed. There was a loud bang, and the flying blades were smashed to pieces. Swoosh! He raised the black wooden stick in his hand, dropped from the sky, and smashed it towards the big crocodile's head. The energy in all the acupoints in his body surged out, and at the same time, the root of the thunder spirit in his body also instantly surged out of burning power. ZZ! A thick lightning suddenly appeared on the black wooden stick, like an electric snake, winding around the wooden stick that suddenly became longer and thicker, shaking its head and tail. Furious, the big crocodile saw this scene and smelled the thunder and lightning that frightened it. It suddenly stared with its eyes wide open. Horrified thunder. Chapter 619 Sister used great kindness. Wow! The big crocodile saw that there was no escape. So he roared, swung his head, and swept out his iron tail. At the same time, a flash of light. A layer of harder black armor instantly condensed on the iron tail. A golden protective light shield also instantly condensed out. Bang! With a loud bang, the wooden stick and the iron tail hit each other heavily. A terrible airflow exploded. Luo Qingzhou only felt a huge force coming through the wooden stick in his hand, and his tiger's mouth was shaken, and the wooden stick almost slipped out of his hand, and his whole body was also shaken and flew backwards. But this stick directly broke the protective light shield and hard armor on the big crocodile's iron tail, and once again hit its tail with blood splattering and bloody. Ah! The big crocodile screamed, shocked and angry. Just as it was about to pounce on the beast, it suddenly found that its tail was hot. It turned its head, and saw a thick purple lightning bolt suddenly jumped onto its tail, and then wrapped around its whole body. Crackle! There was a loud noise and sparks flew everywhere. The big crocodile was hit by the lightning, and its eyes widened. It trembled all over and shivered. At the same time, a smell of burnt meat began to fill the air. Ah! It opened its mouth and screamed again. At this moment, Luo Qingzhou flew over with a stick again, and with a swish, it smashed its head again. Bang! There was a loud bang. The protective light shield and armor on the big crocodile's head were also shattered in an instant. The dark wooden stick hit its hard skull heavily, making a crisp sound. At the same time, another thick lightning bolt flew out of the stick and jumped onto its dark body. Ah! The big crocodile screamed again, shaking all over in the water. Bang! 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 Luo Qingzhou didn't give it any chance to breathe. He swung the wooden stick in his hand, like a storm, and smashed it continuously on its neck, back, limbs, and abdomen. The dense shadows of the stick fell, and the protective light shield on the big crocodile was completely shattered and disappeared. At the same time, its body was instantly entangled by more than a dozen lightning bolts, which immediately electrocuted its eyes and mouth, and its tongue stuck out, and its feces and urine flowed, shaking its head in the water and shaking. Seeing that it had no power to resist, Luo Qingzhou stopped the stick and fell on the water, still looking at it vigilantly. After a while, the lightning disappeared. The big crocodile turned its belly upside down and floated on the water, as if it had been electrocuted to death. Long Air flew over and said with admiration, "Master, you are so powerful, and your magic weapon is also so powerful. Long Air admires you so much. Can Long Air touch your magic weapon?" Luo Qingzhou clenched the black wooden stick in his hands, glanced at her and said, "You should be stronger than me. Right? Are you sure you can't beat this crocodile?" Long Air said with a bitter face, "Master, you can see that there is a formation here. As soon as Long Air makes a move, these formations will attack Long Air from all directions. So Long Air can't beat it. If you don't believe it, Long Air will try it for you." After speaking, the figure flashed and flew out, and the azure sword in his hand suddenly shone with a sword light, stabbing at the big crocodile that was turning over on the water. Swish! At this moment, the light shield covering the river surface suddenly shot out more than a dozen lightsabers in succession, rushing towards her. Long Air hurriedly waved his sword to open it, and then quickly retreated, saying pitifully, "Young master, did you see it? These formations are so abominable. They are targeting Long Air, but they turn a blind eye to you. They are obviously bullying the weak and afraid of the strong." After a pause, she bit her lips, blinked her watery eyes, and said coquettishly, "Young master, Long Air wants your thunder spirit energy tonight. Is it okay?" Luo Qingzhou glanced at her and said, "I will leave in a while." At this moment, with a whoosh, the big crocodile floating on the water suddenly shook and turned over. Swish! The wooden stick in Luo Qingzhou's hand lit up again, and at the same time, a purple lightning instantly appeared on the stick. Long Air, who was standing aside, was frightened and retreated to a far distance. Any animal that cultivates to become a spirit, any demon or monster, as long as it needs to experience thunder tribulation to upgrade and transform, will be afraid of thunder and lightning from the bottom of its heart. The big crocodile just turned over and woke up, and saw the thick thunder and lightning and the terrible stick. It shivered and shouted loudly, "Good man, spare my life. Good man, spare my life. Don't shock me. I admit defeat. I will never dare to have ideas about Miss Longer again. Miss Longer will be given to me. I will also give my bedroom to me, so that I can get married with Miss Longer in it. I only ask you to spare my life. Woo-woo. I have an 80-year-old mother, and a baby who is crying for food. If I die, what will they do? Woo-woo." As he said this, the big crocodile actually shed crocodile tears. Luo Qingzhou held the stick, froze for a moment, and said, "Longer will live here in the future. You can withdraw 50 miles of water." "Okay." The big crocodile immediately said, "Good man. How can a noble dragon-blooded monster like Miss Longer only have 50 miles of water? This king. No. I am willing to withdraw 100 miles of water, and give this place to Miss Longer. In the future, I can love Miss Longer here and have many babies. I am willing to be your general and help you guard the territory and not let any monster set foot. Luo Qingzhou stared at its scarlet eyes for a while and said, "Are you serious?" The big crocodile said in a sonorous tone, "If you lie, let me be drowned." Z. Before it finished speaking, a thick lightning appeared on the wooden stick in Luo Qingzhou's hand again. "If you lie, you will be struck by lightning." "You swear?" Luo Qingzhou said coldly. The big crocodile looked at the lightning, trembling, and swore hurriedly, "If I lie, I will be struck by lightning." Luo Qingzhou stared at its eyes for a while, then put away the stick and said, "Do you have anything else to say?" The big crocodile was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly said, "Good man." "No, master. Please take the little crocodile. Let the little crocodile be the master's spirit beast. The little crocodile will serve the master with all my heart. Please agree, woo woo." The little crocodile has no father or mother. Lonely and helpless. Like a homeless child. Just want to find a home. Now finally wait for the master. Long Air sneered and said, "You just said that you have an 80-year-old mother and a crying baby." The big crocodile shed tears and said, "Miss Long Air, did I say that? How could I forget?" Long Air sneered, "I think you have bad intentions. Sir, don't pay attention to it." The big crocodile was in tears and hurriedly told the truth. "Sir, I have been stuck in the current realm for many years, and my life is almost coming to an end. I almost died in the last thunder tribulation. I just heard from Miss Long Air that there is thunder spirit in your body. So, can you be merciful and let me absorb some thunder spirit?" Luo Qingzhou, Long Air sneered. "Sure enough, there is an intention. Humph. But the thunder spirit in my son's body is not an ordinary thunder spirit, nor is it obtained from other places, but it is produced by himself. You want to suck it out? Impossible." The big crocodile heard it and immediately widened his eyes and said excitedly, "Produced by himself? That young master could be a physical body of the root of the thunder spirit." Long Air said with a proud face, "That's right." As soon as these words came out, the big crocodile suddenly let out a wow and burst into tears. Tears bursting out of his eyes. And he shouted, "Young master! Young master! The little crocodile has finally waited for you. The little crocodile is willing to be your spirit beast, and only asks the young master to help the little crocodile survive the thunder tribulation. If the little crocodile doesn't survive the next thunder tribulation, it will be reduced to ashes. The little crocodile has an 80-year-old mother above him and a baby crying for food below him. Bow. If he dies, what will they do?" Woo woo. Luo Qingzhou. Long rolled his eyes and pouted. "It's no use crying. My son's thunder spirit is generated by himself. You can't suck it out." When the big crocodile heard it, he immediately opened his ferocious mouth and said, "Miss Longer can suck it out. So can the little crocodile. How Miss Longer sucks. The little crocodile will suck it out. It will definitely be sucked out." The corner of Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched. Ha ha ha. Long laughed so hard that he fell forward and backward. Luo Qingzhou looked ugly and clenched the stick in his hand, ready to hit it again. At this moment, a cold voice came from above. "In fact, there is another way." As soon as these words came out, one person and two monsters raised their heads and looked into the air. The moonlight flashed, and a white figure floated down and stood beside him. His whole body was wrapped in the white light of the moon. It was hazy, and he could not see his appearance clearly. He said lightly, "I have a Tianqing pearl here. You just need to hold it in your mouth and stimulate the thunder spirit in your body. It will absorb it naturally. At that time, they can absorb it directly from this Tianqing pearl." As soon as these words came out, the big crocodile shook his head and wagged his tail excitedly. "Girl, take it out quickly and give it to the young master. Whatever the young lady wants. The little crocodile's treasure house has it. Just go and get it." Longer on the side pouted and said weakly, "Sister, the Tianqing pearl will waste a lot of thunder spirit energy, so it should not be very useful." The white figure said lightly, "It's up to you whether to use it or not. I'm just telling you." The big crocodile immediately said, "Use it, young master. You use the Tianqing pearl. As long as you are willing to help the little crocodile, the little crocodile will serve you like a cow and a horse, and be a slave and a servant in the future. And I will not refuse to die." Luo Qingzhou ignored it and looked at Yubai's figure and said, "Sister, why are you here too? That stalker." Yubai turned around and looked away. obviously not wanting to talk to him. Luo Qingzhou. The big crocodile begged again, Master, please, save the little crocodile. The little crocodile is 80 years old. Luo Qingzhou interrupted it, and said, I can save you. If the Taingshan can really help you like that, I can help you. However, you must protect Miss Longer here, and I need a relatively equivalent reward. Didn't you say that you have a lot of treasures there? Can you take me to see them, and I will pick a few. As soon as these words came out, the big crocodile burst into tears of joy. And tears burst out again. Thank you, Master. Thank you. As long as you are willing to help the little crocodile, all the treasures in the little crocodile's treasure house will be given to you. Then he swung his tail, and a whirlpool appeared in the water, saying, Master, let's go to the little crocodile's bedroom to see the treasures. The little crocodile also has a few beautiful concubines. If you like them, you can take them away. Luo Qingzhou immediately said seriously, no need. After that, he prepared to go down. At this time, the white figure suddenly said indifferently, there is a spirit bead in its body, which can be used to refine the spirit pill. If you take it, you can directly advance. As soon as these words came out, Luo Qingzhou's heart was shocked. The big crocodile suddenly widened his eyes, looked at her in astonishment, and stammered, how do you know? The white figure did not answer, still looking at the darkness in the distance, and stopped talking. Luo Qingzhou immediately looked at the big crocodile in front of him and said, can you give me the Hualing pill? The big crocodile immediately said with tears in his eyes, Sir, the little crocodile also needs the Hualing pill. If it's gone, Longer on the side immediately said, Sir, let's go. Don't worry about it. Luo Qingzhou said in a deep voice, I really need to advance now. If you are willing to give me the Hualing pill, I can promise that I can not only give you the Thunder Spirit Qi, but also help you when you pass the tribulation. The big crocodile heard it, and without hesitation, he immediately opened his mouth and spit out a round bead emitting milky white light, crying, even if you want to taste the crocodile meat on the little crocodile, and want to use the crocodile skin on the little crocodile, the little crocodile will die. Luo Qingzhou stretched out his hand, and took the Hualing pearl in his hand. It was warm to the touch and warm and comfortable in the palm of his hand. He looked at the white figure beside him and said, Sister Yu, how can we use it to refine the Hualing pill? The big crocodile answered, Sir, it is said that several other medicinal materials are needed, all of which are natural treasures and are difficult to find. And I heard that if you want to refine the Hualing pill, you need very high alchemy skills. Otherwise you will destroy these natural treasures. Unfortunately, the little crocodile can't do it. Longer beside him also sighed and said, Sir, Longer can't do it either. Luo Qingzhou's eyes were still on the white figure beside him. There was silence on the river for a moment. The white figure said in a light tone, I can do it. As soon as these words came out, Luo Qingzhou was immediately happy and said, Sister Yu, what are the other medicinal materials? I'll go find them. The white figure turned around, looked at him and said, They are all hard to find, but one of them is right in front of you. Dragon blood. Long hair. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, and immediately turned his head to look at her. Long hair said without hesitation, Young master, Long hair will give you the first drop of dragon blood tonight. The moon white figure said again, It is necessary to add the energy of morning dew and evening glow, and the dragon blood that has been refined for 49 days. And there are 3 other medicines, all of which are rare. Luo Qingzhou's heart sank when he heard this. 49 days? He was immediately disappointed. In the current situation, how could he delay it for 49 days? The moon white figure looked at his frustrated face, was silent for a while, turned around, turned his back to him, looked at the dark night in the distance again, and said lightly, I have refined dragon blood here, and I was going to use it for other purposes. If you need it, I can give it to you. As soon as these words came out, Luo Qingzhou looked at her with surprise. Long hair, who was standing aside, was stunned when he heard the words, and couldn't help but think of the first time she took his dragon blood domineeringly. When she came to take her blood, she didn't give any reason at all. It has been 49 days since the first time. It turns out that she had planned it long ago. There is also the big crocodile in this river, and the elixir of life here. She actually asked about it long ago. Thinking of this, her heart was full of shock and disbelief. Why did she help him so hard? At this time, the white figure of you said in a cold tone, As for the other 3 medicinal materials, I have them here too. As soon as these words came out, Longer was shocked again. The big crocodile also looked at her with doubts, and then looked at the boy beside her. Luo Qingzhou was immediately surprised and happy, and hurriedly bowed excitedly and said, Sister Yu is so kind. I have no way to repay you. I will be your slave in the future, and I will die for you. Who knew that at this time? The white figure of Yu said coldly, I don't think I said. All for you. Chapter 620. Is this love? The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Luo Qingzhou froze for a moment, and looked at the big crocodile beside him. The big crocodile immediately said, Young master, you go ahead. I need to pee urgently. I will come over later. After that, he immediately sank to the bottom of the water. Luo Qingzhou looked at Longer beside him again. Longer was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly said, Young master, you talk to my sister first. Longer will go to inspect the new site. After that, he also sank to the bottom of the water. The surface of the river suddenly became quiet, and only 2 people were left. Luo Qingzhou glanced at the Hualing pearl in his hand, then raised his head and looked at the Yubai figure in front of him. He was silent for a while and said, Sister Yu, in addition to Hualing pearl and dragon blood, what other medicinal materials do you need? You can tell me, and I will find them myself. After a pause, he said, Although I really want to advance quickly now, I think it's better for me to rely on my own practice. As for Hualing pill, there is no rush. I will slowly look for other medicinal materials and use them when I encounter bottlenecks. It should be able to play a greater effect. Just now, when he suddenly heard the news that he could advance quickly, he was too excited. Now he calmed down and thought about it. Sister Yu has helped him too much. He didn't know how to repay her. How could he still ask for her things? Moreover, these things are natural treasures and very valuable. What qualifications does he have to accept them? If he accepts them again, he will become a greedy, shameless, useless person who only knows how to eat soft rice. So, he decided to solve it himself. Even if he doesn't have time to advance, it doesn't matter. At most, he can take the Qin family out to avoid the limelight and come back after he has cultivated successfully. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. The white figure looked at the dark night in the distance with a cold expression. After listening to his words, she was silent for a while and said lightly, It is still very effective if you use it now. The energy contained in it can even make you reach the late stage quickly. In addition, only when you reach the realm of a great martial artist can you use it to achieve the best effect. Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while and said, It doesn't matter. Sister Yu just needs to tell me the names of other medicinal materials. I will solve it myself. The white figure turned around and looked at him and said, How can you solve it yourself? It is difficult for you to find medicinal materials, and you can't find an alchemist even more. Luo Qingzhou bowed and said, Sister Yu, you don't know. My sect is actually very powerful. They should be able to help me find medicinal materials. As for alchemists, the sect should also have them. The white figure said lightly, Among the 5 major sects of Dian, no alchemist can be 50% sure to refine the Hualing pill. If the materials are wasted, you may never have a second chance. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her and fell silent. The white figure turned sideways and looked at the lake's surface where the moonlight was shining. He said in a cold tone, I am 90% sure. Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment and said, Then I will go find the materials. And Sister Yu will help me refine it. Is that okay? In addition to the Lotus Sutra and other scriptures, I also have some Taoist and Confucian scriptures. If Sister Yu is interested, I can give them to her. Also, Sister Yu can have as much thunder spirit energy as she wants. Sister Yu, give me the heavenly heart pearl, and I will absorb some every day, and then give it to Sister Yu every night. Is that okay with you? The white figure looked dazed for a moment, turned his head, looked at him, was silent for a while, and said slowly, Do you think I want these things from you? Luo Qingzhou said, Sister Yu, I don't mean that. I just feel that I owe Sister Yu too much, and I really can't repay you. So, the white figure interrupted him and said, If you really want to repay, I can give you a chance. Hearing this, Luo Qingzhou immediately bowed and said, Sister Yu, please tell me. I will die in the mountains of swords and seas of fire. The white figure stared at him for a while, stretched out his hand and said, Give me the spirit bead. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, and immediately moved his mind, and drove the spirit bead in his hand to her. The white figure took it in his hand, looked at him a few more times, and said lightly, Practice well. I will come to you in 3 days. After that, The figure flashed and flew into the air. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly said, "Sister, you haven't told me what you need me to do." The white figure of you scattered in the night sky like moonlight, and disappeared in an instant. Without answering him, Luo Qingzhou stood on the water for a long time. At this time, Long Hair came out of the water, bare a pair of snow-white jade feet, stood beside him, and whispered, "Young master, you are so stupid." Luo Qingzhou came back to his senses, looked at her, and said nothing. Long Hair whispered, "Sir, didn't you have any doubts just now? Sir, you need the Hualing Pill now. And to refine the Hualing Pill, you need the dragon blood that Long Hair has been refining for 49 days. Why does Sister Yu just have it? Moreover, why do Sister Yu also have all the other materials for refining the Hualing Pill? Also, how did Sister know that the big crocodile had the Hualing Pill? Why is it all so coincidental? Wow!" At this moment, water splashed, and the big crocodile suddenly emerged from the water, saying in a rough voice, "Sir, I remember that the girl appeared here several times, and also went to Lingxiao's sect and the depths of Yunwu Mountains. When I was fighting with other monsters, I spit out the Hualing Pearl. She may have seen it. Just now, when I saw the moonlight, I remembered." Long Hair said with a complicated expression, "Sir, don't you understand yet? Sister has been preparing for your practice in advance. The medicines for refining the Hualing Pill are all natural treasures. Very rare and precious. Sister may have searched for a long time and suffered a lot to find it. It is useless for her to have these things. She found them for you. Young master, Sister has silently paid so much for you. How can you, like a fool, not even say a nice word?" The big crocodile swung its tail and sighed. "Is this human love? It's so great." The little crocodile is almost moved to tears. Ah. After listening, Luo Qingzhou was silent for a moment, but said lightly, "You think too much. Maybe it's just a coincidence. Sister Yu is willing to help me because we are best friends." Long Hair stared at him for a while, and said softly, "Young master, Long Hair seems to understand that you are not stupid, but pretending to be stupid, or escaping. Right?" Then he said, "Is it because you have a wife at home and your sister has a husband at home?" Luo Qingzhou did not answer, looked at the big crocodile and said, "What's your name?" The big crocodile was so moved that his eyes were filled with tears. He immediately shook his head and said, "Sir, the little crocodile is called Crocodile Tyrant. You can just call me Little Crocodile, or Crocodile. Luo Qingzhou thought for a moment and said, "Then I'll call you Little Crocodile. Thank you for your spiritual transformation pearl, and thank you for giving Longer the territory. When you are about to pass the tribulation, remember to notify Longer and let Longer notify me. I will come to help you immediately. Also, I will go find a heavenly heart pearl and absorb some thunder spirit chi, and then give it to you and Longer." Big crocodile. The fish burst into tears and cried out, "Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. You are so kind. I can't repay you. I will be your slave in the future, and will not refuse even if I die." Longer, who was standing by, pouted and said, "Sir, Longer doesn't want to use the Tianqin pearl. Longer wants to mate with you." Cough, cough, cough. The big crocodile immediately swung its tail and said, "Sir, Miss Longer, you two chat. I have to pee again, so I'll go first." After that, it sank into the water, shook its head and tail, and swam away quickly. Luo Qingzhou frowned and said seriously, "Don't use these two words next time. Since you have transformed into a human, you should be more elegant and reserved in what you say and do. After all, you are a girl." Longer said obediently, thought for a while, and said then, "Young master, Mama wants to make love with you and do naughty things. Is it okay?" "No." Luo Qingzhou refused, looked at the dark night in the distance, and said, "Since Sister Yu said that Taixinzu is useful, then use Taixinzu. Longer, you practice well here. I also want to go back to practice." Longer immediately hugged his arm, said coquettishly, "Master, don't go. Don't you want Longer's dragon blood? Master is so anxious to advance. If you take Longer's virgin dragon blood, plus Sister's Hualing Pill, I believe you can directly break through 2 levels. This matter will only benefit you, not any harm." Luo Qingzhou looked at her watery eyes and charming face, was silent for a while, and slowly said, "Longer, Sister, you gave me much more than you. If it weren't for her, I would still be a fool with low cultivation and don't even know my own physique. It can be said that without her, I wouldn't be here now, and I might even be dead. But I always kept a distance from her. Never dared to cross it. And never dared to think about it. Why? Because she is a married woman. And I am also a married woman. I can't let my wife down. And I can't let my family down. Do you understand? Longhair looked into his deep eyes, listened to his sincere words, and felt a sudden pain in his heart. He slowly let go of his arm, lowered his head and said, Sir, Longhair knows that Longhair is not worthy of being compared with my sister. Since you said so, Longhair will no longer pester you. But? She raised her head again and said, Sir, Longhair still has to say something. Sister has done so much for you silently. I hope you will not pretend that nothing has happened. And don't let her down. As for the family, didn't sister say that her husband treats her badly? Longhair thinks that instead of going on like this, it is better to. Speaking of this, the red dot between her eyebrows flashed, and she whispered, Sir, find a way to find out where sister lives and who her husband is. Longhair will help you with this matter, then give you a surprise, and there will be no trace left. Okay? Luo Qingzhou immediately frowned and said, Don't do anything reckless. And don't touch anyone around Sister Yu. Sister Yu is not an ordinary person. She has her own decision. Longhair wanted to say something. Luo Qingzhou waved his hand and said, Okay. No more. I'm going back to practice. If you have anything, contact me with the treasure. After that, the figure flashed and flew into the air. Longhair, barefoot, immediately appeared on the river, looking at his figure reluctantly, and quickly disappeared. Standing there for a long time, she took out the communication treasure, hesitated for a moment, and sent a message to the fierce and pitiful woman, Sister, the young master actually knows everything, but he dare not say it. He is avoiding. Because you have a husband. If sister needs help, just tell Longhair. Longhair kills silently. Chapter 621 Sister Yu, he divorced me. Exiled immortal residence. When Luo Qingzhou came back, Xia Chan was still holding the sword, her face tense, sitting on the couch with a serious and cold face. She listened to every little noise outside with her ears erect. Luo Qingzhou regained his consciousness, stretched his waist, got off the bed and said, Chan, the son-in-law is fine. Xia Chan turned her head to look at him, immediately got off the couch and fled to the window. Who knew that with a bang? She crashed into his arms. Luo Qingzhou picked her up, walked around the room, and said to her forehead, Silly girl, why are you running? I won't eat you. Xia Chan twisted in his arms, struggling, begging, Let me go. Let me go. Luo Qingzhou ignored her and carried her into the inner room, put her on the bed, and said softly, Chan, don't be afraid. I won't bully you. I'm a little troubled. I just want to hold you and lie for a while. Xia Chan looked at him and stopped struggling. Luo Qingzhou helped her take off her shoes, socks and outer clothes, got into the quilt with her, held her in his arms, gently stroked her hair with one hand, and was quiet for a while. Then asked, Chan, do you think your uncle is unfaithful? Xia Chan put her cheek on his chest and whispered, Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while, lowered his head and kissed her forehead, and said, Do you also think your uncle is unfaithful? The eldest lady said it before. It seems that everyone in the family thinks so. Then he sighed softly and said, But your uncle can't help himself. Chan, you took the initiative to come to me, and the second lady can be considered. Xiao Dai and Chior can be considered. And as for Princess Meijiao, that's even more. I can't refuse. And I can't refuse. It's all responsibility. Think about it carefully. I think I have never actively pursued other girls. Chan, what do you think? Xia Chan was silent in his arms for a while, and said, Well, you are not fickle. Luo Qingzhou rubbed her head and said, No. Uncle is fickle. When uncle sees beautiful girls, he will also have ways in his heart. And he will also fantasize about some things that men will fantasize about. Uncle also wants to take all the beautiful girls in the world for himself. However, uncle has his own bottom line, his own responsibilities and perseverance. You, the second lady, Xiao Dai and others. Uncle can't hurt you, can't be fickle, and can't forget your kindness to uncle. Therefore, uncle will restrain himself and try to reject all temptations from the outside. He chattered and talked to himself for a long time. Xia Chan lay in his arms, listening quietly, until he stopped and sighed again. She whispered, Do you have someone you like? Luo Qingzhou was stunned. stroking her delicate face, and said, "Is it so obvious? You little fool. Can you guess it?" Xia Qian's cheek rubbed against his chest gently, her dark eyes sparkling, and whispered, "Yes. Is it the young lady?" Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, then laughed, "Little fool. How could you think it was the eldest lady?" Xia Qian whispered, "The young lady is beautiful." "Good." Luo Qingzhou said slowly, "Of course not the eldest lady. The eldest lady is indeed very beautiful. It can be said that no woman can compare to her. However, I only respect her, and I don't have any feelings for her. When I was married to her, I did fantasize about living with her for a while. But slowly, there was no fantasy. Now, I don't have that kind of feeling for her." Xia Qian's eyes dimmed, and she said nothing more. Luo Qingzhou held her cold little hand, rubbed it gently, and said, "Uncle is talking about people from another world. But don't worry. Uncle knows what to do. Uncle is already very satisfied with the current life. When the time comes, Uncle will take you to a beautiful paradise with birds singing and flowers blooming. As for other temptations outside, Uncle will wave his sleeves and drive them away. Uncle only loves our lovely Chan Chan. Okay?" Xia Qian pouted, "No. No." Luo Qingzhou said again, "Then add the second lady. Shao Dai, Chior, and the princess. Okay?" Xia Qian still whispered, "No. No." Luo Qingzhou said, "Then add the pink and tender little lark." "No." Luo Qingzhou directly blocked her little mouth. Outside the window, the night gradually faded. The distant sky revealed a touch of fish belly white, and the sound of birds came from not far away. The next day, the sun was bright. After absorbing the spiritual liquid, Luo Qingzhou continued to practice in the exiled immortal residence. During lunch, he chatted with Zhu Yin for a while. Every time Zhu Yin sent him a message at night, he did not reply. So now he sends messages during the day every day. Zhu Yin said, "Okay. Knowing that you are mating every night, I will not disturb you at night. But during the day, you have to chat with me. Otherwise, my fists are not vegetarian." Luo Qingzhou still needs him, so he naturally tries his best to please him. In the afternoon, he began to practice the Vidra explosion fist. However, he was afraid that the noise would be too loud and destroy the house. So he did not use his internal force, but just mastered the moves first. In the evening, he used the spiritual liquid again. At the same time, he also took a medicine bath. After the hot air flow appeared in his body, he immediately went to the exiled immortal residence to practice. Miss Jean Eyre knew that he was busy, so she did not disturb him. After dark, Luo Qingzhou first practiced the internal skills for an hour, and then his soul left his body and flew to the roof. He took out the message and sent a message to Longer, asking her how things were tonight. After all, when he left the city last night, he killed a Taoist from Zijin Temple, and Sister Yu said that someone followed him, so he didn't know if the court would find him there. Longer quickly replied, "Sir, Longer is very safe here. No one is coming." Xiao Yu was also very conscious and retreated a long distance away. He also left some shrimp soldiers and crab generals with Longer to stand guard by the river. "Luo Qingzhou, it's good that you are okay. Practice well." Longer, "Sir, did my sister come to see you tonight?" Luo Qingzhou, "No." Longer, "My sister may have to refine a spiritual pill." "Sir, Xiao Yu said that refining such a spiritual pill requires a lot of energy, and at the same time, the soul power must be concentrated to enter a state of selflessness. In this case, if an enemy appears, it will be very dangerous. So someone needs to protect you. Otherwise the alchemy process will fail." When Luo Qingzhou saw this message, his heart tightened and he quickly replied, "I know." Then, he quickly sent a message to Sister Yu. "Sister Yu, what are you doing?" After a while, the message came back, "Something?" Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment and said, "Are you refining the alchemy?" "Sister Yu, why should I refine the alchemy?" Luo Qingzhou Longli said that alchemy is very dangerous. If Sister Yu is refining the elixir, can you tell me the address? I will go to help Sister Yu to watch over. Sister Yu, no need. Luo Qingzhou, Sister Yu, I will watch over from a distance. I will not approach you, and I will not disturb you. Sister Yu, are you sure you want to come? Luo Qingzhou said, "Sure." Sister Yu, then come. My husband and the people at home want to see you. They said you secretly meet with me every night, and said they want to beat you to death. Luo Qingzhou, Sister Yu, are you still coming? Luo Qingzhou, Come! Sister Yu. Tell me the address. I will go right away. I will explain to them. After the message was sent, there was no reply for a long time. Luo Qingzhou sat on the roof, bathing in the white moonlight, staring at the message in his hand, worried and worried. It was a long time later. The message finally came back. I just fought with them. Luo Qingzhou immediately said nervously, Sister Yu. Did they beat you? Where are you? I'll go over and help you. Sister Yu, no need. He has divorced me. Luo Qingzhou was stunned. Divorced? Sister Yu, yes. He divorced me. And I signed it. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a few seconds, and immediately asked, Sister Yu, are you homeless now? Sister Yu, yes. Luo Qingzhou's heart suddenly ached, and he hurriedly said, Sister Yu, then come to me. Suddenly, he looked at this sentence, paused, and deleted it all. Sister Yu was divorced. Both her body and soul were divorced. If he let her come home, what would it be like? How could he explain to Miss Qin Er and the others? And to his father-in-law and mother-in-law? And Sister Yu was taken into his mansion just after she was divorced. What would Sister Yu's ex-husband's family think of Sister Yu? They would definitely think that Sister Yu had cheated on him a long time ago. And there would definitely be all kinds of rumors and slander. So, he couldn't do that. If he did that, he would not only be sorry for the second lady and everyone in the Qin family, but would also hurt Sister Yu. He thought for a while and replied, Sister Yu, do you have a place to go? Sister Yu, yes. Luo Qingzhou was relieved. That's good. Sister Yu, bridge hole, alley, wilderness, cave, anywhere. Luo Qingzhou froze and said quickly, Sister Yu, the martial arts hall where I usually practice. Now there is only one senior sister living there. Can I take you there? Sister Yu, no need. Luo Qingzhou, Sister Yu, where are you now? I'll find you. After the message was sent, the other party did not reply again. Luo Qingzhou was anxious and wandered back and forth on the roof, when he couldn't help but go out of the city to look for her. The message finally came back. I'm here with my sister. Good night. Luo Qingzhou was relieved. Sister Yu, are you on good terms with your sister? Sister Yu, not so good. Luo Qingzhou paused. Will she take you in? Sister Yu, she can't beat me. Luo Qingzhou, Sister Yu, don't joke. I'm really worried about you. Sister Yu, I'm fine. I just don't have a husband anymore. Luo Qingzhou, actually, this is good. Sister Yu doesn't like him anyway. And he's not good to Sister Yu anyway. Sister Yu, Luo Qingzhou lowered his head, looked at the jade in his hand, and moved his fingers slightly, as if he wanted to edit some message. After hesitating for a while, he only wrote, Sister Yu, then you should go to bed early. Sister Yu, good night. One person was on the roof, and the other was in the room. They both lowered their heads, looked at the jade in their hands, and placed their fingers on the surface of the jade. They seemed to have something to say, but they were stunned for a long time, but did not reply. The night was silent, and the moonlight was cold. Luo Qingzhou sat on the roof, lowered his head, clenched the jade in his hand, and slowly closed his eyes. In a certain boudoir, a girl in a snow-white dress stood quietly in front of the window, looking at the roof not far away through the mist outside the window, and was in a daze. Chapter 622 The Humble Son-in-Law. In the early morning, the sun was shining brightly. After having breakfast, Luo Qingzhou and Miss Qin Er went to the exiled immortal residence to practice. Before practicing, he absorbed 2 more drops of spiritual liquid. During this period, he absorbed 2 drops of spiritual liquid every morning and evening to achieve the best effect. The new internal power mental method Chachi significantly increased the speed of refining energy in his body. The surging energy transformed by the spiritual liquid in his body was quickly absorbed by his meridians and acupoints. However, the effect of always practicing internal power mental methods is not obvious. If you want to advance as soon as possible, you must practice external and internal skills together to achieve twice the result with half the effort. He must find a secluded place where he can practice Vajra explosion fist and other bodybuilding boxing techniques without scruples, so that his body can reach the best state, transform faster, and advance faster. It is obviously not okay in the city. The martial arts hall may have been monitored. And as for other places, there may be spies from the Jinui. He is now at the level of a great martial artist, and the boxing he practices is extremely fierce and domineering. If he practices with all his strength, the noise will be very loud. If he attracts people from the court, It will be troublesome. So, after thinking about it, he can only go out of the city to practice. Lingxiao Sect should be the most suitable place. However, this time of practice, the timeout may be a bit long. If he is not at home, if his elder brother comes back and can't find him, won't he be suspicious? If someone from the court comes to find him, it will be even worse. But if he doesn't go out, he will suppress his practice like this. And he doesn't know when he can be promoted. According to the princess, there are masters of the late great martial artist in the palace. And even masters. So even if he has the help of Hualing Pill, he must rely on himself and make further progress before he has a chance. At lunch, he returned to Meixiang Garden and discussed it with Miss Jean Eyre. Miss Jean Eyre frowned slightly and said, "If the eldest brother comes back to see you, Weimo can help you block him. If mother and others want to see you, Weimo can also explain. But if it is someone from the court or the princess, Weimo has no way." Luo Qingzhou pondered for a while and said, "It would be great if Princess Mei Jiao could come and live here. She has something to communicate with me. If she can live in the mansion, she can not only protect you, but also notify me at any time. If someone from the court comes to see me, you can delay for a while, and I can rush back." Miss Jean Eyre said, "Mei Jiao, isn't Sister Jiao under house arrest by the prince?" Luo Qingzhou said, "Let me contact her first. The Chinese New Year is just half a month away, and the exam will be held soon after the Chinese New Year. No one knows what will happen in Kyoto after the Chinese New Year and the envoys from various countries leave. So, I can't delay any longer." Miss Jean sighed softly. "It's a pity that Weimo is useless and can't help you." Luo Qingzhou comforted softly. "Don't say that. The things outside are the responsibility of the men of our Qin family. Don't worry. I will solve it." After dinner, he returned to the exiled immortal residence, thought for a while, took out the communication treasure, and sent a message to Nangong Meijiao, "Princess, are you still under house arrest now?" The message came back quickly. "Xiao Meijiu, yeah. I'm dying of suffocation. Brother Feiyong, can you come over tonight to accompany me secretly? I want to vent." Luo Qingzhou, "Princess, what about Aunt Mu and Ninth Mama? Can they come out? I want to go to Lingxiao Sect to practice, which may take a long time. And I'm a little worried about my family. So I want to ask you for help." "Xiao Meijiu, the new year is coming next month, and the Taikong feast will start soon. Why are you going out at this time? What if your eldest brother comes home to find you and you're not there?" "Luo Qingzhou, that's what I'm worried about. But I have to hurry up and practice now. Kyoto is very lively now, and many envoys from neighboring countries have come. So it looks calm. But I don't know when something unexpected will happen. So I have to prepare in advance." "Xiao Meijiao, what preparations? What are you going to do?" Luo Qingzhou, "Just to protect yourself." "Princess, can Aunt Mu and Ninth Mama come out?" "Xiao Meijiao, I don't know either. My father and mother are keeping a close eye on me. But Xue can go out at will. It's so unfair." Luo Qingzhou, "Then I'll think of another way. You stay at home. It's really dangerous outside now. Xiao Meijiao, come and accompany me tonight. I might be able to help you." Luo Qingzhou, "No. I want to practice." "Xiao Meijiao, you can practice here. And there is the beautiful and lovely Princess Xiao Meijiu to practice with you." Luo Qingzhou, "No more." "Xiao Meijiao, do you miss me?" Luo Qingzhou, "Princess, I still need to practice. No more chatting." "Xiao Meijiao, don't worry. I will find a way out. You only ask me for something. Even if I can't do it, I will definitely find a way." Luo Qingzhou, "Princess, thank you." "Xiao Meijiu, call me Meijiu. Tell me if you miss me." Luo Qingzhou, "Meijiu, I miss you." "Xiao Meijiao, I miss you too. Really miss you. Come over tonight." "Okay." Accompany Xiao Meijiu to sleep. Xiao Meijiu will definitely find a way to help you. Luo Qingzhou, not in the mood. "Xiao Meijiao, a would bite you. Bad guy." Luo Qingzhou, "Princess, don't force it. If you really can't come out, forget it. I will find a way myself." Xiao Meijiao, "Okay. Then you are busy. Remember not to work too hard and don't tire yourself out. Xiao Meijiu will still need your love in the future." Luo Qingzhou did not reply again. If it really doesn't work, he has another candidate. But the other party may not be willing. And he is embarrassed to speak. In fact, the stone chamber under the West Lake is a good place for cultivation. But now it may be the most dangerous place. It is very likely that people from the court are guarding it day and night. So he definitely can't go. Forget it. Wait a little longer. He didn't think about it anymore. Went to the back garden and continued to practice the boxing that dared not use internal force. In the evening, when he was bathing in the cold well water in the front yard, Mayor suddenly knocked on the door outside and said breathlessly, "Son-in-law, Eunuch Li from the palace is here, and said that the emperor summoned you to the palace." At this, Luo Qingzhou paused while washing his hands. He picked up the basin on the ground and poured the cold water in the basin directly on himself, saying to the outside, "Okay, you go first. I'll be there soon." Mayor left in a hurry. Xiao Dai said with a worried look on her face, "Sir, why did the emperor call you to the palace?" Luo Qingzhou took the towel from her hand, wiped the water stains on his body, and said, "Don't worry. You are not going to be a eunuch anyway." Xiao Dai was stunned for a moment, pouted and said, "It's already this time. And the young master is still joking." Luo Qingzhou wiped his body, changed into a clean Confucian robe, held her in the courtyard for a few circles, kissed her little mouth again, and then went out, saying, "Adjust your mood first, so as not to see the bad guys later and lose control." Xiao Dai was confused. Luo Qingzhou walked out of the exiled immortal residence, and the smile on his face disappeared. In the wide sleeves, he clenched his fists and slowly loosened them. Of course, it's not the time yet. The eldest princess has returned. The emperor asked Li Gui to come to him at this time. I'm afraid it's not as simple as talking. He had to hold it in. Not long after, he had arrived at the front hall. In the hall, Li Gui sat arrogantly on the chair of the main seat, holding a teacup and sipping the tea slowly. Outside the door stood 2 rows of guards holding the handle of the knife. Qin Wenzheng and Song Riyue both stood in the hall, bowed their bodies, and chatted with him. Li Guizhen sneered. "Sir Qin, your son-in-law is so arrogant." The emperor summoned him, but he was still dawdling in the back and refused to come out. "Last time we came, you were still like a formidable enemy and didn't want him to leave. Why? Your Qin family still relies on the merits of your ancestors and sees that the emperor is young. So you don't take the emperor seriously?" As soon as he came, he made all kinds of sarcasm and accusations, naturally to avenge what happened that night. He was scared at the time, but after thinking about it, he immediately realized that the kid was deliberately scaring him. He grew up with the emperor since he was a child, not to mention in the palace. Even in the court, no one dared to humiliate and beat him like that. As a result, he was slapped dozens of times by the kid from the Qin family who had no official position that night. How could he not hate him? If the emperor hadn't been a little interested in this kid, he would have killed him long ago. Qin Wenzheng bowed his head and explained with a smile, showing his humbleness. Song Riyue was so scared that her face turned pale, and she dared not say a word. Li Gui snorted coldly, and was about to continue to show off his power to them, when a figure suddenly appeared outside the door and walked in. Li Gui looked at the person, and suddenly a cold light flashed in his eyes. He said with a fake smile, "Mr. Luo, you finally came out. We have been waiting for you for a long time. And the emperor and the princess have been waiting for you too. You are more arrogant than the prince in the prince's mansion. People who don't know you would think you, hey, what are you doing?" Luo Qingzhou walked directly in front of him, raised his palm without saying anything, and slapped him hard in the face with a slap sound, instantly knocking him unconscious. Qin Wenzheng and Song Riyue, Mayor and other maids, and the housekeeper Zhou who were waiting outside, were all trembling with fear, and their faces changed when they saw the scene. The guards outside rushed in immediately after seeing this. Li Gui was shocked and angry. He covered his burning cheeks and jumped up from the chair immediately, angrily saying, You. Pa!" Before he could finish, Luo Qingzhou slapped him hard again, without waiting for the guards to make a move. He shouted coldly, "How dare you? You dare to offend the dignity and reputation of the royal family? The prince's son is a royal relative. He is the relative of the emperor. You, a lunatic, dare to say that my arrogance is greater than that of the prince. I am just a lowly bastard, a humble son-in-law. And I am still. Baishan, you dare to be so rebellious that you say my arrogance is greater than that of the prince's son? Who gave you the courage to despise and insult the royal family? Who gave you the courage to compare me with the prince's son? You are so bold and lawless to despise the royal family and humiliate the prince's son. Let's go! I will go to the palace to see the emperor now and tell him about your arrogant words." This angry and powerful rebuke immediately made Li Gui speechless, and his face was full of sluggish expressions. The guards who were about to draw their swords looked at each other, and dared not move again. What are you still standing there for? Let's go! Go to the palace to see the emperor. After Luo Qingzhou finished his angry voice, he turned around and strode out the door. Li Gui covered his burning cheeks, and was stunned for a few seconds before hurriedly following him. The guards also hurriedly followed behind him. Everyone in the Qin family looked at their backs in complete silence, staring at each other in bewilderment. Chapter 623 The Most Beautiful Woman in Yin? Go! The coachman drove the carriage out of Maple Leaf Alley very quickly. The guards followed behind. Li Gui rode on the horse with red and swollen cheeks. He looked at the carriage in front of him and gritted his teeth. Luo Qingzhou, wearing a Confucian robe, sat alone in the carriage. He thought for a while, took out the message, and sent a message to Linghu Qingzhu, Uncle Master. Can I trouble you for something? The message came back quickly. Say, Luo Qingzhou, if you have time, can you help me find a house by the Yunwu River at the foot of the mountain? It doesn't matter if it's simple, but it has to be big, at least enough for a dozen people to live in. Zhu, okay. Is there any trouble there? Luo Qingzhou, not yet. Make preparations in advance. Uncle Master, I may have to go to the sect to practice for a while. Zhu, when will you come? Do you need me to pick you up? Luo Qingzhou, no. I'll go after I settle my family. Uncle, I want to ask, will the sect protect me and my family? Zhu, you are the only disciple of the sect master. Of course. Luo Qingzhou, what if I commit treason and deserve to be killed with all my clans? Zhu, I will hide you. Luo Qingzhou, thank you. Uncle. Zhu, don't do stupid things. Practice hard. With your talent, the world in the future will not be limited to the yin. Luo Qingzhou's heart moved, and asked, Uncle, do you know the world outside the yin? Zhu, there are people outside people. There are heavens outside heaven. And there is naturally a world outside the yin. Luo Qingzhou, Uncle said. It's the same as not saying anything. Zhu, what is your attitude towards Uncle? Don't want to call Uncle. Right? Luo Qingzhou, Uncle. Is my sister okay now? Zhu, very good. I have decided to accept her as an inner disciple of Jianfeng. Luo Qingzhou, Uncle. Please don't make an exception because of me. Zhu, don't be sentimental. Daoling is very talented in understanding the sword, and she practices very hard. Whether it is day or night, as long as she has time, she will practice. She should want to help you do something. Luo Qingzhou, tell her not to get tired. I will solve my own problems by myself. Zhu, then why did you ask me just now? Luo Qingzhou, Uncle. You should have learned the 6 Meridians Divine Sword. Have you heard of the Duga 9 Swords? What about the One Yang Finger? What about the Fairy from the Sky? Zhu, teach me. Luo Qingzhou, Uncle. I know you are anxious, but don't worry. Zhu, when will you come? Luo Qingzhou, it's these 2 days. I have no place to practice in the city, so I can only practice in the sect. Uncle Master will help me find a good place when the time comes. Zhu, okay. Come to my Jianfeng. No one will disturb you or find you. Luo Qingzhou, after listening to Uncle Master's words. Why do I feel a little scared? Zhu, you should not be afraid of me. But the saint of Xianin Pavilion. The sect master rejected the marriage the day before yesterday. The saint felt humiliated and wanted to challenge you. It is estimated that she will come to our Lingshao sect soon. Luo Qingzhou, what does it have to do with me? It was Master who helped me reject it. Master will not betray me. Right? Zhu, the sect master told you the truth, saying that you don't want to, and that you are self-righteous and look down on her. So she is very angry and furious. Luo Qingzhou, Uncle Master. I didn't make Master angry. Why did Master want to trick me? Zhu, have you heard that you can't get to know each other without fighting? Also, the sect master may have been looked down upon there. So she wants to show off her only disciple. So, you have to work hard. Don't embarrass the sect master in Lingshao sect. And then defeat the saint of Xianin Pavilion. Understand? Luo Qingzhou, I don't want to fight. Zhu, do you just want to kill people? That day when you brought your wife to the sect, the deputy commander of the Jinui and dozens of Jinui disappeared out of thin air. They found the sect, but there was no evidence. Luo Qingzhou, Uncle Master. It has nothing to do with me. I don't want to fight. Nor do I want to kill people. I just want to live quietly. Zhu Zhu, only when you are alone can you live quietly. You have too many ties. And you can never be at peace. Luo Qingzhou, uncle. When the saint of the fairy pavilion comes, can I just admit defeat? Zhu Zhu, of course. If you lose, you have to continue the marriage with the fairy cloud pavilion. Not only marry her, but also make her your legal wife. Luo Qingzhou, is she so domineering? Zhu Zhu, it is the fairy cloud pavilion that is domineering. Now the cultivation resources are scarce. And they have abundant cultivation resources. All sects and even the court are trying to curry favor with him. How can they not be domineering? Luo Qingzhou, what does the fairy cloud pavilion like about our Lingshao sect? Zhu Zhu, of course it is our overall strength. Think about it yourself. The other sects. Jinshan Temple, Qingyun Temple, Huashan sect. The first two are needless to say. A monk and a Taoist priest. They can't possibly go to the marriage. As for the Huashan sect, the people there are despicable. Like to go back on their words. And have no character. So the fairy cloud pavilion is unwilling. Luo Qingzhou, isn't there still the court? Zhu Zhu, there is indeed the imperial court. Let me tell you. The current emperor once sent someone to Xianyan Pavilion to propose marriage, wanting to marry the saint, but was rejected by Xianyan Pavilion. Since the establishment of our 5 major sects, there has been no precedent for marriage with the imperial court, which would be ridiculed. Moreover, if the saint marries the emperor, she will lose her freedom. And there are various rules and constraints, so people naturally don't want to. However, there was someone in Longhu Academy who married with the 5 major sections. I don't know the specific situation. Luo Qingzhou, uncle. Anyway, no matter whether I win or lose, I will not marry her. Zhu Zhu, when you see her, maybe you will change your mind. She is really beautiful. If you say she is the best in Dayan, no one should object. Luo Qingzhou, uncle. I object. If you say Dayan is the best, there is someone in my mansion that is the best in Dayan. It is not an exaggeration to say that she is the best in the world. If she says she is the second, no one dares to say she is the first. Zhu Zhu, your wife, the one you think is the best. Right? Luo Qingzhou, when there is a chance, you can show it to Master Uncle. Then Master Uncle will know that what I said is not exaggerated. Zhu Zhu, okay. I will go to the riverside to help you find a house tomorrow. You should bring her here as soon as possible so that I can appreciate her. When Luo Qingzhou was about to reply, the carriage slowly stopped. Li Gui's gritted teeth came from outside. Master Luo, we are here. Please get off the carriage. Luo Qingzhou put away the communication certificate, tidied his clothes, and got off the carriage. Li Gui looked at him coldly, not hiding the hatred on his face. Luo Qingzhou turned his head and looked at him. The two looked at each other in silence for a few seconds. Li Gui was about to say something, but he immediately held back and said coldly, Mr. Luo, please. Although he hated it very much, he didn't dare to say another word, for fear that this little bastard would catch him and put a big hat on him, and then take the opportunity to slap him. The key is that the hats this little bastard put on him every time were scary, and he was powerless to refute. Shit. Are all scholars so mean and despicable? Luo Qingzhou looked at him and said, do you know why the emperor summoned me? Li Gui closed his mouth and looked at him coldly, without saying a word, not giving him any chance to find fault and slap him. Pa! Who would have thought that Luo Qingzhou would still go up and slap him in the face? Shouting angrily, I'm asking you a question. Li Gui could no longer bear it, and immediately flew into a rage. Little bastard. Are you looking for death? Then he shouted to the guards next to him, beat him. Beat him to death for us. Luo Qingzhou put his hands behind his back, held his head high, and said with a stern momentum, come on, beat me to death. Even if you don't beat me to death, you can slap me a few times. Make my face swollen. At least give a few slap marks, so that the emperor can. I can see clearly. I am a weak scholar who passed the imperial examination, and the most loyal minister of the emperor. If you slap me to death, I won't have to take the national examination next year. I won't have to meet the emperor anymore, and I won't have to serve the emperor in the future. Come on. Beat me to death. The guards. Li Gui covered his burning cheeks, opened his mouth, shocked and angry, hateful and angry, but could only stare with his eyes wide open, unable to say a word. Eunuchly, you come and beat me. Luo Qingzhou walked directly in front of him and said, I am a Juren. You can beat me as you like. I won't tell the emperor. Li Gui stared at him, gnashed his teeth, and trembled with anger. At this time, a middle-aged eunuch hurried over and said in a hurry, "Little Gizi, what's the matter? Since Master Luo has arrived, why don't you take him in? The emperor and the princess are waiting. And the queen mother is here too. Why are you still dawdling here?" When these words came out, Li Gui was immediately frightened and hurriedly suppressed his hatred and begged, "Master Luo, please come in quickly." Luo Qingzhou said coldly, "You are wrong." Li Gui gritted his teeth, lowered his head, and said with trembling lips, the servant was wrong, Master Luo. Please be generous. Don't bother with the servant, come in quickly." Luo Qingzhou let him go, turned around, and walked slowly into the palace. Li Gui gritted his teeth, looked at him with resentment, and immediately followed him. The middle-aged eunuch urged anxiously, "Mr. Luo, can you please walk faster? The princess just praised you, saying that Mr. Luo is proficient in poetry and songs, and His Majesty also praised him. The Queen Mother is very interested in you, and wants to hear you write a few poems to liven up the dinner. The Queen Mother also said that if you are really capable, you can come to the palace often to accompany His Majesty to study." Li Gui, who was following behind, looked even uglier. Luo Qingzhou asked, "Eunuch, who summoned me to the palace tonight?" The middle-aged eunuch bowed his head and replied, "It was His Majesty who took the initiative to mention the young master. He took the initiative to talk to the princess about the young master, and then sent Xiao Gizi to summon the young master to the palace." Luo Qingzhou nodded slightly, and said nothing more. It seems that tonight's dinner is more terrible than the Hongnan banquet. As soon as he walked up the steps, he suddenly saw a familiar figure walking out of the house, and his eyes just happened to look at him. She was wearing a fiery red dress, tall, noble and elegant, but her eyes and face revealed an extremely cold and majestic look, which made people afraid. "Your servant greets Her Royal Highness the Princess. Xiao Gizi has brought young Master Luo here." The middle-aged eunuch immediately bowed and paid homage. Li Gui, who was following behind, also hurriedly bowed his head and stepped forward a few steps, bowing and paying homage. Luo Qingzhou exchanged glances with the fiery red figure, bowed his head and said, "Qingzhou greets His Highness. Your Highness has been traveling all the way. Thank you for your hard work." Nandong Huiyue glanced at him again, said nothing, turned around, and went into the house, leaving him with only a cold back and a fiery red skirt dragging on the ground. Chapter 624. Young Master Luo is a great talent. In the side hall, in the room, the table is already filled with exquisite dishes, and the fragrance permeates the entire hall. The palace maids are still carrying various foods. The Queen Mother Changsun is sitting on the chair next to her elegantly, drinking fragrant tea and talking with a loving face. The Emperor Nangongjiang is standing next to her, smiling. After Nandong Huiyue entered the room, Changsun glanced at her and said with a smile, "Huiyue, you can't sit still after just a while?" Nangongjiang also smiled and said, "My sister has never liked quietness since she was a child, and likes to run around." Nandong Huiyue didn't speak. At this time, Li Gui bowed his body, walked in with small steps and lowered his head, and reported respectfully, "Empress Dowager, Your Majesty, Your Royal Highness Princess, young Master Luo is here." Nandong Yang's smile became more and more intense, and he said, "Please come in." Then he smiled and said, "Mother, how about letting Miss Wanner and Luo Qing discuss poetry later?" Changsun's face showed a hint of surprise. "Luo Qing? Have you appointed him as an official?" Nandong Yang smiled and said, "With his talent, sooner or later, he will definitely be one of the top 3 in the next spring exam." Then he looked at Nandong Huiyue on the side and said, "Royal sister, what do you think?" Nandong Huiyue said lightly, "How can I? How do you know?" Nandong Yang smiled and said, "My sister should know better than me. I heard that Luo Qing was my sister's most valued aide before. My sister even called him teacher and sir." Changsun was even more surprised. "Oh, is that true? It seems that he really has some skills." Then, she looked at the palace dress girl behind her and said, "Wanner, you can have a discussion with Luo Qing later to see what he can do." The palace dress girl bowed her head and said, "Yes, Queen Mother." At this time, Luo Qingzhou, wearing a Confucian robe, walked to the door, bowed his head and said, "I am Luo Qingzhou, the common people, and I greet the Queen Mother, Your Majesty, and the Princess." The eyes of several people in the room all looked at him. Changsun looked at his tall body and elegant temperament for a few seconds, then looked at his handsome face, nodded and said, "He is elegant and handsome." full of bookish air, worthy of being a talent valued by your majesty. Nandong smiled and waved his hand. Luo Qing, come in quickly. I just talked about you with the Queen Mother. And the Queen Mother is also very interested in Luo Qing. Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and walked into the room, standing by with his hands hanging down. Johnson said kindly, Lord Luo, don't be so reserved. This is not the court. His Majesty just praised you highly, saying that you are talented and good at poetry. Right? Luo Qingzhou bowed and said, Your Majesty, you are too kind. I only know a little bit. Not good at it. Nandong smiled and said, Lord Luo, why should you be so modest? I have read your test paper several times. By the way, I remember that the imperial sister also admires you very much and often meets with you. Do you also discuss poetry? Luo Qingzhou bowed his head and said, Yes. Nandong Huiyue sat on a chair beside him, drinking tea, with a dignified and cold expression, and did not speak. Nandong smiled and said, My sister just came back from the border. She was exhausted. Luo Qing, since you are familiar with my sister, why don't you go and greet her? Luo Qingzhou immediately stepped forward and bowed, saying, Qingzhou greets Her Royal Highness, the Princess. Your Highness has worked hard on the way. Nandong Huiyue glanced at him and said indifferently, Not as hard as you. You have been running back and forth between the outer city and the palace recently. Right? Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and said nothing. Nandong said with a smile on his face, By the way, Luo Qing, you said last time you entered the palace that you would be loyal to me, serve the country in the future, and share the worries of the emperor. Don't forget it. Next year's spring examination, strive to get a good ranking. When the time comes, I will definitely give you a few more points in the palace examination. Luo Qingzhou immediately bowed his head and said, Thank you, Your Majesty. Chansun looked at the three people, and seeing that the emperor was still talking, she suddenly smiled and said, Luo Qing, have you heard of the one behind me? Hearing this, Luo Qingzhou looked up at the beautiful and gentle palace-dressed girl, and then bowed his head and said, I haven't heard of it. Nandong on the side smiled and said, Luo Qing, this is. You are ignorant. Miss Warner is the most talented woman in my palace. Her poetry and song attainments are admired by even those people in the Hanlin Academy. Today, the Queen Mother is happy and wants you to exchange poetry with Miss Wana. You are my person, so you must not embarrass me. Luo Qingzhou bowed his head and said, I am not talented and learned, so I am no match for Miss Warner. Nandong immediately said, Hey, we haven't even competed yet. Why are you saying discouraging words? I just praised you for a long time in front of the Queen Mother. If you don't even dare to compete, I will lose face for you. Changsun also laughed and said, Luo Qing, don't be nervous. It's just a competition. You are the top scholar in Maching, so you must be talented. Of course, you may not be very good at poetry, but it doesn't matter. Try with water. Even if you lose, it won't be a problem. At this time, Changsun Water, who was standing behind her, also said softly, Mr. Luo, don't be modest. Although I haven't heard of your poetry, I have heard of the poetry of Miss Qin Er, and I admire her very much. I believe Mr. Luo will not be bad either. Nandong smiled and said, Miss Qin Er is Luo Qing's wife. I remember that my sister has a good relationship with her. Is that so? Sister? Nandong Huiyue said calmly. We just talked a few times. Nandong smiled, looked at the young man in front of him and said, Lord Luo, if you have time next time, you can bring your wife into the palace to accompany the Queen Mother and meet Miss Warner. Warner has admired your wife for a long time. Luo Qingzhou raised his head slightly, glanced at him, and bowed his head and said, Yes, Your Majesty. Changsun smiled and said, Okay, Warner, you come and compete with Luo Qing. Poetry and songs are fine. Whoever wins, I will give this jade bracelet to him as a reward. As she said that, she took off a jade bracelet from her wrist. Nandong smiled and said, Mother is so generous. Then he looked at Luo Qingzhou and said, Luo Qing, it's up to you. You can't embarrass me in front of my mother and my sister. Changsun thought for a while and said, Let's take winter as the theme. Changsun Water said softly, Mr. Luo, you are a distinguished guest. You go first. Changsun said, Water, you go first. Let Luo Qing think for a while. Changsun Water agreed and looked at the remaining snow in the courtyard outside the window. After a moment of hesitation, She recited. The wind rolls up the cold clouds, and the snow clears at dusk. And the river smoke washes away the light willow branches. There are a few leaves in front of the eaves that no one sweeps. And the window of the study is bright all night, Nangong Yang praised. Good poem. Miss Warner is really amazing. Then he looked to the side. Nandong Huiyue's eyes also looked over. Luo Qingzhou pondered for a moment and recited, no birds fly in the thousands of mountains. No traces of people in the thousands of paths. An old man in a straw hat and raincoat is fishing alone in the cold river snow. As soon as this poem came out, the people in the room, even the maids in the corner, seemed to have a beautiful picture of emptiness, coldness, but loneliness and leisure in front of their eyes. The world is remote, and everything is silent. On the river in the deep mountains where few people go, even birds have disappeared. A lonely boat, a figure, in the snow, fishing in the river, quiet and lonely, but pure and proud, not disturbing the fireworks of the world. The picture is too strong. The room was silent for a long time. Changsun was the first to speak. Luo Qing's poem seems to make me feel like I'm there. Seeing that scene, although it's cold and lonely, it makes people yearn for that fairyland. Changsun Wanner stared at the young scholar in front of her for a while, then lowered her head and said, Mr. Luo is a great talent. Wanner is ashamed of this poem. Nandong Yang smiled and looked aside and said, Royal sister, what do you think of Luo Qing's poem? Nandong Huiyue said lightly, it's okay. Nandong Yang smiled and said, Royal sister's vision is really good. She has chosen a good talent for me and to Yin. Changsun handed the jade bracelet in her hand behind her and said, Wanner, give it to Luo Qing. Changsun Wanner took it respectfully, then lowered her head and walked to Luo Qingzhou, saying softly, Mr. Luo, please accept it. Luo Qingzhou bowed his hands to thank him and accepted it. Changsun pondered for a moment and said, Our great Yin is vast and rich in resources, with beautiful mountains and clear waters. Every new year in spring and autumn seasons, there are tourists from neighboring countries coming to visit. For the second poem, you too should write a poem based on a certain scenery in our great Yin. If it is well done, you can send someone to write it there for tourists to enjoy. And it can also be passed down through the ages. Nandong Yang smiled and said, The topic is good. Mother, there are many talented people from various countries who came with the envoys to the Taikong feast this time. At that time, it will be good for them to see the scenery of our great Yin and the talents of the literati. If it is well done, we don't need to say anything. Those literati will take it back to help us spread it. As soon as these words came out, Changsun Wanner's heart suddenly jumped a few times, thinking that if this poem is well done, it is likely to be engraved in the scenery, be passed down through the ages, and may also bring glory to great Yin. She suddenly became a little nervous. She had to think carefully about this poem. Nandong Yang suddenly looked to the side and said, Luo Qing, this time, you go first. If you win, I will appoint you as the imperial companion, and you can enter the palace at any time in the future. You will also come to the Taikong feast and win glory for my great Yin. Luo Qingzhou pondered for a moment, bowed his hands and said, Thank you, Your Majesty. I just thought of a poem for Mount Tai. Looking at the mountain, Changsun said with a complicated expression, Mount Tai is the first of the 7 mountains of my great Yin Empire. When I was a child, I was fortunate to go there once. It is indeed as beautiful as a fairyland. Luo Qing, I hope you will not disappoint me. Luo Qingzhou said, The Queen Mother is. Nandong Yang smiled and said, What are you afraid of? Just read it. Even if you don't do it well, the Queen Mother won't punish you. Changsun also smiled and said, Luo Qing, don't be nervous. I just feel inspired. Just read it. Changsun Wanner seemed to have a draft in mind at this time, and her eyes also looked over. Luo Qingzhou paused and read aloud. How is Mount Tai? The green of Qi and Lu is endless. The creation is full of divine beauty, and the yin and yang divide the dusk and dawn. The clouds are in my heart, and the returning birds are in my eyes. I will climb to the top and look down on all the mountains. Nandong Huiyue's eyes suddenly looked at him. Chapter 625, I will be responsible for you. There was silence in the room for a moment. After listening to this, Changsun looked dazed and murmured, Nature has endowed us with divine beauty. Yin and yang divide the day, and night clouds are rising in my heart, and birds are returning home in my eyes. In her mind, it seemed that the magnificent and beautiful scenes she saw when she climbed the towering mountains when she was a child emerged. Changsun Wanner, who was standing by, repeated, I will climb to the top of the mountain and see all the mountains. Then she suddenly bowed and said with a complicated expression, Mr. Luo's poem is dominated by the word "wan" in the title. Every sentence is about looking at the mountain. But there is not a single word "wan" in the whole poem. But it can give people a sense of being there. It can be said to be exquisite and unique, with profound philosophy, which makes people applaud. Mr. Luo is a great talent. Water is not as good as him. Queen Mother Changsun also nodded and praised. It is indeed a good poem. Mr. Luo's talent has opened my eyes. He is indeed worthy of being favored by your majesty and Huiyue. Then she looked at Nandong Yang and said with a face full of relief, Your Majesty, I am relieved to have Mr. Luo accompany you to study. Nandong Yang said with a smile on his face. Mr. Luo, listen to the title. Luo Qingzhou bowed his head and bowed his hands. Listening attentively, Nandong Yang said, Today I will appoint you as my imperial companion. You can come to the palace at any time to read and talk with me. Then he ordered at the door, Li Gui, inform everyone that Luo Qing can enter and leave the palace freely in the future. No one can stop him, and no body search is required. Yes, Your Majesty. Li Gui agreed and bowed and left immediately, his eyelids twitching. Luo Qingzhou bowed his head to thank him, and then said, Thank you for your kindness, Your Majesty. But I will take part in the imperial examination next year. I have to study every day to prepare for the examination, so I may not be able to come to the palace to serve Your Majesty often. Nandong Yang smiled and said, Mother, Sister, you see, scholars are aloof and stubborn. If it were someone else, they would come to my side every day to curry favor with me, so that I can favor him in the palace examination next year. Look at Luo Qing. I asked him to enter the palace to study with me, but he refused and was not happy. Changsun smiled and said, This is a capable minister who does practical things and does not cheat. Those who flatter and fawn on you, Your Majesty should stay away from them in the future. Nandong Yang smiled and said, What your mother said is right. Luo Qing's character is destined to be a loyal and upright minister in the future. Then he looked at the girl next to him, and said with a smile, Sister, what do you think? Luo Qing will assist me in the future. Do you think I can govern the world well? Cheng Suan's eyes also looked over. Nandong Huiyue said calmly, Some people appear respectful and upright on the surface, but who knows what dirty things they will do behind the scenes. Your Majesty should not only look at the surface when judging people, but should still make a decision after more contact and understanding. Nandong Yang smiled and said, If it were someone else, I would definitely consider it more. But Luo Qing was personally selected by my sister. My sister has been better than me since she was a child, so the person she selected must be correct. I believe in my sister, and naturally, I also believe in Luo Qing. Nandong Huiyue did not speak again. At this time, Changsun stood up from the chair and smiled. Okay, Your Majesty. Huiyue, the food is almost cold. You can eat first. My mother is a little tired, so I will go back to rest first. Nandong Yang hurriedly supported her and said, Mother, don't you want to have dinner together? Changsun patted his hand gently and said, Mother has already had dinner. Huiyue just came back. You two siblings haven't seen each other for so long. Have a good meal together and talk about the border. You can't let go of Mother here. Let Luo Qing accompany you. Mother will go back to rest first, Nandong Yang said. Then the child will see you out. Changsun nodded. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly bowed and said, Farewell, Queen Mother. Changsun looked at him and said kindly, Luo Qing, study hard when you go home, and strive to get a good ranking next year. Then you can assist the Emperor well. You are only a few years older than the Emperor. In the future, you will be both a minister and a teacher, and a minister and a friend to the Emperor. You will work hard for the country and the people together. It will be a good story if it is spread out. Luo Qingzhou said respectfully, I will remember it. Changsun nodded, and slowly left the room surrounded by the young Emperor and the palace maids. When Changsun Water passed by, she glanced at him again, bowed her head slightly and said, Mr. Luo, if there is a chance in the future, Water will ask you for advice again. Tonight, Water was convinced of her defeat. Your talent has impressed me from the bottom of my heart. I hope I will have the opportunity to meet you again in the future. Luo Qingzhou bowed his head and saluted. Looking straight ahead, Miss Water, you are too kind. Changsun Water glanced at him again, and then walked away slowly. The room was quiet. Luo Qingzhou raised his head and looked at the door, then turned his head and looked into the eyes of the princess. The two of them looked at each other, and they were both silent and did not speak. Luo Qingzhou retracted his gaze, and continued to bow his head and stand by. Not long after, Nandong Yang returned from outside, surrounded by eunuchs and palace maids, and said with a smile, "Imperial sister, come, eat. Let's eat and chat." Then he said, "Luo Qing, you sit down too." Luo Qingzhou was about to refuse, but Nandong Huiyue suddenly said coldly, "Your Majesty, since he is a minister, he must abide by the rules. How can a minister and a monarch sit on an equal footing?" Nandong Yang glanced at her, smiled and lowered his head and said, "Imperial sister is right." Then he walked to the table and ordered, "Luo Qing, you come to pour wine for me and my sister. How about it?" Luo Qingzhou walked over, picked up the wine pot and said, "I am flattered." Nandong Huiyue glanced at him coldly, walked to the table and sat down. Nandong Yang smiled and sat down. Luo Qingzhou had just poured him a glass of wine, and when he reached out to take it, it suddenly fell to the ground. The wine glass broke, and the wine splashed everywhere, splashing his shoes. Seeing this, Li Gui hurried over and knelt on the ground, picked up his sleeves, and prepared to wipe it. Unexpectedly, Nandong Yang kicked him away, raised his palm, and slapped him in the face, raising his eyebrows and angrily said, "You bastard! Are you blind or dumb? Luo Qing is a weak scholar who has just come to the palace to serve. It is understandable that he can't pour wine. But don't you know how to do it?" Luo Qing poured it so full. "Didn't you remind him?" "My hand slipped." "Didn't you crawl over to catch it immediately?" "Blind idiot. What's the use of you?" Li Gui was immediately frightened and his face turned pale. He knelt down and kowtowed like pounding garlic, desperately admitting his mistakes. Nandong Yang's face was full of sinisterness. He kicked him in the face again, directly kicking him to the ground, and angrily said, "Get out." Li Gui rolled and crawled out. Nandong Yang turned around, smiling again, and said, "Luo Qing, don't pay attention to that servant. Pour the wine." The maid had already brought a new white jade wine glass. Luo Qingzhou held the wine pot and carefully poured half a cup. Nandong Yang smiled, picked up the wine glass, and was about to toast the princess when a maid squatted down and brought a pair of new shoes to help him change. Nandong Yang glanced at her, and then kicked her in the face suddenly, kicking her directly to the ground, and angrily said, "Did you have extra hands? Are you blind? Luo Qing is here to serve you. Put down your shoes." The maid hurriedly put the new shoes on the ground and retreated in panic. Nandong Yang smiled again and said, "Lord Luo, these servants are so ignorant. They are far inferior to you." As he spoke, he lifted his foot and said, "My shoes are wet, and it's really uncomfortable to wear them." Luo Qingzhou paused, put down the wine pot, squatted over, picked up the shoes on the ground, and said, "Your Majesty, I will help you put them on." Nandong Yang smiled and looked across, saying, "Imperial sister, the person you helped me choose is really loyal." Just as Luo Qingzhou was about to lift his foot, Nandong Huiyue suddenly stood up and said coldly, "Put down your shoes." The room suddenly became silent for a moment. Luo Qingzhou raised his head and looked at her. Nandong Yang's eyes flashed, and his face was still full of smiles. Luo Qingzhou retracted his gaze and was about to continue to do his own things with his head down, when Nandong Huiyue suddenly came over and kicked him on the side of his back, kicking him away directly, with a cold face, as a scholar. "You are so flattering and have no integrity. It's a pity that I looked up to you and had high hopes for you." Then he shouted coldly, "Get out. I can't eat when I see you now." Luo Qingzhou stood up and stood aside with his head down, but did not go out. Nandong Huiyue stared at him with a cold look, and the fist in her sleeve slowly clenched, and her long black hair moved without wind. Nandong Yang suddenly smiled and said, "Imperial sister, don't be angry. It's just a little thing." Then he waved his hand and said, "Luo Qing, you go out and wait first." Luo Qingzhou bowed and left. When he walked to the door, he saw Li Gui's face full of hatred and contempt. "Pa!" Luo Qingzhou went up and slapped him, but did not say anything, and went out to stand in the corridor, outside. Li Gui froze for a moment, holding his burning cheeks, and was stunned for a few seconds. He opened his mouth to curse, to fight over, and to go into the house to complain. But he dared not do anything. He could only stand there, gritting his teeth. "Imperial sister, I offer you a glass of wine." Nandong Yang's voice came from the room. The two siblings chatted for a while, all about trivial matters in the palace. Neither of them mentioned anything about border affairs or national affairs. Not long after, Nandong Huiyue stood up to say goodbye. Nandong Yang tried to persuade her to stay for a few words, and then personally sent her out with a smile on his face. When he walked out of the door, Nandong Yang looked at Luo Qingzhou, who was standing in the corridor, and said, Luo Qing, you can send the imperial sister out. It's getting late. You should go back early. Study hard after you go back. And if you want to enter the palace, you can come anytime. Luo Qingzhou bowed and said goodbye. Nandong Huiyue dragged her fiery red long skirt and walked in front with a cold face. Nandong Yang looked at the backs of the two people, one in front of the other, with a strong smile on his face. Li Gui also hurriedly followed and prepared the carriage. After passing through the long courtyard, out of the palace gate, and walking through the long alley, Nandong Huiyue stopped in front of the luxuriously decorated sedan chair, turned her head, and looked behind her. Luo Qingzhou raised his head, looked at her eyes, and then lowered his head and said, Your Highness, take care. Nandong Huiyue was silent for a while, without saying a word, dragging her long skirt, and got on the sedan chair directly. Yue Wu and Yuying, with their guards, surrounded the sedan chair and left quickly. Luo Qingzhou retracted his gaze and got on the carriage. Li Gui and the guards escorted the carriage out of the palace and headed towards the outer city. Luo Qingzhou sat in the carriage, closed his eyes, and slowly clenched his fist in his sleeve. At this moment, the curtain next to him suddenly moved. Then, a paper ball rolled into the carriage. Luo Qingzhou picked up the paper ball from the ground, slowly opened it, and fixed his eyes on the words on it. Sir, I'm sorry for making you suffer. I'm incompetent. I'm sorry. Luo Qingzhou stared at the small words for a long time, until the carriage left the inner city. He held it in his palm and crushed it. What he wanted to hear was not an apology. At this moment, the message on his body suddenly vibrated. He took it out. It was sent by the princess. Mother promised to help me convince father. I should be able to go to Qin's house tomorrow. Although I really hope to go tomorrow. I can see you and secretly bite you a few times. But I still want to remind you. If you want to leave, leave early. Don't leave when the time comes. Don't worry about your family. As long as I'm alive, no one dares to touch any woman in your harem. I will fight them to the death. Luo Qingzhou paused and replied, Princess. Thank you. Xiao Meijiao, is it just a verbal thank you? Luo Qingzhou closed his eyes, was quiet for a while, then opened his eyes and replied, Wait for me to come back. I will find you. Xiao Meijiao, where to find me? Luo Qingzhou, your boudoir. Xiao Meijiao, why are you going to my boudoir? Are you taking advantage of Shui? Luo Qingzhou, taking advantage of you. Xiao Meijiao, you wishful thinking. Taking advantage of me is thanking me? Luo Qingzhou, Princess. I want to make it a done deal with you. After the message was sent, it took a long time for the reply to come back. Okay. I'll wait for you. Luo Qingzhou, yes. Xiao Meijiao, don't play tricks. Otherwise, I will tell Wei Mo and my aunt what I recorded last time, so that you will be ashamed to see people in the future. Luo Qingzhou, I won't play tricks. Princess, I will definitely be responsible for you. Xiao Meijiao, no need. My father and mother will not agree. You can come to accompany me secretly in the future. Let me secretly get pregnant with your baby. Then I will secretly run away from home. Secretly help you give birth to the baby outside. And finally, I will pretend to go home as if nothing happened. As for the baby, let Weimo and Chan Chan raise it. What do you think? Luo Qingzhou looked down at these words and did not reply. Little Meijiao, brother Feiyong. Meijiao loves you. Meijiao does not ask for any status, but only asks you to be well. And then, occasionally accompany Meijiao. Meijiao will never marry, and will always be your little lover secretly. So Meijiao will be satisfied. Luo Qingzhou, silly girl. Little Meijiao, silly girl is not just me. Shui seems to have discovered your identity. Every day, she either reads your records of the stone or reads your poems. Every night, she frowns and sighs like a resentful woman in the boudoir. She always asks me about your recent news and asks me why I don't bring you to the mansion to play. Brother Feiyong, you'd better pray that my father and mother don't discover your secret. Otherwise, you will definitely die. Luo Qingzhou, princess. Good night. Little Meijiao, bite you. Bad guy. Just like to seduce beautiful sisters. Luo Qingzhou did not reply. Just as he closed his eyes, The message in his hand suddenly lit up. He opened his eyes, and saw that it was from Celia, who had not spoken for a long time. Celia, brother. I am in a bad mood. Can I see you tonight? Chapter 626 Love You. The winter night was extremely cold. The streets were already empty, with only a few remaining lights in front of the shops, still swaying gently in the biting cold wind, as if greeting someone. In the dark alley, there was occasionally a figure sitting alone, eating cold leftovers with a wooden face. In the air, there were spirits patrolling. On the streets, from time to time, a group of armored patrols would pass by coldly. Sitting in the carriage, Luo Qingzhou thought for a while before replying to Xiaoya. Okay. I'm going to Yinwu River outside the city tonight. If you can come out, go there to find me. From the situation in the palace tonight, he must find a way out for the people in Qin's mansion as soon as possible. So he decided to go to the river tonight to take a look. Not only did he have to choose a place to live, but he also needed to find out all the surrounding environment, so that if an emergency happened in the future, he wouldn't be too hasty. Celia's message came back quickly. Brother, why do you want to go so far? Luo Qingzhou, I have something to do outside. By the way, there are spirits patrolling the outer and inner cities tonight. If you really want to go out, be careful. But I advise you to stay at home for the time being. Celia, brother, my sister has been wronged at home and doesn't want to stay at home. Can you take me in? Luo Qingzhou, sorry. I can't protect myself. Celia. In fact, a little grievance is nothing. The most important thing is to save your life. Celia, brother, is someone trying to take your life? Tell me who it is. I will kill his whole family immediately. Luo Qingzhou, take care of yourself. Celia, brother, can you tell me what the matter is? My identity is not simple. Maybe I can help you solve it directly. Luo Qingzhou, no. I will solve my own affairs by myself. Celia, brother still treats my sister as an outsider? Brother has always only trusted senior sister, but not sister. Right? Luo Qingzhou, no more talking. I'm going home. Xiaoya, oh. Luo Qingzhou didn't reply. The carriage quickly turned the street and stopped at the entrance of Maple Leaf Alley. Li Gui's sharp voice sounded outside. Mr. Luo. We're here. Luo Qingzhou lifted the curtain and walked out. Li Gui stood below, bowed his head, his face full of respect, and didn't dare to say another word. Luo Qingzhou raised his hand slightly, but had to put it down again, got off the carriage, and said, unically, I have to listen to the Queen Mother and the Emperor recently. Study hard at home, and don't bother me anymore. Understand? Li Gui immediately bowed and said, yes. I understand. Luo Qingzhou stretched out his hand, which scared him, but he just patted his shoulder and said, unically, serve the Emperor well, and we will be colleagues in the future. Li Gui's eyes flashed with hatred, and he secretly said in his heart, little bastard. One day, our family will be. I'm going to kill you, he said respectfully. How can I compare myself with Master Luo? Pa! As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Qingzhou raised his palm and suddenly slapped him, shouting coldly, unically, you are the eunuch of the Emperor. How can you belittle yourself and say that you dare not compare with me? You have to look at the owner before you beat the dog. You are the most intimate servant of the Emperor, and you carry the Emperor's almighty glory. Who can compare with you? Are you looking down on the Emperor's almighty glory? You are a traitor. Li Gui's cheeks were burning, and he froze in place. The guards behind him seemed to have gotten used to it, and they all stood there, motionless. Humph. If you speak so bluntly and disrespect His Majesty again next time, I will report to the Queen Mother in the palace, and you will be in trouble, Luo Qingzhou said, and strode away. Li Gui raised his head with red eyes until his back disappeared. He gritted his teeth, as if he wanted to curse a few words, but he was afraid that the other party was still hiding in the dark alley waiting to beat him. So he had to turn around and leave in frustration. Little bastard. You wait. After walking a long distance, he gritted his teeth and cursed. Luo Qingzhou returned to the mansion. The Qin family was waiting anxiously in the hall, and they were relieved to see him return safely. Luo Qingzhou briefly explained the process, and went back with Miss Qin Air. After returning to Meixiang Garden, he told Miss Qin Air everything that happened in the palace. Miss Qin Air frowned slightly, pondered for a while, and said, Brother Qingzhou, the princess should know your difficulties. However, since the princess can pass a note, why doesn't she express her thoughts? At least it can make you feel at ease. Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while, and said, maybe she is still conflicted. Miss Jean Eyre nodded slightly. It should be like this. I can only find another opportunity to have a good chat with the princess. Luo Qingzhou sighed. There should be no chance before the new year. I definitely can't meet her for the time being. I guess I can only wait until the Taikong feast to have a chance. Miss Jean Eyre said softly, Brother Qingzhou, have you thought of a way to go out and practice? Luo Qingzhou nodded and said, Princess Meiju said she should be able to come tomorrow. Then I can leave. I will be back in 10 days at most. Miss Jean Eyre said, do you want to take Xia-chan with you? Luo Qingzhou said, no. I am going to practice, not to fight. After a pause, he suddenly realized, Miss Eyre, are you afraid that I will have affairs outside and want Chan-chan to watch me? Miss Jean Eyre smiled and said, no. Weimo is not that kind of petty person. Luo Qingzhou hugged her, leaned against her head and said, Weimo, I want to tell you something. I promised the princess that when I come back, I will tell her. Yes. Before he finished speaking, Miss Jean Eyre responded, it should be. Sister Meiju has done so many things for us. If it weren't for her, our people in the Qin mansion would have been captured by the Jinui. She also contributed a lot to your revenge. Brother Qingzhou should be responsible for her. However, it is not easy to explain to the prince and the princess. If they know, I am afraid. Luo Qingzhou said, the princess said to hide it from them. The princess also. She said that she wanted to secretly be my lover and not let others know. She also wanted to secretly conceive a baby for me and then give the baby to you and Chan-chan to raise. Miss Jean sighed softly and said, Sister Meiju is a member of the royal family and cannot be a concubine. Brother Qingzhou. In fact, Weimo. Luo Qingzhou kissed her little mouth and said, don't talk nonsense. You can't be a concubine. I will never allow it. Miss Jean hesitated, was silent for a while, and said softly, Brother Qingzhou, Sister Meiju is so good. You must treat her well. Don't let her down. Don't hurt her. Okay? Luo Qingzhou said. Yes, I will. Miss Jean raised her beautiful face, looked at him tenderly and said, Brother Qingzhou, when can we make love? Luo Qingzhou let go of her, turned to the outside and said, Chior, shall die. Boil water. The son-in-law wants to take a bath. The outside agreed and went to the kitchen. Luo Qingzhou walked to the couch and sat down, picked up a book from the side, and said, I'll read for a while. Miss Jean pouted her lips slightly, walked over, and lay in his arms, saying faintly, Brother Qingzhou, you have promised Sister Meiju, and she obviously came first. Luo Qingzhou put down the book in his hand, hugged her delicate and soft body, and sat on his lap, stroking her beautiful and tender face and said, Weimo, wait a little longer. As long as you recover, I will make love with you every day. Okay? Miss Jean leaned against his arms and sighed. I don't know when. Luo Qingzhou stroked her soft hair behind her, said softly, don't worry. I have confidence that I can completely cure your disease. When the time comes, you will beg for mercy. Miss Jean Eyre hugged his neck, raised her little face and said, Brother Qingzhou likes to brag. Did Chior beg for mercy? Luo Qingzhou said, Shao Dai and Chan-chan both beg for mercy. Miss Jean Eyre said, I'm asking about Chior. Luo Qingzhou said, Weimo, let me ask you something. What do you think of bailing? Miss Jean Eyre snorted and said, Brother Qingzhou is changing the subject again. Bailing is very good, beautiful, cute, lively and smart. Lingshan Moon Palace has become lively because of her. Luo Qingzhou said, what do you think? Did she practice before? Miss Jean was startled when she heard this, and after thinking about it carefully, she shook her head and said, probably not. So many things happened in Maching, but I never saw her do anything. Brother Qingzhou, why did you suddenly ask about this? Luo Qingzhou said, nothing. Just asking casually. Miss Jean said softly, after taking a bath. Remember to go see my sister? My sister has been feeling unwell these 2 days, so you should go and talk to her more. Luo Qingzhou said, are you going? Miss Jean said, it's windy outside, so Weimo won't go out. Luo Qingzhou looked at her suspiciously, and after a moment of silence, he said, Weimo, you always let me go to Lingshan Moon Palace alone to see the eldest lady and accompany the eldest lady. What do you want to do? Miss Jean Eyre said, I just think that my sister is too lonely and there is no one to talk to her. It just so happens that Brother Qingzhou can tell stories and talk. So I let Brother Qingzhou go. If there are other people in our Qin mansion who can talk like Brother Qingzhou, Wei Mo will naturally not bother Brother Qingzhou. Luo Qingzhou said, Is it really the only reason? Miss Qin Air said, Yes. What does Brother Qingzhou think? Does Brother Qingzhou think that Wei Mo wants Brother Qingzhou and sister to reconcile? Luo Qingzhou did not speak again. The two sat for a while, and the hot water was boiled. Chior and Xiaodai brought in the bathtub and filled it with hot water. Luo Qingzhou put the medicine first, then took off his clothes and entered the bathtub. After the medicine was absorbed, Miss Qin Air came behind him and helped him scrub his body personally. The two talked about the store again. The business of the store was good, but it did not expand any further, and the orders were not too many. After taking a bath, Luo Qingzhou went out and went to Lingchan Moon Palace to pay respects to the eldest lady. When he arrived at the door, the clear and crisp singing of the lark came from the yard again, singing Spring River Moon Night. Luo Qingzhou could not help but think of the sudden gentle tone of Miss Qin in the back garden at night. Wait until I practice well. I will play it for you. Okay? However, after the eldest lady said it, she seemed to have forgotten this sentence. Luo Qingzhou thought for a while, and when the singing in the courtyard ended, he went forward and knocked on the door, saying, Bai Ling. Bai Ling immediately said in the courtyard, Sir, who are you looking for? Luo Qingzhou said, I'm here to pay my respects to the eldest lady on the orders of the second lady. Bai Ling said, The lady has gone to bed. Sir, please come again tomorrow night. Luo Qingzhou said, then opened the door. Sir, I want to talk to you. Bai Ling said in the door. No. Sir, you want to show off to me again. I'm not that stupid. Luo Qingzhou didn't say anything else, and turned around and left. At this time, Bai Ling's voice came from the courtyard again. Unless, sir, you take out the rabbit for me to play with. Luo Qingzhou ignored her and left quickly. Squeak. The courtyard door suddenly opened. Bai Ling poked her head out. Uncle. Bunny uncle. She immediately ran out of the door, looking at the back that had already gone far away, and said anxiously, Uncle. Uncle. Luo Qingzhou's back quickly disappeared in the dark night in the distance. Bai Ling stood there in a daze for a long time, and then pouted her lips and said, Stinky uncle. Bad uncle. I've been waiting for so long. Woo. Luo Qingzhou returned to the exiled immortal residence. First, he practiced the inner strength and mental method for a while, and when he saw that the time was almost right, he took out the communication treasure and sent a message to Sister Yu. Sister Yu, I'm going out of the city tonight. Xiaoya may also go. Are you going? After a while, the message was replied, No. Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment and said, Is Sister Yu refining the elixir? The other party did not reply again. Luo Qingzhou waited for a while, and Xiaoya suddenly sent a message, Brother, are you out of the city? My sister is ready to leave. Luo Qingzhou immediately replied, Be careful. There are spirits patrolling the outer and inner cities. Xiaoya, don't worry. Brother, my sister is very powerful. Just as Luo Qingzhou was about to put away the message, Xiao Meiju also sent a message, Daddy promised me. I will take Aunt Mu and Aunt Gio there tomorrow morning. Brother Feiyong, can you leave later? Poor Xiao Meiju. I haven't seen you for a long time. I really want to see you. Luo Qingzhou replied, I will leave before dawn. There will be many vendors in and out of the city at that time, so it won't attract attention. Xiao Meijiao, oh, okay. Then you come back early. Don't mess around outside. Don't let other women make you dirty. Okay. Luo Qingzhou, okay. Xiao Meijiao, love you. Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment and replied, Love you too. Good night. Xiao Meijiao, yes. Good night. Luo Qingzhou put away the message and suddenly saw a figure standing silently outside the window. He immediately went over, opened the window, and said, Chan Chan, are you here to protect your son-in-law? Xia Chan stood in the corridor holding a sword, turning her body away, and did not speak. Luo Qingzhou rushed out, picked her up, returned to the house, closed the window, put her on the couch, and covered her with a quilt, saying softly, Sit here. It's warmer. Seeing that he really wanted to practice, Xia Chan said obediently, Oh? Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and kissed her little mouth, bit her lips gently, and said, Wait until the master has practiced well, and then reward you. Xia Chan pouted slightly. Luo Qingzhou did not delay any longer, returned to the bed, and immediately flew out of the roof. Floating on the roof, he couldn't help but look at the Lingshan Moon Palace not far away. The courtyard was hazy and silent. At this time, the message treasure moved again. Celia sent a message, "Brother, my sister has gone out of the city, but it seems that someone has discovered it. Come and help my sister fight the bad guys. The bad guys seem to want to steal my sister's socks." Chapter 627 Saint. The night was silent. On the street, a row of patrolling guards stopped and were checking a drunk passerby. The brothel not far away was still brightly lit. Luo Qingzhou flew in the clouds in the sky, keeping an eye on all directions and listening to all directions, always paying attention to all the movements around him. The soul is a thing that goes against the heavens. If it flies too high, it is easy to cause the wrath of the sky. So many souls dare not fly too high when they come out at night, and most of them dare to fly only under the clouds. He was like this before, but now that he has awakened the root of the thunder spirit, he is naturally no longer afraid of the thunder. Flying in the clouds like this, he has found two patrolling souls flying slowly from below. But because he flew too high and practiced the breath-holding technique taught by Sister Yu, the other party did not notice it. Soon, he crossed the city wall and left the city. After flying forward for a distance, he suddenly saw two figures in Taoist robes standing under the clouds in front of him, asking the red figure in front. The red figure was Xiaoya, who was talking about other things and stalling for time. "Miss, if you don't show your ID today, we will definitely not let you go," one of the Taoists said coldly. Judging from the robes on her body, she was naturally a Taoist from Zijin Temple. Another Taoist said sinisterly, "Brother, why waste time talking to her? She is obviously stalling for time. Just catch her and punish her. See if she still insists." Xiaoya said in a pitiful tone, "Didn't I say that I am a female Taoist from Zijin Temple? I am in a bad mood today, and I came out to play. Is this illegal? Humph! You dare to tease us. It seems that you don't want to drink a toast, and you have to drink a penalty." The two Taoists lost their patience and immediately rushed up. Xiaoya stood there without moving. At this moment, a figure suddenly fell from the clouds in the sky, and with a loud bang, he punched one of the Taoists. The Taoist was about to dodge, but a thick lightning suddenly wrapped around his soul with a swish sound. "Ah!" He screamed and trembled all over. His soul was instantly burned and sizzled, and soon it was shattered and turned into nothing. Seeing this scene, another Taoist was horrified and turned and ran. Swish! At this moment, a flying sword suddenly appeared in front of him, instantly piercing his soul and heart, fixing him in place. Boom! Another loud bang. Luo Qingzhou punched him in the back, directly shattering his soul. Before his soul could condense again, a thick lightning suddenly appeared and burned him clean in an instant. The souls of these two Zijin Temple Taoists, who were in the spirit-refining realm, were shattered in the thunder and lightning in the blink of an eye. And they didn't even have time to see the enemy's appearance clearly. After Luo Qingzhou destroyed them with the force of thunder, he immediately said to Xiaoya, who was still in a daze, "Let's go! Other souls are coming out." Xiaoya came to her senses and immediately followed him, disappearing quickly into the night. After the two flew for a while, Luo Qingzhou slowed down and looked at her and said, "Those two souls are so weak. Why don't you do it yourself?" Xiaoya looked at him with complicated eyes and said, "Brother, it's not that they are weak. It's that you are too strong. You have purple thunder, which is specifically used to suppress the soul. But they don't have it. If you fight, it will be very troublesome." Luo Qingzhou said, "I remember your cultivation level is also in the realm of distraction." "Right." Xiaoya sighed and said, "Sister is indeed in the realm of distraction. But the real soul strength cannot be compared with brother. The other day I received news from brother that brother had advanced to the realm of distraction. But sister didn't believe it. Brother, you are the most powerful person sister has ever seen. Sister admires you so much. Sister, can I hug you?" As she said, she approached him. Luo Qingzhou immediately flew away and said seriously, "Don't make trouble. There may be enemies behind you." Xiaoya said faintly, "Brother, sister hasn't seen you for a long time. I miss you so much. Do you miss sister?" Luo Qingzhou did not answer, but looked back for a while. Xiaoya looked at him and said, "Brother, those two people are from Zijin Temple, which belongs to the imperial court. How can you kill them just like that? People thought you would just fight them off." Luo Qingzhou said, "I'm not from the imperial court." Xiaoya said, "But brother is also from Dian." Luo Qingzhou was silent for a moment, then said, "I'm not." Xiaoya was slightly startled. then said, Sister, I understand. Brother is the reincarnation of a great man, and does not belong to any country in the world. Right? Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, What happened in your family? This period. I don't reply to your messages every now and then. Occasionally, I reply with a strange tone, saying that it was your sister who replied. Xiaoya said, It was my annoying sister who replied. Xiaoya would never reply to my brother like that. Alas, the situation at home is so complicated. I want to run away from home, but no one will take me in. Brother, are you willing to take me in? Luo Qingzhou said, I can't protect myself. Xiaoya said strangely, Brother is so powerful. He can come and go freely in and out of Kyoto. People in the court can kill him if they want to. How can he not protect himself? Luo Qingzhou did not answer. The two soon arrived at Yingwu River. Luo Qingzhou flew in the air, looking down, and carefully remembered the surrounding roads and the environment in every place in his mind. Of course, he still needs to go down to investigate. Xiaoya looked down curiously, and suddenly said shyly, Brother, why do you bring your sister to such a deserted place? What do you want to do? Luo Qingzhou ignored her, flew down, and landed on a small boat by the river. Xiaoya fell beside him in her fluttering red skirt. She stared at him for a while, then squatted down and said, Brother, my feet hurt so much. Can you take off my socks and rub them? Luo Qingzhou glanced at her feet under her red skirt and said, Xiaoya, look in the water. Xiaoya was stunned for a moment, looked at the river in front of her, and then stood up suddenly, her long hair flying behind her, clenched her fists and shouted, Where is this evildoer? Why are you hiding? Show up quickly. Wow! Water splashed everywhere. Longer flew out of the water in a green dress, her skirt fluttering, and a pair of snow-white and slender jade feet under her skirt were stained with water stains, shining with an attractive luster in the moonlight. A bright red rope was tied to the slender ankle of one of the jade feet, which contrasted with the red dots between her eyebrows, giving it a kind of exotic beauty. Little snake, it's you? Xiao Yu showed a hint of surprise on her face, then snorted coldly, and said sarcastically, You are so shameless. It's okay not to wear socks and shoes in your home, but you don't wear them in this wilderness. You are really a barbaric and uneducated little goblin. Long Hair snorted coldly, and said, I don't know who is shameless. You have bad intentions towards the young master as soon as you come here, and you want to seduce the young master with your socks and feet. Don't you feel ashamed? Bah! At least it's better than you. At least I wear socks and shoes. Hey, talk, but don't spit. This is my territory. Don't dirty my water. Pa! When did Yingwu River become the territory of a small demon tribe like you? This is my Dian's territory. Pa! Are you the only one who can spit? Do you want to compare who has the most water? Pa! 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 As soon as the two met, they started to quarrel. And then, they started to spit at each other. And then, they started to compare whose feet were prettier. Luo Qingzhou ignored them, and flew to the opposite bank of the river in a flash, saying, You guys chat for a while. I'll go take a look around. Xiaoya immediately shouted, Brother, don't go. Come and compare. Is my sister's feet prettier? Or is this little snake's feet prettier? Longer said proudly, Of course it's mine. You once touched and played with my feet for a whole night. Have you touched your feet? Xiaoya snorted coldly. Don't brag. Brother won't touch you. Luo Qingzhou pretended not to hear, and flew away quickly, looking at some scattered and dilapidated houses on both sides of the river, and every weedy path, while silently remembering every plant and tree here in his mind. He suddenly saw a familiar figure in the front yard of a house near the river under the cliff, holding split green bamboo and carefully weaving a fence for the yard. The ground next to it was piled with thin bamboo strips, daggers, and ropes. The figure was dressed in green, with long hair like a waterfall, and a jade flute of emerald green on her slender waist. She was squatting there, with a very focused look on her face. Luo Qingzhou stopped in midair, staring at her in a daze. After a while, he looked at the whole house. The house was a little shabby, but it was very large and spacious. It was divided into 3 rooms, one in the middle and one on each side. There was a front yard, an open-air courtyard in the middle, and a backyard. The 3 houses were divided into living rooms, side rooms, and ear rooms. Some of the tiles on the roof were obviously just patched up. The open-air courtyard in the middle and the courtyard at the back were all clean and tidy. without a single weed. It was obvious that they had just been cleaned up. Behind the house was a forest, and on the left was the Yunwu River, which was only more than 10 meters away from the river. There was also a small boat tied to the river bank, swaying slightly in the waves. Luo Qingzhou looked at the figure in the front yard again. He hesitated for a moment, but did not go down. He flew into the air and continued to observe the road downstream of the river. After observing for a while, he couldn't help but take out the communication treasure and sent a message to Linghu Qingzhu, Uncle Master. What are you doing? After a while, the message came back. Zhu, practicing. Is there anything wrong? Luo Qingzhou, where are you practicing? Zhu, Dongfu. What? Are you coming? Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a while, and replied, I will go tomorrow, and may have to stay in the sect for a while. After sending it, he turned around, looked down, and looked at the figure in the courtyard. The figure squatted on the ground, holding the jade in his hand, and seemed to smile on his cold face, stretching out his slender fingers and moving them quickly. Zhu, oh, then I will wait for you in the back mountain tomorrow. Also, I found the house you asked me to find for you. The location is good. You can come and see it tomorrow. Luo Qingzhou, yes. Uncle. Thank you. Zhu, do you remember what you promised me? Luo Qingzhou, remember. I will teach you those swordsmanship. Zhu, also. Practice dual cultivation with me. Luo Qingzhou, yes. Dual cultivation of swordsmanship. I remember. Zhu, it's not just swordsmanship. Luo Qingzhou, what else? Zhu, you will know when the time comes. By the way, the sect master said today that the saintess from Xianyan Pavilion will come to trouble you in 2 days. So be prepared. Luo Qingzhou, I am in seclusion, so I will ignore her. Zhu, she is a distinguished guest, so I cannot ignore her. Luo Qingzhou, then can I beat the distinguished guest until she cries? Zhu, if you have that ability, it will bring honor to the sect. Of course you can, and there will be generous rewards. Luo Qingzhou, okay. Then I will wait for her. Zhu, don't be careless. She is not simple. Maybe you will cry at that time. Luo Qingzhou, actually, it doesn't matter whether you win or lose, as long as she doesn't bother me anymore. It's okay. Zhu, don't take yourself too seriously. Her talent is not worse than yours, and her identity and background are very good. The most important thing is that she is the most beautiful woman in Dian. And even the Emperor of Dian has said people to propose marriage. You will know when you see her, so don't be unable to walk when the time comes. Luo Qingzhou looked at the figure below and didn't reply. The most beautiful woman in Dian? Is she worthy? Chapter 628 Marry her. Luo Qingzhou returned. Xiaoya was still standing on the boat, arguing with Longer without giving in. But both of them seemed to be restrained and did not fight. Luo Qingzhou floated on the boat, took a look at Xiaoya's snow-white feet under her red skirt, and persuaded her, okay, stop arguing. Why do you quarrel as soon as you meet? Xiaoya immediately complained, brother. She slandered you again, saying that you played with her feet all night. Luo Qingzhou immediately said with a stern face, Miss Longer, don't slander me. Longer glanced at him and said nothing. Xiaoya snorted coldly, you are shameless. Do you think you are the only one with beautiful feet? Humph. Brother doesn't care. Luo Qingzhou said, you guys chat. I'll go underwater to take a look. Long immediately said, young master. Longer will take you there. Longer has moved the dragon palace here. Young master can practice underwater in the future. Luo Qingzhou was surprised. The dragon palace can also be moved here? Longer said, well, the dragon palace is originally a magic weapon that can be changed to the size of a palm. It was given to me by my father. Luo Qingzhou's heart moved, and he said, if someone lives in it, can it be reduced? Longer shook his head and said, no. If someone is in it, the dragon palace will notice it, and nothing will change. Luo Qingzhou asked again, then can ordinary people live in it? Longer thought for a while and said, it should be possible. The outside is isolated from the water, and the inside is just like an ordinary palace. But the palace is very cold, and ordinary people are too weak to bear it. Luo Qingzhou thought secretly in his heart, if the Qing family moves here, they may be able to temporarily hide in the underwater dragon palace when they encounter an emergency. However, the second young lady is too weak and is most afraid of cold, so she can't hide for too long. Of course, hiding for a while is definitely no problem. Thinking of this, he flew to the surface of the water and said, Let's go down and take a look. Xiaoya also wanted to follow, but hesitated and said secretly, forget it. I don't want to go to this little goblin's territory. Luo Qingzhou landed on the water, turned his head, and looked at her and said, Xiaoya, do you want to go with me? Xiaoya immediately said, brother, I won't go. The water is full of the little snake's saliva and bath water, and maybe her urine. It's very dirty. Brother, don't drink it. Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched, and he said seriously, nonsense. The river water is flowing, not static. Xiaoya snorted. Maybe she cast a spell and left everything here. Animals like to pee in their own territory and leave their own smell. Dogs, cats, lions, all do this. Luo Qingzhou ignored her and said, Longer. Let's go. It's unknown whether these two girls were enemies in their previous lives. Every time they met, they quarreled and bickered, and they were just one step away from a life and death fight. Longer ignored her and fell into the water in a flash. Xiaoya stood alone on the boat, sulking for a while, put on her socks and shoes, and said angrily, brother, you are fickle, and I will never give you my socks again. She sat on the boat for a while, suddenly took out the communication treasure, and sent a message, Senior sister. What are you doing? Your lover was kidnapped by a cunning little snake and went to her bedroom. Maybe she will do that to you later. After the message was sent, the other party did not reply. Xiaoya was puzzled. Did they have a quarrel? Otherwise, why didn't the senior sister come tonight? Didn't the two stick together every night? Xiaoya sat on the boat and thought about it for a while. She felt depressed and bored. She sighed and was about to leave alone when the water surface suddenly moved and a figure flew out. She immediately stood up and said, brother, you came out so soon? I thought you would stay all night. Luo Qingzhou floated on the boat and said, I just went down to take a look. He had just entered the Dragon Palace and went to see Huagu. Huagu was lying in the ice coffin, and her body was still the same as it was at the beginning, without any changes, which made him feel relieved. Xiaoya pouted and said, I thought my brother was fascinated by the little snake and would stay in her bedroom tonight. Luo Qingzhou ignored her and looked at the house in the distance, thinking about something in his heart. Xiaoya said again, by the way, brother, did you quarrel with senior sister? Why didn't she come tonight? Luo Qingzhou was slightly startled when he heard this, and said, maybe something happened tonight. He hesitated for a moment, looked at her and said, Xiaoya, Sister Yu was divorced by her husband, and now she is homeless and temporarily lives with her sister. But I heard from Sister Yu that her sister and her relationship is not very good. Do you have a place to live there? Xiaoya was stunned when she heard this, and said, Senior sister told you? Luo Qingzhou said, yes. It happened in the past 2 days. Xiaoya blinked and pondered. After a while, he suddenly asked, brother, why did senior sister suddenly tell you about this? With her personality, even if she was really divorced by her husband, she shouldn't tell you, right? Did you hear her say it with your own ears? Luo Qingzhou said, she told me on the communication treasure. Xiao Yu heard this, thought for a while, stretched out her hand and said, brother, let me see your communication treasure. I want to see your chat messages. Luo Qingzhou immediately refused. No. I definitely can't give it to anyone. Even if Sister Yu comes, he can't give it to anyone. There are many strange names on it. Last time the princess saw it, he almost found a crack in the ground to crawl into it. And how could he show the chat messages between him and Sister Yu to others? Xiaoya said angrily. Brother, the treasure certificate was given to you by someone else. I just want to see the chat messages between you and senior sister. And I won't laugh at you. Luo Qingzhou shook his head firmly and said, no, this is a personal private thing. Xiaoya sighed, retracted her hand and said, brother, I just think senior sister is a little strange, and I want to help you analyze it. Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, do you know where Sister Yu lives? Xiaoya said proudly, of course I know. Then he said, but brother, I can't tell you. This matter needs senior sister to tell you herself. I don't want to be a bad person. Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while, and asked, do you know Sister Yu's husband? Is he not good to Sister Yu? What kind of person is he? Xiaoya showed a complicated emotion on her face, paused for a while, and said, brother, we are now souls. I don't want to talk about things in reality. I do know senior sister's husband, and he is actually quite good. And forget it. I won't say it. I am Xiaoya, not her. Luo Qingzhou asked in confusion, What do you mean? Not someone else? Celia did not answer, but smiled. Brother, why do you want to know about senior sister's family? Do you have bad intentions towards senior sister? Luo Qizhou sighed and said, I'm just curious. Sister Yu is so good, but her husband doesn't know how to cherish her. He is really a fool. Celia said, Brother, maybe senior sister is wrong? Brother thinks senior sister is good because she has been helping you. But maybe senior sister is not good to her husband at all? Luo Qingzhou frowned and said nothing. Celia looked at him and said, Brother, senior sister has been very good to you from the beginning. Do you think it's really just because of the relationship of interest? Luo Qingzhou still didn't speak. Celia said slowly, at first, maybe it was true. But gradually, brother, just like me, I wanted to kidnap you and take you for myself to prepare for my own tribulation. But slowly, I feel very close to you. You are like the closest person to me in another world. No matter how hard, tired, strong, or good at pretending, I will always open my heart in front of you, free and unrestrained. Sometimes I feel like I have split into two people by the way. Brother, I remember telling you that many people who cultivate souls have different personalities between their souls and their bodies. Too similar. And after the soul is cultivated successfully, it can actually become another person. Brother, in fact, if you like senior sister, and senior sister likes you, you can. Luo Qingzhou interrupted her. Xia, sister, you just left home last night. Don't talk about this. Didn't you say you were in a bad mood? You can tell me about your family affairs, and I will help you think of a solution. Celia sighed and said, It's okay. I came out to see my brother tonight, and I had a quarrel with Xiaoxi again, and I feel much better. I still need to solve the family affairs by myself. Of course, I am Celia now, and those things, it has nothing to do with me. Luo Qingzhou looked at her hazy face and suddenly said, By the way, Sister Yu and I have seen each other. What about you? Do you want to remove the halo and let me see? Xiaoya hesitated and said, Forget it. It's not the right time. I'm too ugly. I'm afraid that my brother will ignore me after seeing me. Luo Qingzhou said, I'm also ugly. And Sister Yu is also very ordinary. I'm not a person who judges people by appearance. Celia opened her mouth and paused, saying, Brother, senior sister, have you really seen her face clearly? Luo Qingzhou said, Well, I've seen it several times. Xiao Yu approached him and whispered, Brother, is my sister wearing a mask on her face? Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched, and he turned his face away unnaturally, saying, It shouldn't be. I noticed it when I first saw Sister Yu, and I watched it very carefully the next few times. And Sister Yu has no need to lie to me, no matter what she looks like. It will not affect my respect for her. Xiao Yu hesitated and finally did not dare to speak, saying, Brother, do you only respect your senior sister? Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while, looked at the night sky, and said, It's getting late. I should go back. I have something to do tomorrow morning. Celia also looked up at the sky and said, Brother, I feel very relaxed and happy when I am with you. All the shackles, masks and burdens on my body are gone. I feel light and comfortable. Then she looked at him affectionately and said, Brother, what if I fall in love with you? Luo Qingzhou's figure flashed and flew into the air, saying, If you are willing to be a concubine, I can consider it. Celia also flew up and said with a smile, If senior sister is the wife, I can certainly be a concubine. If it is someone else, I will definitely not accept it. Luo Qingzhou flew up to the clouds and said, Let's go. We will talk next time. Celia did not dare to fly too high and flew below him. There was a thin cloud between the two of them. Celia looked up at him and said, Brother, one day, when I have settled the family affairs, I will remove the halo and show you my true face. If you like me, I will be your soulmate. Okay? Luo Qingzhou vigilantly paid attention to the movements around him and said, Why are we just soulmates? What about the physical body? Celia's eyes flickered and said, As for the physical body, I probably won't like you. And I might even hate you. Luo Qingzhou was slightly startled when he heard this and lowered his head and said, Oh, why? Celia couldn't help but smile and said, You will know when the time comes. Why? Are you so greedy that you even want to take someone else's physical body for yourself? Luo Qingzhou said, Don't worry. I'm not interested in you. I already have many wives and concubines at home, and I can't take care of them all. Celia said, That's not necessarily true. When you find out my identity, you might be very interested. As they talked, they soon came to the outside of the city. Luo Qingzhou stopped above the clouds, looked around vigilantly, and said, Xiao Ya, I'll help you watch here. You go in first, and be quick when you pass the city wall. Xiao Ya looked up at him and said, Okay, brother. I'll come to see you in 2 days. After that, the red shadow flashed and flew to the city wall. Luo Qingzhou looked at her figure and looked around the city wall. Swoosh! Xiao Ya flew into the city in an instant and disappeared. Luo Qingzhou observed in the air for a while, and then flew in from another city wall. Xiao Ya quickly returned to her residence. She didn't return to her soul immediately, but took out the communication treasure and sent out a few messages. Senior sister, have you divorced your husband? Why did you tell your brother? Do you want him to pursue you without scruples? If you like him, why are you so timid? Of course, the skills you practiced hard seem to bind you. You should be very conflicted. Right? Sister, my brother also called your husband a fool, saying that you are so good, but your husband doesn't know how to cherish you. I think he likes you. Sister, you are so pitiful, even more pitiful than me. If you continue to practice, you will have a chance of immortality. But you must always be ruthless and desireless, and stay so cold. Why did you have to be so stubborn and practice this kind of skills? Wasn't it just to avoid the persecution of the sect and that person? If you insist, it's actually nothing. You have done so many things for the sect and sacrificed decades of life. Even if you continue to practice and use the sect's skills, it is natural. Except for those few people, everyone else will support you. Why do you have to torture yourself like this? Okay, I won't say it anymore. I believe you will make the right choice. After sending the last message, Xiao Ya put away the communication treasure, and her soul returned to her body. Not long after, a tall girl in a red dress walked to the window, looked at the cold moon in the night sky, slowly clenched her fists, and a cold light flashed in her eyes. Bah! Brother Ugh. Disgusting. Luo Qingzhou returned to the room. His soul returned to his body, and when he was about to pick up Chan Chan on the couch to reward her, he suddenly saw that there seemed to be something extra on the desk in front of the window. He was stunned for a moment, and walked over immediately. There was a small brocade box on the table, which must not have been there before, and it could not have been put there by Chan Chan. He stretched out his hand and retracted it, fearing that it was a hidden weapon. When he was about to use the object control technique to open it, the communication treasure on his body suddenly vibrated. He took out the communication treasure and took a look. It turned out to be from Sister Yu. The Hualing pill is given to you. After taking it orally, you must stay in seclusion for at least 3 days, and don't let anyone disturb you. If you can't break through, you must disperse the energy in your body in time. Otherwise you will explode and die. Luo Qingzhou's heart was shocked, and he immediately picked up the brocade box on the table, opened it, and took a look. There was indeed a pill inside, shining with luster and fragrant. It was an extraordinary product at first glance. He had a complicated expression, slowly closed the brocade box, and was stunned for a long time before replying, Sister Yu. Thank you. The other party did not reply again. Luo Qingzhou clenched the brocade box in his hand, looking at the message in his hand, wanting to reply something, but he was confused and didn't know what to reply. He lowered his head and stood in front of the window for a long time. Xia Chan saw that he was in a bad mood, walked to his side, and accompanied him silently without speaking. Chan Chan, my son-in-law owes someone too much. I'm afraid I can't pay it back in my lifetime. Luo Qingzhou murmured in a low voice. Xia Chan looked at the brocade box in his hand, was silent for a while, and whispered then, marry her. Luo Qingzhou was stunned, and slowly clenched the brocade box in his hand. Chapter 629. It was just dawn when Luo Qingzhou returned to Meixiang Garden. Miss Qin Air and the others were still sleeping. Only Chior got up. Luo Qingzhou told her something, and went out quietly. When he came to the alley behind, and was about to change his clothes and put on the mask, he suddenly looked at the corner in front of him. A figure walked out slowly. She was wearing a luxurious purple dress, tall and graceful, with a slender waist, a perky buttock, a proud and tall chest, long and straight legs, and a beautiful and handsome appearance. It was Princess Nangong, who had been waiting here before dawn. Luo Qingzhou looked at her with complicated eyes, and walked over. Nangong Meiju immediately said, This princess is not waiting for you. Don't come over. Luo Qingzhou was slightly startled when he heard the words, and then he reacted and immediately took out the mask, and put it on his face. and then changed into a black robe. Nandong Meiju smiled and rushed over to him, saying in his arms, "Brother Feiyong, I have been waiting for you for a long time. I didn't sleep all night to see you." Luo Qingzhou held her in his arms, gently stroked her hair, and his voice became gentle. "It's not like I can't see you anymore. I will be back in a few days." Nandong Meiju hugged him tightly and said, "One day feels like a long time. I haven't seen you for many days. I miss you so much. I want to bite you." As she said that, she raised her beautiful little face, stood on tiptoes, and bit his lips. Then, she kissed him. The alley was silent. There was only the whimpering sound of the cold wind, and the sound of leaves rolling on the ground. The two hugged each other, and kissed for a long time before slowly letting go. "Brother Feiyong, is Xiao Meiju's mouth sweet?" "Sweet. Do you like it?" "Yes." "Then you eat it every day from now on." "Okay? Is it okay?" "Okay." Their foreheads were against each other. He hugged her slender waist, and she hugged his neck, and they were gentle for a long time before reluctantly letting go. "Princess, it's getting late. I should leave the city." Luo Qingzhou kissed her forehead, and gently stroked her hair. "Ready to leave?" Nandong Meiju held him back and said, "Take my carriage and go out. Otherwise, if you are questioned, you will have a hard time explaining. I'm afraid that your identity, Chu Feiyong, has long been monitored by the Jinui in Kyoto. Once your identity is exposed, the news will probably reach the Jinui soon. Although they dare not do anything to you for the time being, it will delay your time." Luo Qingzhou thought for a while and said, "Will it implicate you?" Nandong Meiju said, "Don't worry. The carriage of this princess is flying the flag of the royal family, and no one dares to stop the questioning." Luo Qingzhou hesitated again, then nodded and said, "Okay." Nandong Meiju stood on tiptoe and kissed him again, smiling. "In this way, little Meiju can stay with Brother Feiyong for a while longer. Is Brother Feiyong happy?" Luo Qingzhou stroked her soft and smooth little hand and said, "Happy." The two held hands and walked out of the alley. Outside the alley, a carriage had already been parked, and Aunt Mu and Ninth Mama were sitting on it. When Aunt Mu saw the two people coming out, she had already moved her eyes away, not looking sideways. Ninth Aunt looked at the two people holding hands and said, "Miss, there are no Jinui spies nearby. But you, shut up." Before she finished speaking, Nandong Meiju glared at her and directly pulled Luo Qingzhou onto the carriage, saying with a cold face, "If you keep talking, I'll let you run behind me." Ninth Aunt had to shut up. The two entered the carriage and sat down together. "Go!" Auntie Mu drove the carriage forward. The carriage swayed, and the two people in the carriage held hands and snuggled together, tenderly and lovingly. At some point, Nandong Meiju had already sat on Luo Qingzhou's lap. The two began to kiss again. The carriage quickly crossed the street and arrived at the city gate. It was not yet dawn, but there were many people entering and leaving the city. There were 2 rows of guards standing at the city gate, checking the passes of pedestrians one by one, and some needed to state the reason for entering or leaving the city. Auntie Mu drove the carriage and followed behind an ox cart. After the ox cart was inspected and left, their carriage was stopped by the guards. Although the guard saw the royal flag on the carriage at a glance, he still asked respectfully, "Excuse me, which noble is sitting in the carriage? Do you have a pass to leave the city?" Aunt Mu said coldly, "We are from the Southern Prince's mansion, and my princess is sitting in the car. This time we are going to the horse farm outside Shirley Pavilion, which is the property of our Southern Prince's mansion. Do we need a pass?" The 2 guards looked at each other and said with some embarrassment, "Then can the noble show us the waist pendant in the mansion? Also, please forgive me. According to the rules, we need to check the carriage." "People in the carriage," Auntie Mu shouted coldly, "How dare you? My princess is in the carriage. How can you look around?" The 2 guards were frightened, but they still didn't dare to let her go. They said with a bitter face, "Please forgive me. There are regulations on it. It's really at this time." Nandong Meijia's cold voice came from the carriage. "Auntie Mu, show them the palace plaque of the palace. I am the only one in the car. If they want to check, let them check. Don't waste time." Auntie Mu immediately said, "Yes, miss." As she said that, she immediately took out a gold medal from her waist and raised it. The 2 guards took a closer look and saw that there was indeed a special logo of the Southern Kingdom Prince's mansion on it. They bowed and apologized again. Auntie Mu snorted coldly and turned around to lift the curtain. The 2 guards looked into the car and saw a noble and beautiful girl in a purple dress sitting inside. with a cold and majestic look on her face. There was no one else. The two hurriedly retracted their gazes and bowed and apologized again. Aunt Mu snorted coldly, put down the carriage, raised the whip in her hand, and whipped the horse's butt, saying, "Go!" The carriage drove out of the city. In the carriage, Luo Qingzhou hid under the soft couch, restrained his breath, held his breath, and did not move. There were not only people searching at the city gate, but also magic weapons. So he did not dare to be careless. The carriage drove out of the city gate quickly and left the city safely. Luo Qingzhou breathed a sigh of relief. When he was about to climb out, a foot suddenly stretched in from above and gently touched his cheek. The shoes on the top had been taken off at some point. The pink silk stockings wrapped the slender and beautiful jade feet, which touched his face softly and fragrantly. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, pushed it aside, and crawled out from underneath. Nandong Meiju said, "Brother Feiyong doesn't like it?" Luo Qingzhou stood up, pushed aside the curtain, looked outside, and said, "Don't make trouble. Be careful, someone is following you." The cold voice of Jiu Mama suddenly came from outside. "Don't worry, Mr. Chu. I'm here. No one is following you." Luo Qingzhou. Nandong Meijia shouted coldly, "If you eavesdrop again, I'll cut off your ears." Jiu Mama didn't say anything else. Nandong Meiju took off the other shoe, raised a pair of straight long legs, and said in a delicate voice, "Brother Feiyong, can you help Meijia massage her feet?" Luo Qingzhou looked down and sat down opposite. Nandong Meiju smiled in her eyes, and immediately put her feet on his thighs, and said, "Take off your socks." Luo Qingzhou whispered, "Princess, respect yourself." Nandong Meiju snorted coldly, "Are you going to take it off?" As she said that, she bit her right leg slightly, and was about to kick him. Luo Qingzhou did not speak again. Then, a familiar voice came from behind, "Princess, please wait a moment." When Luo Qingzhou heard this, his face suddenly changed. It turned out to be the voice of his elder brother Qin Lang. He immediately helped Nandong Meiju put on her shoes and socks, hesitated for a moment, and got into the soft couch under her. Nandong Meiju put her legs together, spread her skirt and covered it. The sound of hurried and noisy horse hooves soon came from behind. Then, the sound of horse hooves stopped outside the carriage. Some stopped at the back, and some stopped on both sides, but did not block their way. Anmu immediately shouted coldly, "What are you going to do? You are so bold that you even dare to stop my princess's carriage." The carriage stopped. Nandong Meiju opened the curtain beside her and looked outside and said, "Oh, isn't this the new commander? What do you want to see me?" Qin Lang was wearing a Qilin robe, with a golden sword hanging from his waist, sitting majestically on a horse. When he saw her, he immediately bowed and said, "Princess, please forgive me. I have no intention of offending you. I just want to take a look inside your carriage. Is it convenient?" Nandong Meiju looked at him coldly and said, "It's not convenient. I am a girl, and the carriage is full of things for girls. How can it be convenient for you to see?" she said with a frosty face. Qin Lang, if it weren't for the relationship between my aunt and Wei Mo, I would have whipped you when you went to my house to interrogate me that day. So what if you are a Jinui? I don't have to cooperate with you." Qin Lang bowed his head and bowed. He raised his hand and said, "My princess, you have misunderstood. I did not bring anyone with me last time. I just visited you and asked you some questions. It was definitely not an interrogation. Today, I just want to take a look at the carriage to see if there are other people sitting in it." Nandong Meiju sneered. "Even if there are other people sitting there. So what? Is it illegal for me to bring people with me?" Qin Lang raised his head and said, "My princess, if it is someone else, there is naturally no problem. But if it is Chu Feiyang, I would like to ask that Mr. Chu to say a few words. My princess, this is my duty, not to make things difficult on purpose. I am really sorry if I have offended you." Nandong Meiju looked at him coldly and said, "If my princess refuses to show it to you, are you going to attack me?" Qin Lang bowed his head and said nothing. The other Jinui also surrounded the carriage, with solemn expressions. There was silence for a moment. Nandong Meiju snorted coldly, lowered the curtain, and said, "For Wei Mo's sake, this princess will give in again. And next time, this princess will go to the palace to meet the emperor in person." After that, she ordered coldly, "Auntie Mu, open the curtain." "Yes, miss." Auntie Mu agreed and opened the curtain in front. "Thank you, princess." Qin Lang immediately turned over and got off the horse. walked to the front, bent over, and looked into the carriage. He looked around, and his eyes suddenly fixed on the soft couch. He hesitated for a moment and said, "Princess, can you get up and let me see under the soft couch?" Ninth Mammy on the side immediately shouted coldly, "How dare you? My lady is not wearing shoes. What do you want to see?" After that, she was suddenly surrounded by a strong wind, exuding the aura of a great martial artist. Glaring angrily, Nandong Meijio also said coldly, "Qin Lang, are you going to take this opportunity to molest this princess? Can there be someone hiding under this princess skirt?" Qin Lang showed a trace of embarrassment on his face, and took another look under the soft couch. He thought to himself what kind of person Chu Feiyang was. He was a direct disciple of Ling Xiao's sect, and a proud child of heaven. It was impossible for him to hide under it in such a shameful way. Thinking of this, he immediately retracted his gaze, bowed and apologized, "Princess, I offended you. I apologize. Please forgive me." Nandong Meijio snorted coldly and said, "When this princess goes to the Qin mansion next time, I will talk to my aunt and uncle." Qin Lang was even more ashamed when he heard this, and hurriedly bowed again to apologize. Nandong Meijio looked cold and ignored him, saying, "Auntie Mu, let's go. It's time to go to the horse farm to choose a horse." "Yes, miss." Auntie Mu immediately agreed, pulled the door curtain, and swung the whip in her hand, whipping the horse's buttocks. The carriage continued to move forward. Qin Lang retreated to the side of the road, and when the carriage disappeared on the small road in the distance, he turned around and walked to the horse, jumped on the horse, and said, "Let's go to the martial arts hall again." "Yes, sir." All the Jinui turned their horses' heads and followed behind. The sound of horse hooves soon faded away. Aunt Mu drove the carriage, neither hurried nor slow, and continued to move forward. Ninth Aunt narrowed her eyes, watching all directions, listening to all directions, and eavesdropping on the conversations in the carriage. "It looks like Qin Lang will be a problem. How are you going to solve it? You're not going to kill him, are you?" "Nonsense. How can I kill him? Then what should we do? If he keeps investigating like this, he will definitely reveal his flaws. Don't worry. I'll solve it as soon as possible." "Brother Feiyang, you were just interrupted by that group of annoying people. Continue." "We're almost at the horse farm." "It's okay. Aunt Mu will be slower. We'll send you directly to the foot of Ling Xiao's sect. There's still plenty of time. Brother Feiyang will have time to do whatever he wants to do." Suddenly, there was a cough-cough sound from outside, and a hoarse voice from Aunt Gio, "Mr. Chu, there are some things that can't be done." Nandong Meijio opened the curtain and said angrily, "Go down. You're not allowed to sit here." Nandong Meijio turned her head and said with a wronged look, "Princess, you promised the princess that you can't mess around when you come out." Nandong Meijio glared and said, "Who cares? You meddle in other people's business and talk too much. Be careful that your tongue will be cut off." Nandong Meijio immediately shut up. Nandong Meijio warned with a cold face, "If you dare to say another word, you won't be able to come out next time." After that, she lowered the curtain, and the fierce expression on her pretty face immediately became gentle again. She blinked her watery eyes and said in a tender voice, "Brother Feiyang, ignore her. Come, continue." Chapter 630. Abstain from sex. The morning sun is rising. The mist is hazy on the misty river, and the cold air is biting. The carriage slowly stops by the river. The two people in the carriage lingered in the carriage for a while before walking out. Luo Qinzhou escaped from the carriage and walked towards the boat by the river. Auntie Mu and Aunt Gio looked at him, and found that his lips had been bitten and there were several teeth marks on his neck. He looked like he had been ravaged. Nandong Meijio, wearing a purple dress, stood gracefully on the carriage, looking at him reluctantly, and suddenly said, "Remember to come back early." Luo Qinzhou jumped onto the boat, turned around and waved, saying, "Princess, go back quickly." Nandong Meijio suddenly jumped off the carriage, walked straight long legs, ran to the river, and said fiercely, "Also, remember not to get dirty." "Here?" Luo Qinzhou nodded, turned to look at the boatman and said, "Start the boat." "Okay. Guests, be careful." The boatman agreed, immediately picked up the bamboo pole, drove the boat, and slowly left. Nandong Meijio's eyes suddenly had a mist like the lake, hazy and sparkling. The boat gradually sailed to the other side. The figure on the bow of the boat also slowly disappeared in the smoke on the river. Nandong Meijio stood by the river for a long time in the morning sun and cold wind, then wiped her tears, turned around, and returned to the carriage in a daze. Auntie Moo. I want to stick to him forever. I want to merge with him. And never separate. She sat in the carriage and cried. Auntie Moo sighed softly, and didn't dare to speak. Ninth Auntie on the side tried to hold back, but couldn't help saying, Princess. Girls should be reserved, so that he won't look down on them. After a while. Go! Auntie Moo drove the carriage back to the way they came. Ninth Auntie, leaning on a cane, followed behind with a staggering step, crying and saying, Princess, let me go up. I won't speak anymore. I'm old and weak, and I can't run. As she said that, seeing the carriage running away, she had to walk briskly and follow behind without stopping. Luo Qingzhou arrived at the opposite bank of the river, but he did not rush up the mountain. Instead, he went to the house he saw last night. He walked through the weedy path, through the lush wilderness, and soon arrived at the house on the river. The fence in the front yard had been built, and some seeds seemed to have been sown in the soft soil. The weeds in the yard were gone, and there was a bluestone paved path in the middle of the road, leading to the courtyard in the house. The eaves were cleaned up. The windowsills, railings, and stone tables and benches in the yard were all wiped spotless. A few sparrows landed in the courtyard inside, chirping non-stop. Luo Qingzhou did not go in. He stood outside and watched for a while, then turned around with a complicated expression and left, going directly to the back mountain. He took out the communication treasure and sent a message to Linghu Qingzhou, Master, I'm here, in the back mountain. As soon as the message was sent, he suddenly heard a familiar sound of a flute coming from the hillside not far away. It turned out that she had been waiting for him there for a long time. I don't know whether she came here before dawn this morning, or she didn't go back last night. Luo Qingzhou quickened his pace. Soon, he saw the familiar figure in green clothes holding a jade flute on the hillside. Luo Qingzhou walked up the hillside and said, Master, you are here so early? Linghu Qingzhou looked at him and said coldly, I have nothing to do today, so I came to the foot of the mountain to take a walk, not just to wait for you. Luo Qingzhou said, Oh! The two looked at each other in silence. After a moment of silence, Linghu Qingzhou said, I have found a house for you. Let me take you to see it. If you are satisfied, you can move in at any time. Luo Qingzhou said, Forget it. Let's see it next time. I want to go up the mountain to practice. Linghu Qingzhou looked at him and said, There is no rush to practice. You just broke through not long ago. Do you want to break through again? Luo Qingzhou said, Of course I do. Linghu Qingzhou said, Although you were very talented and practiced very quickly, you broke through 2 levels in a row before. If you want to break through to the next level, it will be impossible without a year. So, there is no point in being anxious. Luo Qingzhou nodded and said, Master Uncle is right. Practice cannot be accomplished overnight, and you can't be anxious. However, I still want to practice in seclusion as soon as possible. Master Uncle, let's go up the mountain. Linghu Qingzhou frowned slightly, looked at him again, and turned to walk towards the mountain without saying anything. Luo Qingzhou asked, Uncle Master, nothing big has happened in this sect recently, right? Linghu Qingzhou said, except for the Saintess of Xianyan Pavilion, who threatened to come to the sect to settle accounts with you. There is nothing else. Luo Qingzhou said, Do you know when she will come? Linghu Qingzhou said, It should be in the next 2 days. Luo Qingzhou shrugged and said, Then I will admit defeat directly. I will practice in seclusion after going up the mountain. I will be in seclusion for at least 3 days. When she comes, Uncle Master will say that I am afraid of her, and that I have admitted defeat. Linghu Qingzhou stopped, turned his head and looked at him and said, You are a man, and the only disciple of the sect master. Can you have a sense of responsibility? Do you think your competition with her is just between the two of you? Luo Qingzhou said, But I do have to practice in seclusion. Linghu Qingzhou was silent for a while and asked, You are in a hurry to practice and move. Did something happen in Kyoto? The matter of you killing Jinyui discovered? Luo Qingzhou said, Uncle Master, don't wrongly accuse me. I have never killed Jinyui. Linghu Qingzhou snorted coldly and continued to walk towards the mountain, saying, Then just think that they disappeared by themselves. Regarding the matter that the Saint of Xianyan Pavilion is coming to find you, I am just helping the sect master to bring a message. Whether you want to compete with her or not, you decide for yourself. I don't care. Luo Qingzhou said, Anyway, I don't know when she will come. I can't wait for her on the mountain. Uncle Master, I will start to practice in seclusion tonight. If she comes, let her wait. After all, She is the one who comes to trouble me, not me. If she doesn't want to wait, she can leave by herself. Our Lingxiao sect is not weaker than her Xianyan pavilion. Why should I, the sect master's personal disciple, give in to her? Linghu Qingzhu turned his head and glanced at him, saying, "Why are you so tough now? But I want to tell you that in fact, our Lingxiao sect really can't afford to offend the Xianyan pavilion. That's why the sect master wants to promote this marriage." The two of them talked and quickly went up the mountain. Linghu Qingzhu took him directly to Jianfeng, found a cave for him, and said, "You will practice here in the future. If you have any problems, you can come to me directly. This cave is close to the cliff and very close to her cave. It is only separated by a pile of rocks and a small path. There is a cliff in front of the cave, and many colorful flowers are planted behind it. There is a bamboo forest on the left, and there is a steaming hot spring under the mountain wall not far away." Linghu Qingzhu said, "No one usually uses that hot spring. If you want to take a bath, you can go there. If you want to find your sister, take the path on the left. Su Feng and Su Yu live not far away, just behind the flower garden. Anyway, you can wander around Jianfeng, but it's best not to go too far. I haven't told others about your coming to the mountain." Luo Qingzhou said, "Thank you, uncle." Linghu Qingzhu said a few more words, and said, "I know you are in a hurry to practice, so I won't disturb you. I will go to the main peak to tell the sect master so that she can be prepared. If the Saint of Xianyan Pavilion really comes, we will help you block it first. But it depends on what the sect master decides." After saying that, she did not stay any longer and left the cave. After seeing her leave, Luo Qingzhou looked around the cave again, walked out, and walked around nearby, and found that the hot spring was indeed a good place. The hot spring is under the rock wall, surrounded by lush flowers and plants. If you take a bath there, it should be very quiet. He thought about it, and did not go to find Sister Dao, nor did he go to find other people. He came to Jianfeng to practice, not to talk and chat. His time was limited, so he had to go back quickly. After returning to the cave, he went to the stone chamber next to it. He first practiced the inner strength for a while, and then began to practice the Vajra explosion fist. The stone chambers were specially made and could withstand great impacts without any harm. So when he practiced the Vajra explosion fist, he did not hold back his strength, but directly started the most ferocious moves. After a set of boxing, he was full of joy. At noon, he had been practicing all the time, and his clothes were soaked with sweat, and his internal strength was consumed. This set of boxing was quite similar to the previous Vajra fist moves, but the explosive power was stronger. When practicing to the 7th level, the condensed fist light could be directly shot out, and the energy contained in it would explode instantly, with amazing power. After resting in the cave for a while, he went to the hot spring behind and took a comfortable bath. While sitting in the hot spring, his internal strength, which had been consumed, began to recover quickly. Practicing like this every day, draining the energy in the body, and then quickly recovering, repeatedly, can well expand the meridians and acupuncture points. With the cooperation of the internal energy and breathing, the body will gradually be transformed, so that the organs, blood, flesh, bones, membranes, etc. in the body will become stronger after being tempered, until the final transformation and promotion again. He felt good about his practice today, and decided to use the Hualing pill that Sister Yu refined for him tonight, hoping to successfully break through and promote. His whole body was wrapped in warm water, as if all the pores in his body were breathing, and he felt drowsy from comfort. He remembered the practice of sword intent taught to him by Uncle Linghu, closed his eyes, tried it, and quickly entered the state. While imagining the sword shadow appearing in his body, his soul suddenly felt a breath approaching. He immediately opened his eyes. In front of the hot spring pool, Linghu Qingzhu, dressed in green, was standing there quietly and silently, looking at him expressionlessly. Seeing him wake up, he said, "Don't practice sword intent in the water, especially in the hot spring. You will forget the time." Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, came back to his senses, looked up at the sky, and it was actually dark. He quickly stood up, and with a whoosh sound, he squatted down hurriedly, saying, "Uncle Master, don't look at me. I'm getting up." Linghu Qingzhu turned around, walked not far away, and said, "The sect leader said that you can decide for yourself. If you want to admit defeat and don't want to compete, you can also tell others when the time comes." Luo Qingzhou got ashore, quickly put on his clothes, and said, "Uncle Master, then I admit defeat. I will practice in seclusion tonight. If she comes in the next few days, Uncle Master can help me tell her." Ling Hu Qingju turned his back to him and said, "I won't help you. You can say it yourself." Luo Qingzhou came behind her, touched his stomach and said, "Uncle Master, do you have food? I'm hungry." Ling Hu Qingzhou paused, walked forward, and said, "Let's go to my cave." Luo Qingzhou hesitated and followed. At this moment, the communication treasure on his body suddenly vibrated. He took it out immediately and looked at it carefully. It was indeed sent by the princess. However, what appeared on the surface of the jade was not a message, but a photo. A photo of the princess and Miss Qin Air bathing in a bathtub. A line of small words was attached to it, "A Mandarin duck bath. Are you envious?" Then another message came, "Take a photo and show the people around you." At the same time, in the back garden of a courtyard, a beautiful girl in a snow-white dress was sitting quietly in the pavilion alone, lowering her head slightly, looking at the jade in her hand, as if waiting for something. After a while, the message appeared. "Luo Qingzhou, Princess, I am practicing in the cave, and there is no one else around me. By the way, aren't you taking a bath? Why are you only taking photos of your face? Is your face the only thing that looks good? Xiao Meijiao, what do you want to see? Just say it." Luo Qingzhou, hand. Xiao Meijiao, hypocrisy. Don't change the subject. I know there is someone around you. Who is it? That Suzu? Luo Qingzhou, Princess. No more chatting. I want to practice. Just as he was about to put away the communication treasure, Sister Yu suddenly sent another message. "Sister Yu, have you used the Hualing pill?" Luo Qingzhou immediately replied, "Not yet. I decided to use it tonight." "Sister Yu, thank you." "Sister Yu, what are you doing now?" Luo Qingzhou just finished a shower and was going to eat. "Sister Yu alone?" Luo Qingzhou, "No. There is also my uncle. I came to my uncle today and planned to take the Hualing pill and practice in seclusion for a few days." "Sister Yu, is there anything?" "Sister Yu, no." At this time, Ling Hu Qingzhou took him into the cave. The cave was lit with bright lights, and exquisite dishes were already placed on the stone table. An alluring fragrance came to his nose. Luo Qingzhou's stomach suddenly growled a few times, and he sat down unceremoniously. At this time, Sister Yu sent another message. "Take a picture of yourself and the surrounding environment, so I can see if it is suitable for cultivation." Luo Qingzhou said, "Sister Yu, I am in my uncle's cave now, preparing to eat. I will take a photo of you when I return." "Sister Yu, just take a photo of you. Let me see your face. You need to be full of spirit to take the Hualing pill." Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment and said, "Okay." "Sister Yu, wait a moment." He immediately turned around, raised the jade in his hand, aimed at himself and the dishes on the stone table, took a photo, and sent it over. Ling Hu Qingzhou frowned and said, "What are you doing?" Then he said coldly, "Did your wife ask you to take a photo?" Luo Qingzhou hurriedly apologized, "Uncle, I'm sorry. Let's eat." Ling Hu Qingzhou interrupted him, sat down, and said coldly, "Your wife is afraid that you will be messing around outside, so she wants to see what you are doing at any time." "I understand." Luo Qingzhou opened his mouth and wanted to explain. At this time, the message came back. "Sister Yu, your spirit is okay. Keep it up. Remember, these few days are crucial. Don't waste any physical and mental energy. Also, you must abstain from sex. Otherwise all your efforts will be wasted." Luo Qingzhou, "Well, Sister Yu, don't worry. I will definitely remember it." "Sister Yu, then you can eat. Let me remind you again. It's best not to eat that dish of donkey meat." Luo Qingzhou. Chapter 631 Ling Zhao's Shock. A physique rarely seen in a century. The dishes were delicious. Luo Qingzhou didn't hesitate and started eating. Ling Hu Qingzhou picked up the wine pot, poured him a glass of wine, and placed it in front of him. Luo Qingzhou took a look and said, "Thank you, uncle, but I don't drink." Ling Hu Qingzhou said, "Smell it first. It's fruit wine. It won't make you drunk." Hearing this, Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and smelled it. Sure enough, there was a faint fruity aroma. He hesitated for a moment, picked up the wine glass and tasted it. It was sweet in the mouth and fragrant in the throat. It was indeed very delicious. He drank it in one gulp and continued to eat the food. Ling Hu Qingzhou picked up the wine pot again, poured him a glass, and asked, "Why don't you eat this dish of meat?" Luo Qingzhou glanced at the dish and said, "Uncle Master, I don't like donkey meat." "Donkey meat?" Linghu Qingzhou was startled when he heard this, and then said, "This is venison. How could you mistake it for donkey meat?" Luo Qingzhou looked at the meat on the plate, and kept Sister Yu's words in mind. Even if it was venison, he wouldn't eat it. "I don't like venison either. Uncle Master, you eat it alone." He continued to eat other dishes. Linghu Qingzhou picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of venison, put it in his bowl, and said, "Try it." Luo Qingzhou quickly picked it up and put it back in her bowl, saying, "Uncle Master, I really don't eat it." Linghu Qingzhou narrowed her eyes, looked at him, then looked at the meat in the bowl, and then looked at him again and said, "You don't doubt that there is something wrong with this meat, do you?" Luo Qingzhou said, "Of course not. I just what?" Linghu Qingzhou said coldly. Luo Qingzhou said quickly, "Uncle Master, I just think that small animals like donkeys and deer are so cute. How can I eat their meat? I can't eat them." Linghu Qingzhou's eyebrows jumped, and he said, "There are so many jinui. You can destroy the bodies and leave no trace. And now you tell me that you can't eat these animals?" Luo Qingzhou defended with a serious face, "Uncle Master, that's different. The small animals are innocent and have done nothing bad. Jinui are all bad people. Moreover, I really didn't kill Jinui." Linghu Qingzhou looked at him coldly for a while, picked up the meat in the bowl, put it in his bowl, and said, "If you don't give me a reason that I can accept today, you must eat this meat." Luo Qingzhou looked at the meat in the bowl, and secretly said in his heart, "Sister Yu said that this meat can't be eaten. I don't know if she saw something from that photo. After all, Sister Yu's strength is unfathomable. However, Uncle Master doesn't have to harm me. Could it be that he can still drug me? How is it possible? Why did Uncle Master drug me? Steal my things? Thunder Spirit Root? That's not right. Uncle Master doesn't seem to know that I have Thunder Spirit Root. Or maybe, Sister Yu really saw it wrong. Or maybe, this meat conflicts with the efficacy of Huoling Pill?" Thinking of this, he couldn't eat it anymore. Huoling Pill is hard to come by. Sister Yu spent a lot of natural materials and treasures to help him refine it. It must not be wasted. "Uncle Master, it's like this." He immediately explained, "Uncle Master, have you heard of a song? I have liked listening to that song since I was a child. So I have liked donkeys, horses, deer and other animals since I was a child. So I would rather starve to death than eat their meat." Hearing this, Linghu Qingzhou put down his chopsticks and said, "What song? Sing it for me." Luo Qingzhou also put down his chopsticks and said, "Uncle Master, my singing may not be good, but if you listen to the lyrics, you will know how cute they are. I really can't eat it." Linghu Qingzhou said coldly, "Stop talking nonsense. Sing." Luo Qingzhou cleared his throat and sang softly, "I have a little donkey. I never ride it. One day I had the urge to ride it to the market." Linghu Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, and suddenly remembered that he seemed to have sung this song when he went down the mountain that day. So, he didn't lie. Luo Qingzhou finished singing once and said, "Uncle Master, when we were young, we changed the donkey in the lyrics to horses and other animals. So I still remember them clearly, and like those animals very much. Uncle Master suddenly asked me to eat their meat now. I really can't bear it." Linghu Qingzhou was silent for a while, picked up the chopsticks, picked up the meat in his bowl, put it on the plate, then picked up the plate and put it on the stone bench on the side, and said indifferently, "Eat other dishes." Luo Qingzhou breathed a sigh of relief, picked up the chopsticks and said, "Thank you for your understanding, Uncle Master." After a moment, Linghu Qingzhou suddenly looked at him and said, "I remember when we went down the mountain last time. You sang about holding a ponytail in your hand. How come you sang about holding a whip today?" "Ah?" Luo Qingzhou was stunned when he heard this, blinked his eyes, and said, "Really? Did Master hear me sing last time?" Linghu Qingzhou said coldly, "I heard it. It was about riding a donkey, holding a ponytail in your hand, and being splashed with mud, not falling down." Luo Qingzhou paused and said, "Oh, maybe I forgot the lyrics and sang it randomly. I just said that some words can be changed in this song. Donkey can be changed to horse, deer, etc. It's all right. Maybe I sang it wrong." Linghu Qingzhou looked at him half-believingly and didn't say anything else. Luo Qingzhou continued to eat with his head down. Not long after, The food on the table had been swept away by him like a whirlwind. Master, thank you for the dinner. I'm going back to practice. After Luo Qingzhou had eaten and drunk his fill, he was ready to leave. After all, it was night, and it was not good for a man and a woman to stay in a cave alone, and he should go back to take the Hualing pill and prepare for the retreat. Linghu Qingzhou looked at him and said, "You promised me to practice sword with me. We haven't finished practicing the black and white swordsmanship last time." Luo Qingzhou said with embarrassment, "Uncle, can you wait a few days? I will definitely practice with you in a few days." Linghu Qingzhou was about to speak when Su Feng's voice suddenly came from outside. "Master, the sect leader just sent someone to notify you and junior brother Chu to go to the main hall, saying that the ancestor has come out of retreat." As soon as these words came out, Linghu Qingzhou's expression suddenly condensed, and he immediately said, "Let's go to the main hall." Luo Qingzhou was surprised and immediately followed behind. As they walked along the road, he asked cautiously, "Uncle Master, who is the ancestor?" Linghu Qingzhou was silent for a moment, then said, "He is the ancestor with the highest seniority, longest lifespan, and strongest strength in my Lingshao sect. He has been in seclusion for more than 10 years, but I didn't expect him to come out today." Luo Qingzhou's heart moved, and he said, "Uncle Master, how high is the ancestor's cultivation?" Linghu Qingzhou shook his head and said, "I don't know either. I'm afraid there are not many people who really know his cultivation level. Not even the sect master." Luo Qingzhou wanted to say something, but he didn't say anything in the end. Linghu Qingzhou looked at him and said, "Don't hide it later. If the ancestor asks about your cultivation level, just tell the truth. Otherwise the sect master will be embarrassed. After all, you are the sect master's direct disciple. You should understand what I mean, right?" Luo Qingzhou nodded and said, "Uncle, I understand. If I am too weak, the sect master will definitely be blamed." "Right," Linghu Qingzhou said. "It's not that he will be blamed, but the sect master will not look good." Luo Qingzhou nodded and said, "I know." At the same time, in the main peak hall, the 10 elders and several peak masters gathered here, and everyone's face showed excitement. Even the sect master of Lingshao sect, Fairy Zixia, stood below respectfully. Sitting on the top seat was a tall, thin old man wearing a gray robe, with silver hair, but a ruddy face and vigorous spirit. He was the most senior ancestor of Lingshao sect, Zhuang Jian. At this time, several elders were telling him about what happened in the sect in the past few years, skipping some minor things and only talking about some more important things. Although Zhuang Jian never cared about these mundane things, he had been in seclusion for more than 10 years after all, so he listened very seriously at this time. Finally, he talked about the recent Lingshao preliminary examination, as well as the new disciples of various sects, etc. The great elder Wu Yuzi also told him about Xianyan Pavilion's desire for marriage. After they finished, Zhuang Jian pondered for a while, looked at Fairy Zixia beside him, and said kindly, "Zixia, did you accept that disciple just because he has the talent to break the formation? Does he have other talents?" Before Fairy Zixia answered, Mo Jiofeng from Beiwang Peak said, "Master Uncle, we all took a fancy to that young man at the beginning because he had the talent to ignore the formation. As for other talents, they can actually be ignored. Many of our sect's disciples, even those inner disciples who are ranked at the top of the Qingyun list, disciples, their talents are much stronger than his." Shi Tian, the peak master of Chaoyang Peak, also sneered and said, "Master Uncle, the cultivation level of that young man was only the middle stage of martial arts master. We want to accept him as a direct disciple, but we think that his talent is special and can bring great benefits to our sect. After all, there are several ancient spaces that we have not been able to enter so far. If we really talk about the talent of cultivation, he probably doesn't even deserve the status of an inner disciple." The other peak masters also echoed. At the beginning, they were fighting for that very special talent of ignoring the formation. Of course, the young man was indeed stronger than other disciples of the same level, but compared with other talented disciples in the sect, he was still a lot worse. The reason why they are now sneering is that, first, they didn't get it at the beginning and lost face. Second, the other party didn't come to the sect to practice after becoming a direct disciple, nor did he help them break the formation. Every time they asked the sect master, they were rejected by the sect master, so they were a little angry. As for the third one, it was naturally because of the marriage with Xianyan Pavilion. Mo Jiofeng snorted coldly. "That boy is so arrogant. Xianyan Pavilion wanted to form a marriage alliance with us. But he rejected it directly. The Saint girl has such status and such cultivation. But he rejected her before she even said anything. What does he think of himself? This marriage is not just his business. It is related to the interests of our Lingxiao sect. In the end, he didn't even discuss it with us. Speaking of this, several peak masters and elders were also very angry and started to complain. Of course, they didn't just blame the boy for this. Fairy Zixia stood silently by the side, without responding to this topic or saying a word. Seeing the noise below, Zhuang Jian said, "Okay, let's stop here. You can discuss the marriage later. As for whether the boy is qualified to be Zixia's direct disciple, that is Zixia's business. As the sect master, she will naturally not accept a direct disciple for no reason. I came out today. In addition to wanting to know what happened in the past few years, I also want to see the future hope of our Lingxiao sect. You should have accepted some good seedlings. Call them in for me to see. If I like them, I can give them some pointers and give them some suitable exercises to practice. I have been practicing in seclusion for these years, and the sect depends on you. This time I come out of seclusion. Naturally, I can't leave without showing my appreciation." As soon as these words came out, all the peak masters and elders were excited. Even the old guys like them felt extremely honored to get the guidance and exercises of this ancestor, and their strength might be further improved. Not to mention those disciples with good talents and a strong momentum of practice. The great elder Wu Yuzi bowed and said, "Uncle Master, our sect has accepted many good disciples in recent years. But of course, the disciples taught by the master have the most promising future. Our 10 elders and the peak masters have all accepted some disciples taught by the master. Why don't we each call out one of the most outstanding disciples and let Uncle Master take a look?" The other elders nodded in agreement. Zhuang Jian said, "Okay, you can call in your most outstanding disciples and let me see your vision." Everyone agreed immediately. Wu Yuzi looked at Mo Jiofeng of Beiwang Peak and said, "Master Mo, your Beiwang Peak has always been full of talents. And you are the oldest among the 5 peak masters. You go first." Mo Jiofeng bowed and said, "The great elder is joking. I dare not overstep my authority. The sect master is here, so naturally the sect master should go first." Wu Yuzi was slightly startled and said, "The sect master's disciple does not seem to be in the sect." Mo Jiofeng did not speak and looked at the woman in red standing in the front. At this time, Shi Tian, the leader of Chaoyang Peak next to him, sneered, "Brother Mo, why do you have to embarrass the master? The master's disciple is only a mid-level martial artist. Even if he is on the peak, there is no need to bring him to see the master uncle." At this time, Fairy Zixia said, "Master Mo, you go first. My disciple has gone up the mountain today. I have asked someone to call him. It doesn't matter who goes first or later." Mo Jiofeng wanted to speak, and Zhuang Jian said, "Jiofeng, don't refuse. You call the disciple in first." Mo Jiofeng then said respectfully, "Yes, Master Uncle." Then he said to the outside, "Lin Feng, you come in." As soon as the words fell, a tall and handsome young man walked in from outside. After entering the hall, he immediately bowed his head and said respectfully, "Lin Feng of Beiwang Peak, I pay my respects to the ancestor." Zhuang Jian looked at him, nodded slightly, and said, "What kind of skills are you good at? Show me a few moves." As soon as these words came out, everyone in the hall retreated and made way for an open space. Mo Jiofeng waved his sleeves, and a thick wall of light appeared next to him. He said, "Lin Feng, use all your strength to attack this wall." Lin Feng agreed, and suddenly a strong wind surrounded him. With a whoosh sound, a golden fist light appeared on his fist, and then with a bang, he hit the light wall. Several fist lights shot out, and with a boom, they exploded on the thick light wall, instantly bursting out with huge power. The light wall was instantly shattered. A smile appeared on Mo Jiofeng's face. Lin Feng closed his fist, lowered his head, and stood respectfully. Zhuang Jian nodded and said kindly, "Come up. Stretch out your right hand. Let me see your physique." Lin Feng immediately stepped forward and stretched out his right hand. Zhuang Jian stretched out his finger and placed it on his wrist. After a quick inspection, a look of surprise appeared on his face, and he said, "No wonder this Vidra explosion fist has such power. It turns out that you are a top-grade disciple of the Xian level. Not bad. Not bad. You are so young, but you have already reached the early stage of the great martial master. Even if you want to break through to the Grand Master in the future, there should be hope." Lin Feng thanked him and bowed to leave. Mo Jiufeng smiled and said, Uncle Master, my disciple was at the late stage of martial arts master half a year ago. And he broke through to the great martial arts master in half a year. It took less than half a year to go from the martial arts refining bone stage to the martial arts master stage. His cultivation speed is among the best in the entire sect. Zhuang Jian said, There are only a handful of disciples in Diyin who are at the top level of Xin level. They have superior physiques. As long as they have enough resources and work hard, their cultivation speed will naturally be very fast. Jiufeng, you are a good disciple with great prospects. But you must not slack off. You must teach more and strive to cultivate a good disciple for my Lingxiao sect that is the best among other sections. Mo Jiufeng bowed and said, Uncle Master, don't worry. I will live up to your expectations. Zhuang Jian nodded and looked at Shirtian of Chaoyang Peak. Said Xiaoyan, Where is your disciple? Call him in. Shirtian hurriedly shouted to the outside, Yang Xiong, come in quickly. As soon as the words fell, a burly man walked in and bowed and said, Disciple Yang Xiong, I pay my respects to the ancestor. Zhuang Jian looked at him for a few times. His eyes revealed on his hands, and said, It seems that you are also majoring in boxing. Throw a few punches for me to see. Shirtian immediately walked to the side and condensed a wall of light, standing it beside him, saying, Yang Xiong, hit hard. Don't embarrass me. Yes, Master. Yang Xiong agreed, and his bones suddenly crackled for a while, and then his two fists flashed with light, and instantly became huge. With a boom, he punched out, and a phantom of a black bear suddenly appeared behind him. Boom! With a loud bang, the light wall suddenly broke into pieces and exploded. Shirtian smiled. Yang Xiong retracted his fist, and the strange phenomenon on his body disappeared instantly. His two fists also shrank quickly and returned to their original shape. Zhuang Jian nodded and said, Yes, it is also the realm of the early stage of the great martial master. The 13 punches of Tyrant Bear created by this master based on the skills of the demon clan have also been practiced to perfection, and the power is fully displayed. Very good. Come here. Let me see your physique or talent. Yang Xiong immediately bowed and walked over, extending his right hand. Zhuang Jian stretched out his finger, checked it, and nodded. The physique of the middle grade of the Xin level is not as good as the physique of the disciple just now, but it is also a rare good physique. Moreover, you have more acupoints and meridians in your body, and they are thicker. No matter what skills you practice, the explosive power will be stronger than his. Yang Xiong thanked him and retreated. Zhuang Jian looked at the leader of Qingyan Peak and said, Xingqiu, you practice both martial arts and soul, so you should be the best disciple. Right? Xingqiu had his hair loose, and he laughed. Master, you will know when you see it. As he said that, he shouted to the door, Good disciple, come in and perform for the ancestor and everyone. As soon as he finished speaking, a petite girl with golden ponytails, wearing a fur skirt and white knee-high socks walked in. She blinked her big dark eyes, looked at the ancestor above curiously for a few times, and then bowed her head. He raised his hand and said, Disciple Yu, I pay my respects to the ancestor. Zhuang Jian looked at the blonde girl, who seemed to be only 8 or 9 years old, and was slightly stunned for a moment, and said, Xingqiu, how old is your disciple? Yushu said proudly, Ancestor, she is my niece, and she is already an adult. Her mother is from the western continent, so she looks a little different from us. The ancestor can take a look at her physique and talent first. Then he said, Yu, go up and show the ancestor. Yu agreed, walked over, and stretched out his right hand. Zhuang Jian stretched out his finger and exported. He was stunned at first. Then his expression condensed, and he exported again. The expression on his face became more and more solemn. Finally, he suddenly laughed and said excitedly, God bless my Lingxiao sect. God bless my Lingxiao sect. It's a rare earth-level physique in 100 years. As soon as these words came out, the other peak masters and elders in the hall were all shocked, and their faces were full of disbelief. Yu Yoshu's expression became even more proud, and he said, I found her when I went home to visit my relatives half a year ago. At that time, her cultivation was just at the early stage of martial arts. Now, in just half a year, she has broken through to the realm of great martial arts. If it weren't for the Uncle Grandmaster coming out, I would definitely continue to hide her. Hee hee. The other peak masters all had envious expressions on their faces. At the same time, Linghu Qingju brought Luo Qingzhou and came to the square outside while talking. The two saw many disciples standing on the corridor outside the hall, whispering and talking to each other, all a little surprised. Linghu Qingju heard the voice of the ancestor coming from the hall, and his expression suddenly condensed, and he immediately walked over quickly. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly followed behind. When Linghu Qingju walked to the steps at the entrance of the hall, he turned his head and whispered, "Wait outside first, and go in when you are called." Luo Qingzhou agreed and walked to the corridor next to him and stood. The group of disciples were all disciples of the masters and elders of the various peaks. Many of them had never seen him. Seeing that he was brought by Linghu Qingju, they thought he was a disciple of Jianfeng and asked him, "This senior brother looks unfamiliar. Is he the disciple that Uncle Linghu just accepted?" "Hey, it seems to be the disciple from the last preliminary test." A disciple recognized him. At this time, there was a burst of exclamations in the hall. Luo Qingzhou's expression condensed, and he clearly felt a wave of soul power coming. He turned his head and saw a flying sword whoosh and flew out of the room and flew to the square in front. At the same time, on the flying sword, there was actually the soul of a little blonde girl. The eyes of the two met in an instant. The little blonde girl was obviously stunned. Chapter 632, Ordinary. One punch to blast the enemy. Luo Qingzhou looked away and looked elsewhere. The little blonde girl flew over the square outside with her sword for a while, and then returned to the hall with a whoosh. The hall seemed to be set up with a barrier. I could only hear noisy voices inside, but I couldn't hear what they were saying. After a while, a clear voice suddenly came from inside. "Su Bei, come in." A young man next to Luo Qingzhou immediately lowered his head and entered the hall. Then, disciples entered the hall one after another. In the hall, the 5 peak masters, except Linghu Qingju, called their best disciples to come in. When only Linghu Qingju was left, everyone looked at her. Zhuang Jian smiled and said, "Qingju, I didn't expect that after more than 10 years, you have become the master of a peak. Where are your disciples?" Jianfeng was founded by Grandmaster Qingchuan. It has always been a unique existence in my Lingxiao sect. Although there are few disciples, they are all elites. Linghu Qingju said respectfully. "My eldest disciple Gong Bing is still in seclusion and cannot come out for the time being," Zhuang Jian said. "Other disciples can also be. Several peak masters have taken out an excellent disciple. And you are also a peak master, so you cannot be an exception." Linghu Qingju remained silent. Shirtian on the side sneered. "Master Linghu, you are a great Jianfeng. Don't you have a disciple who can show off?" At this time, Zixia suddenly said to the outside, "Chu Feiyang, come in." As soon as this was said, everyone looked at her. Linghu Qingju also looked at her. Luo Qingzhou heard the voice outside and immediately walked in with his head down. He looked up and bowed, saying, "Disciple Chu Feiyang, I pay my respects to the ancestor." Fairy Zixia showed a faint smile on her face and said, "Uncle Master, Chu Feiyang is not only my disciple, but also Qingju's disciple. Since he was accepted as a disciple, Qingju has been teaching him to practice, so he can be regarded as Qingju's disciple." Shirtian on the side sneered and said, "Then let the ancestor see what Master Linghu taught him. I remember that his cultivation was only at the middle stage of the martial artist. Could it be that under the guidance of Master Linghu, he has broken through?" Fairy Zixia did not speak, and her red sleeves flicked lightly, and a red light wall suddenly appeared next to her. She looked at the young man in front of her and said, "Feiyang, use some force to break it. Don't embarrass your two masters." Luo Qingzhou said respectfully, "Yes, Master." At this time, Shirtian suddenly said, "Master, let me set up the target wall." Fairy Zixia glanced at him. Shirtian smiled and said, "Master, rest assured. The strength of the target wall I set up is the same as the target wall my eldest disciple just hit." Fairy Zixia smiled faintly, retracted the light wall, and said, "Then I'll trouble Master Shifeng." Shirtian looked at the young man next to him, and a light flashed in his hand. He set up a yellowish-brown light wall on one side and smiled. "Just hit it with all your strength. If you can break it, I..." Bang! Before he finished speaking, Luo Qingzhou punched him. This punch was ordinary, with no fist light and no preparation for power accumulation. But the yellowish-brown light wall suddenly clicked and shattered into nothingness. Everyone. Shirtian's words suddenly stopped. Zhuang Jian, who was sitting on the chair above, showed a look of surprise on his face. Mo Jiofeng, the leader of Beiwang Peak, suddenly stood up, waved his sleeves, and set up a thick wall of light in the same place, saying, "Try it again." The punch just now was too sudden. Everyone was still listening to Shi Tian's words, and had no time to react. They didn't see him punch at all. Fairy Zixia suddenly said, "Fei Yang, slow down this time. You are here to perform, not to sneak attack. Why are you so fast?" As soon as these words came out, the disciples behind the leaders of the peaks and some elders couldn't help laughing. Luo Qingzhou said respectfully, "Yes, Master." After that, he walked to the wall of light and raised his fist. A golden light flashed on his fist. Mo Jiofeng was surprised and said, "Vajra fist?" Boom! Luo Qingzhou punched out, and a sharp whistle suddenly sounded in the air. Crack! The thick light wall was shattered again and turned into nothing. This time, the 10 elders in the hall, as well as several peak masters and those direct disciples, all clearly felt his realm aura. Great Martial Master. The great elder Wu Yuzi was immediately surprised. It's only been a month or two, and he has broken through from the realm of mid-term martial artist to the realm of great martial artist? Linghu Peak Master. This is too fast, isn't it? How did he practice? Shi Tian and Mo Jiofeng also showed astonishment on their faces. Linghu Qingzhu's face was calm, and he said lightly, "Nothing else. Just a genius." Everyone. Luo Qingzhou. There was silence in the hall for a moment. Zhuang Jian smiled and said, "The peak master of Jianfeng is still as arrogant as ever." Then he waved his hand and said, "Fei Yang. Right? Come here. Stretch out your right hand. Let the ancestor see your physique and talent." Luo Qingzhou immediately walked up and stretched out his right hand. Everyone looked up. Zixia narrowed her eyes slightly, while Linghu Qingzhou held his breath and stared at the figure with burning eyes. Zhuang Jian checked it and showed a look of doubt on his face. Then one finger turned into two. Two fingers turned into three. And finally, the whole hand was held on his wrist. The peak masters and elders below the stage were all full of doubts, but they dared not say anything. Luo Qingzhou clearly felt the hand on his wrist trembling slightly. After half an instant's stick of time, Zhuang Jian finally let go of his hand, sighed, and said, "The physique is ordinary, but the talent is good. As for how far he can go in the future, I can't say for sure." Linghu Qingzhou couldn't help but said, "Master Uncle, the physique is ordinary. What grade is it?" Shi Tian said on the side, "Earth grade?" Zhuang Jian glanced at him, then at the others, and said, "About the same." Then he looked at Linghu Qingzhou and Zixia and said, "In fact, the physique cannot determine a person's final results. Even if the physique is ordinary, there will be a time to make a splash." Linghu Qingzhou didn't say anything else. Everyone knew that the old ancestors' words were to comfort them, and they all spoke up to agree. "It's okay, Sect Master. He is practicing so fast. He will definitely achieve great success in the future." What the great uncle said is that a person's achievements are not entirely determined by his physique. He also needs his own efforts and opportunities. Fairy Zixia looked calm. Linghu Qingzhu's face was a little ugly. She moved her lips, as if she wanted to say something, but she didn't say it in the end. Zhuang Jian glanced at her, then looked at the young man in front of him, and said kindly, "Go down and keep working hard." Luo Qingzhou bowed and retreated. Linghu Qingzhou said respectfully, "Great uncle, let's go back first." Then he prepared to take Luo Qingzhou away. Zhuang Jian suddenly said, "Qingzhou, wait a moment. Although I have checked their cultivation and physique, I haven't checked their true strength. The best disciples of your 5 peak masters are all here. Let's learn from each other." After a pause, he said, "For the top 2, I can give some advice depending on the situation." As soon as these words came out, the other peak masters were all eager to try. Linghu Qingzhou looked at the young man behind him. Luo Qingzhou bowed his hands and said, "Grandmaster, I have just broken through to the great martial master level not long ago, and my realm is not yet stable. I am definitely not a match for other senior brothers and sisters. I will just admit defeat." Linghu Qingzhou glared at him. Shi Tian and the other peak masters all looked at them with a smile. Shi Tian smiled and said, "You have not even competed yet, and you have already admitted defeat. Fei Yang, you are not like a man. If you do this, where will your master's face be?" Linghu Qingzhou had a cold face and did not speak. Fairy Zixia still had a calm face. Luo Qingzhou bowed his hands and said, "Uncle Shi, I really can't beat him. There is no need to waste the time of my uncle and everyone. He will take the Hualing pill tonight to prepare for the sprint. There is only one chance. And he doesn't want to waste any energy on such a boring thing. Shi Tian sneered and said nothing. Ling Hu Qingju said coldly, "Let's go!" After that, he walked out of the hall. Luo Qingzhou lowered his head, like a child who had done something wrong, and followed behind. Just as the two were about to leave the hall, Zhuang Jian, who was sitting on a chair, suddenly spoke again. "Qingju, I haven't finished speaking yet." After these words, Ling Hu Qingju had to stop again, turned around, and lowered his head to listen respectfully. Luo Qingzhou had to stop beside her. Zhuang Jian stared at him for a moment and said, "I will give some pointers to the top 2 disciples. I have a 9 transformation spirit pill here for the first disciple, which can be rewarded to him." After these words came out, several peak masters in the hall, including the 10 elders, even Fairy Zixia and Ling Hu Qingju, were shocked. Zhuang Jian continued, "At the beginning, I was stuck in the late stage of the Great Martial Master Realm and could not break through for a long time. Master spent a lot of resources to help me get one. But fortunately, I broke through at the last moment. So I have kept this 9 transformation spiritual pill. It may not be very useful for other realms, but it is very effective for the Great Martial Master Realm. After taking it, there is a high probability that you can break through within half a year. You, the direct disciples, are all the most outstanding disciples of my Lingxiao sect. And you all happen to be at the Great Martial Master Realm. So it is just right for you to use this 9 transformation spiritual pill at this time. However, there is only one here. So you need to compete. Whoever wins first place will get this 9 transformation spiritual pill." Mo Jiofeng and the others were so excited that they couldn't hide it. They said, "Thank you, Uncle Master." Zhuang Jian looked at Fairy Zixia and said, "Zixia, although you are the leader, I can't be partial to you. What do you think of my proposal?" Fairy Zixia bowed her head slightly and said, "Uncle Master's method is very good. Zixia has no objection." Zhuang Jian nodded and looked at the young man at the door and said, "Fei Yang, do you still want to admit defeat?" Before Luo Qingzhou spoke, Ling Hu Qingzhu approached him silently, stepped on his foot, and pinched his waist with his fingers. Luo Qingzhou endured the pain and said in his heart, "Sister, you spent a lot of natural materials and treasures to refine the called Hualing pill for me, while the old ancestors is called Jiu Hualing Dan, which is obviously more powerful. He is now trying to seize the time to break through, so he will not miss this good opportunity." He immediately said seriously, "Grandmaster, I have always recognized the heaven, the earth, my parents, my master and my ancestor, but I will never admit defeat. Everyone." Zixia pursed her lips. Zhuangji smiled and nodded. "Okay. Let's start. You are the disciple of the sect master and the disciple of the master of Jianfeng Peak. You are the first to come." Luo Qingzhou did not refuse and walked directly to the center of the hall. Zhuang Jian looked at Mo Jiofeng of Beiwang Peak. Mo Jiofeng immediately said, "Lin Feng, go and have a good exchange with your junior brother Chu. He, like you, practices the Vajra fist. But remember, it's just exchange. Don't hurt anyone." Lin Feng bowed and said, "Yes, Master." Then he strode forward and bowed and said, "Junior brother Chu, please." Zixia waved her sleeves and set up a barrier around her, saying, "Use all your strength. Don't be afraid of destroying the things here." Boom! Suddenly there was a loud bang. Before Lin Feng could react, he saw a flash of golden light in front of him, and he flew out, hit the light wall behind him heavily, and slid to the ground in a mess. Everyone, Zhuang Jian, who was sitting on the chair, showed a faint smile on his face, and kept staring at the figure. Lin Feng suddenly jumped up from the ground, clenched his fists, and the wind around him spun. His fists wow and shone with dazzling golden light. He said with a gloomy face, "Junior brother Chu, then I won't be polite." After that, the figure flashed, rushed up, and then boom punched out with amazing power. Luo Qingzhou stood still. All the energy in the Danhai and the acupoints in his body instantly surged into his arms, and the flying fist in his pupils quickly enlarged. Boom! He punched out suddenly. Golden light burst out, and the fist light was like the sun. Lin Feng's golden fist light was instantly shattered, and then the fist wearing the golden boxing glove was also hit back with a bang and hit his own chest heavily. He was knocked out again, before he hit the light wall behind him. Luo Qingzhou had already passed by and raised his fist again. Boom! 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 In a blink of an eye, Hundreds of golden fists fell on his chest, arms, and legs. The dense fists instantly submerged him. He only threw one punch and was knocked to the ground directly, and he had no power to fight back. After a few breaths, Luo Qingzhou retracted his fist and stepped aside. Lin Feng lay on the ground. His whole body was in pain. His mind was blank, and he didn't know what happened. At this time, outside the barrier, there was silence. His master Mo Jiufeng also opened his mouth slightly at this time, with a dull expression on his face. Silence for a few breaths. He suddenly jumped up from the ground and shouted, "I didn't lose. Come again!" Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Qingzhou punched him again, knocking him unconscious with his eyes rolled back. Chapter 633, Crush. Spiritual Division Realm. The hall suddenly fell into a brief silence. Everyone had different expressions on their faces. No one expected that the eldest disciple of Beiwang Peak, who had a Xian-level upper-grade physique and the strength of an early-stage great martial master, and who was highly expected by Mo Jiufeng, was knocked unconscious after only one move. It can even be said that he had no power to fight back. If it weren't for the sparring, the other party would have been reserved. And I'm afraid he wouldn't even be able to make a single move. What's even more incredible is that the other party was only at the early stage of a great martial master, and he used the same boxing method as him, the Vajra fist. This result caught everyone off guard and left them dumbfounded. Even Fairy Zixia and Linghu Qingju showed a look of astonishment on their faces. They probably didn't expect it to be so fast. In just a few breaths, the result was decided. Both of them looked at the young man in the field, and when they thought of his direct surrender just now, the corners of their mouths twitched. This guy. The hall was silent for a few breaths. Mo Jiufeng suddenly sneered and said, "Master Linghu, congratulations. Congratulations on getting a good disciple who is as good at pretending as you." As he said that, with a gloomy face, he stepped forward to wake up his disciple. Lin Feng got up from the ground with a dazed look on his face. After realizing that he had lost, he saw the gloomy expression on his master's face, and immediately felt ashamed and lowered his head to retreat to the back. Linghu Qingju had a blank expression on his face and did not respond to Mo Jiufeng's ridicule, but the corners of his mouth slightly curled up, as if he was still very proud. Zhuangjian smiled and said, "We are all family members. Winning and losing is normal. There is no need to get angry." Then he looked at Shirtian of Chaoyang Peak and said, "Xiaoyan, it's your disciple's turn." Shirtian glanced at the young man in the hall, turned his head to look at his disciple, and said majestically, "Yang Xiong, are you confident?" Yang Xiong, who was burly, immediately stood up and said in a loud voice, "Master, I have confidence." Shirtian narrowed his eyes and said, "Don't be careless. The opponent is not simple." Yang Xiong bowed and said, "Master, don't worry. I will definitely not let you down." After that, he strode into the barrier, his robe fluttering, and the wind surrounded him. His two fists flashed with light and suddenly became huge. The shadow of a black bear appeared behind him again. "Junior brother Chu, please." He stood firm with his feet like a rock, and his whole body was full of momentum, like a ferocious beast about to attack. Luo Qingzhou also bowed and said, "Senior brother Yang, I'm sorry." Everyone's eyes were on him. Boom! The two of them punched at the same time. One huge fist, one fist shining with golden light. Bang! They collided heavily. The air wave exploded, scattered in all directions, and was blocked by the surrounding barriers. Both of them were shocked and stepped back a few steps. Seeing this scene, Shirtian breathed a sigh of relief, and a smile appeared unconsciously at the corner of his mouth. However, as soon as that smile appeared, a purple lightning suddenly jumped out of Yang Xiong's chest, and instantly wrapped around him like a giant python, revealing a ferocious face, and crackling and hitting non-stop. It turned out that the lightning had penetrated through his sleeves when they were fighting. Yang Xiong's eyes widened immediately. His whole body trembled and shivered. The black bear phantom behind him also wowed, and suddenly disintegrated and disappeared. Boom! The lightning had just disappeared, and before Yang Xiong could come to his senses, Luo Qingzhou had already punched him again, and with a bang, it hit him in the chest. Yang Xiong's burly body flew backwards directly, hit the light wall behind him heavily, and was bounced again, falling to the ground in embarrassment. He was shocked and angry, and just jumped up from the ground. Boom! With a bang, a golden fist light shot out and hit his chest heavily, knocking him back again. Then, the golden fist light suddenly exploded on him. At the same time, another lightning wrapped around him. ZZ. Pa. 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 Ah. Ah. Sparks flew. Fist light shattered. Yang Xiong's burly body twisted and trembled violently, and he fell to the ground. He continued to be struck by lightning. His eyes widened, swaying constantly, and screaming ah, ah non-stop. At the same time, the protective wind and light shield on his body finally broke open. Then, his clothes were instantly scorched and turned into ashes. Outside the barrier, there was a dead silence. The pupils of the elders and the peak masters were all illuminated by the thick lightning, and they were all silent. The smile on Sher Tian's mouth had long disappeared, replaced by twitching, as if the lightning had hit him. On the stage, Zhuang Jian stared at the lightning with a burning gaze, and a hint of excited blood red appeared on his face. Ah! Yang Xiong screamed miserably for the last time, and finally froze on the ground, no longer moving. The lightning disappeared. He lay on the ground, naked, rolling his eyes, mouth slightly open. Obviously he had been electrocuted and fainted. Luo Qingzhou immediately took out a black suit issued by the sect from the storage ring and threw it on him, covering his perky buttocks that were black and stained with clothes ash due to the electric shock. Then he subconsciously turned his head and looked at Linghu Qingzhou outside the barrier. Seeing him looking at her, Linghu Qingzhou also looked at him. The astonishment and complexity on her face disappeared, and became cold as ice. He glared at her, as if explaining stubbornly, "Why are you looking at me?" "I'm not looking." Luo Qingzhou retracted his gaze, put away his skills, and bowed his hands and said, "Brother Yang, thank you." Yang Xiong woke up after a brief coma, but found that he was naked and defeated. He had no face to see anyone, so he had to continue rolling his eyes and pretending to be unconscious. Sher Tian was ashamed and angry. He immediately stepped forward and kicked him hard, saying angrily, "Get out of here. You lost. So why are you pretending in front of your uncle master?" Yang Xiong had no choice but to wrap his clothes tightly and climbed up trembling. He then lowered his head, slid into the back corner with shame on his face, and put on his clothes in a mess. At this time, the 10 elders and several peak masters looked at Luo Qingzhou in the barrier with different eyes. Even Mo Jiufeng, the first peak master of Beiwang Peak who lost, looked at him with a fiery look at this time, and his heart was full of regret and resentment. If the master hadn't suddenly snatched the love away, maybe this young man would have been snatched away by Beiwang Peak. Damn it! Zhuang Jian's face had regained its calmness, and he nodded and said, "Not bad. Not bad. Next one." His eyes looked at Yu Xuanshu of Qingyan Peak. Yu Xuanshu looked at the girl with golden ponytails, and hurriedly bowed and said, "Grandfather, can you ask this nephew Fei Yang not to use lightning? My niece is young and still an unmarried girl. If she accidentally loses her clothes, it's really..." Before Zhuang Jian could answer, Luo Qingzhou in the barrier bowed and said, "Don't worry, Master Yu. I won't use lightning." As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at him differently. Ordinarily, this request was too much. In this kind of competition for one's own future, how could there be restrictions on the skills? That was the 9 transformation spirit pill. A spirit pill that everyone coveted. It was not an exaggeration for these disciples to even risk their lives. So when Yuxinshu made this request, they all felt that it was a bit too much. If you are afraid that your niece will be embarrassed without clothes, just don't let her go up to compete, or let the sect master blur the barrier. Everyone wants to snatch the only 9 transformation spirit pill. Why should you let her not use her most powerful skills for your niece's face? Moreover, it is well known that lightning restrains the soul. Your niece cultivates both the body and the soul. If you let her not use lightning, wouldn't it be like asking her to cut off one of her arms during the competition? So, this request is too much. However, they really didn't expect that the young man agreed without hesitation. At this moment, even those direct disciples looked at this young man with admiration. Linghu Qingzhou moved his lips, as if he wanted to say something, but finally held back. Yu Yushu didn't feel embarrassed. He smiled and said, "Thank you, Nephew Chu. But don't worry. Uncle will definitely not let you show mercy in vain. After the competition, no matter whether you win or lose, Uncle will give you 3 treasures to express his gratitude." Luo Qingzhou bowed his hands and said nothing more. The blonde girl named Yu Yu walked into the barrier and bowed her hands and said crisply, "Brother Chu, I have to explain first that I am practicing both soul and body. I may use my soul to control the sword later. You have to be careful. But don't worry. My flying sword will not hurt you. Luo Qingzhou bowed his hands and said, Junior sister Yu. Please. Yu took out a silver mace that was longer and bigger than her body. She clenched her hands and dragged it on the ground. She said a little embarrassedly, Brother Chu, my body also uses weapons. You can attack first. Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment and took out the black wooden stick with a swish. Yu was surprised. Brother Chu, do you know how to use a stick? Shua. Luo Qingzhou didn't waste words with her, nor did he let her make the first move. He just hit her with a stick. Yu said hey and held the handle of the mace with both hands. Her petite body suddenly turned. Her ponytail fluttered, and her skirt bloomed like a flower. With a bang, the mace flashed and hit her hard. This small body actually contains great power. Boom! The silver mace and the black wooden stick collided heavily, and a huge wave of air and dazzling light burst out. Both of them trembled and retreated. Yu stood still, his eyes full of surprise. And then he said hey, picked up the mace again and spun it, saying, Brother Chu, I'm going to use all my strength. After that, he smashed it with a bang. The fierce mace was reflected in Luo Qingzhou's pupils, and all the energy in the Danhai and the acupoints in his body flowed into his arms, and then into the black wooden stick in his hand. Shwa! The wooden stick suddenly lit up. Then, the top of the wooden stick suddenly became thicker and longer, and at the same time, it was shining with a dark luster. The whole wooden stick looked extremely weird and hideous. Luo Qingzhou did not show mercy, and suddenly shouted in his heart, and the deformed wooden stick in his hand smashed it hard with a schwa sound. Boom! There was a loud bang. Then, a sound of something breaking was heard. The two of them were shocked and separated again. Yu retreated a few meters and stood firm, but suddenly found that the mace in her hand was broken. Snap! The broken mace fell to the ground at this time. Swish! Before she could react, Luo Qingzhou rushed up again. The wooden stick in his hand flashed, and suddenly became longer, and then his body rotated in the air, sweeping across the army, and the long stick whistled out. Yu hurriedly waved the half-broken mace in his hand to resist. Bang! The mace collided heavily with the wooden stick again. Crack! The mace was suddenly smashed to pieces. At the same time, the wooden stick was still strong, and with a bang, it hit her flat chest hard, directly smashing her protective light shield to pieces, and at the same time knocking her out. Bang! 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 Before her petite body fell to the ground, dense stick shadows suddenly fell from the sky, landing on her pitiful and lovely body like a storm. Even her slender legs and snow-white stockings were hit by a lot of sticks. Ah! She fell to the ground screaming. But the stick shadow did not stop, and it continued to hit her hard with bang bang bang, making her scream. Seeing that she was still screaming and had not fainted yet, Luo Qingzhou did not stop the stick in his hand, and continued to whoosh whoosh and bang 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 to greet her. Each stick was vicious and merciless. Yu Xingqiu was shocked and angry, and shouted outside the barrier, Be gentle. Be gentle. Don't hurt my knees. Luo Qingzhou ignored her, and hit a few more sticks. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat, and a stick hit the top of his head with a swish. Ding! A crisp sound. Fireworks flew everywhere. A flying sword was smashed and flew out. At the same time, a shadow of a little blonde girl suddenly flew out from her body on the ground, riding a flying sword, and was about to stab him. Luo Qingzhou saw the scene, and was not panicked at all. His soul suddenly split apart. Half of it continued to control the body, waving the wooden stick in its hand, cruelly ravaging her body, and the other half suddenly left the body, stepped on the flying sword, and rushed towards the soul of the little blonde girl above his head. The little blonde girl was shocked when she saw this. Outside the barrier, Yu Xingqiu was shocked when he saw this and cried out in disbelief. No! Impossible! Divide the spirit realm. When these words came out, the elders and peak masters in the hall, as well as the disciples behind them, were all shocked, with expressions of astonishment and disbelief. Even Fairy Zixia and Linghu Qingzhu were shocked. You know, even Yu Xingqiu, the most powerful soul cultivator in Lingxiao sect, is only in the late stage of the spirit realm. On the stage, the ancestor of Lingxiao sect, who was sitting on a chair, couldn't help showing a smile as bright as a chrysanthemum on his old face. Chapter 634, Snatching People. Ding! Flying swords collided. Sparks flew. The flying sword of the little blonde girl wailed and fell to the ground. Then, Luo Qingzhou's flying sword flashed past her neck. The little girl's head fell off directly. Bang! Luo Qingzhou showed no mercy. His soul attacked, and suddenly punched her chest. The little girl's soul, whose head and body were separated, was instantly smashed to pieces. When Luo Qingzhou's soul raised his fist and was about to hit it again, Yu Yushu outside the barrier hurriedly shouted, "Junior brother Chu, show mercy. We admit defeat." Yu Yu's broken soul also made a pitiful plea for mercy. "Senior brother Chu, I admit defeat. It hurts. Woo woo." Luo Qingzhou's soul then retracted his fist. Yu Yu's broken soul quickly gathered together, and then quickly condensed together again. The head that fell from the neck was also reattached. She said weakly, "Brother Chu, I have given up. Can you stop your stick? My body is about to be broken by you." Luo Qingzhou's spirit returned to his body and put away the stick. Yu Yu's weak spirit then entered her body, and she climbed up from the ground in a mess, grimacing in pain and tears. When she saw the broken mace on the ground, she couldn't help crying, rubbing her eyes with her two little fists, tears spurting from the corners of her eyes, looking particularly exaggerated. She cried, "My mace? My mace?" Luo Qingzhou bowed and apologized, "Sister Yu, I'm sorry." Yu Yu's tears were still spurting, and she kept crying. Yu Xuanchu was embarrassed, and hurried over to take her away, coaxing her, "Don't cry. Yu, Uncle will buy you another one when we get back." Yu cried. "This club is made from the fossilized leaves of the holy tree of heaven and earth. It is unique in the world and cannot be bought at all." Yu Xuanchu hurriedly coaxed her in various ways. Luo Qingzhou retreated to the side of Linghu Qingzhu and whispered, "Uncle, what is the holy tree of heaven and earth?" Linghu Qingzhu said coldly, "It is said that it was a sacred tree in the holy city of the demon clan, rooted in the netherworld, with the fairy palace on its head. Anything on the tree can be refined into a powerful magic weapon, but it seems to have been destroyed in the end. I don't know whether it is true or not." Luo Qingzhou said, "Then her mace should be very valuable." "Right?" Linghu Qingzhu looked at him and said, "What do you think?" Luo Qingzhou was a little embarrassed and said, "It should be very valuable. After all, ordinary weapons are not that hard. A weapon that can catch my stick. They shouldn't be simple." Linghu Qingzhu's mouth twitched slightly, and he said, "Are you bragging about yourself?" After coaxing the blonde girl for a long time, Yu Xingqiu finally coaxed her. Then he bowed his hands in indignation and said, "Uncle Master, fellow disciples are supposed to learn from each other." But junior brother Chu was merciless. Not only did he beat my Yu all over her body, he also broke her precious mace. Xingqiu is not convinced. Xingqiu asks Uncle Master to make the decision and let him pay. If he can't afford it, let Linghu Peak Master pay. My Yu's mace is the only one in the world, and it is impossible to let it go like this. As soon as he said this, the other Peak Masters and the 10 elders all scolded him for being shameless. But Yuxinshu refused to accept it, and still demanded compensation from Linghu Qingzhu. As for the fact that he had said before that he would give 3 treasures to Luo Qingzhou regardless of winning or losing, he did not mention it. Linghu Qingzhu seemed to have experienced his shamelessness a long time ago. So at this moment, she had a cold face and said nothing. Zhuang Jian raised his hand and said, "Okay, stop arguing." After everyone quieted down, he said, "Xingqiu, you just said you didn't accept it, right? Look, aren't you cultivating your soul? Now your soul leaves your body and compete with Fei Yang's soul. If you win, I will help him compensate you. If you lose, apologize to him and Qingzhu, and give them 3 top-grade magic weapons. What do you think?" As soon as these words came out, Xingqiu froze and stammered, "Master Uncle, this that. Can we compete with each other in the flesh?" Who knew that as soon as these words were spoken, Mo Jioqian and others began to curse. The 10 elders couldn't stand it anymore and started to blame again. "Yu Yushu, you are not a young man anymore. Do you still have some shame? As an elder, it's fine if you don't keep your word, and it's fine if you cheat with the younger generation. But now you are taking advantage of your age to compete? Shame on you. I am ashamed to be associated with you. Master Yufeng, our great uncle is still here. You shouldn't be so shameless now." Even his niece Yu couldn't stand it anymore. She grabbed his sleeve with her little hand, her face red, and whispered, "Uncle, forget it. I don't want it." Zhuang Jian snorted coldly. and said with majesty, Xingqiu, let's compete with the soul. Do you want to compete? If not, shut up and leave. And the competition will begin. Seeing that he was angry, Yu Yushu didn't dare to act rashly, and immediately lowered his head and retreated to the back. His soul realm is only the late stage of the soul refining realm. He thought that the soul and body are both cultivated, and this realm is already very powerful. Who would have thought that this kid is also practicing the soul and body? And the soul realm is higher than his. It's really hack cough cough. Bad luck. Zhuang Jian looked at him majestically again, and then looked at Wu Qing, the peak master of Sanyan Peak. Before he could speak, Wu Qing immediately bowed and said, Uncle Master, Junior Brother Chu is very powerful, and my disciple from Sanyan Peak admits defeat. There is no need to fight. Zhuang Jian smiled and said, You are straightforward. Wu Qing showed a trace of embarrassment on his face, and looked at the young man in the hall with complicated eyes, and sighed. Junior Brother Chu has practiced both soul and body, and can still have such a realm and strength. My eldest disciple is obviously not his opponent, so there is no need to waste the time of Uncle Master and everyone else. Zhuang Jian smiled and looked at the 10 elders again. The eldest elder Wu Yuzi immediately bowed and said, Uncle Master, we also admit defeat. Junior Brother Chu's strength is probably good enough to win against a warrior in the middle stage of the great martial master, so there is no need for my disciple to come out and make a fool of himself. At this time, the second elder, the third elder, and the rest of the elders also admitted defeat one after another. The 3 matches just now were enough to let them recognize the true strength of this young man. Why should they let their disciples come out to embarrass themselves again? Look at the disciples of Beiwang Peak, Chaoyang Peak and Qingyan Peak. Which one of them was not beaten to a pulp and in a miserable state? At this moment, they had already looked up to the young man in front of them. At the same time, they all admired the vision of the sect master. Seeing that everyone had admitted defeat, Zhuang Jian smiled and said, Okay, since everyone has admitted defeat, then this time the contest is won by Zixia and Qingju's disciples. This old man has treasured this 9 transformation spirit pill for many years, and I will reward him. Everyone has no objection, right? Although the peak masters and elders were envious, they all said in unison, Junior Brother Chu deserves it. Zhuang Jian took out a brocade box, looked at the young man under the stage, and said kindly, Fei Yong, here. Luo Qingzhou immediately bowed his head and stepped forward, bowed and took it in his hand, and said respectfully, Thank you, Ancestor. Zhuang Jian nodded and said, Continue. Following hard. Do not slack. Even more proud. But the old man still needs to warn you. If the matter of tonight is passed out, no matter who passed on, master and apprentice, abolish the cultivation together, and never enter the teacher. The things in it were spread out. Not only did they be expelled, you also had to be punished. For warriors like them, abolishing their cultivation and being expelled from the sect would mean the end of their lives, which would be more painful than death. So they naturally dared not say a word about what happened in the hall tonight. Zhuang Jian's majestic eyes swept around again, and then he slowed down his tone and said, Okay, tonight's meeting is over. Everyone leave. In a few days, I will personally instruct a few disciples. As for who it is, I won't say it now. Everyone bowed and left immediately. Fairy Zixia waved her sleeves and closed the barrier around the room. At this time, the people in the corridor could hear the voice in the hall clearly. Zixia, Qingju, you stay for a while. I have something to say to you. Zhuang Jian suddenly spoke again. Fairy Zixia and Linghu Qingju looked at each other and stopped. Luo Qingzhou approached Linghu Qingju and whispered, Uncle Master, I will go back first. I still need to practice in seclusion. Linghu Qingju glanced at him coldly and whispered, Wait for me at the intersection of Jianfeng Road. Luo Qingzhou did not dare to say anything else and said, Oh! Then he bowed and said respectfully, Grandmaster, Master, I will leave first. Fairy Zixia smiled slightly and nodded. Zhuang Jian's eyes flickered, and he did not speak until his back disappeared in the square outside. Then he said, Zixia, Qingju, I asked you to stay because I have something to tell you. However, this matter is of great importance. After you listen to it, you can't tell anyone else. Can you agree? Fairy Zixia seemed to have guessed something, and lowered her head and said, Don't worry, Uncle Master. Zixia will never tell anyone else. Linghu Qingju also nodded, with a hint of doubt on his face. Zhuang Ziyan was silent for a moment, and suddenly said, Forget it. I won't tell you about this. Uncle Master has something I want to discuss with you. The two were slightly startled when they heard this, and said respectfully, Uncle Master, please speak. Zhuang Jian looked at the two people, cough cough, and said, it's like this. You see, Uncle Master is old, and needs a reliable person to take care of and accompany him. And Uncle Master has been lonely all his life, and he doesn't even have a close disciple. So Uncle Master wants to discuss with you to see if you can find a reliable disciple for Uncle Master? After these words came out, Fairy Zixia and Ling Hu Qingzhu were both stunned. And then, they suddenly felt something was wrong in their hearts. Seeing that neither of them spoke, Zhuang Jian could only cough again and said directly, okay. Then I'll tell you the truth. We are one family. Why beat around the bush? It's like this. I hit it off with your disciple Fei Yang. I feel very compatible with him. And when I saw him, I was reminded of my youth. So I wanted to accept him as my last disciple. You see, can you give him to me? A poor old man who is alone and helpless. Fairy Zixia. Ling Hu Qingzhu. Chapter 635 Sister Yu. I'll wait for you. Jianfeng intersection. Luo Qingzhou stood under the tree, waiting for Ling Hu Qingzhu. He took out the communication treasure and sent a message to Sister Yu, asking about the 9 transformation spiritual pill. Sister Yu, have you heard of the 9 transformation spiritual pill? Can it be taken together with the transformation spiritual pill you gave me? After the message was sent, it was unexpected that a reply came back soon. Sister Yu, yes. The effect is half of the transformation spiritual pill. Luo Qingzhou was secretly surprised. I didn't expect that the effect would be half as weak after adding 2 more words. At the same time, he felt that Sister Yu was even more unfathomable. He asked again, Sister Yu, will there be any problem if I take 2 pills together? Will the effect be better? Or should I take one of them first? Sister Yu, take both together. Each great martial artist's body only reacts once to the Hualing pill. If you take them separately, one pill will not have any effect. Luo Qingzhou, I see. Thank you, Sister Yu. I will go into seclusion after taking it tonight. Sister Yu, there may be too much energy. If you can't hold on, your meridians and acupoints may burst and die. Luo Qingzhou, Sister Yu, what should I do? Sister Yu, I can only hold on by myself. Luo Qingzhou, yes. I will hold on. Sister Yu, if you are not in a hurry to advance, it should be no problem to use one pill. But it will be slower. Luo Qingzhou, Sister Yu, I am in a hurry. Sister Yu, then take 2 pills. Maybe there will be unexpected effects. Luo Qingzhou, yes. Good night. Sister Yu, when practicing, it is best not to have other people around, especially women. Luo Qingzhou, why? Sister Yu, what do you think? Luo Qingzhou, oh. The other party did not reply. Luo Qingzhou put away the message and waited for a while. And Ling Hu Qingzhu finally came. Uncle Master, why are you so slow? He immediately went to meet him. Ling Hu Qingzhu looked at him with a complicated look, and ignored him with a cold face, and walked towards Jianfeng. Luo Qingzhou followed behind and asked, Uncle Master, what did the ancestor tell you? Ling Hu Qingzhu did not answer, and walked forward for a while. Suddenly stopped, turned his head and looked at him and said, why don't you pretend tonight? You have revealed all your cards. Aren't you afraid that others will expose your strength? Hearing this, Luo Qingzhou said indifferently, expose it. Anyway, the Jinui has no evidence to arrest me. He paused, and then said, tonight, I am determined to get this Hualing pill. And the stronger my strength, and the better my talent, the more the ancestor and the sect will protect me. Right? Ling Hu Qingzhu was silent for a moment, and said, that's true. After tonight, even if the Jinui find evidence of your murder, don't think of coming to my Ling Shao sect to arrest people. Even if we are willing, the ancestor will personally protect you. Luo Qingzhou was immediately happy and said, Uncle, did the ancestor praise me to you and the sect master? Ling Hu Qingzhu glanced at him coldly and said, I didn't praise you. But? Just what? Ling Hu Qingzhu narrowed his eyes and said, it's just that the ancestor said that he wants to accept you as his last disciple. Are you willing? As soon as these words came out, Luo Qingzhou was suddenly stagnant. Then, he immediately said, of course I am willing. The old ancestor must have a very high level of cultivation, being able to be his disciple. He suddenly stopped talking here, seeing that her face was not right. He quickly changed his words and said, but I am already the disciple of the sect master and the uncle. No matter how tempting it is, I can't betray you. And what's the point of being a close disciple? It's better to come and serve the uncle, and listen to the uncle playing the flute than to close the door for the old ancestor every night. Ling Hu Qingju was not amused by his jokes, and still said coldly, as the disciple of the uncle, you are the one with the highest seniority in Ling Xiao sect except the uncle. Even if the sect master and I see you, we have to respectfully call you little uncle. Luo Qingzhou's eyes lit up. But she heard her say, but I have already refused for you. I said that the reason you can achieve today's achievements is because, for the relationship between me and the sect master, your senior sister, and Su Feng and Su Yu. Luo Qingzhou? Ling Hu Qingju said seriously, I said you are lustful. You will only work hard to cultivate if you are surrounded by beautiful women. If you follow your uncle, you may not make progress but regress, wasting your talent. Guess what your uncle said after hearing it? Without waiting for Luo Qingzhou to answer, she said, the uncle sighed, and said that you are destined to be with him. You are exactly the same as him when he was young. Luo Qingzhou. Ling Hu Qingju added lightly, the uncle's master, uncle, and the people around him were all women. And they were all very beautiful. Luo Qingzhou. Let's go! I have already rejected it for you. Don't think about it. Ling Hu Qingju continued to move forward. Luo Qingzhou froze in place for a few seconds before catching up with her and said, Uncle Master, why are you slandering me? Ling Hu Qingju said coldly, I'm just telling the truth. Aren't you lustful? Luo Qingzhou said. But, I didn't by the way. There's one more thing. Ling Hu Qingju stopped and looked at him and said, about the marriage with Xianyan Pavilion. Just now, my uncle said that with your ability, you can seduce the saint girl from Xianyan Pavilion. And then why are you looking at me like that? My uncle's original words were seduction. Not me. Luo Qingzhou, Ling Hu Qingju continued. My uncle asked you to conquer the saint girl. Let her stay in Xianyan Pavilion. But her heart is in our Ling Xiao sect. Luo Qingzhou immediately said, Uncle Master, didn't I refuse this matter? Ling Hu Qingju said, you have already refused. But you are a disciple of the sect. You should understand what is righteousness, and what is responsibility. The sect gives you the skills and resources to practice, and will protect you at all costs. Even your family. Chu Feiyang. Don't you give anything in return? Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while, and said, Uncle, I can repay you in other ways. Not necessarily through marriage. Right? Ling Hu Qingju said, I just told you what my uncle said. And my uncle just suggested it. Not forced you. If you really don't want to, forget it. After a pause, she said, Chu Feiyang, practice well. My uncle is very optimistic about you. If you have any difficulties in the future, you can tell me directly. Even if you kill people and set fires, our Ling Xiao sect will protect you. Of course, you can't kill people and set fires casually. You can't commit treason. You can't participate in political struggles. And you can't kill people from the royal family. The disciples we want are not only excellent in cultivation talent, but also have a certain character. The master said that your character is still in the probation period. So, in the future, you must think twice before you act. Luo Qingzhou didn't say anything more. Ling Hu Qingju glanced at him again, continued to walk forward, and said, Go to my place? Or, Luo Qingzhou said, Thank you, Uncle Master. I'd better go back to my cave. Ling Hu Qingju said, If you want to take the 9 transformation spirit pills and retreat, it's best to have someone to watch over you. If you are alone in the cave, what if you are disturbed or something goes wrong? Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment after hearing this, and before he spoke, Ling Hu Qingju said again, My cave is very large, with 3 stone chambers inside, and a barrier set up outside. No matter how much noise you make inside, it will not be transmitted to the outside. I can watch over you outside the stone chamber. If you have any problems, I can help you at any time. Hearing her say this, Luo Qingzhou no longer hesitated and said, Uncle Master, then I'll trouble you. Ling Hu Qingju didn't say anything else, and took him directly to his cave. The night was as dark as ink. There were no lanterns hanging on the sword peak. The moon above was also cold and dim, as if it had just woken up and was still sleepy. The two walked on the rugged path, one in front and one behind. The cliff breeze blew. Ling Hu Qingju's green clothes fluttered. Her long hair swayed, revealing the green jade flute around her slender waist. Luo Qingzhou broke the silence and said, Uncle Master, do you like playing the flute very much? Ling Hu Qingju paused and said, No. Luo Qingzhou said, But every time I see you, You are playing the flute. Ling Hu Qingju was silent for a while and said, I'm not playing the flute. But my mood. Luo Qingzhou immediately flattered him and said, Uncle Master is so talented. Ling Hu Qingju ignored him. Luo Qingzhou said, If Master Uncle likes to play the flute, I have some music scores here. I can give them to Master Uncle. Ling Hu Qingju said lightly. No need. Luo Qingzhou shrugged and said, Then just pretend I didn't say anything. When they were about to reach the cave, Ling Hu Qingju stopped and looked at him and said, If you want to repay me, when you finish practicing, you can practice the black and white sword with me. It won't take up too much of your time. 2 days will be enough. Okay? Luo Qingzhou immediately said, Okay, Master Uncle. Ling Hu Qingju opened the cave door, took him in, walked through the passage, and turned into a stone room inside. The stone room was very spacious. The top was inlaid with moonstone, and there was a stone bed in the corner with a futon on it. There was nothing else. Ling Hu Qingju said, Is this okay? Luo Qingzhou took a look and nodded. Yes. I just need a secluded place where no one will disturb me. Ling Hu Qingju said, See if there is anything else you need. I will prepare it for you. Luo Qingzhou said, Thank you, Uncle Master. I don't need anything else. Ling Hu Qingju took another look in the stone room and said, Then you can practice. Call me if you have anything. I'll be outside. After that, he walked out. The stone door at the door began to close slowly. Luo Qingzhou looked around the stone room again, then walked to the stone bed, sat on the cushion on it, and then took out the Hualing pill that Sister Yu helped him refine, and the Jiuhua Lingdan that the ancestor just gave him. He took a deep breath, calmed his mind, and was about to take them together when the communication treasure on his body suddenly vibrated. He took it out quickly and looked at it carefully. It was sent by Sister Yu. Have you taken it? Take a picture of your surroundings. Luo Qingzhou didn't think much about it. He immediately raised the communication treasure in his hand, took a picture of the whole stone room, sent it, and said, Sister Yu, just about to take it. The message came back quickly. Is there anyone outside? Luo Qingzhou, yes. Uncle Master, please help me stay outside to prevent anyone from disturbing me and prevent me from getting into trouble. Sister Yu female? Luo Qingzhou, yes. But Sister Yu, don't worry. The stone door at the door is closed. Uncle Master is outside. As long as I don't call her, she won't come in to disturb me. Sister Yu, why not find a man? Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment and replied, Uncle Master, I don't know any men. And my Uncle Master, and the people here are all women. Sister Yu, oh. Luo Qingzhou suddenly regretted the message he had just sent, and quickly explained, Sister Yu, it's not what you think. My relationship with them is pure and innocent, and I am surrounded by women. It is not my will, nor my intention. It is completely coincidental, and I don't want to do it. Sister Yu, no need to quibble. Luo Qingzhou. Sister Yu originally said no need to explain, but now she directly said no need to quibble, which shows that her impression of him has fallen to the bottom. Luo Qingzhou, Sister Yu, I am not quibbling. I am telling the truth. I want to practice, and I will explain to you when I go back. Sister Yu, no. It has nothing to do with me. Luo Qingzhou looked at the message, hesitated for a moment, and replied, No. Sister Yu, I must explain to you. I don't want you to misunderstand. The other party did not reply again. Luo Qingzhou looked at the last message she sent, and suddenly felt a little lost. When he was about to reply, Ling Hu Qingzhu's voice suddenly came from outside the stone gate. Has it started? Luo Qingzhou put away the communication treasure and said, Not yet. Uncle, is there anything? Ling Hu Qingzhu seemed to hesitate for a moment, but still said, The sect master just sent a message that the saint of Xianyan Pavilion will come tomorrow, and the pavilion master of Xianyan Pavilion will also come. Luo Qingzhou frowned and said, Then what? I won't practice tonight. Will I waste a night or a day waiting for them? Ling Hu Qingzhu said, I'm just telling you. The sect master said that if you really don't want to see, then don't see. Just practice with peace of mind. Luo Qingzhou said, Uncle, I have more important things waiting for me down the mountain. I went up the mountain this time, and I was in great danger and owed a lot of favors to others. I can't waste time and energy on someone I have never met. I know that as a disciple of the sect, I have the responsibility to see her, but I really don't have the time and mood now. If I have finished those things, no matter what the sect asks me to do, I am willing and will never refuse. Ling Hu Qingju was silent for a while, and said, I know. You practice well. I won't bother you again. Luo Qingzhou said, thank you, uncle. Ling Hu Qingju said again, if you are hungry, tell me. I will cook for you. You haven't started fasting yet. You can't be hungry. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, and said, well, thank you, uncle. Ling Hu Qingju didn't say anything else and left silently. Luo Qingzhou was stunned, and when he was about to calm down and concentrate, the communication treasure on his body suddenly vibrated again. He took it out and took a look. Sister Yu, practice well. Don't think too much. I'll wait for you. Chapter 636 Saint Wu. Outside the cave, the sound of a flute suddenly rose. The moonlight was cold, and the wind was biting. Ling Hu Qingju stood on the edge of the cliff in a green dress, her green hair dancing and her sleeves fluttering. Inside the cave, Luo Qingzhou had already taken 2 Hualing pills and began his retreat. He soon entered a mysterious state. The energy of the Hualing pill slowly spread in his body, and then entered the Danhai through refining, and then flowed from the Danhai into the meridians and various acupoints. His soul seemed to have entered another world. Blue sky and white clouds, red flowers and green grass. Countless trickling streams flowed into the boundless sea together. And then, after the water in the sea merged with the wind and waves, it slowly flowed back into the stream. In the repeated flushing, the stream became wider and wider, and the sea became deeper and deeper. At the same time, Qin Mansion far away in Kyoto, in the Meixian Garden, Miss Qin Air and Nandong Meijio had already taken a bath, and were lying on the bed, chatting under the quilt. After chatting for a while, Nandong Meijio suddenly asked, Wei Mo, hasn't that guy done that with you yet? Miss Qin Air sighed softly and said, no. Nandong Meijio put her ear close to her and whispered, so when you sleep together every night, do you do anything besides chatting? Miss Qin Air said, nothing. Just sleeping. Nandong Meijio whispered, didn't that guy touch you? Miss Qin Air shook her head. Nandong Meijio snorted, who are you kidding? That guy is so lustful that he won't let you go. He must have asked you to help him with that. Miss Qin Air asked with a puzzled look. Help him with which one? Nandong Meijio whispered. He asked you to help him with his hands and feet. And asked you. As she spoke, she stretched out a slender jade finger and touched her little mouth, with an ambiguous expression on her face, and whispered, is there? Miss Qin Air looked at a loss. Sister Meijiao, Wei Mo doesn't understand what you are saying. Nandong Meijio was immediately annoyed. You little Wei Mo, you are still pretending, right? After saying that, she hugged her, turned over and pressed on her body, and then bit her little mouth, snorting, cunning girl, let this princess teach you a lesson. The sound of 2 people playing came from the room. In the next room, Chior and Xiaodai were discussing making clothes. And in the small courtyard, Zhuer was still practicing flying knives alone. Puff! 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 The flying knife she threw hit the target on the wall accurately. Exiled immortal residence. The room was empty and dark. In the corridor, a girl in a light green dress was holding a sword, standing there motionless, looking at the courtyard. Dazed, she did not enter the room, because he was not in the room. It was cold everywhere. In Lingshan Moon Palace, Bailing was wearing a pink skirt and a pair of pink silk stockings, with the hem spread out like petals. She was sitting on the bed, pounding the flower medicine out of boredom. From time to time, she would look out the window, sigh softly, and occasionally muttered, stinky son-in-law, bad son-in-law. He made me grow bigger again. At some point, snowflakes were already falling outside the window. In another room, a girl in a white dress was standing in front of the window, holding a piece of jade in her hand, staring blankly at the snowflakes outside the window. That flawless face was so beautiful that even the wind passing by the window could not help but stop and look at it a few more times. That night, many people could not sleep. The next day, it was a night of wind and snow, and everything was white. Ling Hu Qingju made breakfast and came to the door of the stone room. He listened to the movement inside for a while, but did not make a sound and left silently. At noon, Su Feng and Su Yu came to find her and said that the sect leader asked her to go over. Master, I heard that the pavilion master of Xianyan Pavilion and the Saint Girl are here. Su Feng reported respectfully. Ling Hu Qingju said coldly, go tell the sect master that I have something to do and cannot go. After that, she hesitated for a moment, and immediately said, forget it. I'll go over there. Su Feng. Su Yu. You two guard the cave door, and don't let anyone in. The two immediately responded, yes. Master. Ling Hu Qingzhu took another look at the cave, then closed the cave door, and hurried to the main peak. Su Feng and Su Yu stood at the door, and looked at each other. After seeing her walk away, they whispered and guessed. Sister. Junior brother Chu is not in his cave. He should be in Master's cave. Right? I guess he is practicing in it. I'm so envious. Master is so good to junior brother Chu. Not only practicing sword with him, but also letting him practice in the cave, and personally helping him guard it. I don't know what happened in the hall last night. I met senior brother Lin from Beiwang Peak today, and asked him about it. He seemed to be very secretive, and didn't say anything. The two whispered. In the stone chamber in the cave, Luo Qingzhou was still in a mysterious and selfless state, practicing silently. In the reception hall of the main peak, Fairy Zixia, wearing a red dress, sat on the main seat above, chatting with a young and beautiful woman in a purple dress and elegant posture. Next to the beautiful woman stood a girl in a white dress with a slim figure. The girl wore a thin veil on her face, a red dot on her eyebrows, clear and deep eyes, long hair behind her waist, and a pure and elegant temperament, like a snow lotus blooming on an iceberg, white and elegant, without dust. This young and beautiful woman is Luo Shang, the current pavilion master of Xianyan Pavilion, and the girl next to her is the saint of Xianyan Pavilion, Liuli, known as the Liuli Fairy. Today they came, of course, for the matter of marriage. Luo Shang had a warm smile on her face and said, Zixia, I heard that your great-grandmaster came out of retreat yesterday. I wonder what level he has reached. Fairy Zixia also had a polite smile on her face and said, I don't know either. The great-grandmaster's level has never been revealed to us. Luo Shang's eyes flashed with light and said, Really? 100 years ago, Senior Zhuang's level of cultivation had already reached the grandmaster level. I'm afraid he is even more powerful now. Fairy Zixia smiled and said, Aunt Luo also knows that the further a warrior practices, the harder it is to break through, especially in the grandmaster level. Every step forward is extremely difficult. By the way, Aunt Luo Senior Luo from Xianyan Pavilion has not come out of retreat yet? I guess he has reached the grandmaster level now. Right? Luo Shang smiled and said, It's not that easy to break through to the grandmaster level. I'm afraid it's still too early. The two of them talked about their respective sects for a while, and the topic soon turned back to the marriage between the two families. Luo Shang asked, Zixia, tell me the truth. Is it you who disagrees? Or the other elders? Or is it Senior Zhuang who disagrees? Fairy Zixia sighed and said, Aunt Luo, I really didn't lie to you. Of course I agree. The other elders of my Lingxiao sect also agree. As for my uncle, he has no objection. The main thing is that my disciple disagrees. Luo Shang frowned and said, Just because he is married? Fairy Zixia nodded and said, I asked him last time, and he did say that. He said that he already has a wife at home, and the saint of your sect is of noble status. If he marries him, he is afraid that it will be unfair to him. The wife of his family. Luo Shang asked, Then do you know who his wife is and what her background is? Fairy Zixia thought for a while, and said, She should be a girl from an ordinary family. Luo Shang laughed and said, If that's the case, then why is he hesitating? Does he think that my Liuli will bully an ordinary weak woman? Fairy Zixia glanced at the girl behind her, smiled, and said, The status of the saint is extraordinary. If she really marries him, his wife will naturally feel inferior and panic. He probably doesn't want to make his wife sad and upset. Moreover, Aunt Luo, if your saint marries him, she will definitely, as the legal wife. My disciple values love and loyalty, and should not want his legal wife to be wronged. Luo Shang immediately sneered and said, Those who do great things are not bound by love. Since he has become your disciple, he should understand his responsibilities. Is it worth it to reject our marriage for an ordinary woman? Fairy Zixia sighed again and said, I also advised him in this way, but he just didn't listen, and I couldn't do anything about it. Luo Shang frowned and said, You are his master and the leader of Lingxiao's sect. How dare he not listen to what you said? Fairy Zixia looked helpless and said, Aunt Luo, I really didn't lie to you. Luo Shang snorted coldly and said, Zixia, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but as the sect leader, you should be more domineering and decisive. Why do you need such a disobedient disciple? Find another one. Fairy Zixia said, But my uncle likes him very much. As soon as she said this, Luo Shang's expression suddenly froze, and she looked at her and said, Senior Zhuang likes him? Is it because of his talent? Do you know what grade his physique is? Fairy Zixia sighed and said, The uncle should know. But he didn't tell us, and he didn't allow us to check it ourselves. When Luo Shang heard this, a look of doubt appeared in her eyes. The hall fell into a brief silence. At this time, the girl standing next to her suddenly said softly, Senior Zixia, can I see him? Fairy Zixia hadn't answered yet, and a cold voice suddenly came from outside the door. No. The eyes of the three people all looked at the door. Lenghu Qingzhu, dressed in green, walked in from outside and said expressionlessly, Greetings, Sect Master Luo. Luo Shang glanced at her and said with a smile, It's Qingzhu. Why did you say no just now? Can't my Liuli even see him once? Lenghu Qingzhu said, He is in seclusion and cannot be disturbed. Practicing in seclusion? Luo Shang was slightly startled when she heard this, then smiled and said, It is said that when he participated in the Lingxiao preliminary test last time, he was only at the middle stage of the martial artist. Right? Is he going to break through to the realm of the great martial artist in seclusion today? Lenghu Qingzhu said lightly. Maybe. Fairy Zixia smiled and said, Aunt Luo, Fei Yang has already broken through to the realm of the great martial artist. This time, he is probably trying to break through to the middle stage of the great martial artist in seclusion. Oh! Luo Shang showed a hint of surprise on her face, and nodded. It seems that he has good talent. Fairy Zixia smiled and said, Compared with the saint, he is definitely not as good as her. I heard that the saint is now at the middle stage of the great martial artist. Right? Luo Shang smiled and said, 2 days ago, she broke through to the late stage. As soon as these words came out, the smile on Fairy Zixia's face slightly faded. Lenghu Qingzhu's eyes also flashed, and he looked at the girl beside her. Liuli bowed and said, Is this Senior Linghu from Jianfeng? How long will Senior Brother Chu need to practice in seclusion? Lenghu Qingzhu paused and said, I don't know either. Liuli said softly, It's okay. I'll wait for him here. Lenghu Qingzhu frowned slightly. Fairy Zixia smiled and said, Liuli, then you can stay here. It just so happens that our annual exam is about to start, so you don't have to run back and forth. Lenghu Qingzhu glanced at her. Liuli said respectfully, Thank you, Senior. Luo Shang, who was standing by, suddenly coughed and said, Zixia, I finally came out once. Anyway, there is nothing to do in the sect, and there are other elders to help watch over. I also want to play here for a few more days. Do you think it's okay? Fairy Zixia smiled slightly and said, Aunt Lu is honored to stay in my sect as a guest. Luo Shang was very happy. After chatting for a while, Fairy Zixia suddenly said, Qingzhu, take Liuli to live on your peak. Remember to find her a better cave. Don't neglect her. Linghu Qingzhu was slightly startled when he heard this. He glanced at her again and said, Yes, Sect Master. Fairy Zixia said, You go. Aunt Luo and I have some private topics to discuss. Linghu Qingzhu said no more. He glanced at the girl and walked out of the hall. Liuli said respectfully, Master, I'll go first. Luo Shang nodded and said, Go. Remember, when you see the boy, ask him clearly. If you can avoid it, try not to do it. After saying this, Fairy Zixia and Lenghu Qingzhu both looked at her. Liuli bowed her head and said, Yes, Master. Luo Shang smiled and said, Zixia, don't be nervous. I have no other intentions. It's just a competition between disciples. If they are willing, let them compete. Fairy Zixia smiled and said, I have no objection. Linghu Qingzhu walked out of the hall with a cold expression. Liuli followed behind him in a white dress. The two walked to the sword peak one after the other. On the way, neither of them spoke, until they reached the sword peak. Liuli said softly, Senior Linghu, I have also been practicing swordsmanship recently. Can I ask you for a few tricks? Lenghu Qingzhu stopped, turned his head, and looked at her and said, Have you had lunch? Liuli said, Thank you for your concern, but I never eat lunch. So please don't bother me. I came here this time, not only to see Senior Brother Chu, but also to learn your sex skills. Lenghu Qingzhu said coldly, If you don't eat lunch, then go for a walk. I'm going to eat lunch. After that, he left quickly and ignored her. Liuli froze in place, looking at her back. At the same time, in the stone chamber of the cave, Luo Qingzhou, who was practicing, suddenly opened his eyes. He suddenly felt his whole body burning, as if there was a flame burning in his abdomen, and the vast energy in his body suddenly became irritable and restless. Chapter 637 Save him. Hiss. At the same time, the meridians and acupoints felt like they were torn apart. The energy surged past, repeatedly washing and tempering them, making them wider and deeper. The Dan Sea is like the sea. The meridians are like rivers, and the acupoints are like lakes. Hundreds of rivers converge into the sea, and the sea nourishes hundreds of rivers. The energy they can store and flow is increasing. Once they are needed somewhere, they will turn into a torrent and surge out. But the training is not over. This kind of washing and tempering may take longer. The pain came. The abdomen was like a flame burning, and the skin all over the body began to become hot. Luo Qingzhou did not dare to continue, and immediately closed his eyes and concentrated, silently reciting the Qingxinju. But it seemed to have no effect. The flames in his abdomen were running around everywhere, making his cheeks red, his forehead full of sweat, and even the breath exhaled from his nose was a little hot. He immediately opened his eyes, took out a water bottle from his storage ring, uncorked it, and began to drink. When he finished a large bottle of water, his body was already extremely hot, with no signs of relief. He felt like his body was about to explode. Could something be wrong? He immediately took out the communication treasure and sent a message to Sister Yu. Sister Yu, I feel very uncomfortable now. My whole body is burning, and there seems to be a ball of fire burning in my abdomen. I can't control it at all. I feel that the meridians in my body are swollen and painful, as if they are about to explode. Is there something wrong with the pill? The message came back quickly. Did you use the spiritual liquid? When Luo Qingzhou saw this message, he immediately said badly, and replied, I used it. I thought that when sprinting, I needed more energy, and that energy seemed to be able to repair wounds and relieve pain. So I used 2 drops. Sister Yu, do you think you can hold on now? Luo Qingzhou, it feels a bit difficult. Very uncomfortable. Very hot. Very stuffy. And I feel that there is a force and fire in my body that needs to be vented. Sister Yu, can I punch now to release it? Sister Yu, if that happens, you won't be able to break through. You have to rely on that powerful energy to force a breakthrough. Once you use the technique to release it through the meridians and acupoints, all your efforts will be wasted. Luo Qingzhou gritted his teeth and replied with trembling fingers, Sister Yu, I know. I will continue to endure it. I will definitely be able to endure it. I must break through. A certain mansion. In the back garden, a girl in a snow-white dress sat in the pavilion, looking down at the jade in her hand. On that flawless face, her eyebrows were slightly frowned, and she was very charming. She hesitated for a moment, and her slender jade fingers gently stroked the jade. You need to relieve it in another way now. Luo Qingzhou, Sister Yu. What way? The girl did not reply. Paused, looked up and said, Bai Ling, help me guard. I'm going out for a while. Okay, miss. The girl in a pink dress immediately flew over like a butterfly, dancing gracefully, and landed outside the pavilion. But the beautiful girl in the pavilion paused for a while, and then said, Forget it. It's okay. She stretched out her slender jade fingers and sent a message to another person. Do you have time? After editing the message, she hesitated again before sending it out. At this time, in a palace, in a luxuriously decorated study, a girl in a fiery red dress was sitting in front of the desk, looking at the letter in her hand with a dignified look. At this time, the communication certificate on her body suddenly vibrated. She frowned. A cold light flashed in her eyes. But after a pause, she took it out and took a look. When she saw who sent it, a hint of surprise suddenly appeared in her eyes. She immediately replied, If you have anything to say, just say it. The beautiful girl in the pavilion, with long eyelashes drooping, her slender fingers paused for a few seconds, and then replied, He needs help. Are you willing to go? The girl in a fiery red dress looked at the message, snorted coldly, and replied directly, No, I'm busy. After replying, she threw the communication certificate in her hand directly on the desk and continued to look at the letter. But the more she read, the less she could concentrate. Forget it. Take a break. She put down the letter in her hand and looked back at the message that she had thrown on the table. After hesitating for a while, her soul left her body. Xiaoya, senior sister. I was busy just now, but now I am fine. Does my brother need help? Tell me what it is. After a while, The message came back. Help him practice and merge his soul with his soul. Xiaoya? The other party did not reply again. Xiaoya looked at the message and hesitated for a long time. Then asked again, why do you want to merge your soul? Senior sister. You didn't lie to me. Did you? Why didn't my brother tell me in person? The other party still did not reply. Xiaoya. Then I will ask my brother. I don't think my brother will take the initiative to make such a request. Right? Even if my brother has such a need, he should ask you. Right? This time. The message came back quickly. No need. He has found someone else. Xiaoya immediately said, Senior sister. Is that you? Sure enough. You have long wanted to merge with my brother's soul. Right? Senior sister, it's longer. Seeing this message, Xiaoya was shocked. Senior sister? No. Don't let that little snake harm my brother. Senior sister. Tell me where my brother is. I'll go. I'll go right now. The other party didn't reply. Xiaoya immediately edited a message to someone. Brother. Where are you? Sister will find you. But after she finished editing, she didn't send it out immediately. She stared at the message for a while, and suddenly deleted it word by word, muttering, Xiaoya, are you really willing? Frowning and thinking for a while, she suddenly put down the message and returned to her mind. Bah! How can I let him take advantage of me? Senior sister, you really have a good plan. I would rather die. Little you. You are so shameless. You were moved just now. Right? Disgusting. Vomit. In the mansion. In the back garden. A beautiful girl in a white dress was sending a message to another person. Do you have time? The message was quickly replied. Yes. Sister. What's the matter? He made some mistakes in his cultivation and needs to merge his spirit and soul. Are you willing to help him? Yes. Sister. Where is he? I'll go right away. In the pavilion. The girl looked at the jade in her hand, paused, and replied, waiting by the river. Jianfeng. In the stone chamber of the cave. Luo Qingzhou's whole body trembled. His skin was burning. His eyes gradually turned red, and his skin was almost cracked. At this time, Sister Yu sent a message. The soul left the body to help the body share some energy. Seeing this, Luo Qingzhou immediately closed his eyes, and his soul left the body. The soul floated out from the top of his head, and he still felt the whole body was burning hot. The soul heart in the body was beating fast, and the whole soul felt hot and unbearable. Sister Yu, the feeling has been relieved, but the soul seems to be more painful. Sister Yu, go to the riverside and find Longer's soul. Luo Qingzhou was stunned when he saw the sentence, and said, why go to her? Longa help me? Sister Yu, yes. Luo Qingzhou immediately took the message, and was about to fly out of the cave. But he suddenly had an idea and replied, Sister Yu, how can Miss Longer help me? Sister Yu, you will know when you go there. Luo Qingzhou, Sister Yu, tell me first. The other side seemed to pause for a while before replying. Soul fusion. Luo Qingzhou, Sister Yu, is this method a little inappropriate? Sister Yu, this is the only way. You and Long Air souls will intersect, which will benefit both of you. Of course, you can also choose to go in the flesh, or find someone nearby. Luo Qingzhou looked at the message with a quickened heartbeat. When he was about to reply, a familiar voice suddenly came from outside the door. Are you hungry? The voice was light and gentle. Not like her. Luo Qingzhou did not answer, but replied with his finger on the jade. Sister Yu, I don't want to hurt Longair. I haven't reached that level with her yet. Sister Yu, then who are you willing to be with? Luo Qingzhou was speechless. His finger slid on the jade a few times, deleted it, and then replied, is there no other way? Sister Yu, no more. Luo Qingzhou's fingers trembled. His entire soul was extremely hot, and cracks began to appear on his body. It was as if there was a flame burning in his body, and it turned red. A sharp pain came. The communication treasure in his hand almost slipped. Sister Yu sent another message. Go. You need her. And she needs you. Just don't let her down in the future. Then, another message came. I won't laugh at you or despise you. Luo Qingzhou felt that his entire soul was about to explode. He dared not hesitate anymore, and immediately put away the communication treasure and said to the outside, Uncle, I need my soul to leave my body and go out for a while. Can you help me remove the formation? Then Linghu Qingzhou's message came from outside. Okay. Luo Qingzhou persisted for a moment with his whole body trembling, and immediately passed through the stone door and flew out of the cave in a hurry. The road was smooth. He quickly flew up and down the cliff, bypassed the mountain, and flew towards the Yunwu River not far away. Swish! When he was about to fly away from Lingxiao Peak, a thin light curtain suddenly appeared in front of him, like a big ball, covering the entire Lingxiao Sex Mountain. When he was about to stop, the light curtain suddenly popped and disappeared. Ling Hu Qingshu stood on the edge of the cliff, looking at the clouds in the distance, frowning. Luo Qingzhou immediately flew out of the formation and flew towards the Yunwu River. Soon, he saw the misty river running through the Yunwu mountain range and Lingxiao Mountain like a water belt. He endured the severe pain and flew down with a whoosh. On the boat by the river, a girl in a green dress was standing there with a pair of bare white jade feet, looking up with her delicate face, looking forward to it. Under the skirt, the red rope on the white ankle, and the red dot between the eyebrows. At this moment, all looked particularly eye-catching, charming, and seductive. "Sir! Here!" She suddenly jumped up and waved her little hand, and her beautiful face bloomed with a happy smile. The river was calm, and the river was shrouded in mist. That smile, like the warm sun in winter, instantly warmed Luo Qingzhou's heart. Luo Qingzhou suddenly felt even hotter. He floated on the boat and stood in front of her. The calmness and composure that he usually saw in this girl disappeared at this moment. He endured the pain, forced a smile on his face, opened his mouth, wanted to say something, but didn't know how to start. Could it be? "Miss Longer. H. Lo. Have you eaten? I came to you to relieve my heat." Fortunately, the girl took the initiative to say, "Young master, let's go to Longer's bedroom." As she said, she pulled him intimately and flew into the river. There was no reserve, no shyness, no hesitation or any extra words. And it was natural and plain, making him suspect that she was taking him to dinner. On the river surface, snowflakes fluttered. Both sides of the river bank were empty and silent, with only the occasional bird calls in the forest. Squeak! The door of the palace was closed, and the outside was as calm as before. Chapter 638 Awakening. The wind was cold, and the snow was falling silently. In the pavilion in the back garden, a girl in a snow-white dress sat quietly in front of a stone table, holding a jade in her hand, with her head slightly lowered, wondering what she was thinking. Outside the pavilion, a thin girl was practicing swordplay in the flying snow. The girl in a light green dress danced in the flying snow. I don't know how long it took. In the pavilion, the jade in the girl's hand suddenly vibrated. Longer sent a message, "Sister, the young master is cheating and won't mate with Longer." Woo woo. The girl was slightly startled. What is he doing? Longer, the young master is lying in the ice coffin with the girl. The young master said it was very comfortable inside and didn't need Longer anymore. Woo. Longer regretted bringing him here. Sister, what should Longer do? The girl frowned slightly, thought for a while, and sent a message to someone. What are you doing? The message came back quickly. Sister, I found a treasure in Longer's palace. The 1,000-year-old ice coffin. When I lie in it, the restless energy in my body begins to calm down gradually, and I feel very comfortable. Sister, this shouldn't affect my continued cultivation, right? The girl paused and replied, as long as you don't feel uncomfortable. Luo Qingzhou, I don't feel uncomfortable, and I feel very comfortable. By the way, sister, why hasn't Huagu's soul awakened yet? The girl, I don't know. Luo Qingzhou, sister, Huagu's body. I remember there were deep scars on her face. Did you help her heal it? The girl looked at the jade in her hand and didn't reply. Longer sent another message, Sister, tell the young master quickly that this is not okay. It will affect his cultivation. Long Air finally waited for the opportunity and wanted to mate with the young master. Even if it was a soul-to-soul mating, Long Air could absorb a lot of thunder spirit energy. The girl was quiet for a while and replied, you can do it yourself. I have given you the opportunity. Long Air, woo woo. Young master is so annoying. He actually thinks the coffin is more comfortable than Long Air. Long Air, a little dragon girl with dragon blood, was defeated by a cold coffin. Woo. The girl did not reply again. Her slightly frowned brows unconsciously relaxed. She put away the jade in her hand, raised her head, and looked at the thin figure dancing with a sword outside the pavilion. The beautiful and cold face gradually became soft. Yunwu River. In the 1,000-year-old ice coffin, Luo Qingzhou's soul and Huagu's body lay together, using the cold air in the ice coffin to calm the heat in his body, while holding the communication treasure letter, replying to Zhu Yan's message. Shoo shoo, boy. This joke is not funny at all. Ha ha ha. Shoo shoo, boy. You performed very well today. Linghu Qingzhou also sent a message. Are you okay? Where did you go? Luo Qingzhou replied, I'm fine. I'm at the bottom of the mountain. Uncle, please help me watch my body, and don't let anyone in. Then he replied, Uncle, don't go in either. Zhu Zhu, I've already gone in. Luo Qingzhou immediately said, Uncle, why did you go in? Zhu Zhu, pinch you. Luo Qingzhou, Uncle, don't joke. I'm still practicing. Zhu Zhu, your body is so hot. I feel something is wrong. Do you want me to help you wash it with cold water? Luo Qingzhou, no. Uncle Master, please go out. I'm fine. I'll be back later. Zhu Zhu, you seem to have grown bigger. It's so hot. Luo Qingzhou's face changed. Uncle Master, stop it. Don't touch me. Zhu Zhu, just touch your hand. Not only your hand, but your whole body is a little swollen. It's bigger than before. Something seems to be flowing inside your body. It's very hot. Did you just not bear it? So you escaped? Luo Qingzhou, yes. The energy of the Hualing pill is too much. But it's okay. I'm much better now. I'll be back later. Uncle Master, please go out. Don't touch my body. Zhu Zhu, the skin on your fist has cracked. It looks a bit serious. Your body should also be serious. I have some cooling ointment here. I can help you apply it all over your body. Luo Qingzhou, Uncle Master. Get out. Zhu Zhu, no. Luo Qingzhou's breathing stagnated. His heartbeat accelerated, and a wave of heat suddenly rose in his body. He didn't dare to care about her anymore. So he had to ignore her. And without thinking about it, he sent a message to the princess again, asking about the situation at home. The message came back quickly. Nothing is wrong at home. Your elder brother hasn't come back yet. Don't worry. But I still have something to tell you. I hope you won't be sad after hearing it. Luo Qingzhou's heart tightened, and he immediately said, Princess, what do you say? Xiao Meijiao, last night, I played in the water with your Wei Mo Yuanong, slept together, and kissed her. And then I found that I seemed to like her. And she seemed to like me too. We don't like you anymore. Are you sad? Luo Qingzhou, I wish you happiness. Xiao Meijiao, haha. By the way, aren't you in seclusion for cultivation? How do you have time to chat? Luo Qingzhou, take a rest. Princess, pay attention to the house. Tell me immediately if there is any situation. I will rush back as soon as possible. Xiao Meijiao, I know. You can rest assured that I am here. I will not let bad people hurt my Weimo. Luo Qingzhou, no more. I want to practice. Xiao Meijiao, say you miss me. Luo Qingzhou, I miss you. Xiao Meijiao, where do you miss me? Luo Qingzhou, everywhere. Xiao Meijiao, bite you. Luo Qingzhou, bite you too. Xiao Meijiao, don't forget. You promised me before. Fulfill it immediately after you come back. Luo Qingzhou, yes. Definitely. If the princess was here now, he would have no scruples or hesitations. Because he has feelings for the princess. Also, the princess has been recognized by his second Miss Qin. Although long hair is good, he does not have these 2 points. So, until the last moment, he still couldn't do it. Because he didn't know how to explain to himself, to the second lady, to Chan Chan, and to others. Fortunately, this 1,000-year-old ice coffin solved his problem. Looking at Huagu, who seemed to be asleep beside him, smelling her sweet scent, he seemed to remember the first time he saw her, and the night when she would rather die than keep herself innocent for him. If it was her, of course it would be okay, because he had already compromised at the beginning, and the second lady had agreed. Unfortunately, he closed his eyes and looked at the little fire fox in the storage ring again. Huh? He suddenly had an idea and stared at the little fire fox inside. At the same time, the 2 little white rabbits, Dabao and Erbao, also stared at the little fire fox in front of them with confusion on their faces. The little fire fox squatted on the grass, his eyes wide open, full of fear and confusion, as if he didn't know what happened. Dabao suddenly stepped forward and gave it a claw, knocking it to the ground. It opened its eyes wide, lay there stupidly, trembling, and completely lost its previous irritability and ferocity. Dabao tilted his head and looked at her in confusion for a while, and suddenly came close to bite its ear. Luo Qingzhou immediately shouted, Dabao, shut up. Dabao had to stop. Luo Qingzhou seemed to have guessed something in his heart. He quickly took the little fire fox out of the storage ring and placed it next to Wagu's body. He said excitedly, "Miss Wagu? Is that you? Are you awake?" The little fire fox stared at the body in front of him with wide eyes, opened his mouth, and seemed to want to speak, but suddenly rolled his eyes and fainted. "Miss Wagu." Luo Qingzhou quickly shook the little fire fox's body and said, "Don't be afraid. I have something to tell you. You are not dead, the reason why you are like this now." The little fire fox suddenly trembled, opened his eyes, and then stared, subconsciously baring his fangs. "Pa!" Luo Qingzhou slapped it directly, then grabbed its neck and said, "Why did you wake up so quickly?" The little fire fox stared with wide eyes, limbs staring, looking confused and innocent. Luo Qingzhou sighed and had to throw it back into the storage ring. At this time, Tabeo and Erbo saw it coming in, and they were still looking at it in the bushes with curiosity and confusion. Unexpectedly, it suddenly whooshed and pounced on it, and slapped the two sisters away in an instant with one claw. Then the little fire fox grinned and turned and ran away. Tabeo and Erbo were immediately furious, and chased after it with a whoosh. One fox and two rabbits, one red and two white, chased each other, and soon chased to the distant hillside, and disappeared under the hillside. Luo Qingzhou looked around for a while, then retracted his gaze, and looked at the girl's flesh beside him. He showed a complex emotion on his face, and after a while, he took out the communication treasure and sent a message to Sister Yu. "Sister Yu." Wagu seemed to wake up just now, and looked very scared, but it only lasted for a while, and then he fainted again. "Will something happen?" The message came back quickly. "Nothing. Luo Qingzhou, I feel much better now. Can I go back? My body is still sitting in the cave. I'm afraid it's not safe. Sister Yu, isn't there someone guarding it for you?" "Luo Qingzhou, I don't think it's reliable." "Sister Yu, whatever you want." Luo Qingzhou hesitated, immediately put away the message, and got out of the ice coffin. Longer changed into a snow-white gauze dress, bare a pair of slender jade feet, and was standing outside, pouting her mouth in a daze. Seeing him suddenly come out, she hurriedly said in a delicate voice, "Sir, Longer is ready, and Longer's dowry is also ready." Luo Qingzhou said awkwardly, "Miss Longer, I want." Before he finished speaking, Long immediately threw himself into his arms, hugged him tightly, and said excitedly, "Sir, you finally won it. Longer also wants." "No, Miss Longer. I mean I want to go back, Before he finished speaking, Longa suddenly threw him to the ground, then bit his lips and blocked his mouth. Chapter 639, the most beautiful in the world. In the evening, the snow still fell in front of the cliff of Jianfeng. The wind was cold, and the clouds were lingering. Linghu Qingzhu was dressed in green, and stood alone on the edge of the cliff. I don't know how long it took. Her expression suddenly changed, and she looked down. A shadow flew out of the clouds and stopped in front of her. Then it flashed and flew into the cave. Linghu Qingzhu turned around, entered the cave, and came to the stone chamber. She waited quietly for a while, and then said, "Are you back?" Luo Qingzhou's voice came from inside. "I'm back." Then he trembled and said, "Uncle, why are my pants wet? What did you do to my body?" Linghu Qingzhu said with a cold face, "Not only are your pants wet, but your whole body is wet." There was silence inside for a moment. Luo Qingzhou said, "Oh, it's sweat." Squeak. The stone door slowly opened. Luo Qingzhou came out soaking wet and said, "Uncle Master, I want to take a bath. Also, I'm hungry." Linghu Qingzhu narrowed his eyes and said, "What did you do when you left your body just now?" Luo Qingzhou said, "I went out to cool down. Otherwise my body couldn't stand it." Linghu Qingzhu said, "How did you cool down?" Luo Qingzhou said calmly, "I soaked in the water for a while." Linghu Qingzhu said, "More than a while." Luo Qingzhou wiped the sweat from his neck and said, "Uncle Master, I want to take a bath outside. I feel so uncomfortable." Linghu Qingzhu frowned, sniffed the sweat on his body with some disgust, walked to a passage on the left, and said, "There is a bath inside. Go take a bath, and come to eat after you finish taking a bath." Luo Qingzhou took a look inside and hesitated. "Uncle Master, is that where you usually take a bath? I'd better go out to take a bath, so as not to dirty your bath." Linghu Qingzhu said coldly, "Have you made a breakthrough?" Luo Qingzhou shook his head. Linghu Qingzhu said coldly, "Then you can't go out. The energy of the Hualing pill is now filling your whole body. It's snowing outside. Once the alternation of cold and heat is too severe, the effect may be greatly reduced. Luo Qingzhou said, Really? Ling Hu Qingzhu said coldly, If you don't believe me, you can go out. Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment and said, Then I still won't go out. Uncle, I'm all sweat and dirt. Black. If I dirty your bathtub nagging. Ling Hu Qingzhu walked into the passage with a cold face and turned into a spacious stone room. In the middle of the stone room, there is a bathtub. In the pool, the spring water is warm and the mist is dense. Beside the bathtub, there are 2 baskets of pink and blue petals, and the faint fragrance of flowers drifts throughout the stone room. Ling Hu Qingzhu flicked his sleeves, and the petals flew up, like flowers scattered by a fairy, and fell into the bathtub. The clear water in the pool was rippling. What are you waiting for? Come in. She turned around, looked at the door, and ordered coldly. Oh! Luo Qingzhou agreed and walked in. Ling Hu Qingzhu glanced at him again, walked to the door, and said coldly, Remember to wash yourself. You stink. Luo Qingzhou was embarrassed. The footsteps quickly went away in the passage outside. Why is there not even a door? Luo Qingzhou secretly complained in his heart, and prepared to take off his clothes. After thinking for a while, he walked to the door again, poked his head out, and took a look outside. As a result, he was shocked when he saw it. Ling Hu Qingzhu was hiding silently beside him. When he poked his head out, he happened to face her face, staring at her. The air was suddenly silent. Luo Qingzhou froze for a moment and said, Master, what are you doing? He just heard her footsteps and left. Ling Hu Qingzhu was not embarrassed at all, and still said coldly, I came back to remind you that you can take a bath, but don't pee in it. After saying that, she turned around with a cold face and left. Luo Qingzhou froze at the door for a while. After seeing that she really left, he returned to the bathtub, took off his clothes immediately, and jumped in. Although his body was still hot, the temperature of the spring water was just right, and it would not make him more uncomfortable, and it seemed much more comfortable than before. He had an idea and decided to try it here. There happened to be a stone bench in the water near the edge of the pool. He immediately went over and sat cross-legged on it, closed his eyes and concentrated, circulated his inner strength, slowly urged the heat in his abdomen, through the veins and acupuncture points, flowed back and forth in his limbs and bones, washed and cleaned, and continued to temper. Unconsciously, he once again entered that mysterious and selfless state. At some point, a head quietly poked out of the door, and the dark eyes stared at him for a while, then shrank back. After a while, the head poked out again. The sky outside the cave was already pitch black. The cold wind on the cliff was biting, and the snowflakes were still falling silently. A girl in a snow-white dress came from nowhere, standing on the cliff, looking at the clouds in the distance and thinking, Woo! At this moment, a burst of ethereal cave flutes sounded from the cliff not far away. The girl was slightly startled, and walked over along the path on the cliff. Not long after, a green dress came into view. The girl approached and stopped. After the sound of the flute stopped, she said, I didn't expect Senior Ling Hu to be able to play the flute. Ling Hu Qingzhu put away the jade flute and looked at her and said, Did Su Feng and Su arrange a cave for you? The girl nodded and said, Yes, but I didn't come here to rest and enjoy the snow. Senior, you have nothing to do tonight. Why don't you teach me a few moves? Ling Hu Qingzhu looked at her hazy face covered by the veil, paused, and said, Don't you think it's rude to talk to me wearing a veil? The girl bowed her head and apologized, saying softly, Senior, please forgive me, but this veil was asked by my master. My master said that unless someone else, I can only take it off and show it to the other party if he beats me. Ling Hu Qingzhu showed a hint of sarcasm at the corner of his mouth. Is it a reward? The girl shook her head and said, It's a rule. Master said that I am a member of the White Lotus clan. As long as the women of the White Lotus clan are unmarried, no matter how beautiful or ugly they are, they must wear a veil, unless the other party beats her or marries her. Ling Hu Qingzhu heard this and nodded slightly. I've heard of it. The girl bowed and said, Senior, can I ask you for a few sword techniques? Ling Hu Qingzhu paused and said, What sword do you use? The girl raised her hand, and a sword suddenly appeared in her hand, saying, An ordinary Qifeng sword. What about Senior? Ling Hu Qingzhu looked calm and raised a finger. The girl was slightly startled. Just as she was about to ask, her eyes suddenly moved. Her figure flashed, and she rushed back. At the same time, the sword in her hand immediately blocked her chest. Swish! A green sword light suddenly shot out from Ling Huqingzhu's fingertips. And with a ding sound, it hit the blade in her hand. Ka! The girl's wrist shook, and the sword in her hand was instantly broken into 2 pieces. At the same time, a terrible force pushed her to step on the snow, and then slid back for dozens of meters before stopping. She stood firm, and her face finally changed. Swish! 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 Ling Huqingzhu pointed all 5 fingers at the abyss in front of him, and instantly shot out 5-finger swords of different colors, passing through the sea of clouds, and directly left 5 deep finger holes on the opposite rock wall. Seeing this scene, the girl was stunned for a moment, then let go of the broken sword in her hand and bowed, saying, "The swordsmanship of the senior is indeed superb, and has reached the realm of being better without a sword. What I saw today has opened my eyes." Ling Huqingzhu put away his hands and stood proudly on the edge of the cliff, saying calmly, "The way of swordsmanship is ever-changing and boundless. My finger sword is just the tip of the iceberg." The girl sighed softly and said, "I really have to come out and take a look. If I don't come out, how can I know this? Magical swordsmanship. The longer a person hides in a sect to practice, the more he becomes like a frog in a well, sitting in the well and looking at the sky. Arrogant. The senior swords today have benefited me a lot, and I am grateful." Ling Huqingzhu suddenly said, "Then can I see your face?" After saying this, the girl was slightly startled and said, "Senior is a woman. Are you also interested in my appearance?" Ling Huqingzhu said expressionlessly, "I heard that your appearance is the most beautiful in Dian. I am very curious. How beautiful is it?" The girl smiled bitterly, said, "It's just a rumor. How can I dare to say that my appearance is the most beautiful in Dian?" After a pause, she said, "If you want to say the most beautiful in Dian, I have seen a sister. That is the most beautiful in Dian, or even in the world." Ling Huqingzhu said, "Oh, who is it?" The girl's eyes showed a trace of reminiscence. She was stunned for a moment, but shook her head and said, "I don't know. I only know that she is like a fairy, unparalleled in the world, and no one can compare to her. She saved my family's lives and gave me a." After taking the elixir, she left. "It was with that elixir that I awakened my talent and physique, and then entered the Xianin Pavilion. Over the years, I have been looking for her, but unfortunately, I have not found her. I think she should be the fairy who came down from the heavenly palace." Ling Huqingzhu was silent for a while, and said, "Are there any immortals in this world?" The girl nodded and said, "Yes. In my heart, that sister is. White clothes like snow, face like a fairy. Anyone who only takes a look at it will find it hard to forget." The two were chatting on the edge of the cliff. Snowflakes were flying all over the sky, but they bypassed the two and flew to other places. Cave. In the bath, Luo Qingzhou woke up from the state of cultivation and felt much more comfortable. But there seemed to be flames burning in the Danhai and the acupoints. The energy brought by the 2 Hualing pills has not been completely digested yet. There is only one step left before a breakthrough. He thought for a while, reached out and scooped up a bunch of petal water, poured it on his body, and after scrubbing off all the sweat and dirt on his body, he took out the communication treasure and sent a message to Sister Yu. "Sister Yu, I just practiced for another hour in the hot spring, and I feel much more comfortable. But for some reason, I still haven't made a breakthrough." The message came back quickly. "Hot spring? Are you alone?" Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched. "Of course I'm alone. What is Sister Yu thinking? Sister Yu, take a photo for me." When Luo Qingzhou was wondering, another message came. "Let me see the environment of practice. Maybe it has something to do with the environment." Chapter 640 Sister Yu. Someone is peeking at you. Click. Luo Qingzhou took a few photos and sent them. After a while, the message came back. "Sister Yu, someone is peeking at you at the door." When Luo Qingzhou saw the message, he was stunned and turned to look at the door. But the door was empty. No one else was there. He immediately looked at the photos carefully again. Sure enough, in one of the photos, a head appeared vaguely at the door. He froze for a moment and shouted at the door, "Uncle Master." There was silence outside the door. No response. At this time, the message came back again. "Sister Yu, who?" Luo Qingzhou replied, "Sister Yu, there is a stone sculpture at the door. It may be the shadow of the light." Sister Yu, continue to edit. Luo Qingzhou. The other party did not reply again. Luo Qingzhou was embarrassed. and quickly scrubbed his body again, and got up from the bath. When he changed his clothes and went out, there was no one outside. However, a low and melodious sound of a flute suddenly came from the cliff outside the cave. Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment, but did not go out to question. Exquisite dishes had been placed on the stone table in the cave. The tempting aroma filled the air. Luo Qingzhou's stomach growled with hunger, and he walked to the stone table and sat down without hesitation. He picked up the chopsticks and was about to eat. After thinking for a while, he took out the communication treasure, took a photo, said it over, and asked, "Sister Yu, can I eat these dishes?" The other party did not reply again. Luo Qingzhou waited for a while, but he was so hungry that he could not bear it anymore. So he immediately picked up the chopsticks and started eating. Not long after, the cave door opened. Lenghu Qingzhou, dressed in green, holding a flute, walked in with a snowy look on his face. With a calm face, Luo Qingzhou looked up at her and said, "Uncle Master, I'm sorry. I'm too hungry, so I'll eat first." Lenghu Qingzhou sat down beside him, picked up the teapot, poured a cup of tea, and said indifferently, "It was originally prepared for you. I don't eat dinner." Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and took a few more bites. He tried to hold back, but couldn't help it. He looked up at her and said, "Uncle Master, did you peek at me when I was taking a shower just now?" Lenghu Qingzhou frowned when he heard it, looked at him coldly and said, "Do you know what you are talking about? Do you think I'm so boring?" Luo Qingzhou took out the communication treasure, turned out a picture on it, and said, "Uncle Master, look at it yourself. There is a head peeking at the door. If it's not Uncle Master, then it's terrible. Is there someone hiding in this cave? Or is there a bad guy who can come in at will?" As he said, he put the jade in front of her. Lenghu Qingzhou took a look, was silent for a moment, and said, "It should be Su Yu. She came just now, and she brought the food." Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said nothing. Lenghu Qingzhou was calm, and stretched out his finger to open his chat message. Luo Qingzhou immediately took it back and put it into the storage ring, saying, "Forget it. Since it is senior sister Su Yu, then I will pretend that nothing happened." Lenghu Qingzhou narrowed his eyes and said, "Why is it her? You just pretend that nothing happened? Do you like her?" Luo Qingzhou said, "Of course not. Everyone loves beauty. I have such a good figure. It's okay for senior sister to take a peek. We are all senior sisters and brothers. I can't go to her and ask her to take responsibility. Right?" Lenghu Qingzhou narrowed his eyes and said, "What if I peeked?" Luo Qingzhou lowered his head to eat, and said calmly, "If it was Uncle Master, then I will definitely not let it go. I will ask Master to give me some treasures." Lenghu Qingzhou said coldly, "What if I don't give it to you?" Luo Qingzhou raised his head, looked at her and said, "If Uncle Master doesn't, if you can send me, that's even better. It just so happens that I'm in seclusion this time, so I'm borrowing my uncle's cave and asking him to help guard it. I don't know how to repay him. In this case, it's all written off." Lenghu Qingzhou snorted coldly and said, "Don't even think about it." Luo Qingzhou said, "Then is it my uncle who is peeking?" Lenghu Qingzhou said coldly, "No." Then he squinted and said, "What's so good about you? You're dirty, smelly and ugly. I don't even want to look at you even if you ask me to look at you." "Oh." Luo Qingzhou said "oh" and stopped teasing her. He quickly devoured the food on the table, drank a few cups of tea, and then stood up and said, "Uncle Master, I'm going to continue practicing. I feel very comfortable practicing in your bath. Can I use that place for a few days?" Lenghu Qingzhou's eyes flashed, and he said expressionlessly, "Go ahead." Luo Qingzhou thanked him and was about to leave, but suddenly stopped and said, "Uncle Master, can you install a stone door there?" Lenghu Qingzhou said coldly, "No need. I'll guard here, and I won't let Su Feng and Su Yu in next time." Luo Qingzhou glanced at her again, said nothing more, and left quickly. It doesn't matter. He just doesn't take off his clothes when practicing. Whoever wants to watch, let them watch as they like. He won't lose a piece of meat. Back to the bath. He sat on the stone in the water, closed his eyes, held his breath, and slowly urged the hot air flow in the Danhai in his abdomen to flow to his whole body. A night passed quietly. The next day, he woke up from his cultivation state, only to feel that the energy in the acupoints of his body was overflowing, and he felt uncomfortable. But it seemed that there was still something missing from the final step. No hurry. It was only 1 day and 2 nights. The energy of the 2 Hualing pills was not digested so quickly. But this time, he felt much better, and his whole body was no longer unbearably hot. He took a short rest, plunged into the pool, scrubbed his sweaty hair and body, and scrubbed for a long time before returning to the stone, taking out the communication treasure, and giving Sister Yu feedback on his current condition in time. Sister Yu, I feel much better today. Not as uncomfortable as yesterday. But I feel that all the acupoints in my body are uncomfortable and want to vent. There is still a flame burning in my abdomen, and the energy of the Hualing pill should not have been digested yet. But I feel that the speed of stimulating the energy is getting slower and slower. What should I do now? Should I continue to sprint like this? After the message was sent, it was quickly replied. Sister Yu, use external force to stimulate. Exhaust the energy in the acupoints. Let the energy in the Danhai rush again, and let all the potential in the body burst out. Luo Qingzhou, can I practice boxing by myself? Sister Yu, yes. But it's better to find someone with higher cultivation than you to help you, so that the other party can exhaust the energy in your acupoints and stimulate the hidden potential in your body. This should be faster. Luo Qingzhou, Sister Yu, can my uncle do it? She uses a sword. Sister Yu, it's best if the other party also uses boxing. The more fierce, the more threatened you feel, the better the effect. Luo Qingzhou, okay. I'll try to find it. Sister Yu, Luo Qingzhou thought for a while, and sent a message to the princess again, asking about the situation at home. The message came back quickly. Nothing is wrong at home. Did you miss me? Luo Qingzhou, I miss it. No more. I want to practice. Xiao Meijiao, oh. Last night I played in the water, and slept with your wife again. And I slept naked. Luo Qingzhou couldn't help but think of that scene in his mind. And his abdomen suddenly felt hot. His heart suddenly shuddered, and he quickly waved away the shameful image in his mind. He did not dare to reply and immediately put away the communication treasure. He got up from the bath, changed his clothes, and walked out. The cave door was closed. Linghu Qingzhu was sitting on the stone bed in the corner, practicing with his eyes closed. Luo Qingzhou stared at her for a while, and before he spoke, she opened her eyes and said, I didn't peek at you. Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched, and he said, Uncle, did I say you peeked at me? Linghu Qingzhu said coldly. Then why did you come out and look at me like this? Luo Qingzhou said, I want to ask. When Uncle was sprinting from the early stage of the great martial master to the middle stage, was he practicing and sprinting quietly in the cave? Linghu Qingzhu paused and said, No. I was fighting outside at the time. And suddenly I broke through. Luo Qingzhou suddenly realized. So that's it. He secretly said in his heart, Sister Yu seems to be a martial arts master. Otherwise she wouldn't know these things clearly. He immediately said, Uncle Master, I think it's not a good idea to practice in seclusion like this. I want to find an opponent to help me. Linghu Qingzhu was stunned for a moment, and immediately understood. She jumped down from the stone bed and said, It just so happens that I'm itching to do it too. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said, Uncle Master, I want to find someone who specializes in boxing, and the more powerful the training method, the better. Linghu Qingzhu frowned slightly, thought for a while, and said, With your current strength, you can only go to those elders. I'll think about who is the most suitable, and won't talk too much. At this moment, Su Yu's voice suddenly came from outside, Master, Liuli Fairy and Dao Junior's sister are fighting. Linghu Qingzhu's eyes flashed when he heard the words, and he looked at him. Luo Qingzhou asked in confusion, Liuli Fairy, Uncle, who is she? Linghu Qingzhu paused and said, A disciple from another sect came to challenge me at Jianfeng. Very arrogant and overbearing. Yesterday she beat up Su Feng and Su Yu, and even made Su Yu cry. Because she was a guest. I couldn't do anything. I didn't expect that she would fight with Dao Ling today. She is a late-stage great martial master. But she bullied Dao Ling. It seems that she thinks that there is no one at Jianfeng. Speaking of this, she frowned slightly and said, It's a pity that your senior sister Gong Bing is not here. Otherwise, she would naturally teach her a lesson. Luo Qingzhou immediately clenched his fist and said, Uncle, open the door quickly. I'll go take a look. Linghu Qingzhu looked at him and said, Don't be impulsive. She is not only a late-stage great martial master, but also knows various techniques and weapons. Even if you go, you are no match for her. Let's just swallow our anger first. I'll go to mediate, and then apologize to her on behalf of your sister. It should be fine. After that, he opened the cave door. Suyu stood outside the door, looked at her with doubtful eyes, and didn't dare to speak again, because she heard the conversation just now. Swoosh! Who knew that at this moment? A figure suddenly passed by the two of them, and instantly disappeared in the wind and snow outside. Linghu Qingju stood at the door with a calm face. Suyu couldn't help asking, Master, why did you lie to Junior Brother Chu? Do you want Junior Brother Chu to fight her? But Liuli Fairy is really at the late stage of the great martial master. Junior Brother Chu is definitely not her opponent. Also, I heard that Liuli Fairy and Junior Brother Chu are going to get engaged. If they fight, I'm afraid, Linghu Qingju said indifferently. Let's go and take a look. Then her eyes flashed with a deep light, and she said with a complicated look, I don't know if it's a coincidence, or if he really has great luck.